In the northern desert, within the Valley of Wolves, legends whisper that this place marks the fall of an ancient wolf deity. The western winds howl fiercely, and the setting sun bleeds crimson. Deep within the valley, a group of defeated soldiers has established a makeshift camp. 7 days prior, the 80,000 troops of the Northwest Army, stationed at the borders of the Great Chi, engaged in a fierce battle against 100,000 cavalrymen of the Hu people in the northern desert. The Northwest Army suffered a calamitous defeat, their main forces annihilated, leaving only small remnants to flee in all directions. Among these remnants, 1,000 soldiers camped in the Valley of Wolves. At the valley's entrance, a group of Hu cavalrymen lurked, their eyes glinting with malice, having severed the surrounding water sources. They awaited the inevitable thirst to claim the lives of those within the valley. Just yesterday, a soldier succumbed to desperation, slaying a horse to quench his thirst with its blood. The army's physician reported that if water was not found by the next day, man would turn upon man. Leaning against a large green stone, Yang Fan shook his water pouch, but not a single drop emerged. Guan Yu was a horse archer, and I too am a horse archer. Why must I endure such misery? Yang Fan never anticipated that upon his arrival in this world, he would find himself as a mere foot soldier on the battlefield. The original owner of this body was a descendant of a noble family of the Great Chi, wronged by political adversaries, leading to a family exile of 3,000 miles. Subsequently, he was conscripted into the Northwest Army. As a noble youth, he was trained in the 6 arts, which included archery, and thus the original owner became a horse archer. However, having spent his youth in the company of women, his vitality had long been depleted, and to survive this ordeal was akin to a miracle. Yang Fan felt as if he were on the brink of tears. This was truly a catastrophic beginning. At that moment, a scar-faced lieutenant approached, kicking over a wounded soldier beside Yang Fan, sneering as he spoke. Scouts report that 17 miles south of the valley's mouth lies a stone cave, beneath which flows a hidden underground river, with only a small tribe of Hu people stationed nearby. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several horse archers shimmered with hope. The only nearby water source was an oasis not far from the valley's entrance, unfortunately guarded by a heavy Hu presence. Now, having discovered a new source of water, how could they resist the temptation? The scar-faced lieutenant continued, General Chung has issued a decree. Those who dare to launch a night raid for water shall be rewarded with 10 pounds of meat and a promotion to camp leader. Who from your horse archer unit is willing to go? I will go. Me too. A few horse archers eagerly crawled to the feet of the scar-faced lieutenant. Desperation had driven them. They had gone a full day and night without food or water. The lieutenant cast a disdainful glance at them. Sneering, the general specified that only skilled archers would be chosen. Do you truly think you incompetent fools are fit for a night raid? Then his gaze fell upon Yang Fan, and he smiled. Yang Fan, I've heard you hail from a prestigious family and are well-versed in the 6 arts. Your archery skills must be commendable, yes? Yang Fan's heart sank at these words. The scar-faced lieutenant bore a long-standing grudge against him, often resorting to petty revenge by withholding his rations. Would he truly relinquish such a golden opportunity? It seemed the night raid for water was fraught with peril, likely a mere pretext to send him to his doom. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan resolved to take the risk. The reasoning was simple. It was better to fight for a chance at survival than to perish of thirst in the valley or under the lieutenant's cruel whims. Yet, it was indeed lamentable that even at such a dire juncture, the scar-faced lieutenant still harbored thoughts of internal strife. How many mounted archers are needed for the night raid? Yang Fan looked up at the scarred face. The scar man replied coldly, 7. Suddenly, Yang Fan stood up and fixed his gaze on him, saying, I will go, but I must personally select the other 6. Furthermore, we must be well-fed and well-hydrated before we depart. The scar man sneered ominously, no problem. He then drew his large blade from his waist and slashed it violently. Behind him a warhorse let out a mournful cry before collapsing, its hot blood splattering onto Yang Fan's face. The members of the mounted archers were incensed at this sight. Without their warhorses, the archers were no better than a mere chicken on the battlefield. We have food and drink now, but before night falls, I want to see 7 mounted archers. The scarred man chuckled mockingly, wiped the blood from his blade, and strode away. None of the dozens and the mounted archers dared to step forward to obstruct him. Their lieutenant had recently perished in the northern desert, which had allowed the scarred man to assert his dominance. The remaining individuals gathered around Yang Fan, hoping to become one of the fortunate seven. In the end, Yang Fan selected an old soldier with whom he shared a close bond, and a simple-minded youth, merely 14 years of age. His intention was clear. He wished to avoid someone stabbing him in the back. The remaining four were chosen by lot, as their archery skills were largely comparable, with none particularly outstanding. Ultimately, Yang Fan and the others shared the warhorse, which barely sufficed to satiate their hunger and thirst. As night descended, a small team of 30 quietly slipped out of the valley. Due to the nature of the night raid, the Northwest Army could only dispatch a small contingent, traveling light to avoid alarming the Hu people along the way. Yang Fan felt the quiver on his back, containing just over 50 arrows. Following the route indicated by the scouts, they soon caught sight of the stone cave in the desert. Simultaneously, a small team of Hu people, approximately 100 strong, suddenly appeared at the edge of their vision. The purpose of the night raid team was to swiftly eliminate this group of Hu people and subsequently seize their water source, bringing back enough water to the valley before dawn. Wait until they draw closer before shooting. The old soldier nearest to Yang Fan cautioned. Yang Fan retrieved an arrow from his quiver and knocked it on his bow. It was a crude wooden bow, with the bowstring made from rawhide, prone to loosening in damp weather, and it emitted a jarring creaking sound when fully drawn. As darkness approached, it became increasingly difficult to discern the direction of the Hu cavalry. When they were less than 100 paces from the Hu cavalry, "Fire now!" the old soldier shouted, and the 7 mounted archers simultaneously loosed their arrows towards the distant foes. With one volley, none struck their mark. However, the Hu people had detected their position. Whoosh! The Hu people's counterattack commenced, a cold arrow whizzing past Yang Fan's scalp, piercing the throat of a mounted archer behind him. Yang Fan's heart raced in terror. It seemed his life would end here today. In a frenzy, he released 7 or 8 more arrows, yet none found their target. Shooting at moving targets from horseback was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The sound of the hoofbeats of the Hu people grew ever closer, and he could even hear the shouts and laughter from atop their steeds. "Run!" One of the mounted archers, in a flurry of panic, attempted to retreat, but before he could take more than a few steps, he was struck down by a nearby axeman. "Traitors to the cause shall be executed," the leading centurion declared coldly. In this nocturnal assault for water, retreat was not an option, even if it meant total annihilation. After all, their sole purpose was to draw the fire of the Hu forces, thereby providing cover for the truly covert assault team lurking in the shadows. A chill ran through Yang Fan. He had anticipated that this endeavor might be a death sentence, yet he had not expected it to be so brutal. Without hesitation, he loosed 3 arrows in quick succession. Fortune favored him this time. Although he did not strike a Hu warrior, he did pierce the steed beneath them. The horse let out a mournful cry, collapsing alongside its rider. The unfortunate soul had no time to utter a sound before being trampled into a pulp by the cavalry behind. In the next instant, a message, forged from the essence of blood, materialized before Yang Fan's eyes. Name: Yang Fan Blood Fury. 1 archery, 0 equestrian skills, 0 physical strength, 0 martial arts, none. For each enemy killed, gain 1 point of Blood Fury. Each point of Blood Fury can enhance your archery, equestrian skills, and strength when wounded. The more severe the injury, the greater the Blood Fury gained, and the enhancements will also be significantly amplified. A rush of exhilaration surged through Yang Fan. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 2. Awakening Blood Fury, Enhancement of Archery. As a seasoned internet enthusiast, he had indulged in numerous exhilarating tales in his past life. Without hesitation, he allocated 1 point of Blood Fury to archery. In the next moment, a searing sensation surged from his spine to his fingertips, and he abruptly opened his eyes. 80 paces away, a barbarian wielding a curved blade appeared. The leather armor at his throat became startlingly visible, akin to a candle's flame in the darkness. Instinctively, Yang Fan drew the bow, feeling the inferior bow in his hands for the first time as an extension of himself. The bowstring hummed, and the arrow was released. The barbarian's raucous laughter was abruptly silenced as the arrow pierced through his nape, emerging 3 inches out and showering the air with blood. A nearby veteran exclaimed in astonishment. that shot was merely a fluke, wasn't it? Subsequently, Yang Fan allocated the acquired point of Blood Fury once more to archery. The muscle memory within him seemed to awaken suddenly. As his fingers brushed the bowstring, he could distinctly perceive the subtle changes in tension. Yang Fan swiftly unleashed a barrage of arrows, shooting forth a dozen in one breath. With his previous archery skills, he would have been fortunate to hit 1 out of 10. Yet now, for every 3 or 4 arrows launched, a barbarian would tumble from his mount. The few surviving mounted archers stood aghast, hastily seeking refuge behind him to cover his shots. However, Yang Fan's quiver was nearly depleted. Name: Yang Fan, Blood Fury. 6. Archery. 2. Riding. 0. Strength. 0. Martial arts. None. This time, Yang Fan did not allocate all his Blood Fury points to archery. He yearned to survive. To reach the cave alive, he needed to rely on his steed, thus acquiring superb riding skills was essential. He invested 3 points of Blood Fury into archery, distributing the remaining 3 to riding. The veteran seized the quiver of the fallen mounted archer and respectfully handed it to Yang Fan. The other mounted archers quickly contributed half of their arrows. They understood well that their survival hinged on clinging closely to Yang Fan. "I will cover your flank. At the first opportunity, we must flee," the veteran said gravely. Yang Fan nodded, knocking an arrow as he released it like a shooting star. An enemy leader, adorned with a bronze bell tied to his braid, was struck through the chest by this arrow. His archery had sharpened further. Acquired 10 points of Blood Fury, this shot revealed Yang Fan's position. And the first wave of charging barbarians immediately detected him. "Kill that Chi man." Dozens of cavalrymen brandished their curved blades, charging menacingly toward Yang Fan. With the enhancement of 3 points in riding, Yang Fan found archery from horseback to be increasingly effortless. Without the need for reins, a slight pressure of his knee was sufficient to command his steed to evade the incoming arrows. As his horse galloped over a slope, with hooves momentarily airborne, Yang Fan drew back his bow and executed a backward shot. One barbarian, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through the chest by the arrow, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yang Fan allocated 5 points of Blood Fury to archery and 3 points to horsemanship. With 10 points in archery, his marksmanship experienced a remarkable enhancement. Even in the darkness of night, he could discern the wolf tooth necklace hanging from the neck of a Hu chieftain in the distance. Grasping a powerful longbow from his horse's saddle, he was astonished to find that he could not draw the bowstring at all. This was a one-stone bow, with a range of 80 paces, requiring at least 60 pounds of arm strength to manage. Reluctantly, he allocated the remaining 3 points of Blood Fury to strength. Blood Fury. 0. Archery. 10. Horsemanship. 6. Strength. 3. 80 pounds. Typically, ordinary mounted archers use a 7-point bow. However, the one-stone bow in Yang Fan's possession demanded a minimum of 120 pounds of arm strength to be drawn fully. Yang Fan could only pull the bowstring to a half-moon, yet the Hu chieftain had already taken cover. The Hu cavalry were acutely aware that a skilled archer had emerged among the enemy, and pursuing blindly would only render them as easy targets. Meanwhile, the battle ahead grew increasingly fierce. The small team serving as bait had managed to create a breach while engaging in close combat with the first group of Hu cavalry. "Follow me to break through." The remaining 20-man squad charged toward the stone cave, continuing their fierce struggle against the Hu cavalry that had come to reinforce. Yang Fan followed closely, accompanied only by the veteran and a young archer from the original 7. Yet, the situation was even more dire. Ahead, the squad responsible for the nighttime assault had already clashed with a group of Hu cavalry guarding the cave, which numbered over 100. Behind them, small groups of Hu were in pursuit. They found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of arrows descended upon them. Yang Fan swiftly sidled his horse to evade, then pivoted back onto the saddle, unleashing 2 arrows in quick succession, striking a Hu warrior squarely in the face. In previous times, he could never have executed such a fluid combination of riding and archery. It became clear that he could not solely focus on enhancing archery. He needed to improve horsemanship and strength in tandem to become a qualified marksman. Yang Fan drew back the powerful one-stone bow, and with a single arrow, he felled a Hu warrior 30 paces to his left. Maintaining his speed, he knocked another arrow and, turning, shot through the throat of a Hu cavalryman on his right. Just then, a Hu archer's head suddenly appeared from behind a prominent boulder ahead, raising his bow and aiming an arrow at him. Yang Fan's heart raced. He squeezed his horse's sides, causing it to rear up in pain. Standing almost vertically on the horse's back, he drew his bow and shot upward. His arrows flew faster. farther, and with greater force. Although the Hu archer was struck down, the arrow grazed Hu Zhong's left arm. Nevertheless, he unleashed a breathtaking series of 3 swift kills. After sustaining a minor injury, he astonishingly gained an additional 2 points of blood rage. However, Yang Fan remained ensnared in peril. 20 paces away, 3 mounted Hu warriors advanced ferociously, encircling him in a triangular formation. Directly ahead loomed a heavily armored cavalryman, whose mere arrows could not pierce his ironclad exterior, presenting the greatest threat. The sole disadvantage was his sluggish turning and lack of agility. To the left rear was a lightly armored archer, his steed's speed rivaling Yang Fan's, poised to strike with a cold arrow when the latter was distracted. To the right rear stood a spear-wielding cavalryman, whose thrusting range was extensive. A hit would spell either death or injury. Yang Fan hesitated no longer, allocating 4 points from his 5 points of blood rage to archery, reserving the remaining point for strength. At that moment, a spear lunged towards him at an angle. Yang Fan swiftly ducked, evading the attack and simultaneously seizing a splendid opportunity. Although the spear cavalryman boasted a wide striking range, he was also wary of close combat. Once the spear thrust missed, he would be rendered stiff from the immense inertia. Yang Fan's warhorse surged closer, and the spear cavalryman glanced back, seeing only the horse, not its rider. In the next instant, Yang Fan unexpectedly emerged from beneath the horse's belly, turning around to unleash an arrow that struck his left eye. The spear cavalryman let out a harrowing scream. Losing his balance and crashing to the ground, subsequently dragged to his demise by his own steed. He could scarcely comprehend how a mere mounted archer dared to engage him in close quarters. Chapter 3. Truly an indomitable body. The remaining 2 Hu warriors were left astonished. It was their first encounter with such extraordinary horsemanship. Do not engage him in combat. Finish this quickly, the lightly armored archer shouted urgently. Seizing the moment Yang Fan mounted his horse, he aimed and released a swift arrow. Unperturbed, Yang Fan sidestepped to evade the shot, but in that fleeting interval, the heavily armored cavalryman charged forward, now less than a yard away. A wave of dread washed over Yang Fan. He could not withstand the onslaught of the armored knight, and his arrows would prove ineffective against the foe's armor. If the enemy closed in, his fate would be sealed. With no other recourse, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. Taking a deep breath, he infused his acquired 1 point of blood rage into his strength. Strength 5, 120 gene. This power was sufficient to draw a stone bow with full force. He swiftly retrieved 2 feathered arrows from his quiver, aiming at the saddle straps of the heavily armored knight, drawing the bow to its full moon shape and releasing them in succession. Had his archery skills advanced further, he could have loosed both arrows simultaneously, striking different targets. With a sharp whoosh, the keen arrowheads pierced through the saddle straps, while the other arrow sliced through the mane, nearly penetrating the horse's neck. Was this the might of a stone bow? Yang Fan was astounded by its formidable penetrating power. Ancient generals could draw a 3-stone bow, and the famed General Li Guang could even wield a 4-stone bow. In ancient legends, the celestial being who shot down suns wielded a divine bow with a single hand, capable of bringing down the 9 suns from the heavens. Such was the terrifying power it possessed. Meanwhile, the saddle lay in ruin, the warhorse slain, as the heavily armored cavalry of the Hu people crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Although the fall would not claim his life, the blunt force of his armor severely injured his internal organs, rendering him powerless in an instant. Observing this, a remaining light-armed archer promptly turned his steed around and fled in panic. Yang Fan let out a cold laugh, knocking an arrow to his bow, the projectiles hurtling forth like shooting stars, piercing through the archer's back, delivering a chilling end. Another wave of annihilation completed. Name: Yang Fan. Blood Fury. 3. Archery. 14. Equestrian skills. 6. Strength. 5. 120 gene of strength. Martial arts. None at present. We have survived. Under Yang Fan's protection, the veteran and the youth behind him narrowly escaped death. As for the 30-member team tasked with the feigned attack, they had perished completely, leaving only these 2 survivors. The stone cave loomed close. Yang Fan allocated all 3 points of Blood Fury to his archery, then drew 3 arrows, simultaneously knocking them on the bowstring and releasing them with a fierce pull. Astonishingly, the 3 arrows flew in different directions, simultaneously eliminating 3 concealed sentinels. Acquired 3 points of Blood Fury. With an archery skill of 17 points, Yang Fan's prowess had ascended to new heights. What remarkable archery! Exclaimed a lieutenant engaged in battle with the Hu guards at the stone cave, astonished to discover a master archer hidden within this feigned assault team. At that moment, a burly Hu warrior burst forth from among the cavalry, his left cheek bearing the mark of a blue wolf, and his hair braided into 7 strands. A testament to his 7 battle honors. Around his neck hung a necklace crafted from human finger bones, each one belonging to a Han military officer. Such a trivial skill. And you dare to claim mastery in archery? Hand me my bow. The giant seized a massive horn bow from a comrade, resting a yak feather arrow upon the string, aiming directly at Yang Fan, who stood 100 paces away. This bow, a replica of the legendary demon bow from the northern desert, had incantations inscribed upon it by the clan shamans. Each time it tasted blood, it absorbed the malevolent energy of the earth, allowing the arrows shot from it to carry a wisp of sinister energy, feasting upon the life force of those struck. However, before he could release his arrow, a cold projectile soared through the air, aimed directly at his brow. With remarkable night vision, Yang Fan had already noticed the giant drawing his bow. Though swift, it posed little concern. The giant cackled, his malevolent yak feather arrow slicing through the air with uncanny accuracy to intercept Yang Fan's shot. Yet, the speed of the yak feather arrow only faltered slightly, continuing its path forward. However, Yang Fan's arrowhead was shattered in an instant. Yang Fan was struck with terror as he discerned the immense bow in the hands of the burly man. A formidable weapon boasting a draw weight of at least 1 stone and 8, its power far surpassing the 1-stone bow in his possession. With a sudden burst, a spray of crimson erupted from his shoulder. Had it not been for his remarkable reflexes that allowed him to evade the arrow, his forehead would have been pierced through. The force of the projectile even toppled him from his steed. Such was the terrifying might of a mere 1 stone and 8 bow. Yang Fan, cried the veteran and the youth behind him. Yang Fan clumsily rose from the ground, although his left shoulder was grievously wounded. His formidable strength still permitted him to momentarily draw his 1-stone bow, but should his injuries persist, he feared he would not be able to endure for long. Humph. What a life. The burly man sneered upon witnessing Yang Fan's survival after being struck. Be careful, Yang Fan. Another yak feather arrow was shot forth, and the veteran immediately threw himself over Yang Fan, yet this arrow pierced through both of their left legs. Run, shouted the youth, positioning himself defensively in front of them. Yang Fan, his eyes wide with fury, struggled to rise, one hand knocking an arrow while the other drew the bowstring. At that moment, he sensed a surge of power. Injuries too severe, gained 10 points of blood fury. The effects of blood fury are doubled. A smile broke across Yang Fan's face. This was the moment he had awaited, triggering blood fury from his wounds and receiving an immediate boost of 10 points, with effects amplified. He poured all his blood fury into archery, causing his skill to soar to 40 points in an instant. This time, he stood firm instead of remaining mounted, shooting an arrow with unhurried precision. Yet the arrow flew so swiftly that it appeared only as a blur to the veteran and the youth beside him, who could not discern how it was released. In the dark of night, the burly man gazed at the arrow hurtling toward him and laughed heartily. Your archery remains feeble. However, in the following moment, he was rendered speechless. What had seemed to be a single arrow suddenly split into 6, encircling him from all angles in a perfect 360-degree ambush. It was revealed that Yang Fan had not shot just 1 arrow, but 6. The speed of his technique had caused the arrows to appear as one from afar. Impossible! The burly man screamed in despair, only to be instantly riddled with arrows, meeting his demise. You have slain 100 house leader, gaining 100 points of blood fury. Accumulated 100 points of blood fury, acquiring the Indomitable Golden Body technique. Indomitable Golden Body, 1st level Iron Bone Realm, requires 100 points of blood fury. Indomitable Golden Body, Iron Bone Realm, significantly enhances skin hardness. Grants thrice the strength in unarmed combat, limited to once per day. Yang Fan was overjoyed, never expecting that the hulking barbarian he had just slain was indeed 100 house leader. Without hesitation, he allocated the 100 points of blood fury to Indomitable Golden Body. In the next moment, a warm current surged through his limbs and veins, nourishing his entire being. His complexion gradually transformed into a bronzed hue, with an explosive increase in muscle fiber density, rendering him as rugged as rock in repose. At the slightest exertion, dark golden veins surfaced beneath his skin. The injuries sustained on his shoulder and thigh were visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Truly, he embodied the indestructible golden body. With this, I, as an archer, was not merely a distant marksman, but also possessed formidable close combat capabilities. Chapter 4. An accidental entrance into the stone cavern, legacy of the arrow god. The leader of 100. Such a significant position among the Hu people. Yet, he was effortlessly slain by Yang Fan with a single arrow. No, 6 arrows in an instant. The youth and the veteran stared in disbelief at Yang Fan, momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes reflecting shock and an overwhelming joy that bordered on incredulity. Brother Yang, your archery is divine. The veteran was the first to regain his composure, his voice trembling with excitement. The youth nodded fervently, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Big Brother Yang, you are incredible. It is as if the arrow god has descended. Yet, Yang Fan had no time to relish this delayed admiration. His gaze sharpened as dust billowed in the distance. More dark figures were rushing towards them with fervor. It was the main force of the Hu people. Move. Yang Fan shouted, not pausing for further explanation. He seized the veteran and the youth, one in each hand, and dashed towards the cavern. Having just attained the indestructible golden body, ordinary blades and arrows could scarcely harm him, but the veteran and the youth beside him remained mortal. Throughout their journey, the two had stood unwaveringly by his side, and now, with danger looming once more, Yang Fan resolutely refused to let them risk their lives for him. Wow! The distant cavalry of the Hu people were equally astonished by the scene. The youth was lifted as if he were a mere chick. Yet Yang Fan maintained his speed without faltering, an unimaginable feat. After a fleeting moment of shock, a more savage roar erupted. Kill him. Do not let him escape. Shoot down that monster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pursuers closed in, a flurry of arrows slicing through the air like a swarm of locusts, targeting the fleeing trio. Big Brother Yang, be careful, the youth cried out. Yang Fan clenched his teeth, abruptly pulling the veteran and the youth close to his chest, bending slightly to shield them with his back, bracing himself against the deluge of arrows. Clang, clang, clang. A succession of metallic sounds erupted behind him. Those arrows, capable of piercing ordinary leather armor, struck Yang Fan's back as if they had collided with an impenetrable iron wall, their tips shattering and shafts splintering. None penetrated his flesh. They all fell helplessly to the ground. The clangor of metal reverberated in his ears, yet Yang Fan dared not halt his stride. He could sense the tremors of the veteran and the youth in his embrace. Brother Yang, let us down. The veteran gasped, his voice hoarse. If you carry us, none shall escape. You alone still have a chance. Big Brother Yang, do not worry about us. Hurry and flee. Yang Fan pressed on, deaf to all distractions, his determination unwavering. Surrender? Absolutely not. Yet, even the most stalwart of men could not escape the toll of such relentless exertion. The indomitable golden body could shield him, but it could not bestow boundless stamina. His breath grew increasingly labored, and his pace visibly diminished. That dog can't run anymore. Surround him. Cut him to pieces. The mocking laughter of the barbarians and the thunderous sound of galloping hooves drew ever closer, echoing like a death knell in the hearts of the trio. In mere moments, they would be completely overtaken, and a flurry of blades would spell their doom. Desperation gripped Yang Fan as he surveyed his surroundings. Ahead loomed a seemingly bottomless cliff. Shrouded in mist, its depths unknown. There was no retreat. A flash of resolve ignited in his eyes as he spoke gravely to the two he held close. Hold on tight. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yang Fan gritted his teeth and leapt into the abyss. A collective gasp escaped the old soldier and the youth as the sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. The wind howled past their ears, and their descent accelerated. In this moment of life and death, Yang Fan summoned the last vestiges of his strength to twist his body midair. He shielded the old soldier and the youth with his own back, bracing for impact at the cliff's bottom. A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Pain. It felt as though his very bones were fracturing. Yang Fan sensed his inside shift violently, a coppery taste flooding his throat. Even with the protection of the indomitable golden body, the sheer force of the fall left him gravely injured. Fortunately, the old soldier and the youth, though disoriented and dizzy, were spared from fatal harm. Host has triggered Blood Fury again. Gain 15 points of Blood Fury. The enhancement effects of Blood Fury are doubled. A spark of hope ignited within Yang Fan as he endured the agony coursing through him, silently reciting in his mind. Without hesitation, he funneled all 15 points of Blood Fury into his archery skill. In an instant, a profound understanding of archery surged into his consciousness, elevating his comprehension to unprecedented heights. Archery. 70. Yang Fan struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, while he sought to steady his breath. His vigilant gaze swept over the unfamiliar terrain at the cliff's base. The ground was damp, tinged with the sin of earth. He fought against the turmoil within, remaining alert while attentively listening to his surroundings. Following the faint sound of flowing water, he cautiously made his way forward. At last, beneath a tangle of vines on a rocky wall, he discovered a clear, shallow pool. Water. Blessed water. The old soldier and the youth, who had been tense with anxiety, were moved to tears at the sight of this life-saving spring. They scrambled to the water's edge, cupping their hands to drink deeply of the sweet, refreshing liquid. Cough, cough. I'm alive. The old soldier sputtered, yet a wide grin broke across his face, his joy uncontainable. The youth, overwhelmed with joy, what does he drink, wiping away his tears? Yang Fan, too, bent down to scoop up several handfuls of spring water, quenching his parched throat with the refreshing liquid, which also eased his surging blood and energy somewhat. Yet, unlike the veteran and the boy, he did not lower his guard. Although this place seemed temporarily safe, none could predict whether the Hu people would descend upon them or if other unknown dangers lurked at the cliff's base. His gaze sharp and vigilant, he meticulously scanned every inch of the surrounding rock walls and foliage. Soon, his attention was drawn to a spot not far from the spring, cleverly concealed by dense shrubs and dangling vines. Had it not been for his extraordinary vision and intense searching, he might have easily overlooked it. There lay a cave entrance. Yang Fan removed the sturdy bow from his back, knocked an arrow onto the string, and slowly drew it to full moon, the bowstring emitting a low, resonant hum. Wait here. I shall return shortly, he instructed the veteran and the youth in a hushed tone, then held his breath, focusing intently as he cautiously parted the vines and approached the shadowy entrance of the cave. Inside was drier and more spacious than he had anticipated. Light filtered in from the entrance, barely illuminating the interior. Step by step, he ventured deeper, the arrowhead trained on any potential movement in the shadows. As he adjusted to the dim light, and his gaze fell upon the stone walls on either side, he was suddenly jolted. The walls were densely etched with intricate patterns. These were not mere scribbles, but a series of coherent murals. The figures depicted, some drawing bows skyward, others crouched in aim. Each posture embodied an extraordinary mastery of archery. More crucially, the ancient script accompanying the images, though difficult to comprehend, revealed several key terms to Yang Fan. The 9 forms of the arrow god. His heart raced. His breath quickened. Against all odds, he had not only survived but had also stumbled upon the 9 forms of the arrow god at the cliff's base. Chapter 5. Learning the 9 forms of the arrow god. Yang Fan's decision. Even his remnants, the fragments of the 9 forms were invaluable. Enough to drive archers across the world into a frenzy. Yang Fan suppressed his inner excitement, focusing intently on the ancient murals, immersing himself in their depths. The lines of the murals seemed to come alive. Every stroke, every curve, contained an ineffable elegance. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Yang Fan felt the light and shadows shift before him, as if an unseen force drew his consciousness into a realm of ethereal uncertainty. A vague yet imposing figure, exuding an air of dominance, quietly materialized. He assumed a stance that resembled a bowman, his left hand extending as if grasping an invisible divine bow, while his right hand delicately positioned itself, conjuring an arrow formed from the very essence of light and shadow. Without the slightest accumulation of power or forewarning buzz, the arrow was loosed. At the moment the luminous arrow was released, it resembled a celestial maiden scattering flowers from the heavens, suddenly splitting into 9 radiant beams of light, each tracing a distinctly different trajectory that enveloped the entire area ahead. Each shaft of light contained a terrifying essence that could pierce gold and shatter stone, transcending the void. Yang Fan stood by, utterly astonished, his heart shaken to its core. 1 arrow transformed into 9, each one imbued with such profound artistry. He recalled how, in his earlier encounter with the barbarian captain, he had exerted himself to barely release 6 arrows simultaneously, which, though swift, lacked the exquisite variations he now witnessed. In comparison to this extraordinary feat, his previous efforts were mere fireflies struggling against the brilliance of the full moon, a stark contrast indeed. Before he could fully recover from his shock, the ethereal figure shifted its movements once more. This time, it was a succession of 2 arrows. 1 arrow struck with the speed of thunder, while the other floated like a feather. Though seemingly unrelated, they resonated with each other, as if forming a flawless trap for annihilation. Yang Fan dared not let his concentration waver. He widened his eyes, heightening his senses to their utmost limits, desperately attempting to capture, comprehend, and engrave the profound essence of those 2 arrows into his memory. The fierce, precise, and unpredictable aura of the arrows was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. After the 3rd arrow, the imposing spectral figure gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing into the hazy void. Yang Fan's consciousness returned to reality. He stood once again in the cave, his forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Alas, only 3 moves. If given the chance, he vowed to discover the complete divine arrow's 9 styles. Such a remarkable fortune awaited him. As Yang Fan emerged from the cave, He found the old soldier and the youth sprawled contentedly upon the damp moss, their faces reflecting satisfaction, occasionally emitting soft, comfortable grunts. Upon seeing Yang Fan, they hastily struggled to their feet and approached him eagerly. Brother Yang Fan. From the despair of being trapped in Wolf Valley to the harrowing night raid for water, and now to this incredible leap of escape. They had developed a blind trust and obedience towards him. Brother Yang, was there any danger in the cave? The old soldier asked cautiously. Yang Fan shook his head. It was merely a common wind shelter cave, quite safe. The youth patted his rounded belly, grinning sincerely. Brother Yang, this water is truly sweet. I've never tasted such delicious water in my life. The old soldier glanced towards the cliff's summit, his smile gradually fading. Brother Yang, should we leave at once and find a place to hide? That scar-faced lieutenant is clearly targeting you. He claims to send you on a night raid, yet provides you with fewer than 10 men. It's evident he intends for you to meet your demise. Now that you've survived and can return, he will undoubtedly ensure you suffer dire consequences. Indeed, Brother Yang, the youth chimed in urgently. That scar-faced villain is truly wicked. Let us seek refuge in the depths of the mountains and forests, for it is far better than returning to endure his contempt. Listening to the counsel of the veteran and the youth, Yang Fan fell into a momentary silence. His fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the air, his gaze directed towards the cliff's summit. Escape? Indeed, with his current prowess, coupled with the fragmented teachings of the Arrow God S9 techniques, it was conceivable that he could find a secluded place to diligently cultivate, allowing him a future of ease and freedom. Yet, Yang Fan slowly shook his head. No. He spoke with a gravity that brooked no dissent. The veteran and the youth were momentarily taken aback. Brother Yang, why put yourself through this? The veteran implored. As long as the Green Hills remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Indeed, Brother Yang. The youth echoed, his face a mask of confusion. Yang Fan raised his hand, interrupting them, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Firstly, he enunciated deliberately, we are amid a war between two nations, and military law is as unyielding as a mountain. Those who flee in battle shall be executed in accordance with the law. Though I am not a paragon of loyalty or a valiant general, I refuse to bear the stigma of a coward, living henceforth like a rat scurrying through the streets. He paused, his voice suddenly fierce. Secondly, that scar-faced villain has made multiple attempts on my life, shamelessly seeking personal vengeance. Should I slink away in disgrace? I would never be able to swallow this bitter pill. Yang Fan was no longer a soft target to be manipulated, previously constrained by his lack of strength. He had been forced to endure, but now he possessed the indestructible golden body, an extraordinary archery skill, and the hidden ace of the Arrow God S9 techniques. As this realization dawned upon him, a surge of valor ignited within him. He hesitated no longer and made his decision. We shall not only return, he declared. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the veteran and the youth, a steely smile forming at the corners of his mouth, but we shall demand an explanation. Chapter 6. What penalty for poor command? However, Brother Yang, the veteran attempted to protest, well aware of the scar-faced officer's cruel methods. Yang Fan waved his hand, silencing their objections. If you wish to leave, then do so, but if you trust me, first procure this life-saving spring water. The veteran and the youth exchanged glances, understanding that further persuasion would be futile. We believe in you. The trio swiftly hollowed out several stout branches to fashion a wooden barrel and filled it with spring water. They then prepared to ascend. The precipice soared dozens of feet high, its sheer cliff face nearly vertical, rendering hand climbing impossible. Yang Fan approached the base of the cliff, gazing upwards for a moment before turning to gather several resilient vines from the ground, binding one end to the specially crafted tail feather of a heavy arrow. Drawing a deep breath, he pulled back the bowstring like a full moon. Bang! A muffled thud resonated from the cliff summit. The veteran and the youth anxiously looked up, witnessing the arrow plunge deeply into the hard rock at the cliff's edge, embedded at least 3 inches deep. Such formidable strength, such precise marksmanship. The two individuals were once again awestruck by the prowess displayed by Yang Fan. After testing the sturdiness of the vines and confirming their reliability, he seized the vines first, planted his feet against the cliff face, and, with an extraordinary strength that surpassed that of ordinary men, ascended with remarkable swiftness as if traversing level ground. In a short while, he had scaled the cliff top effortlessly. Subsequently, he hoisted both the veteran and the youth, along with the 2 barrels of spring water, up with him. Standing once more on the familiar expanse of the North Desert, although the sun remained fiercely scorching, a sense of solidity filled the hearts of the 3. Yang Fan selected a relatively straight and robust branch, stripped it of its protruding twigs, and fashioned it into a simple carrying pole. He securely hung the 2 barrels of water on either end of the pole, took a deep breath, and balanced it upon his shoulder. Let us return to camp. In the Wolf Valley, within the central military tent, the scarred-faced lieutenant's expression was darker than the ominous clouds outside. His thick fingers gripped a freshly delivered military report with intensity. The news brought by the scout struck him like a series of resounding slaps to the face. The elite squad he had secretly dispatched for the night raid to seize water had been annihilated. Not a single water star was seen, and the very Yang Fan whom he had sought to eliminate by sacrificing him as cannon fodder had simply vanished, alive and unseen, dead and unaccounted for. He had escaped. That scoundrel must have taken advantage of the chaos to flee. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The scarred-faced lieutenant growled under his breath, crumpling the military report into a ball and forcefully throwing it to the ground. He could almost envision Yang Fan at that very moment, reveling in his freedom, mockingly laughing at his folly. Yang Fan, the lieutenant seethed through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. He immediately penned a letter to General Chang, alleging that Yang Fan had fled in fear of punishment and colluded with the barbarians, requesting an immediate order for the entire army to pursue and eliminate him. He was determined to see this scoundrel torn to pieces as a warning to others. He had even devised the wording to thoroughly tarnish Yang Fan's reputation, ensuring his own hands remained clean of the dirt. Just as the scarred-faced lieutenant contemplated how to fabricate charges against Yang Fan and prepared to put pen to paper, a sudden commotion arose outside the tent. Shortly thereafter, a soldier rushed in with urgency. "Lieutenant, someone has returned at the valley entrance." The lieutenant furrowed his brow. Could it be some fortunate scout who had managed to escape? Exercising patience, he strode out of the tent to discern which fool had returned. However, as he followed the direction indicated by the soldiers, his gaze fell upon the distant entrance of the valley, where several figures moved slowly. In the glow of the setting sun, a familiar silhouette emerged, balancing 2 swaying wooden barrels upon his shoulder. Behind him, a slender youth was assisting a faltering veteran. The figure carrying the load could only be Yang Fan. He had actually returned, and with water, no less. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the expression of the scar-faced lieutenant quickly transformed from one of gloom to exuberant joy. He had previously harbored concerns that Yang Fan might never return, rendering the fabricated charge of desertion he concocted utterly implausible. However, to his astonishment, the young man had come right to him. Splendid. Truly splendid. Among the so-called night raid squad he led, aside from the 3 of them, what had become of the others? They must have perished in the line of duty. Such a failure in command, leading to the loss of comrades to the enemy, was a grave sin. Now, there was no need to concoct any charges of desertion. This single transgression was enough to condemn Yang Fan to death. The corners of the scar-faced lieutenant's mouth twisted into a sinister grin as he mentally devised 100 schemes to ensnare Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, burdened with 2 buckets of water, gradually made his way into the military camp, accompanied by the veteran and the youth. Inside the encampment, those emaciated soldiers, gaunt from dehydration, initially gazed curiously at the 3 disheveled figures. However, when their eyes fell upon the 2 rudimentary buckets filled with fresh water that Yang Fan bore, a spark of hope ignited in their eyes. Water. It was water. Someone shouted in exhilaration, and soon the entire camp was stirred into a frenzy. Soldiers poured out from their respective corners, stumbling towards Yang Fan. "Brother Yang Fan, it's them. They have returned alive, and they've brought water. Wonderful. We are saved." Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations, genuine admiration for Yang Fan and his companions permeated the air. Yang Fan carefully set down the buckets and surveyed the weary faces around him, weary from thirst, his heart brimming with emotion. "Brothers, we have water. But let us not rush. Form an orderly line, and everyone shall receive their share." He gestured for the veteran and the youth to fetch the soldiers' water skins or bowls. The veteran and the youth beamed with pride, eagerly urging the crowd to cooperate. "Quickly, form a line. No need to jostle. There is enough for all." The once desolate camp, suffocated by despair, suddenly burgeoned with life at the arrival of the 2 buckets of water. The soldiers instinctively lined up, their eyes alight with gratitude, as the atmosphere grew vibrant. However, just as the first soldier received his water and prepared to drink, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the camp. "Yang Fan." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice to find the scar-faced lieutenant striding forth, his expression as dark as storm clouds, radiating a palpable menace. His eyes bulged with fury as he fixed his gaze on Yang Fan, his voice icy. You were ordered to lead a night raid. Yet you have led to the loss of men and your comrades' demise. Young Fan, do you understand your crime? Chapter 7. Apology? Are you aware that death is imminent? The scarred-faced lieutenant's menacing inquiry plunged the previously vibrant atmosphere into an icy silence. All soldiers halted their actions, gazing in astonishment at the two men confronting each other. Young Fan slowly raised his head, his expression calm, yet imbued with a penetrating coldness that pierced the hearts of those around him. As he met the lieutenant's bloodshot gaze without a hint of trepidation, his voice steady and resolute, he declared, "Lieutenant, your words are misguided. We were ordered to launch a nighttime assault and were ambushed by 100 enemies, outnumbered and in dire straits. Yet we did not falter. We fought valiantly against the foe." Young Fan's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, echoing in the ears of all present. "In this skirmish, I personally felled no fewer than 10 of the enemy, including a commander. Such accomplishments, I ask you, Lieutenant, how can you claim I failed in command?" He paused, casting a glance at the weary comrades around him, their faces pale from thirst, and continued, "More importantly, my brothers and I, having braved death, endured countless perils, managed to bring back this life-saving spring water from beneath the heavy blockade of the Hu. If this is to be deemed a transgression, then I implore you, Lieutenant, what constitutes merit? I, Young Fan, hold my head high, unashamed before my comrades in the military orders. On what grounds, Lieutenant, do you dare to accuse me?" Young Fan's words were delivered with conviction, effectively dismantling the lieutenant's accusations. The soldiers, upon hearing this, began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, Brother Young is right. He risked his life to bring back water. How can there be punishment instead of reward? Exactly. That commander is not easily slain. Brother Young has achieved a great feat. Whispers of support echoed among the ranks, and the soldiers' gazes toward the scarred-faced lieutenant now brimmed with resentment. Silence. All of you. Be quiet. The lieutenant found himself rendered speechless by Young Fan's retort, and the murmurs of the surrounding soldiers only fueled his rage, causing his scarred face to flush an angry shade. He had never anticipated that Young Fan would possess such eloquence and audacity to confront him publicly. What horrified him further was the implication that Young Fan had indeed slain a commander. How could this be possible? Yet now, he found himself in a precarious position. The orders from above were clear. Young Fan must die here. For his own promising future and the wealth that lay within reach, what was a mere Young Fan? Today, he would ensure the man's demise, come what may. Your words are mere deception. Nonsense. The lieutenant's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he bellowed. You claim to have slain a commander? Who can attest to this? I see only a coward who endangers his comrades and now dares to incite discord among the ranks. Today, I shall purge this disgrace. Before he could finish his sentence, he unsheathed his gleaming saber with a swift motion, its sharp edge aimed directly at Young Fan. In his eyes, Young Fan was merely a horse archer, proficient in distant shooting. When it came to close combat, how could he, a seasoned officer who had tasted blood on the battlefield, be a match for him? With just a few moves, he could easily slay him. Die. The scarred officer sneered, denying Young Fan any chance to retort. With a sudden push of his foot, he leaped into the air, wielding his hefty broadsword, which sliced through the air with a menacing force, aimed directly at Young Fan's neck. This strike was delivered with all his might, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Be careful, Brother Young. The soldiers around cried out in alarm, many unable to bear the sight and shutting their eyes. To them, the young horse archer stood no chance against the officer's thunderous assault. Brother Young. The youth and the veteran were on the verge of tears, their hearts shattered as they helplessly watched the gleaming blade descend, unable to intervene in time. However, just when everyone believed Young Fan was doomed, clang! A sharp, resonant sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking solid iron. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. The immense force of the broadsword struck Young Fan's shoulder, yet it felt as though it had struck a resilient boulder. Beneath the blade, Young Fan's clothing tore, revealing skin that gleamed with a bronze-like metallic sheen, utterly unscathed. Gasps of astonishment fell silent, replaced by an eerie stillness. The most shocked of all was the scarred officer. He felt a tremendous recoil from the hilt, numbing his grip and sending waves of pain through his arm. This is impossible. The scarred officer's mind reeled in disbelief as he instinctively attempted to withdraw his sword for another strike. But it was too late. Young Fan raised his hand, fingers clenched tightly, and unleashed a powerful punch. This blow was devoid of any extravagant technique. It was the purest and most concentrated force. The wind from his fist howled, as if the very air had been shattered. Bam! His fist struck solidly against the scarred officer's chest. The officer was propelled backward, flying several paces away, colliding with two soldiers who could not evade in time before crashing heavily to the ground. A spurt of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted from his mouth. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly astonished by this earth-shattering spectacle. Cough, cough, cough. The scarred officer coughed violently, each spasm forcing dark red blood to froth at his lips. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he raised a trembling hand and pointed at Yang Fan. His voice hoarse but filled with venomous fear. What are you all doing? Quickly, seize him. Kill him. He hoped that those soldiers, who usually cowered before him, would heed his command and swarm Yang Fan, bringing him down with their blades. However, the response he received was a peculiar silence. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions intricate, yet none dared to move. They had just been granted the boon of life by Yang Fan. The crisp spring water still sloshed within their water bags. They had also witnessed firsthand how the scarred-faced lieutenant had acted with unreasonable malice, seeking revenge and attempting to eliminate Yang Fan. Moreover, the lieutenant was known for his harsh treatment of the troops, withholding rations, and had long since lost their loyalty. Now, witnessing his downfall, who among them would be willing to risk their lives for him and defend Yang Fan, a formidable benefactor who possessed both might and righteousness? In fact, many soldiers cast glances at the scarred lieutenant laced with a touch of schadenfreude. Seeing no one respond, the lieutenant's heart sank further. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had already begun to stride forward. Step by step, unhurried yet deliberate, he approached the prostrate scarred lieutenant. Each step felt as though he were treading upon the lieutenant's very heart, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Yang Fan reached the side of a soldier who had been knocked down by the lieutenant. The soldier's sword lay abandoned on the ground. He bent down to retrieve the dusty hilt of the sword, its blade still icy cold. As Yang Fan advanced with the weapon, the lieutenant's pallid complexion, already drained from blood loss, turned ghastly pale. The shadow of death loomed over him like never before. He could no longer afford the luxury of maintaining his dignity as a lieutenant or heed the orders of his superior. The instinct for survival compelled him to emit a desperate cry. Brother Yang Fan, spare me. Please, spare my life. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to rise and bow in submission. I apologize. I will make amends. I beg you, spare this dog's life. Yang Fan halted before him, towering over the disheveled figure of his former superior. His face bore no expression, yet within the depths of his gaze flickered a cold mockery. Acknowledgement of wrongdoing? An apology? You realize, don't you, that your death is imminent? Chapter 8. The Execution of the Scarred Lieutenant. The surrounding soldiers observed the lieutenant sprawled on the ground, and a sense of exhilaration washed over them, reflecting on the daily indignities they had suffered at his hands. The vile creature who had exploited and mistreated them was finally receiving his comeuppance. They were too parched to drink, their necks flushed with anger as many shouted to Yang Fan. Brother Yang Fan, finish him off. Don't let him live. Yes, this scoundrel deserves to die. The shouts resonated with a repressed fury that reverberated throughout the camp. The scarred lieutenant, hearing these cries, lifted his gaze towards Yang Fan, his eyes wide with terror. Unable to comprehend, a mere cavalryman? Shouldn't he only be capable of shooting arrows from a distance? Isn't he as helpless as a chicken awaiting slaughter in close combat? My previous strike was aimed at his vitals. How is it that he remains unscathed? How could he have rendered me such a state with a single punch? What kind of monster is this? Just as the lieutenant's mind was engulfed in chaos, Yang Fan made his move. He strode directly to the scarred man sprawled on the ground, casting a glance at the twitching body beside him. His gaze remained tranquil as he raised his foot and, without the slightest hesitation, delivered another blow to the man's chest. Bang! The scarred man let out a pain scream, rolling several times before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was utterly depleted, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Yang Fan, holding a knife with its tip pointed to the ground, advanced step by step until he halted before the scarred man. He spoke softly, yet his voice resonated throughout the area, imbued with a chilling coldness. Let us discuss the deeds you have committed. He crouched down, fixating on the scarred man's face, twisted with agony and terror. You sent our brothers to battle against 100,000 Hu people. The odds were already daunting. Yet you ordered me to lead our troops into the depths of danger, resulting in the deaths of countless comrades. How many of our brethren perished because of your reckless orders? Yang Fan paused, his voice growing even colder. You, indulging like a swine, what do you offer your brothers? Dry cakes? Moldy rations? And water? Not a single drop in sight. The scarred man yearned to retort and plead for mercy, but only a rasping sound emerged from his throat. Outside, the Hu people encircled them, severing their water supply, and everyone was on the brink of dehydration. Yang Fan lightly prodded the scarred man's ear with the knife tip, drawing a bead of blood. And you, in a fit of personal rage, killed the warhorse before everyone's eyes. The horse is the lifeblood of archers. You have crippled our fighting strength, wishing for us all to perish here? He rose, looking down at the scarred man from a position of authority. Scarred man. According to the laws of the Great Qi army, one who leads the entire army to ruin due to lack of strategy shall be executed. One who embezzles military funds and deprives provisions shall be executed. One who cruelly harms soldiers and disrupts morale shall be executed. Yang Fan's tone was devoid of emotion, as if reciting a sentence. You have transgressed all three. The scarred man's heart pounded like a drum, his face drained of color, feeling as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Now, Yang Fan, he proclaimed, pausing momentarily as he pointed the knife tip at the scarred man's forehead. Scarred man, I hereby declare your immediate execution. What? The scarred man's mind exploded in disbelief. Execution? Here? Now? He had previously clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking he could somehow wriggle his way out of this. That once back at the camp, the powerful figure behind him would surely protect him, even eliminate Yang Fan. But Yang Fan granted him no opportunity. He was about to strike. Concern for his pride dissipated. Survival was paramount. A frantic roar echoed in his mind. Fight for your life. Yang Fan, stifling his pain, instantly donned a twisted facade of false pleading. Brother Yang Fan, Lord Yang, I beg of you, spare me, I was wrong, he cried, while his eyes remained fixed on the ground. Earlier, when he was knocked over, he had seen a long knife that a soldier had dropped nearby, so close. Seizing the moment while Yang Fan approached, believing him to be incapacitated, he summoned all his strength, pushed against the ground, and grasped the knife's hilt with fervor. The icy touch ignited a surge of adrenaline within him, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, casting aside any semblance of supplication. Die. A sudden, modulated roar erupted as the scarred man, wielding a knife, lunged towards Yang Fan's unprotected abdomen, targeting what he believed to be a vital point. Brother Yang, be careful. The young boy beside him, fixated on the scarred assailant, dashed forward instinctively to intervene. The veteran soldier gasped, Brother Yang, watch out. Just as the boy took a step, Yang Fan's foot slipped, and with a deft motion of his arm, he collided with the boy, sending him tumbling aside. Ouch! The boy rolled twice before coming to a halt. Yang Fan paid him no heed. His focus remained solely on the scarred man. As he shoved the boy aside, his right hand swiftly drew an arrow from behind, knocking it onto the bowstring. In that fleeting moment, the scarred man lunged forward, his knife thrusting fiercely towards Yang Fan's abdomen. Clang! The sound of a harsh metallic clash reverberated. The scarred man felt as though he had not pierced flesh, but struck against an impenetrable iron plate. The tip of the long blade slammed against Yang Fan's bronze-hued skin, producing a sharp crack as a fragment of the blade shattered, yet it failed to even graze the surface. The immense recoil numbed the scarred man's grip, rendering half his arm senseless. His momentum faltered, and the ferocity in his expression morphed into a dazed disbelief. How could this be? The knife could not penetrate. What manner of beast was this? Before he could fully comprehend, even before he could withdraw the blade, a chilling aura locked onto his brow. Yang Fan had drawn back his powerful bow, the string humming ominously, the arrowhead aimed squarely at the scarred man's eyes. At this distance, less than 10 feet. Even with closed eyes, Yang Fan would not miss. With barely a pause, his right hand released the tension of his index finger. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with a piercing whistle. The scarred man's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the arrow, frigid and exuding a sense of impending doom. He attempted to evade, yet his body felt as though it were nailed to the ground, immobile. Thud! The arrow mercilessly pierced his brow, the sharp tip embedding itself deep within his skull, several inches in. The scarred man's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes extinguished instantly. A trickle of blood frothing from his mouth. His grip on the knife faltered, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, resembling a puddle of mud. Devoid of sound, he had perished. The notorious scarred lieutenant met his end with a single arrow, slain by the very archer he had long tormented. In the camp, all the soldiers who had gathered were rendered speechless. The sequence of events, from the scarred man's assault, to the boy's brave charge, to Yang Fan's counterstrike, culminating in the scarred man's fall, transpired with such rapidity that it left them stunned. After a brief silence, an overwhelming, uncontrollable roar erupted. The scarred man was dead. Truly dead. That wretched creature had met his demise. Ha ha. He got what he deserved. Initially, the soldiers gasped in astonishment, but their murmurs soon crescendoed into a jubilant cacophony. A tumultuous sea of cheers and curses intertwined. Their faces bore the relief of survival, but more so, they reveled in the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. They have endured enough of Scarface. He has exploited them like a vampire, treating them as mere objects. How many brothers have lost their lives because of his blunders? How many have suffered from starvation due to his greed? Today, this demon has finally met his demise, and at the hands of Brother Yong Fan. The cheers surged like a tidal wave. The soldiers, who had been patiently waiting for water, cast aside their thirst, rushing forward in excitement to witness the lifeless body of Scarface and the imposing figure of Yong Fan. The gazes directed at Yong Fan transcended mere gratitude and admiration. They were now infused with fervent reverence. This young man not only returned with water to save their lives, but also rid them of their most formidable tyrant. He is their benefactor, their savior. Yong Fan stood beside Scarface's corpse, his expression impassive as he stowed away his bow and arrows. He could feel the fervent stares of the soldiers surrounding him and hear their jubilant cheers. This adulation was not only an expression of hatred for Scarface, but also an affirmation of his own worth. In this camp, he was now the one in command. Chapter 9. Wolf Fong Camp. Deputy Commander. The soldiers who had just been clamoring for vengeance suddenly fell into a profound silence. They exchanged glances. The ecstatic expressions on their faces gradually fading, replaced by a pallor of dread. To kill a commander? This was an unforgivable offense. A grave transgression under the military laws of Dachi, punishable by death. It was likely that several would be apprehended, made examples of to quell any notion of rebellion, resulting in even more casualties. They began to contemplate their own fates, their families, and the chilling military regulations. A murmur of anxiety began to spread. What shall we do? This is a grave situation. We have killed a commander. The heavens have been torn asunder. Should we flee? There was a cacophony of voices, each mind swirling in confusion as they sought a path to survival. Fleeing seemed the only option, while the Hu people had not yet fully arrived. They could make their escape southward, saving whoever could. Yes, fleeing is a means of survival. Remaining in the camp, awaiting an inevitable inquiry from above, would surely lead to death. It was better to escape. Perhaps they could hide or seek refuge with another army. Anything was preferable to waiting for death. Most shared this sentiment. They could not bear the sin of killing a commander, and remaining meant certain doom, though the act of fleeing was fraught with peril. Risking starvation or capture by pursuing enemies, there remained a glimmer of hope. Each escapee was a life preserved. As the group deliberated their escape, an injured veteran, leaning heavily on his wounded leg, limped over to a stone and sat down. His leg still bled from a Hu arrow that had pierced deeply. He surveyed the youthful faces around him, then glanced at Yong Fan, letting out a sigh. You should flee. The veteran's voice was hoarse, tinged with resignation. I cannot run with this leg, he said, patting his injured limb with a bitter smile. I will stay. He observed the soldiers who wished to flee, choosing to remain behind to buy time for you all. Upon hearing the veteran's words, many felt a jolt of apprehension. Stay behind. Wasn't he that akin to awaiting death? Observing his injured leg, they struggled to utter words of encouragement for him to join their escape, for they understood the veteran spoke the truth. He could not run swiftly, and taking him along would only hinder their flight. A sense of tragic despair permeated the atmosphere. Some soldiers had already begun to take action, casting aside their heavy armor and superfluous weapons, carrying only water and provisions, preparing for a hasty escape. In the direction of the camp's entrance, shadows began to stir, indicating those who were preparing to venture forth and scout the path ahead. Just as everyone was on the verge of dispersing, ready to flee for their lives, Yong Fan made his move. He had not participated in the previous discussions, merely standing silently aside, observing the unfolding scene. At that moment, he drew his sword and slowly approached the center of the camp, climbing onto a relatively elevated stone. His stature was not particularly imposing, yet standing atop the stone, he emanated an undeniable aura of authority. All gazes turned toward him. Yong Fan surveyed the faces of the frightened and despondent soldiers yearning for escape, inhaling deeply. I know you are afraid, he began, his voice measured yet clear, cutting through the cacophony of the camp. Killing a sergeant is a capital offense. You believe that by running, perhaps you might survive. He paused, a hint of scorn lacing his tone. Run? Where would you run to? Outside lies the wolf's den of the Hu people, an endless expanse of the northern desert. He gestured towards the camp's exterior. Would the Hu allow us to escape unscathed? Would the garrison at the border turn a blind eye to us, these deserters? Should we flee, we would be like rootless duckweed, mere rats hunted by all. Yang Fan's gaze swept across each soldier's face, his tone growing grave. If you run, 1 in 10 might survive, and that would be a blessing. However, his voice suddenly rose with fervor. But we still have a path. The soldiers' hearts were captured by his words, their eyes wide with curiosity as to what this path might be. Indeed, we have killed the Scarred Face. Yang Fan did not shy away from this truth, but embraced it openly. Yet, the military code states that a guilty party may earn merit. What does that mean? Someone could not refrain from asking. Yang Fan continued, we are now a band of deserters, surrounded by the who wish to wait for us to perish from thirst and hunger. But what if we hold the Wolf's Den and thwart their assault? The who aimed to breach the border, and the Wolf's Den was a critical juncture. If we can hold them here, it would be a monumental achievement. Would this merit not suffice to atone for our crime against the Scarred Face? He countered. No one responded, yet many faces displayed a contemplative expression. If we succeed in earning merit despite our guilt, not only might we save our lives, Yang Fan's voice took on a seductive tone, but perhaps we could even receive rewards. In the end, we would not be mere deserters, but heroes who defended the border. Who would dare to pursue the matter of our slaying a scar-faced man today? Yang Fan stood upon a stone, his back straightened. Before you now lie 2 paths. One leads to flight, fraught with peril, likely culminating in a death akin to that of a dog in the desert. The other, a resolute stand, wagering our lives for a chance at redemption, striving for a future devoid of cowardice. His gaze was unwavering as it swept across the crowd. Which path will you choose? Yang Fan's words ignited a fervor within the hearts of those on the brink of freezing. They beheld him atop the stone, not as an aloof official, but as a comrade ready to risk everything alongside them. The 2 options he presented, flight or fight, both led to death, yet to fight offered a glimmer of hope. A potential for heroism, stirring the blood of many. Though fear lingered, hope and defiance began to surface. At that moment, an injured veteran gritted his teeth and, leaning against the stone, slowly rose to his feet. Pain coursed through his leg, yet his face bore no signs of anguish, only a resolute determination. He fixed his gaze on Yang Fan, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Run? Nonsense, he declared. This old life of mine shall henceforth be entrusted to Brother Yang. He gestured to his wounded leg. I may not be able to flee, but this knife in my hand can still claim a few enemies. He smiled, a sense of abandon in his expression. Dying here, fighting against the foes, is far better than perishing in the desert to feed the wolves. Once the veteran spoke, it was as if the first domino had fallen. The previously hesitant soldiers found their fear dissipating. Indeed, fleeing also meant death. Why not take a stand? Following Brother Yang was infinitely preferable to following that deceased scar-faced man. He could slay a centurion, fetch water, and perhaps truly lead us to survival. Yes, no more running. Let us fight alongside Brother Yang. To hell with it. We shall confront the enemies. Brother Yang, we heed your call. The shouts morphed from a few voices into a thunderous chorus. The men retrieved their discarded weapons and armor, their eyes reignited with fervor. Witnessing this transformation, Yang Fan sighed in relief, knowing his gamble had paid off. Excellent. Since my brothers placed their trust in me, Yang Fan's voice rose with conviction from this moment forth. We shall be known as the Wolf Fang Camp. Some questioned, Wolf Fang Camp? Yang Fan elaborated. We are in the Wolf Valley, where the enemies, like wolves, yearn to devour us. But what is the hardest part of a wolf? Its fangs. We shall become the indigestible fangs of the foes, piercing their mouths until their teeth shatter. The soldiers felt invigorated by this name, eagerly murmuring, Wolf Fang Camp is splendid. We are indeed the Wolf Fang Camp. Seizing the momentum, Yang Fan promptly began to organize the troops, surveying the remaining men with a keen eye. Over there, you, who appear quite robust, and you, skilled with the bow, step forward. Additionally, you, the fierce one who fought valiantly alongside the veteran, come forth as well. Drawing upon his impressions from the recent night raid and keen observations, he swiftly selected a few individuals who seemed both reliable and capable. You 5 are commendable. From this moment on, you shall assume the roles of squad leaders. We are few in number, so let us organize ourselves. His allocations were executed with precision and without hesitation. Finally, he addressed the entire assembly and solemnly declared, from this moment, I, Yang Fan, shall be the acting lieutenant of the Wolf Fang Camp. Here, my word is law. There were no appointment documents, nor higher authorities' approval. This was a position he had earned through their collective choice in the face of despair. No one opposed him, nor did anyone question his authorities. All eyes were fixed on Yang Fan, awaiting his commands. Freed from the oppressive shadow of the scar-faced lieutenant and the despair of awaiting death, the soldiers' morale surged. Although their numbers were small and the peril persisted, They now possessed a pillar of strength and a renewed sense of purpose. "Lieutenant, what shall we do now?" someone eagerly inquired. Yang Fan regarded them with a serious demeanor. Although his expression bore no smile, his gaze was piercing. His voice carried a tone of grim resolve. "We must make it known to the Hu people beyond that the inhabitants of Wolf Valley are not mere specters of starvation, but rather wolves, fierce and ready to strike." The soldiers responded with fervor, immediately springing into action. Chapter 10. Bad news. Once the team was restructured, Yang Fan did not allow them to linger idly. He selected a few adept horse archers, sharp-eyed and skilled, instructing them to stealthily approach the outskirts of Wolf Valley with their bows and arrows. Their task was straightforward: to find a concealed spot nearby from which to monitor the movements of the Hu people and report back immediately should anything arise. This was a precautionary measure against any sudden incursions. "Be cautious and avoid detection," Yang Fan advised them. "Rest assured, Lieutenant." The archers straightened their backs, acknowledged his command, and quietly slipped out of the valley. For the remaining soldiers, Yang Fan directed them to find a place to sit and seize the opportunity to rest while the Hu people had yet to launch their assault. It was crucial to catch their breath. Those injured hurried to bandage their wounds, while the unscathed promptly organized their weapons and armor. The 2 barrels of precious water were carefully distributed, ensuring that each person received at least a few sips to soothe their throats. As for Yang Fan himself, unlike other officers who might seek refuge or settle into a tent, he seized his sturdy bow, slung his quiver over his shoulder, and made his way directly to the valley's entrance. He intended to keep watch in the most perilous location. The terrain at the mouth of the valley was somewhat complex, flanked by steep rock walls with a narrow passageway in between. Yang Fan concealed himself behind a rock outcrop, where the elevation provided a clear view while concealing his figure. There he crouched, bow at the ready, his gaze fixed upon the desolate expanse of the desert in the distance. The wind swept past, carrying grains of sand that struck against his face, causing a slight sting, yet he remained motionless, akin to a stone embedded in rock. The soldiers in the camp, having completed their tasks, took a moment's respite and inadvertently caught sight of Yang Fan's solitary figure standing resolutely at the forefront of the valley. Bow and arrow poised for action. A surge of warmth surged within their hearts. "Look at Captain Yang," one murmured. "He has taken it upon himself to guard the valley entrance." Another responded, his tone laced with admiration. "How many captains would do such a thing? Most would send us to the front while they linger behind. Indeed, he truly regards us as brothers." One soldier wiped his face, his scarred visage reflecting not only his personal sacrifice but that of the entire group. "To follow a captain like him is worth it. Worth it. I would gladly lay down my life for him." The soldiers exchanged hushed words, their voices soft yet imbued with a profound sense of loyalty and solidarity, taking root deep within their hearts. Serving a commander like Yang Fan instilled in them a sense of assurance, a belief that their lives were not given in vain. Yang Fan had not lingered long at the valley's mouth. The sun on the horizon had not yet fully dipped below. Suddenly, a figure stumbled back from the distance. The scout archer returning in haste. He ran swiftly, his face smeared with dirt, shouting, "Captain! Captain!" Yang Fan's gaze sharpened, sensing the urgency of the situation. He rose to meet the approaching scout. The archer reached Yang Fan, breathless, his chest heaving. "Captain, it's bad. The Hu people are coming." Yang Fan's heart sank. Yet his expression remained composed as he inquired, "How many? From which direction?" The archer straightened, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. "From the northwest. There's a great cloud of dust, likely cavalry. I couldn't see how many, but there are certainly a considerable number advancing towards us." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. The northwest? That was the route to the stone caves. It seemed to Hu had swiftly realized that their forces near the caves had been attacked. They were either sending scouts or coming for retribution. A chilling resolve spread through Yang Fan, not born of fear, but of pure murderous intent. Since these Hu people were so foolish as to venture into the Wolf Valley to meet their demise, let it be so. Right here, in the Wolf Valley, they would be buried. The scene shifted to the northwestern edge of Wolf Valley, approximately 5 miles away. A group of Hu cavalry halted, and at the forefront stood a towering, bare-chested warrior, consumed by rage. A massive black wolf's head was tattooed across his chest, and his hair was braided into 8 strands, each representing a notable feat in battle. He was the leader of this Hu contingent, a centurion. Just moments ago, he had received news that shattered his very core. His own brother, the centurion with a wolf's head tattooed on his left cheek and a necklace of Han bones around his neck, had perished, slain at the hands of the key people outside the Wolf Valley. Useless, all of them. Centurion Tagmut let out a roar, his curved blade slicing downwards with ferocity. A messenger from the Hu people stood frozen in shock before him, and with a swift motion, his neck was severed. Blood sprayed across Tagmut. Yet he seemed oblivious to it. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at his subordinates, his voice hoarse as he rasped, "My brother is dead, murdered." He gasped for breath. The wolf head tattoo on his chest appearing to come alive with each breath. "Where's the key man who killed my brother? I demand his life. I will tear his body asunder." He bellowed at the two Hu leaders beside him. "Dak, Tuha, take your 100-man squads in charge. Head towards the Wolf Valley. Find that key man and slay every last one of them. Leave not a single soul alive." These 200-man squads were his most elite troops, skilled in horsemanship and archery. They typically undertook the most perilous missions, and now he would send them forth to avenge his brother. "Go, bring me the head of that key man. Whoever returns with it shall be rewarded with 10 of the most beautiful Han women." Tagmut offered the most enticing reward, his voice brimming with brutality and anticipation. "Yes, Centurion." The two Hu leaders' eyes glinted with ferocity as they rallied their own troops, over 150 cavalrymen, rushing towards the Wolf Valley like twin whirlwinds. They were well aware of the Centurion's temperament. Failure to accomplish the task would mean death upon their return. The formation surged forward, hoofs stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, a scout horseman, who had ventured ahead, raced back swiftly, reporting, "Centurion." The scout reined in his horse. "Going to deliver the news. I have scouted ahead. We are less than 5 miles from the Wolf Valley. The encampment of the Key's defeated soldiers lies just ahead." Upon hearing this, Tagmut's rage flared even hotter. So close? Excellent. He could hardly contain himself. He let out a harsh, blood-curdling laugh, repeating the word "good" thrice. He raised his curved blade, pointing towards the direction of the Wolf Valley. "Relay my orders, accelerate the advance, storm into the Wolf Valley, and slay every key person in sight, be they soldier or civilian. Leave not a single one alive." His voice echoed across the desolate northern plains like the howl of a beast. The avenging cavalry, propelled by the command of slaughter, quickened their pace as they charged towards the Wolf Valley. Chapter 11. Guarding the pass. Before long, young Fan caught sight of the cloud of dust rising from the northwest. Not stagnant, but advancing ever closer towards him. The sound of galloping hooves faintly reached his ears. The Hu cavalry were swift. He crouched behind the stone, squinting his eyes as he calculated the distance. When he felt it was just right, within the effective range of his formidable longbow, he acted without hesitation. Drawing the bow, he aimed and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air. Despite the distance, his enhanced archery skills ensured it struck a charging Hu cavalryman with precision. The man let out a cry of agony before tumbling from his horse. A system notification promptly appeared. Blood Rage 1. Young Fan glanced at it, his finger tapping the air before him, adding that point of blood rage to archery. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth in his fingertips. Steadying his grip on the bow, he did not pause. One after another, he loosed arrows, draw, aim, release, his movements growing swifter and more accurate. 10 arrows, 20 arrows. He fired off several arrows in quick succession, each one finding its mark among the Hu troops as cavalrymen fell to the ground, struck down. Ah! Thud. The sounds of despair and falling horses echoed from afar. Blood Rage 1, Blood Rage 1, Blood Rage 10. The notifications continued to emerge as Yang Fan felled 7 or 8 Hu warriors, including what seemed to be a minor leader, granting him a greater surge of blood rage. He did not hold back, pouring all of it into archery. His archery value surged rapidly, and with each increment, he felt his mastery over the bow strengthen. His vision extending further, and his hands growing steadier. The Hu warriors soon realized something was amiss. Their ranks had yet to close in, yet men continued to fall. The arrows were coming from the mouth of the Wolf Valley. They were incensed. "There are Chi people. Kill them." Among the Hu cavalry, many archers drew their bows, redirecting their aim toward the valley entrance where Yang Fan was concealed. Whoosh, 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 an onslaught of arrows flew toward him. Standing behind the stone, Yang Fan did not evade. He summoned the indestructible golden body within him, a flash of bronze light enveloping him, hardening his skin. The arrows struck him, ringing out with a crisp clatter. Some shafts splintering, others shattering upon impact. They hit him as if he were stone, falling powerless to the ground. He felt the force of the impact, a tingling pain coursing through him, but he gritted his teeth, enduring it. This pain fueled his blood rage. Severe injury, gain blood rage. Harnessing this blood rage, Yang Fan instantly activated the first form of the Arrow God S9 techniques. with his left hand gripping the bow and his right hand moving like lightning. He drew 6 arrows from his quiver, knocking them simultaneously. The bowstring was pulled back, not a full moon, but at its limit, 6 arrows transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the distance. Whoosh! In the distance, 6 Hu cavalrymen were struck by arrows almost simultaneously, crying out in anguish as they fell from their mounts. In the Valley of Wolves, the soldiers, upon hearing the sound of bowstrings, the anguished cries of the Hu people, and the clashing of arrows from the direction of the valley's mouth, understood that the battle had commenced. With little time to rest, they hastily seized their weapons and charged towards the entrance of the valley. "Captain Yang, we are coming," they shouted as they neared the entrance. Witnessing Yang Fan bravely confronting the Hu alone, they too drew their bows and loosed arrows. However, the bows they wielded were mere soft bows meant for ordinary soldiers, lacking the range to compete with Yang Fan's formidable bow. The arrows fell short after just a few dozen paces, incapable of reaching the Hu forces still 100 paces away. Occasionally, a few arrows barely reached their target, but with such poor accuracy that they only struck a hapless soldier or their steeds. The soldiers' archery proved largely ineffective. An old veteran rushed over, and upon observing the situation, his heart raced with urgency. Yang Fan's marksmanship was remarkable, yet he would soon exhaust his supply of arrows. "Stop dawdling," the veteran shouted to the others. "Our bows are inadequate. Let us deliver arrows to the captain. Bring every arrow we possess to him. Quickly, gather the arrows from the ground that the Hu have shot, and bring those as well." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, donating their own arrows to Yang Fan. Some even ventured out, risking their safety to retrieve arrows that had fallen, unbroken, from the Hu's volleys, returning time and again to deliver them to Yang Fan. A steady stream of arrows flowed in, alleviating some of Yang Fan's pressure, allowing him to focus intently on his marksmanship. He relentlessly drew his bow, each arrow flying with uncanny precision, claiming the lives of the Hu as if guided by an unseen hand. He entered a remarkable state, as if the world around him had vanished, leaving only him, the distant Hu, and his bow and arrows. Yet, the fatigue of his body surged forth, the unyielding power of his form draining with each intense shot. His breaths grew heavier, the muscles in his arms began to ache and tingle, making the act of drawing the bow increasingly laborious. The string of his powerful bow emitted a disconcerting creak, threatening to snap at any moment. He felt as though he could scarcely lift his arms, and even fully drawing the bow became a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, the fury from the battle escalated rapidly. With each arrow that struck true and every blow he endured from the Hu's projectiles, Yang Fan's blood rage swelled. He sensed the increasing strain in his arms, the loss of strength gnawing at him. Gritting his teeth, he fixated on the rising blood rage value before him. Enough, he silently resolved, channeling all the newly acquired blood rage into his strength. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through his arms, erasing the sensations of soreness and exhaustion as if they had been wiped away. His arms regained their explosive power, and he became efficient once more, drawing the bow as arrows whistled through the air, once again finding their targets with unerring accuracy. The cavalry charge of the Hu people was abruptly interrupted, as arrows struck down numerous riders, causing disarray within their ranks. Yang Fan single-handedly impeded the advance of this cavalry unit with his bow and arrows. However, the opposing force comprised 2 elite 100-man squads, their numbers overwhelming and their speed relentless. The Hu riders he fell did not inflict significant damage, and the distance between them continued to diminish. The thunder of hooves grew increasingly thunderous, drawing perilously close. Yang Fan could even discern the savage and bloodthirsty expressions on the faces of the Hu cavalry. He could no longer hold his ground. Should the Hu burst into the valley, the remaining defenders would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Retreat. Yang Fan suddenly pivoted and bellowed at the soldiers toward the valley's mouth, urging them to fall back into the depths. Quickly, he added with determination, "I shall cover your retreat." Without hesitation, he dashed to a tethered warhorse, swiftly mounting it. Though not a cavalryman, he possessed some equestrian skills, despite their modest proficiency. The enhancement from his blood rage was sufficient for him to maneuver adeptly atop the steed. Yang Fan turned the horse's head, not toward an offensive charge, but back toward the valley, beginning a measured retreat. His body twisted slightly, eyes fixated on the approaching Hu cavalry, left hand gripping the reins while his right continued to draw arrows from the quiver, knocking them and releasing. Shooting at moving targets from the jostling horse was exponentially more challenging than on foot, yet bolstered by the system's enhancements to his archery and riding skills. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as if he were born to shoot from horseback. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, piercing the throat of a Hu rider with precision. The man let out a muffled groan, clutching his neck as he plummeted from his mount. 2 more arrows swiftly followed, striking down 2 war horses, which fell with anguished cries, unseating their Hu riders. Another arrow found its mark in the chest of a Hu warrior, who staggered before collapsing. Among the pursuing Hu ranks, the leader of the 100-man squad, a Hu named Galak, witnessed Yang Fan's remarkable prowess from horseback. Previously astonished by Yang Fan's accuracy and speed on foot, he was now utterly flabbergasted by the man's ability to shoot while retreating, his arrows finding their targets unfailingly. This was inconceivable. A tumult of emotion surged within Galak. Only the finest archers among the Hu could achieve such precision from horseback. How could this Qilu man possess such extraordinary skill? Moreover, his arrow speed seemed to surpass that of ordinary marksmen. This Qilu man was exceedingly dangerous. A greedy and ruthless expression crossed Galak's visage. He coveted this individual. This man, or the secret he held, must belong to the Hu, or he should be utterly destroyed, ignoring the continuous fall of his soldiers and the risks of pursuit. Galak's mind fixated solely on one thought: to kill Yang Fan. Pursue. Gorik suddenly swung his sword and bellowed towards Yang Fan. Pursue him. Whoever can slay that Qi warrior shall receive my utmost rewards. Upon hearing the command, the Hu cavalry surged forward like a frenzy, spurring their steeds relentlessly in pursuit of Yang Fan. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the valley like rolling thunder. Chapter 12. Strength in Battle. Charge forth and annihilate these Qi scum. The Hu cavalry arrived, a dark wave crashing towards the mouth of the Wolf Valley. They did not foolishly rush in all at once, but advanced in waves, a squad at a time, flooding towards the valley's entrance. The cacophony of hundreds of hooves threatened to deafen, accompanied by the cries of battle and the whinnies of horses, instantly filling the narrow gorge with a tense, oppressive atmosphere tinged with the scent of blood. Yang Fan, undeterred by the chaos, remained poised on his horse at the valley's entrance, skillfully maneuvering. His position was remarkably agile. At times, he would charge forward, releasing a volley of lethal arrows, and at others, he would swiftly retreat to evade the dense rain of arrows. The powerful bow in his hand seemed as if it were an extension of his very being, never ceasing in its deadly rhythm. With each arrow released, a life was claimed. As he loosed arrows, he also shouted commands to the brothers in the valley. Veterans, take positions on the left. Do not let the Hu breach our line. Archers, heed my command. Release your arrows only after advancing 30 paces. Do not waste them. Shield bearers, raise your shields and prepare for combat. Hold your ground. Was his voice not loud? Nonsense. Amidst the chaos of battle, his words resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier of the Wolf Fang camp. With his rallying cries, the initially bewildered soldiers found their bearings. They hastily followed Yang Fan's directives, utilizing the terrain to form a rudimentary defensive line. Albeit crude, it was nonetheless a semblance of order. However, the most fearsome presence at the valley's entrance was none other than Yang Fan himself. His arrows seemed almost supernatural in their precision and speed, impossible to evade. Each arrow appeared to have a will of its own, either piercing the Hu cavalry directly from their mounts or toppling the horses, causing both horse and rider to tumble. Cries of agony echoing as Hu warriors fell. These Hu warriors had grown up on horseback, playing with bows and arrows, believing themselves to be the finest archers in the world. Yet, the prowess displayed by this Qi soldier instilled a primal fear within them. This is impossible. He must be a demon. How could a Qi warrior possess such wicked skill in archery? Scatter. Scatter. Do not group together for him to target. Fear spread like a plague among the ranks of the Hu as they charged forth, intent on exacting vengeance on the accursed Qi warrior, only to be mercilessly reaped by this monstrous figure. Yang Fan had no time to concern himself with their terror. His focus was solely on the ever-increasing blood fury value. With the blood fury amassed, he struck without hesitation towards archery. With each increment of strength, it felt as though something within my mind had been ignited. My vision expanded, becoming clearer. Every rustle of the wind and every shift in distance crystallized in my consciousness. A mere flick of my fingers transformed the bowstring into an extension of my very being, making the act of drawing and releasing arrows an exquisite dance, fluid and effortless. After hours of relentless shooting, a slight fatigue began to seep into my arms, my pace slowing as my strength waned. Gritting my teeth, I channeled all the accumulated fury into my strength. Boom! A surge of warmth erupted, coursing through my shoulder, bicep, forearm, and finally radiating to my fingertips. The aches vanished. My arms felt as though they had been reborn, brimming with explosive power. Drawing a formidable bow? In my grasp, it felt akin to wielding a mere child's toy. And then, I pressed on, shooting arrows with fervor, accumulating rage, growing stronger, ever stronger. Suddenly, an astonishing and bizarre event unfolded, one that none could have anticipated. Not only did the enemy witness this spectacle, but even my comrades from the Wolf Fang camp were equally astounded. Yang Fan, who moments ago had been straining against exhaustion, now transformed before their very eyes, swiftly growing in might. His arrows flew faster and struck truer. What began as mere wounds now pierced through foes, pinning them to their mounts. The force behind his shots intensified. It became commonplace to see both man and horse toppled in his wake, arrows whistling through the air and finding their mark among the enemy ranks. The devastation he wrought was akin to plunging a dagger into their very hearts. One after another, comrades fell. This warrior was no mere man. He was a relentless force, growing ever stronger, an indomitable demon. The brothers of the Wolf Fang camp, who initially quaked in fear at the news of the enemy's approach, found their legs trembling in despair, thinking, "It's over, we are doomed." Yet, as they huddled behind their meager defenses, witnessing the spectacle at the valley's mouth, their jaws dropped in disbelief. What was happening to Lieutenant Yang? He was a solitary figure on horseback, moving with astonishing speed. Good heavens! One could not help but exclaim in hushed tones. Is this truly Lieutenant Yang? Was he once just a simple soldier? What jest is this? A soldier's eyes widened in disbelief, recalling the times he had been bullied. And now the lieutenant was acting in proxy? Was the court blind? This was sheer madness. Another soldier, indignant, declared, with such prowess, he ought to be a deputy commander. They exchanged glances, their hearts a tumultuous mix of emotions, shock, admiration, and a rising tide of indignation for Yang Fan, who had suffered so much, nearly falling victim to that scar-faced scoundrel. In following such a figure, they suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, a belief that perhaps survival was within reach. Meanwhile, the fiercest of the enemy cavalry, now consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, could think only of two words: fear and bewilderment. They are the most elite warriors of the grasslands, having grown up amidst the galloping of horses and the taste of blood on the tips of their blades for countless years. What scenes have they not witnessed? Yet now they are confronted with the unbelievable. They watched in disbelief as their foes, right before their eyes, not only fought but seemed to grow stronger as if consuming some divine elixir. Is this still human? Something is amiss. This Chi archer is utterly uncanny. His archery skills transformed entirely. A pale-faced chieftain shouted in alarm at his comrades, "He is growing stronger. I cannot be mistaken." This realization was more terrifying than any arrow. Seasoned warriors understood all too well what this could signify. A creature capable of becoming more formidable in battle, if allowed to survive, could spell doom for countless sons of the wolf god. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. Quickly report to the chief. We must inform him about this monster. The sooner the better. The front line warriors hastened to shout to the 10-man leaders behind them, urging them to relay this bizarre situation up the chain. The 10-man leaders below sensed something was amiss. This situation reeked of the supernatural. They dared not delay and swiftly sent word of this ghostly occurrence all the way to the ears of the two centurions leading the expedition. Centurion, that Chi archer. He is growing stronger. His arrows are becoming increasingly formidable. This is too uncanny. The messenger stumbled forward, breathless and frantic. Nonsense. One centurion nearly jabbed his finger into the messenger's nose, scolding furiously, growing stronger? Do you think he has consumed some divine medicine? Are you dreaming? The other centurion chuckled derisively, his eyes filled with scorn. I believe you are merely frightened, spouting excuses to shirk responsibility. Do you truly believe such absurdities? They dismissed the notion entirely. The idea of becoming stronger was preposterous. In battle, one fought with all their might. Where was the time for growth? It was evident that their subordinates, gripped by fear, were incoherently babbling. They trusted only what their own eyes could perceive, the strength of their blades and the sharpness of their arrows. Everything else was mere nonsense. Enough of this nonsense. Charge forward and turn those Chi into mincemeat. The two centurions berated the messenger harshly, dismissing this exceedingly strange occurrence from their thoughts. Chapter 13. The True Challenge. The two centurions strike. It is worth noting that the Hu centurion, who had previously been dispatched by Yang Fan's arrow, was not particularly esteemed under their commander Tagmute. His rise to the position of centurion was largely due to his elder brother, who held the title of commander. It was this familial connection that had facilitated his ascent. Thus, the two other centurions accompanying Tagmute, Gorik and another named Batu, were positioned a little further back, directing the troops, and held little regard for the deceased centurion. They believed his skills were mediocre at best, and thought he deserved his fate. When Tagmute instructed them to lead the charge for vengeance, they considered the task somewhat exaggerated. wondering why 2 centurions were necessary to deal with merely a few defeated Qi soldiers. Upon receiving the order to charge, they did not rush to the front like zealots. Instead, they delegated the specific tasks of assault and clearing to their subordinate centurions and soldiers, while they themselves sought a relatively secure vantage point from which to observe the unfolding situation. They even dismounted and uncorked their flasks, indulging in a drink of mare's milk liquor. As they sipped, they watched their men surge toward the valley entrance, feeling quite relaxed, confident that it would not be long before their subordinates returned with the heads of the fleeing enemy. This tranquility was abruptly shattered when several centurions, drenched in sweat and bearing anxious expressions, rushed over to report the peculiar circumstances encountered at the front lines. "My lords, something is amiss ahead. The archers from Qi are truly growing stronger. Their arrows are lethal." Upon hearing this, Galak and Batu, who had been enjoying their drinks, were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Is that so?" Galak chuckled, bending over in amusement. "Your excuses for sloth are becoming increasingly insincere. I told you, that is impossible. Do you dare to baffle me with such nonsense?" They were all too well aware that archery is honed through years of relentless practice and sacrifice. Each sharp gaze, every increment of strength, and every consistent shot is the result of rigorous training. There is simply no room for shortcuts in the midst of such intense combat. It would be a feat just to maintain one's usual standard, let alone improve. Who could possibly achieve such a thing in this context? It was utterly ludicrous. However, the centurions, witnessing the unwavering disbelief of the 2 captains, were nearly in tears. "My lords, this is not mere folly. We have already lost dozens of our men, all fallen to his arrows." One centurion exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. "If this continues, our brothers will be paralyzed with fear, and our morale will vanish." They gazed at the captain's haughty expressions, feeling a mix of urgency, anger, and despair. The soldiers at the front were sacrificing their lives to counter the Qi archer. Yet their leaders dismissed the gravity of the situation. If things persisted in this manner, victory would be unattainable. "My lords, I implore you," one centurion cried out, laying bare his earnestness. "Just take a look, just a glance at that Qi archer. After you see for yourselves, you can make your decision. Will that suffice?" Galak and Batu, exasperated by this commotion, were nonetheless struck by the apparent sincerity of the centurion's distress and the grim reality of the fallen comrades. All right, we understand," Galak said impatiently, setting down his flask. "What a nuisance. Very well, I shall take a look." Batu also rose, stretching his wrists. Without delay, they seized their weapons. Galak wielded his broad-bladed sword, while Batu took up his sturdy hornbow. Clad in finely crafted leather armor, they made their way toward a higher outcrop of rocks ahead, where the view would be optimal for observing the situation at the valley entrance. Standing atop the heights, the frigid wind swept past them, revealing the chaotic battlefield at the valley's mouth. They beheld Yang Fan, darting within the fray like a specter. Then, they witnessed the arrows he loosed. Thwack, plop. As they observed, several Hu warriors fell, the projectiles striking true and with lethal precision. The 2 centurions fell into silence, having witnessed firsthand the remarkable accuracy of that Qi archer. Batu, a seasoned marksman himself, scrutinized Yang Fan's every movement, the draw of his bow, the speed of his arrows, their trajectory. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. How could this be? He muttered under his breath. After a thorough examination, he compared his impressions of an ordinary Qi archer with the reality before him. He was compelled to concede that the assertions of the 10 commanders were indeed valid. Galak Batu's expression grew grave. This Qi warrior was undeniably growing stronger. Although Galak was not an archer, he possessed a keen eye for assessing people and situations. Observing Batu's incredulous yet compelled expression weighed heavily on his heart. Glancing down at the brothers who were continuously falling, he realized the gravity of the situation. The 2 battle-hardened Hu centurions exchanged glances, each perceiving the same sentiment in the other's eyes: astonishment, apprehension, and profound seriousness. This individual was exceedingly dangerous. An adversary capable of growing stronger amidst battle was nothing short of a monster. They instantly recognized that this was not a foe that mere foot soldiers could vanquish. Furthermore, if they failed to eliminate this beast here, allowing him to continue his slaughter, the 200 elite warriors they had brought would merely be fodder for the grave. Such catastrophic losses would render them incapable of justifying their failure to lord Tag Moat or their tribe. Arrogance and disdain were swiftly obliterated by the harshness of reality. "We must act," Galak urged solemnly. "No more delays." Batu nodded in agreement. The 2 centurions quickly conferred. Galak, with his robust physique, would engage in close combat to distract Yang Fan, while Badu would remain concealed, seeking the opportune moment to unleash his most powerful shot, aiming to pierce Yang Fan's vital points and eliminate him entirely. This was the most logical strategy. "I will engage him," Golic declared. "You find your chance and strike him down with your arrow." Agreed. Badu tightened his grip on his horn bow. Resolute, the two men wasted no time. They prepared to descend into the fray to hunt down this formidable Chi archer. Chapter 14. Perilous Circumstances. The soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp, stationed on the periphery, remained vigilantly focused. They were now aware that they were part of the Wolf Fang camp and understood the imperative to fiercely defend their position. Soon, they noticed something amiss. In the distance, the tumultuous hordes of Hu warriors remained in disarray, yet two relatively organized formations began to emerge. At the heart of these two factions, a select few individuals were surrounded, clearly not mere foot soldiers. Their intentions were unmistakable as they charged directly towards Yang Fan. As the distance diminished, their motives became even more apparent. The first group advanced with remarkable speed, heading straight for the valley's mouth, while the latter halted, seemingly in search of a strategic position. "Captain," a soldier hurried back to report, "the Hu people have split into two teams. One is advancing towards us, while the other remains behind." Yang Fan was no longer the same as he had been at the outset. He had been tirelessly riding and shooting arrows near the valley's entrance. Like an insatiable engine of destruction, dozens of Hu warriors had already fallen to his arrows, accumulating a significant amount of blood rage. His archery and strength had undoubtedly ascended several tiers. Drawing the bow was effortless, and his vision was as keen as if he could see clearly in the dark. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Upon receiving the report, Yang Fan immediately grasped the situation. The Hu leader had entered the fray, evidently prepared and aware of his formidable nature, intending to eliminate him first. The one charging forward was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Without further contemplation, he swiftly turned his horse and aimed at the foremost figure, shielded by the Hu warriors, none other than Centurion Golic. He had to intercept this individual and prevent him from advancing with ease. Drawing back the bow, he knocked an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, propelled by a fierce wind, aimed directly at Golic's face. To his astonishment, before the arrow could near Golic, the Centurion, mounted on his steed, swung his broad-bladed sword with a resounding clang, effortlessly deflecting Yang Fan's arrow. Yang Fan felt a jolt of alarm. His arrows packed considerable force, yet they were so easily swatted away. This adversary was not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable archery technique. 6 arrows in unison. In an instant, he drew 6 arrows and knocked them simultaneously, transforming them into a streak of light as they soared towards Golic. He had employed this technique before, previously dispatching a weak-willed centurion with a single arrow. Perish! The 6 arrows struck Golic squarely. However, there were no anticipated cries of agony, nor was there the sight of a body riddled with arrows. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed as the 6 arrows struck Golic's heavy armor, failing to penetrate even one. Some arrowheads shattered, others splintered, all bouncing off ineffectively and falling to the ground. No breach. Yang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. He realized that the Centurion's armor was extraordinary, providing formidable protection. Moreover, Golic himself evidently possessed considerable strength, far surpassing the previous Centurion who had risen to power through familial connections. This enemy was more challenging than any Hu warrior he had previously encountered. As Yang Fan was engulfed in shock, Golic, mounted on his warhorse, had already closed the distance to within 50 paces. The distance seemed trivial for the cavalry, and danger loomed ominously close. Golic charged forth on horseback, now less than 50 paces from Yang Fan, his face twisted into a grotesque, bloodthirsty grin. The broad-bladed sword clutched in his hand glinted ominously in the setting sun, reflecting a chilling light, as if it were poised to cleave him in two at any moment. Was this the end? Yang Fan felt his heart plummet. He was confident in his ability to evade arrows and withstand blades. Yet faced with a mounted barbarian captain wielding a formidable sword at such a close range, he, an archer, found himself at a severe disadvantage. This realization filled him with a sense of bitter resignation. Just as he had begun to grasp some semblance of hope for survival, was he truly destined to perish here? At that very moment, a tremendous, irresistible force struck him squarely in the chest like a meteor. Thud. Yang Fan felt a jolt of numbness spread through his torso, followed by a searing agony that sent his body careening backward uncontrollably. He tumbled several dozen meters across the ground, finally coming to a halt after crashing into a stone. The horse, too, cried out in anguish from the sudden impact, and collapsed. Coughing violently, Yang Fan lay on the ground and expelled a copious amount of hot blood. Feeling as though his chest was ablaze, every bone in his body screaming in pain, his ribs might have fractured, gritting his teeth against the excruciating torment. He turned his gaze toward the source of the arrow, that barbarian captain behind him. How could his strength be so formidable? Such an arrow could not have been loosed by an ordinary man. Just as darkness threatened to envelop him, the familiar system interface materialized before him, radiating a brilliant light. The host is gravely injured. Injury assessment. Fatal. Gain significant blood fury. Effects of blood fury greatly enhanced. A surge of blood fury. Yang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. The pain was still present, yet an indescribable elation surged within him. A grave injury. A fatal wound. Was this not precisely the situation the system had described? The more severe the injury, the greater the surge of blood fury and the more potent the enhancement. Was he to die? No, he would not succumb. The system had arrived. From despair to hope, he felt an overwhelming power flooding through his body, although the pain persisted. The sensation of impending death was washed away. Golok continued his relentless charge, his sword drawing nearer. Yang Fan realized that relying on his bow was futile, and evasion was no longer an option. He had to confront the threat head-on, invoking his indomitable form, struggling to rise from the ground. He noticed the soldiers of the Wolf Fong camp, who were rendered speechless at the sight of him being struck by an arrow. An experienced soldier rushed over. Eager to assist him, Yang Fan seized the veteran's hand, his eyes ablaze with a fervor born of bloodshed, and pointed at the soldier's waist where a ring-hilted sword hung. The soldier hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped the urgency and unsheathed the weapon, handing it over. Yang Fan firmly grasped the hilt of the dagger, the frigid metallic sensation coursing through his fingers. Instead of fleeing, he inhaled deeply and summoned the strength within him. Then, under the gaze of all present, he executed a move that left both the Hu and Qi warriors utterly astounded. With his grievously injured body, he charged towards Golok, who was mounted on his steed, wielding a massive blade. Ha! Golok, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily paused, only to erupt into a thunderous laughter. Was this Qi warrior mad? An archer, struck down by his own brother's arrow, dared to approach him in close combat? It was sheer folly, an invitation to death. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Golok urged his warhorse to gallop faster, raising his broad-bladed sword high, poised to reduce this reckless Qi warrior to mere pulp. Chapter 15. The Achievement of Slaying 100. The Ascension of the Demon God Bao. Yang Fan dashed towards Golok, clutching the dagger tightly. Although the system had granted him strength, and the indestructible golden body rendered his flesh as hard as iron, resistant to ordinary blades and arrows, he still felt a twinge of anxiety, even a hint of despair. He now comprehended that while the indestructible golden body was formidable, endowing his skin with iron-like resilience, it could withstand only so much. Should an opponent's assault bypass this protective layer and directly impact his internal organs, he would remain defenseless, just as the arrow shot by Bada had done. The tip never penetrated his body, yet the overwhelming force had pierced through his armor and indestructible golden body, injuring his very insides. He felt akin to a tin can, sturdy on the outside, yet susceptible to being shaken into disarray with sufficient force, even without rupturing the exterior. He would perish, like a decayed fruit, succumbing to internal rupture. Faced with the terrifying momentum of Golok's charge and the imminent threat of another lethal arrow from Batu, Yang Fan realized that his vulnerabilities were laid bare. How could he break this deadlock? How could he survive? Gritting his teeth, he ruminated rapidly, strategizing while advancing. Time was of the essence. 30 zheng. Golok was closing in on him, and Yang Fan understood all too well the swiftness of cavalry in mere breaths. Golok's formidable charge would collide with him. What to do? With his eyes fixed on Golok, determination surged within him, and he abruptly halted his advance, slightly angling his body. The bow still in hand, he was not rushing forth to meet his demise. He still had a chance. He still possessed the Arrow God S9 techniques. With his left hand gripping the bow, he swiftly drew 6 arrows with his right. Unleashing a flurry, the bowstring emitted a sharp hum as the arrows, propelled by terrifying velocity, soared forth. Adjusting his stance, he drew another 6 arrows with his left hand and fired again. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 3 volleys of 6 arrows, a total of 18. These 18 arrows were not aimed at Golok, but rather at the surrounding Hu cavalry charging alongside him. The arrows whistled through the air, cascading like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, exploding among the ranks of the barbarian cavalry. Yang Fan's archery skills and arm strength, amplified by the fury of blood, had become truly formidable. These arrows, imbued with the power to pierce armor, swiftly felled a dozen barbarian horsemen. The cacophony of wails and the sound of horses collapsing melded into a single, horrifying symphony. The once tightly knit formation of barbarians charging alongside Golok was violently disrupted, creating a vast fan-shaped area cleared by Yang Fan's rain of arrows. As these 18 arrows were unleashed, a series of system notifications echoed in Yang Fan's mind, quickening his heart. Cumulative enemy kills have reached 100. Achievement unlocked. 100 Manslayer. Your weapon, the Stone Bow, absorbs battlefield malevolence and undergoes evolution. The notifications cascaded in rapid succession, overwhelming him as the battered wooden bow in his hands emitted a deep, resonant hum, and a crimson glow coursed along its frame. The system interface abruptly transformed before his eyes. Weapon, Demon God Bow 2 Stone. The Demon God Bow, a 2-stone bow, had doubled its power. But that was not all. More crucial information followed. Arrows possess special effects. Soul Attack, with a chance to stun the target for 1 second upon impact. A soul attack that could stun for 1 second. Yang Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. This was the key to turning the tide. He felt the surge of power from the Demon God Bow in his hands, and the implications of the soul attack sent tremors of excitement through him. A 1-second stun could alter the course of battle, enough to swing life and death. Yet, he suppressed his elation, fixing his gaze intently on the advancing Golok. Only 10 paces separated them. At this distance, the cavalry could close the gap in mere heartbeats. He could clearly see the twisted expression of excitement and murderous intent on Golok's face, illuminated by the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. The scent of death loomed heavy in the air. Though armed with a knife, Golok chose not to wield it. Instead, he opted for his most familiar weapon, the newly evolved Demon God Bow. Yang Fan abruptly halted his charge, his body slightly angled, drawing the bowstring taut, the arrowhead aimed directly at Golok's snarling visage. Golok, momentarily taken aback by Yang Fan's audacity to use a bow at such close range, erupted into a thunderous laugh. "Ha! Fool!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the valley. "At this distance, you dare to use a bow? A firewood stick would serve you better." He dismissed the notion that Yang Fan could pose any threat to him at such proximity. In his eyes, an archer caught in close quarters was nothing more than a helpless lamb, destined for slaughter, a truth gleaned from countless battles, rendering Yang Fan's bow inconsequential in his estimation. Gorok's laughter resonated with an ominous intensity as he wielded his broad-bladed sword, aiming it viciously at Yang Fan's head. Envisioning the gruesome spectacle of Yang's cranium soaring through the air like a shattered watermelon, the soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp, along with the distant onlookers from the Hu tribe, felt their hearts leap into their throats at this sight. A gasp escaped someone's lips. Would Captain Yang perish? However, just as Gorok's blade was about to strike Yang Fan, a profound hum emanated from the demon bow in Yang Fan's grasp, resonating with a powerful energy. An arrow, propelled with a velocity far greater than before, soared from the bowstring, imbued with an indescribable force that instilled a sense of dread. The arrow hurtled towards Gorok, who was utterly unprepared for Yang Fan's ability to release a shot at such close quarters, let alone one imbued with such speed and strength. A strange force suddenly penetrated his mind, causing his body to stiffen and his thoughts to freeze. In that brief moment of paralysis, Yang Fan expertly identified a slight gap in Gorok's heavy armor, perhaps at the neck, under the arms, or along the edge of the faceplate. With a piercing sound, the arrow, possessing terrifying penetrating power, shot through the unprotected area, its force driving straight through his body. Gorok's grin froze upon his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. His body jolted violently as the immense power flung him from his steed, crashing heavily to the ground. The thud resonated like a dull drumbeat as Gorok was pinned to the earth by Yang Fan's arrow, unable to emit even a cry of agony before twitching a couple of times and falling silent. He was dead. The formidable Hu chieftain had been dispatched by a single arrow from Yang Fan, nailed to the entrance of Wolf Valley. Chapter 16. The decimation of the chieftain. The arrow Yang Fan loosed carried the force of a 2-stone bow, augmented by surging arm strength and the soul attack effect conferred by the demon bow. Its might was unstoppable. The chieftain Gorok, who had been laughing maniacally, was forcefully pinned to the ground, the arrow having completely penetrated his chest, no, his abdomen, embedding itself several inches deep into the earth. Blood gushed from his mouth, his body convulsing a few times as the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed, a clear sign of his impending demise. "You have slain the enemy chieftain, Gorok," earning a substantial amount of blood fury. The system's notification chimed once more, bestowing upon Yang Fan a significant increase in blood fury, as the death of a chieftain yielded rewards far exceeding those of ordinary soldiers. Elated despite his injuries, Yang Fan channeled this newfound blood fury entirely into his armed strength. Without a moment's hesitation, his gaze darted towards the Hu archer chieftain, Batu, positioned behind. With Gorik now dead, this distant threat required immediate attention. He tightened his grip on the demon bow, aiming towards the direction where Batu was concealed. Drawing the bowstring taut, he nocked the arrow. Whoosh! An arrow, propelled by astonishing speed and force, shot forth from the demon bow, hurtling straight towards Batu. This arrow represented Yang Fan's utmost concentration of power and precision. Infused with the soul attack essence of the demon bow, should it strike, Batu would surely meet his demise. Yet, although Batu was taken aback by Gorik's death, he was, after all, an experienced archer with a keen sense of danger. The moment the arrow, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, locked onto him, every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he darted to the side and rolled away. Whoosh! The arrow grazed his scalp, slicing through the air with a fierce gust, embedding itself in the ground where he had just stood, buzzing ominously. Just a hair's breadth away. Batu was drenched in cold sweat, his face etched with dread. Rising to his feet, he regarded Yang Fan with an entirely altered gaze. One no longer marked by disdain or shock, but rather filled with profound wariness and a hint of madness. He understood that this adversary could not be measured by ordinary standards. He was far too perilous. With Gorik dead and himself nearly lost, conventional methods would prove futile against Yang Fan. Without uttering a word, Batu violently tore off his leather armor, flinging it to the ground with force. His bare torso was revealed, adorned with a black wolf head tattoo that seemed to ignite with a primal fire. Kneeling on the ground, he clenched his fist against his chest, emitting a low, peculiar sound, reminiscent of a wild beast's howl, a noise imbued with an ancient, malevolent power. What was he doing? Yang Fan watched from a distance, a wave of intense unease crashing over him. As Batu's murmurs continued, an eerie crimson aura began to rise from his body, enveloping him entirely. His form began to tremble, muscles writhing like worms. Yang Fan could distinctly observe Batu's aura escalating at an astonishing rate, growing ever more powerful and sinister. His face twisted into a grotesque visage, skin undulating as if something lurked beneath. Dark, wolf-like fur erupted from his skin, swiftly covering his entire being. His eyes transformed into a terrifying blood red, devoid of whites, radiating a savage gleam, while his mouth protruded, elongating into a sharp snout, revealing two glistening, menacing fangs. This barbarian had morphed into a monster. From the fragmented memories left behind in his mind, Yang Fan suddenly realized that this barbarian centurion was harnessing the ancient power of the wolf god to undergo beastification. This was no mere enhancement. He was becoming a hybrid of man and beast. The memories warned him that after beastification, Batu's body would undergo a qualitative transformation, his strength and endurance becoming boundless like that of a wild animal, with speed and agility significantly amplified to rival that of a cheetah. Indeed, it was as he feared. Transformed into a beast, Batu is no longer the mere archer he once was. He has become a fearsome werewolf, his body cloaked in dark gray fur, his visage contorted into a menacing grimace, and his fangs bared. Yet, in his grip remains the formidable bow of 180 pounds. He does not ride a steed. Instead, he propels himself from the ground with an explosive force, charging towards Yang Fan with a speed so remarkable that it is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As he advances, his muscular arms effortlessly draw back the heavy bow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The arrows fly forth like a barrage, imbued with terrifying power, hurtling towards Yang Fan. As he gazes upon this monstrous figure barreling towards him, witnessing its inhuman velocity and strength, a profound dread settles within him. He realizes that he is grievously wounded, even though his strength and archery skills have recently been enhanced. He stands no chance against this beastly centurion. To confront him head-on would mean certain death, and fleeing is not an option. What to do? Clenching his teeth, Yang Fan considers the only solution that comes to mind, to leverage the system. He knows that in his current state of injury, he can amass a tremendous amount of blood fury. He requires greater strength and superior archery skills. And the swiftest way to accrue blood fury is to inflict even more harm upon himself. It is a harrowing and desperate decision. Drawing a deep breath, he suppresses the excruciating pain in his chest and stands resolutely, neither dodging nor retreating, as he braces himself against Batu's onslaught of arrows imbued with otherworldly might. Thud, thud, thud. Batu's arrows strike mercilessly against Yang Fan's chest and abdomen, their terrifying force landing with brutal impact. The unyielding golden body continues to operate. His flesh is as hard as iron, preventing the arrows from penetrating. Yet, the immense shockwaves unleashed by the arrows mercilessly batter his vulnerable insides. Yang Fan feels his organs churning violently, as if they might shatter, with each arrow striking him delivering a searing agony. Unable to contain himself, he gasps, spewing forth copious amounts of blood, which trickles down his chin and pools upon the ground as his consciousness begins to blur. Host severely injured, condition worsening. Acquired a substantial amount of blood fury. Acquired a substantial amount of blood fury. The system's alert sounds in a frenzy. A deluge of blood fury surging forth. Yang Fan gazes at the daunting figure displayed before him, a wave of euphoric exhilaration washing over him. This is sufficient. It must be enough this time. Without a moment's hesitation, seizing the instant of acute pain and burgeoning power, he channels all his newly acquired blood fury into his archery skills. Archery. In that moment, he feels his vision sharpen to an extraordinary degree, and insights regarding the art of archery flood his mind like a divine revelation. His mastery of archery ascends to an astounding new level. Chapter 17. The eye of the archery god. Throughout this ordeal, Batu, in his beastly form, shows no sign of deceleration. His speed was akin to a dark gray lightning bolt, hurtling towards Yang Fan with astonishing velocity at the wide mouth of Wolf Valley. His blood-red eyes fixated intently on Yang Fan, and the beastly transformation amplified the inherent brutality of his character. All he desired was to rend every living creature before him in the most primal and sanguinary manner possible. Yang Fan, enduring excruciating pain, maneuvered his horse with great difficulty near the valley's entrance while desperately loosing arrows at Bacula. He had just infused a tremendous amount of blood rage into his archery skills, which, by all accounts, had reached a remarkably high level. However, Bacula's speed and agility surpassed all expectations, his charging path constantly shifting. His body as nimble as that of a leopard. Yang Fan unleashed several arrows, each one whistling through the air, yet they merely grazed past Bacula, not even disturbing a single hair. Damn it, I can't hit him. A wave of anxiety surged within Yang Fan, no matter how high his skill. Missing the target rendered it null. Bacula's speed and agility were beyond his wildest imaginings. If this beastly creature closed the distance, with its terrifying strength and sharp claws and fangs, even with the protection of an indestructible body, his insides would surely succumb to a few brutal bites and impacts. There would be no escape. Just as Yang Fan felt a crushing sense of helpless defeat, a series of long-forgotten system notifications echoed in his mind. The host has unleashed vitality in dire straits, achieving the feat, Bloodbath Rebirth. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Bloodbath Rebirth? It resonated perfectly with his current state. Was this a reward from the system? Soon after, a more significant notification followed. Acquired special ability, Eye of the Arrow God. Eye of the Arrow God. A thrill of joy surged through Yang Fan. This ability, by its very name, pertained to archery. The system promptly provided a detailed explanation. Eye of the Arrow God. Upon activation, it allows the user to predict the opponent's trajectory of movement, enabling preemptive strikes. Predicting the trajectory of movement. Yang Fan's eyes instantly lit up. This ability arrived with impeccable timing. His inability to hit Bacula stemmed from the latter's overwhelming speed and erratic movements, rendering him unpredictable, but the Eye of the Arrow God could resolve this dilemma. Bacula drew ever closer, the terrifying visage of the werewolf looming large. Yang Fan could no longer afford to ponder. He immediately concentrated and activated the Eye of the Arrow God in his mind. A faint golden shimmer seemed to flicker in his eyes, and the entire world appeared to slow down. He refocused on the rapidly approaching Bacula. Indeed, beside Bacula's blurred form, a faint, ethereal shadow materialized. That shadow indicated precisely where Bacula would be in the next moment, a clear signpost of his impending direction, as if the future action had been rehearsed in advance. Yang Fan's heart raced. With the Eye of the Arrow God, he could discern Bacula's movements, aim at his trajectory, and finally strike him. Life and death hung in the balance. He was ready to retaliate. Yang Fan's gaze was fixed on the predictive phantom beside Batu. With the Eye of the Arrow God, Batu's speed was no longer an insurmountable challenge. He drew the demon god bow, aiming the arrowhead at the next position indicated by the phantom. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, propelled by a fierce wind. After transforming, Batu moved with astonishing swiftness, yet he instinctively twisted his body, evading the trajectory as the arrow grazed past him. Had he missed? No, this was merely the beginning. This was strategy. Yang Fan did not relent. He understood that Batu would continue to evade, and his objective was to seal off all potential escape routes with his arrows. Immediately, He unleashed a flurry of 6 arrows in 3 successive waves. Altogether 18 arrows, not to slay Batu, but to target the various directions he might dodge as predicted by the eye of the arrow god. The 18 arrows transformed into a net of death, instantaneously blocking all possible avenues for Batu's movement. Batu's heart jolted. He had never anticipated that this archer could perceive his intent to evade. Moreover, he had preemptively released 18 arrows. Fear seized him, prompting a hasty change in his dodging direction towards what he believed was a safe route, one that the eye of the arrow god had not indicated. Yet, just as he was about to reach what he considered safety, Yang Fan drew back the demon god bow once more. This time, he aimed at Batu's current trajectory. Buzz, the might of the two-stone bow, combined with Yang Fan's surging archery skills and strength, along with the soul-piercing effects of the demon god bow, coalesced into this single arrow. Thwack! The arrow, moving with incredible velocity and terrifying power, left Batu no time to react. He felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, an uncanny energy invading his mind, causing his body to stiffen abruptly as the arrow plunged mercilessly into him. Blood erupted from his chest. This arrow had pierced through his body, the immense force lifting him from his frantic dash and driving him forcefully into the ground. Batu crashed down, his body convulsing, his blood-red eyes wide with shock as he stared in Yang Fan's direction. He finally comprehended that the previous arrows were mere feints, designed to force him into a predetermined dodge. The last arrow was the true lethal strike. That archer had seen through all his movements post-transformation, but it was too late. He felt life ebbing from within, his strength dissipating. The shadow of death loomed over him, forcing him to lie on the ground, enveloped in shock and resentment, awaiting the final darkness. Galak was dead, and Batu was dead, 2 consecutive centurions, leaders within the Hu army. Particularly Batu, who, even in his beastly form, could not withstand a single arrow from Yang Fan. This spectacle struck the other Hu soldiers profoundly. Shock, fear, and then, the primal ferocity within them was utterly ignited. Roar! Roar! In the ranks of the Hu army, an inhuman roar erupted, igniting a chain reaction. Witnessing the dire state of their leaders and the terror emanating from Yang Fan, the already fierce and combative Hu soldiers felt the primal power of their wolf totems surge within them. They tore off their armor, revealing their totems emblazoned on their chests. Emitting beastly howls, their bodies began to transform, sprouting fur, revealing fangs, and their eyes turned crimson. In an instant, the mouth of Wolf Valley was transformed into an ocean of monstrosities. The once proud cavalry of the Hu had metamorphosed into hundreds of beastly werewolves, discarding their bows and curved blades in favor of sharpened claws and fangs, exuding an even more terrifying and bloodthirsty aura. This Hu battalion had completely devolved into a frenzied tide of beastly warriors, their thunderous howls reverberating as they surged toward the mouth of the valley. Chapter 18. Out of ammunition, are we to perish? Gazing at the throngs of beastly Hu warriors outside the valley, howling like wild beasts, Yang Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Transformed and so numerous, how could they possibly fight this battle? These were no longer the ordinary Hu cavalry. They were faster, stronger, and utterly fearless. Yet, he pressed on, aware that he was the sole hope of the Wolf Fong camp, the only shield standing before his brothers. Enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, he took a deep breath and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. With the demon god bow in hand, and the eye of the arrow god activated, Yang Fan could discern the movements of these beastly Hu warriors, their speed and agility rivaling that of Batu momentarily before. His arrows, as if guided by fate, struck precisely along their evasive paths, targeting their heads and hearts. Thud, thud. Arrows found their mark, and beastly Hu warriors crumpled to the ground, their bodies crashing heavily, producing a dull thud. The ground outside the valley became littered with Hu corpses, both the previously ordinary cavalry and the newly transformed beasts, forming a gruesome wall of flesh and blood. Yet, these beastly Hu warriors seemed impervious to fear or pain, their eyes blood-red as they howled like beasts, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades and charging forward relentlessly. Their ferocity was exponentially greater than before. Despite Yang Fan's swift kills, they pressed onward with unmatched speed and overwhelming numbers. No matter how formidable a single individual, one could not withstand the frenzied assault of hundreds of monsters. Yang Fan shot arrows with fervor, the demon godbow humming incessantly as his quiver rapidly emptied. Each arrow he released was more frequent than the replenishment of his supply. Finally, as the last arrow flew forth, his quiver was devoid of any remaining arrows. Arrows. Bring me arrows. Yang Fan called urgently to the soldiers in the valley, his voice tinged with desperation in the wind. The soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp had long witnessed the terrifying spectacle outside, observing Yang Fan bravely standing at the forefront, relentlessly felling the barbarian foes. They understood that Yang Fan was their sole beacon of hope for survival. Upon hearing his rallying cry, they sprang into action. Some retrieved arrows that had been shot by the barbarians but remained intact, while others brought forth their own quivers. And a few even ventured into the perilous outskirts to gather more. They tirelessly delivered arrows into Yang Fan's hands. Sergeant, arrows. More. With the new arrows in hand, Yang Fan resumed his assault, guided by the eye of the arrow god, efficiently reaping the lives of the beastly barbarians. Dozens fell beneath his rain of arrows. Yet the speed of the beastly horde remained undiminished. Despite the continuous losses, their charge did not waver. Within mere seconds, they closed in on Yang Fan. No longer able to aim from a distance, he resorted to rapid-fire shots, releasing 6 arrows in quick succession towards the oncoming beastly foes. The power of the demon god Bao and the foresight of the arrow god enabled each volley to claim several monstrous lives. However, it was insufficient to halt the tide. More beastly barbarians surged over their fallen comrades, lunging toward him. Their claws and fangs were mere inches away. And Yang Fan felt as if he were tossing stones into the sea, utterly incapable of stemming this relentless tide of monsters. He urged his warhorse to retreat deeper into the valley, striving to create distance and re-establish ranged dominance with his bow. As he fell back, he continued to shoot, desperately attempting to slow the barbarian advance, buying precious time for his comrades in the valley. Yet, the beastly horde behind him clung to him like sharks drawn to blood, refusing to be shaken off. Meanwhile, the barbarian commander, Tagmut, upon learning of the deaths of 2 captains, especially the beastly Batu, who had transformed, no longer harbored any underestimation. His countenance darkened with realization that he faced an unprecedentedly formidable adversary. Not daring to delay further, he swiftly mobilized the reserves, reinforcing his ranks, and dispatched 2 more 100-man squads towards Wolf Valley. Unlike the previous cavalry, these reinforcements dismounted, each wielding heavy cowhide shields towering above them, the surfaces reinforced with sturdy metal. They formed a tight shield wall, crouching low and advancing step by step, like a moving iron fortress towards the mouth of Wolf Valley. Upon sighting this reinforcement, Yang Fan's heart sank. Such heavy shield bearers were impervious to arrows. He immediately summoned the power of the demon god Bao, drawing the string taut, and aimed at the shield formation, activating the eye of the arrow god, seeking gaps between the shields or aiming for the legs of the shield bearers. Clang! Bang! The arrows flew with fierce momentum, yet most struck the formidable shields, either deflecting off or embedding themselves deeply, utterly unable to penetrate. Occasionally, a few arrows could barely find their way through the gaps, yet due to the angles and distances involved, it was exceedingly difficult to inflict any fatal wounds. His formidable 2-stone longbow was rendered significantly less effective against such heavy shields. The advancing shield wall pressed relentlessly forward, accompanied by the thunderous howls of the beastly people behind them. Yang Fan understood that he could no longer withstand this onslaught. His arrows were utterly ineffective against these shields. Wolf Fang camp, retreat. He commanded loudly, his voice tinged with urgency, as he withdrew into the valley to create distance. As he retreated while shooting, attempting to disrupt the advance of the shield formation, he organized the few dozen soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp around him to follow suit into the valley, increasing the distance. During the retreat, a soldier from the Wolf Fang camp stumbled and crawled to Yang Fan, his face etched with despair. "Captain, it's hopeless. We have no arrows left," he cried out. All the arrows from the valley had previously been given to Yang Fan, and now they were entirely expended, leaving them with a stock of 0. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a chill grip his heart. He instinctively reached for his quiver. Inside, there remained only a scant handful of arrows, fewer than 20. This was all that constituted his final ammunition. And what of the people outside? The wall of heavy shields continued to close in, and the beastly people behind them emitted even more terrifying howls. They were now less than 50 yards away. A dark mass loomed before them, seemingly endless. Hundreds of beastly monsters and heavily shielded soldiers formed a dreadful wall, crushing forward towards them, with only a few arrows left. His comrades in the valley lacked ammunition and any means to confront these monsters. How could they defend themselves? How could they hold their ground? Were they to perish? Despair engulfed Yang Fan in an instant. He gazed at the approaching tide of people, then at his quiver, which was nearly empty, and finally at the scant few brothers who were barely managing to retreat alongside him. They had been driven to the brink of desperation. With no arrows left, no reinforcements, the prospect of holding their ground was utterly bleak. Were they to meet their end here? He felt all his strength drain away, and he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 19. Reinforcements arrived. Yang Fan gently closed his eyes, as despair threatened to consume him. Yet, almost in the next moment, his eyes flung open. Bloodshot and ablaze with indomitable spirit, having traversed through perilous paths to arrive at this point, having acquired the system, the demon god Bao, and the eye of the arrow god, how could he succumb so easily? To die in such a desolate place, to fall beneath the claws of these monsters. It was unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. He refused to yield, never. Enduring the excruciating pain racking his insides, he grasped the remaining arrows in his quiver. No longer could he afford to aim at the heavily shielded soldiers. Instead, he focused on the gaps between their shields, targeting the exposed bodies of the beastly, who people charging forth, or their heads. Whoosh! Thwack! The demon god Bao emitted a furious hum. Powered by the strength of the two-stone Bao and guided by the eye of the arrow god, even with a limited supply of arrows and a dense throng of enemies, Yang Fan's shots remained terrifying, each arrow whistling through the air, precisely piercing the vulnerabilities of the beastly who, even in their transformed state. A strike to the eye or head would result in instant demise, and once again, anguish cries erupted as another 10 or so beastly who fell into pools of blood. The soldiers of the Wolf Fong camp, initially engulfed in despair upon witnessing Yang Fan close his eyes, now felt a flicker of hope as he opened them once more. Drawing his bow and unleashing arrows, each one heralding death, Captain Yang did not relent. He was wagering his very life and arrows to grant them a chance at survival. Their spirits ignited, fear still lingered, yet a surge of desperate courage surged forth. Although they had no more arrows, they possessed other means to combat these vile creatures. They roared in fury, seizing whatever they could find, stones, broken weapons, even resorting to grasping handfuls of dirt to hurl at the advancing Hu. Though these strikes were negligible against the beastly Hu, they embodied their indomitable rage. What was even more heart-wrenching and tragic was that a few soldiers, witnessing Yang Fan's empty quiver, rushed out from their hastily constructed defenses, their eyes reddened with determination. They charged towards the mouth of the valley, braving the rain of arrows from the Hu's rear ranks, desperate to retrieve arrows from the ground, even if just a few could be salvaged for Yang Fan's use. Alas, the Hu's arrows fell like rain, and those soldiers who charged out had little chance to evade. They were swiftly pinned to the ground, emitting agonized cries as they convulsed, sacrificing their lives in a bid to reclaim even a few life-saving arrows. The ranks of the Wolf Fong camp dwindled under the relentless assault of the Hu. Just moments ago, they numbered in the dozens, yet now, their ranks had been halved, leaving fewer than 20 standing, capable of fighting. They retreated to the narrow confines of the valley, barely holding their ground. Meanwhile, the Hu continued their advance, the wall of heavy infantry pressing forward step by step, while the beastly Hu howled thunderously, trampling over their fallen comrades, rushing headlong. Their relentless assault drew ever closer to Yang Fan. 15 paces, 10 paces. A dark tide of monsters, reeking of death, bore down upon them. 10 paces. Less than 10 paces. The beastly Hu and heavy infantry were upon them, and Yang Fan's quiver was utterly empty. He drew the last remaining arrow, aiming for the eye of the foremost beastly Hu. With a final roar, the demon god Bao let loose its last arrow, striking true and piercing the Hu's eye, causing it to collapse with a harrowing scream. With his quiver now completely depleted, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He discarded the demon god Bao and drew a short blade from his boot, ready to face the impending onslaught. The blade was icy cold, and he bore grievous wounds, his insides churning, with resources utterly depleted. Yet, he possessed an indomitable golden body, now at the copper skin level, rendering him impervious to ordinary blades. Was death imminent? Perhaps. But in Yang Fan's lexicon, there was no notion of waiting for death. Even if his arms broke and legs shattered, he would drag down a few foes with him. He intended to demonstrate that the Qi people were not to be trifled with, and to make that distant captain pay the price. Yang Fan's eyes were blood red. He did not retreat to the final line of defense in the valley. Instead, he let out a furious roar, brandishing his short sword, and charged towards the valley's mouth. Into the dense throng of Hu people. This was his final counterattack, a charge towards death. Roar. Roar. The Hu people were momentarily taken aback by this Qi soldier's audacity, but soon erupted into frenzied howls, brandishing claws and blades as they closed in on Yang Fan. Perceiving this as the prey's last struggle, like a wounded beast, Yang Fan plunged into the ranks of the Hu. He swung his short sword, parrying and hacking. As the blade glimmered, With a swift strike, he severed the neck of a beast-like Hu warrior, who fell with a dreadful scream. Blood Rage 1. He braced against another blow from the opposite side, driving his blade into yet another Hu's body. Blood Rage 1. The Hu surrounded him, their claws and curved swords raining down upon him. Clang, clang, ding. The shrill sounds of metal clashing echoed as their blades struck against his indomitable golden body. Though they could not pierce him, the immense force still jolted his insides. With old wounds compounding new ones, Yang Fan gasped and spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as though his body might fall apart, yet he refused to succumb, still wielding his blade, still fighting for his life. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, suddenly, from the periphery of the Wolf Valley, a thunderous battle cry erupted. Kill! This voice was not from the Hu, but from the Han. In quick succession, countless arrows, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, rained down from the heights outside the valley, descending upon the Hu ranks. Dense and blinding, this downpour of arrows far exceeded the density of those Yang Fan had released. Puff, puff, puff. A cacophony of screams arose among the Hu. As those at the forefront, the beast-like Hu and heavy shield soldiers, were struck down en masse by the sudden barrage, their formation instantly thrown into disarray. Following this, a multitude of cavalry, bearing the fluttering banner of the great Qi army, charged forth from the flanks. Their numbers vastly outnumbered the Hu, with the glint of blades, shadows of swords, and the thunder of hoofs. They were the reinforcements Yang Fan had awaited so long. The great Qi reinforcements had finally arrived. They plunged into the flank of the Hu like a sharp dagger. Taken by surprise and beset from both sides, the Hu's formation utterly collapsed, and the tide of battle shifted in an instant, transforming from a Hu siege into a counteroffensive by the great Qi. The remaining soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of reinforcements, were momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of immense joy. The reinforcements were indeed ours. We are alive. We have hope. They cried out in excitement, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, collapsing onto the ground as they beheld the disarray wrought upon the enemy by their saviors. Yet, amidst their jubilation, a pang of uncontainable sorrow soon surfaced. They gazed down at the bodies of their comrades, who had sacrificed their lives to secure the pass and buy time for Lieutenant Yang, their hearts heavy with unspeakable grief. If only the reinforcements had arrived a tad sooner, those brothers would not have perished. Chapter 20. This contingent was not entirely extinguished. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as a formidable force of the Qi soldiers surged into the Wolf Valley's entrance. They were the true elite. The cavalry shattered the formations of the Hu, while the infantry followed closely to deliver lethal blows, and the archers provided suppressive fire from the rear, working in perfect harmony. Their combat prowess astounding. The once arrogant and ferocious Hu warriors were instantly rendered dumbfounded. Faced with a larger and more coordinated Qi army, they lacked the ability to retaliate, their lives being harvested as easily as crops. Before long, the Hu formations crumbled. Fear overwhelmed the savage ferocity instilled by their beast-like instincts. They abandoned their offensive, discarding their helmets and armor, turning their steeds to flee desperately in the direction from whence they came. However, the Qi soldiers would not allow them to escape. The greater number of Qi cavalry pursued relentlessly, their blades falling swiftly upon the fleeing Hu. A rain of arrows transformed the lagging Hu into a pincushion, turning the battlefield into a one-sided slaughter, the once menacing Hu warriors suffering devastating losses in mere moments, the survivors fleeing in disarray. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Yang Fan successfully emerged from the valley's mouth, returning to the side of the Wolf Fang camp soldiers. Observing the scene of the Qi reinforcements pursuing the Hu from a distance, his tense body gradually relaxed. His arms ached painfully, the wounds he had sustained still throbbing, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth, yet he felt as if he had been reborn. The reinforcements had arrived. This harrowing battle, fraught with peril, had finally come to an end, and his life was preserved at last. He stretched his stiff arms, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, on the outskirts of the battlefield, a magnificent black steed, exuding an aura of authority, came to a gradual halt before Yang Fan. Upon the horse sat a general clad in brilliant armor, his face obscured by a visor, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, beneath the visor, his eyes seemed to survey the surroundings. The seasoned presence of this high-ranking officer commanded respect, leaving no room for underestimation. The general surveyed the area of Wolf Valley, noting the countless Hu corpses strewn about, as well as Yang Fan and the surviving soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp behind him. He initially believed that the beleaguered remnants of the troops had perished, yet he was taken aback to discover that some still survived. A faint sound of surprise escaped from beneath his helmet as he regarded the tenacity of this contingent. His gaze ultimately settled upon Yang Fan, who stood bloodied and weary yet resolute. The tattered armor adorning Yang Fan, the short blade in his hand, and his disheveled yet erect posture captured the general's attention. He raised his whip, pointing it at Yang Fan from a distance. Though his face remained obscured, Yang Fan could feel the piercing scrutiny emanating from him. The general spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, directly inquiring, "Are you the soldiers stationed at Wolf Valley? Where is the scar-faced lieutenant?" Yang Fan faced this gleaming armored general without a trace of hesitation. He understood that deceit would serve no purpose in such dire circumstances, and he had never shied away from acknowledging his actions. Standing tall despite his injuries, he responded clearly and assertively, reporting to the general, "I am Yang Fan, ordered to accompany the scar-faced lieutenant on a night raid for water. Due to his incompetence, our unit fell into a dire situation, and he subsequently attempted to harm me. I acted in accordance with military law and executed him on the spot." Yang Fan continued, "I have gathered this disbanded troop and renamed it Wolf Tooth Camp, where I, Yang Fan, am temporarily assuming the role of lieutenant." As his words echoed in the air, the soldiers of Wolf Tooth Camp felt their hearts leap into their throats. The act of executing a superior in battle was a grave crime, one that could lead to the annihilation of entire families. Was Yang Fan not courting death by speaking so candidly? They anxiously gazed at the general, fearing that his next words might seal Yang Fan's fate. "General, General," someone whispered urgently. "That is General Qi Guiyuan of the Northern Campaign." Qi Guiyuan, the true power behind the Northern Campaign of the Great Qi, commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, proud and intolerant of any slight should he take offense. Not only Yang Fan, but all of them could face immediate execution in his wrath. The soldiers of Wolf Tooth Camp were all brought back from the brink of death by Yang Fan. They had witnessed his relentless struggle to save them, and their hearts could not bear to see him harmed. Overcoming their fear, they surged forward and knelt before Qi Guiyuan. "General, please show mercy," they pleaded. "That scoundrel, the scar-faced one, initiated this calamity. He sought to force Lieutenant Yang to his demise. The lieutenant's act was one of righteousness. He is our benefactor." Their voices rose in urgency and sincerity, nearly bursting into tears. Listening to the soldiers' impassioned pleas, Qi Guiyuan glanced at the surviving remnants behind them, as well as the bloody battlefield at the valley's entrance, particularly the corpses of the beast-like centurions and numerous elite Hu warriors. He remained silent, a derisive chuckle escaping from behind his mask. The laughter was faint yet imbued with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down the spine. He waved the whip, silencing the soldiers' cries. "Enough," he commanded, his voice cold and authoritative. "Rise." Qi Guiyuan again turned his gaze towards Yang Fan, his tone imbued with an absolute chill and pragmatism characteristic of one in power. "On the battlefield, only results matter, not the process." "That scar-faced fool," he remarked dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the death of a lieutenant, his tone laced with a cruel casualness, "cannot hold the Wolf Valley." He scanned the grim scene at the valley's entrance before glancing back at Yang Fan. "Better to have you kill him than to face military justice or die at the hands of the Hu people." It appeared he viewed Yang Fan as having dealt with an unnecessary liability, sparing him the trouble of cleaning up upon his return. Yang Fan was taken aback by Qi Guiyuan's words. He had assumed that killing the lieutenant would surely lead to his demise in the presence of the general. To his surprise, this northern conqueror treated the matter with such nonchalance. Moreover, the general's tone suggested he was almost pleased with the lieutenant's demise. As he observed Qi Guiyuan's resplendent armor and the noble black steed, he reflected on his arduous journey, fighting for survival through the system, and acquiring this modicum of skill. It dawned on him that this was indeed a world governed by the law of the jungle, devoid of absolute fairness or unwarranted justice. Rules? Laws? In the face of overwhelming strength and military merit, they held little significance. Had he not activated the system, he might have perished while fetching water or succumbed to the scar-faced man, leaving no trace or advocacy behind. He was but a lowly figure, easily sacrificed and forgotten. Qi Guiyuan's indifference to the lieutenant's death stemmed solely from the latter's ineptitude. Surviving and holding the Wolf Valley, having defeated the elite Hu forces, might indeed absolve him of the crime of killing an officer. Now, battered and weary, he wished for nothing more than that this formidable northern conqueror would, out of respect for his contributions, cease to trouble him further. Yet, he tightened his grip on the short blade, a glint of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. Unnoticed by others. Otherwise, he, Yang Fan, would not hesitate to send another general to meet the scar-faced lieutenant. Chapter 21. The Guerrilla General. Yang Fan. After listening to Yang Fan's report, Qi Guiyuan appraised him with a fleeting glance before offering a few perfunctory compliments. His tone was as flat as water, devoid of any sincerity, more akin to reciting from a script. Well, you managed to hold the Wolf Valley with a ragtag band and drive back the elite Hu forces. This achievement is commendable. Without pause, he delivered his verdict. I hereby appoint you as the Guerrilla General. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the surrounding soldiers of the Wolf-Tooth camp, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. Envy flushed their faces, indeed. Within the ranks of the Great Qi army, this was akin to soaring to great heights. Leaping from an ordinary foot soldier to the status of a general in a single bound, truly a moment to make one's ancestors proud. Qi Guiyuan, indifferent to their opinions, immediately issued his next command: go to Yumen Pass at once and guard it well. Yumen Pass. A jolt coursed through Yang Fan's heart. He was acutely aware of the significance of that location. It served as the gateway to the northwest for the Great Qi. A treacherous threshold far removed from the Hu people's domain, yet perilously close to the fiercest confrontations. The city walls, towering and robust like mountains, housed thousands of troops. With provisions piled as high as small hills, an ostensibly favorable stronghold. However, Yang Fan understood all too well that Yumen Pass was a formidable prize the Hu had long coveted. A glaring point along the border fraught with danger. All of the Hu's reckless elite would charge there, and if Yumen Pass fell, their cavalry could surge straight into the heart of the Great Qi's capital. It was a veritable hot potato. In an instant, Yang Fan grasped the gravity of the situation. The honor associated with this task was immense, thus his swift promotion, but the peril it entailed was equally severe, a life-threatening risk capable of extinguishing lives in an instant. Did Qi Guiyuan perceive him as capable enough to hold the position? Or perhaps he simply regarded Yang Fan, a survivor from the depths of despair, as expendable, a pawn to sacrifice in battle, with survival seen as a stroke of fortune. Yet, there was no choice in the struggle to live. To avoid being a mere foot soldier who could be easily discarded, he gritted his teeth and resolved to grasp this scalding hot potato. This was an opportunity earned at the cost of his very life. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet his expression remained impassive. He sheathed his dagger and performed a precise military salute towards Qi Guiyuan. Thank you for your promotion, General. I, Yang Fan, shall not disappoint your expectations and will guard Yumen Pass diligently. Qi Guiyuan did not even lift his gaze, seated atop his steed, letting out a cold huff. His words, laden with an unassailable chill, also bore a hint of caution, or perhaps a warning: guard the city well. From his elevated position, he cast a glance at Yang Fan. Devoid of warmth, you've barely reclaimed your life, do not squander it again. The meaning was abundantly clear: if you fail to defend Yumen Pass, your life shall be forfeit. After delivering this message, Qi Guiyuan retrieved a palm-sized bronze token from his bosom and tossed it towards Yang Fan with a sharp motion. The token, etched with the image of a soaring eagle, emanated an aura of menace. Yang Fan reached out to catch it, once it was in his grasp. It felt icy and heavy, the weight of authority, as well as a death warrant. Qi Guiyuan did not spare him another glance. With a squeeze of his horse's flank, the steed surged forward like an arrow, pursuing the fleeing Hu, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the chilling echo of his voice, carried away by the wind. Thus, Yang Fan stood there, clutching the cold token in his hand. Yumen Pass, having just crawled out of the gates of hell. Now he must queue at the threshold of the King of Hell once more. As Qi Guiyuan departed, the remaining soldiers of the Wolf-Tooth camp finally relaxed. As if they had shed a heavy burden, their faces were illuminated with relief from surviving a harrowing ordeal. Yet more prominently displayed were feelings of admiration and exhilaration that could not be concealed. These were the comrades who had fought alongside Yang Fan. Bound by a deep camaraderie forged in the crucible of life and death, a loyalty that weighed heavier than gold. They gathered around him, voices overlapping in excitement. Commander Yang, you are truly magnificent. You single-handedly held back hundreds of elite Hu warriors. You are nothing short of a war god. Congratulations, Commander Yang. You've been promoted to Guerrilla General, ascending several ranks in one fell swoop. The heartfelt congratulations resonated deeply, for they had witnessed firsthand how, with Yang Fan and a mere handful of men, they carved a bloody path from despair. Yang Fan nodded, raising his hand to quiet them, tucking away the command token. His visage bore the stains of battle, fatigue etched into his very being, with pain coursing through him. There was no joy in promotion to be found here. He understood that he had merely leaped from one quagmire into another, deeper and more perilous. Yet, Within him resided a pressing need to confirm something far more vital than mere advancement. His gaze swept across the survivors, counting heads. These few were the entirety of Wolf Tooth Camp, the remnants of their fierce struggle. He searched the faces, particularly for those who had stood by him from the outset, especially the brave souls who had ventured into danger to fetch water at night. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon two familiar figures, supporting each other from the back of the crowd. Though covered in blood and bearing significant wounds, they were alive. It was the veteran and the young lad. A surge of joy erupted within Yang Fan. Amidst the chaos of battle, he had been too preoccupied to discern who had perished or survived. Seeing Lu Shan and Dang Yu alive filled him with more elation than any promotion could bring. This bond, this unwavering loyalty in the face of despair, was a treasure he would cherish. He hastened towards them, and upon noticing Yang Fan's approach, the faces of the veteran and the boy brightened with the foolish, joyous relief of survival. Yang Fan's heart warmed at the sight. These two were among the few who had never looked down upon him or considered abandoning him. With a slightly hoarse voice, he inquired, "What are your names?" The veteran grinned widely, responding, "Commander, I am Lu Shan." He gestured to the young boy beside him. "This is Dang Yu." Yang Fan nodded, turning his attention to Dang Yu. Despite his youth, the boy had been steadfast in aiding with the arrows during the battle. His eyes clear and unclouded by deceit. Such a person could be entrusted with his back in the future. "Dang Yu," Yang Fan began, his voice low yet imbued with authority. "From this moment forth, you shall be my personal guard, never to leave my side." Dang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up like a lantern, nodding vigorously, his excitement and sense of honor overflowing uncontrollably. Yang Fan turned his gaze towards Lu Shan, who bore significant injuries, particularly to his leg, which seemed to be causing him considerable pain. "Lu Shan," Yang Fan said, "you are injured, especially your leg. Do not push yourself, prioritize your recovery. Once you are healed, you may rejoin me. I can manage without you for now. Do not be foolish. Your life is paramount." The old soldier's eyes reddened, his lips trembling as he choked out, "Thank you, Lieutenant. No, thank you, General." With their numbers now counted, the loyal soldiers were determined. This small band of men, a motley crew of weary warriors, represented all that Yang Fan possessed. These battle-hardened comrades were the capital he needed to ascend. The formidable Yumen Pass, that perilous stronghold, awaited his defense. Yang Fan cast a glance at the battlefield strewn with the corpses of their enemies and then at the bloody brothers who had risen to follow him. He understood that a new challenge had only just begun. He turned sharply towards the direction of Yumen Pass. "Let us set forth towards Yumen Pass," he commanded, his voice resonating with vigor, resilience, and a hint of fatigue. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting them across the desolate northern expanse. This small contingent advanced, carrying a sense of relief from their narrow escape, a cloud of uncertainty for the future, yet fueled by an unyielding determination to fight to the bitter end. Step by step, towards a new battlefield, a new destiny. Chapter 22, Arrival at Yumen Pass. The journey from Wolf Valley to Yumen Pass spanned nearly 100 miles. Yang Fan led the remnants of the Wolf Fang camp, including Dang Yu and Lu Shan, trudging onward for a full 2 days. The relentless wind and sand lashed at their faces, leaving their lips parched and cracked, yet none uttered a word of complaint. They had emerged from the grave and considered this hardship trifling. On the 3rd day, they finally beheld Yumen Pass. It stood majestic and solitary upon the barren plains, emanating an aura of foreboding. As they approached, the weight of this border fortress became palpable. The city walls, dark and imposing, bore the scars of time and countless battles. They were undoubtedly stained with the blood of both the Hu people and the valiant soldiers of Dachi. This fortress was erected upon the sacrifices of many lives. Yang Fan, accompanied by his dozen brothers from the Wolf Fang camp, reached the foot of the city gates, which were tightly shut and guarded with vigilance akin to iron walls. Without further ado, Yang Fan stepped forward and bellowed, "Open the gates." Yang Fan of the Wolf Fang camp, here to take post. The sentinels atop the walls responded with heightened alertness, quickly revealing themselves, bows drawn taut, their voices sharp and aggressive. "Who goes there? State your identification." Without hesitation, Yang Fan produced the bronze token bestowed upon him by the distant general of Qi. He waved it in the sunlight, and it glimmered with a fierce light, the engraved eagle seeming to come alive, radiating an air of menace. As the two soldiers atop the city walls caught sight of the token, their demeanor underwent an immediate transformation, although a glimmer of wariness lingered in their eyes. Their tone softened considerably. "It is the general's token. Please hold for a moment." Following this, a grating sound echoed as the heavy city gate creaked open, revealing the passage beyond. Yang Fan, accompanied by the bloody brothers of the Wolf Fong Battalion, some leading their horses and others limping, stepped through the gates of Yumen Pass. Upon entering, they were met by a few individuals. Judging by their attire, they held the rank of sergeant, accompanied by a retinue of elite soldiers. The leader, a robust figure exuding an air of ferocity, bore the distinct marks of hardship upon his weathered face. Most unsettling, however, was the absence of one eye, its socket marred by a grotesque scar that seemed to resemble a gaping, dark abyss. The sergeants approached Yang Fan without even shifting their stance, let alone offering a salute. They stood rigidly, their eyes scanning the bloodstains and tattered garments that adorned Yang Fan, then glancing at the battered remnants of his battalion, their expressions radiating unabashed arrogance and disdain. The one-eyed sergeant fixed his remaining eye upon Yang Fan and mockingly remarked, "Ah, is that not General Yang? From which obscure corner have you emerged, looking so travel-worn?" Beside him, a lanky sergeant chimed in, his condescension practically spilling over. "Heh, to be so young and already holding the position of a guerrilla general, only to be dispatched to this forsaken place, your future is indeed bright." Their attitudes, their words, unmistakably conveyed the sentiment that Yang Fan was nothing more than a mere pawn, a product of nepotism devoid of genuine skill. A pang of alarm struck Yang Fan. He recognized that trouble was brewing, and it was significant trouble indeed. The sergeant's arrogance knew no bounds, their words dripping with derision. The hot-blooded Dang Yu, unable to bear such indignity, flushed with rage and bellowed, "What did you say? Are you seeking death?" His hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his short blade, drawing it halfway, ready to charge at the insolent soldiers. "Stop, Dang Yu." Yang Fan, with remarkable speed, seized Dang Yu's arm. Despite his own injuries, he retained considerable strength. His gaze remained fixed on the sergeant's, unflinching, as he calmly uttered, "Stand down." Dang Yu struggled momentarily, but Yang Fan's grip was unyielding, forcing him to reluctantly sheath his blade and step back, his eyes still blazing with fury. Yang Fan regarded the sergeants, his countenance devoid of anger, even imbued with a hint of tranquility. Yet, it was this very calmness that only served to heighten the sergeant's sense of superiority. They believed the youth was rendered speechless by fear. Yang Fan spoke, his voice soft yet each word pierced the air like a knife, drilling into the ears of those present. "Do you believe I ascended through the back door?" He gestured towards his tattered, blood-stained clothing, then pointed to his face. "Do you judge me solely by my ragged appearance? By my youthful countenance?" He understood that they dismissed the blood on his body as inconsequential and looked down upon the military rank he had suddenly acquired. He offered no explanation, his tone imbued with a disquieting calmness. "Are you so certain that I have never fought in battle? Certain that I would soil myself on the battlefield?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, the group of lieutenants erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the grandest of jokes. The leading one-eyed lieutenant laughed so hard that the scar around his eye quivered. "Listen to him. He resembles a pretty boy. Who do you think you are? A veteran emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood?" He pointed at Yang Fan, mocking, "You probably have never even seen a barbarian, let alone fought. I wager you would wet your trousers at the first sight of battle." Another lieutenant chimed in with scorn, "A guerrilla general? Perhaps a distant relative of General Qi. Here to gild his reputation at Yumen Pass? Such a character is merely taking up space." They regarded Yang Fan as a mere privileged youth, unworthy of standing at this fortress built from blood and flesh, considering him nothing but a worthless fool. Yang Fan allowed their laughter to wash over him, choosing not to interrupt, waiting for their mirth to subside. Once the laughter faded, his expression shifted dramatically. The previous tranquility evaporated, replaced by an unmistakable sharpness. "Since you deem me a useless, empty-headed puppet," he scanned the lieutenants with a gaze that sent chills down their spines, "let us engage in something genuine. A test of true skill." He paused, then decisively got to the point. "Among you, who possesses the finest archery skills?" The one-eyed lieutenant was taken aback, but soon burst into laughter again. "Archery? Excellent," he said, fixing his one eye on Yang Fan. "I am the best archer in the lieutenant camp, known as the one-eyed arrow hero. What of it? Do you also fancy yourself an archer, General Yang?" Yang Fan nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "I have a modest understanding." "Good, then let us compete." The one-eyed lieutenant waved his hand toward his aides. "Go fetch a target. 100 paces, standard." His aides immediately set off to prepare the target. "Wait," Yang Fan suddenly interjected, halting them. The one-eyed lieutenant and his companions laughed once more, assuming Yang Fan was afraid and seeking an excuse to retreat. "What? Are you afraid, General Yang?" The one-eyed lieutenant taunted with even more vigor. "Is 100 paces too far? Or are you concerned about losing face? It's not too late to concede." Bow your head and call me grandfather. Perhaps I might be gracious and spare you." Yang Fan observed their smug expressions, and a smile unexpectedly blossomed on his lips. He laughed, a laugh unlike any seen before, infused with a hint of mischief and an unwavering confidence that proclaimed to all, "I shall outplay you all." In a low voice, he remarked, "No need to seek a target." He gestured towards the front of his saddle, where an old cloth bag hung, filled with the cornbread they had brought along. Casually, he extracted a dark, hard piece of cornbread, weighing it in his hand, its heft just right. His gaze pierced through to the one-eyed captain, sharp as an arrow. The perfect target lay before them. He tossed the cornbread into the air and caught it deftly, the motion crisp and decisive. "Now," he said, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling intensity, "we may commence the competition." Chapter 23, The Archery Contest. The one-eyed captain observed the cornbread in Yang Fan's hand, then glanced at Yang Fan, who appeared as relaxed as if strolling through a garden. "Doubt not at him. This thing is a target? It's so small. And you want to place it on your head? Is he courting death?" With skepticism, he inquired, "General Yang, how do we compete with this cornbread?" Yang Fan tossed the cornbread lightly before catching it, responding calmly, "It's quite simple." He pointed to his own head, then to the captain's bald crown. "Each of us will place a piece of cornbread on our heads. Then, we shall take turns shooting at the cornbread atop each other's heads, 3 arrows each. Whoever hits more wins." "What?" The moment those words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the training ground. The one-eyed captain's eyelids flickered, and the other captains stood dumbfounded, their murmurs abruptly ceasing. Placing cornbread on one's head for the other to shoot at? Was this a contest of archery or a summons to the underworld? They looked at Yang Fan, who wore an air of nonchalance, and a chill ran down their spines. Had this young man lost his wits, or did he truly not value his life? The captain's arrogance crumbled in an instant, replaced by a look akin to seeing a ghost. He could not fathom Yang Fan's archery skills. What if this young man's hand slipped? Or he aimed deliberately off course, and an arrow pierced his skull. He was a captain at Yumen Pass, not some expendable pawn. If he were to die here, who would he turn to for justice? Who would avenge him? Seeing the captain falter, Yang Fan wasted no time. He placed the cornbread firmly atop his own head, the piece standing steadfastly amidst the breeze. He fixed his gaze on the one-eyed captain, his voice soft yet laden with an oppressive force that was hard to bear. "Since you lack the courage to start, I shall allow you to go first." The captain wrestled with his thoughts, torn between pride and the instinct for self-preservation. Under the weight of their stares, he struggled to articulate his desire to withdraw from the contest, but found himself unable to voice it. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the archers to bring forth the bow and arrows. A sturdy bow, capable of shooting a stone from a distance, was commendable among the officers. No wonder he dared to call himself an archer at Yumen Pass. He nocked an arrow and aimed at Yang Fan, who stood a dozen yards away. The target was clearly visible in the bright daylight. Yet, his hand trembled as if sifting through grain. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, he fixated on the target, his heart racing with anxiety. He hesitated, fearing that his aim might falter and the arrow could pierce Yang Fan's skull. After all, this was a guerrilla general, albeit a temporary one. If he were to perish at his hands, who could fathom the chaos that would ensue? Would the ferocious warriors of the Wolfang camp tear him apart? As each second slipped away, the one-eyed lieutenant's hand, clutching the bow, was drenched in sweat. Yet he could not bring himself to release the arrow. Yang Fan remained still, his head adorned with the target, unwavering, and observing the lieutenant's cowardice with a cold smirk. "Afraid, are we? It's good to know you understand fear." Without uttering a word, Yang Fan slowly raised his hand and removed the target from his head. He then approached the one-eyed lieutenant, his steps deliberate, each one echoing like a drumbeat against the lieutenant's heart. The lieutenant's anxiety escalated as he pondered Yang Fan's intentions. When Yang Fan stood before him, he lifted the target and scrutinized the lieutenant's remaining eye. His tone was flat, yet it sliced through the air like a blade. "You lack the courage to place the target atop your head for me to shoot. Yet you cannot bear to let me shoot it off your own head." He extended the target towards him. "Come," Yang Fan commanded. "Now, place the target upon your head." The lieutenant's face drained of color. Allowing Yang Fan to shoot at the target on his own head? What a preposterous notion. You. The lieutenant staggered backward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Fan, his voice cracking. "You bully, this is sheer intimidation." The arrogance and bravado he had moments ago vanished, leaving only panic and indignation. The surrounding lieutenants and soldiers had fallen into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Fan ignored the lieutenant's outburst, scanning the Wolfang brothers who had followed him. His voice remained calm, yet imbued with unshakable confidence. Is there anyone willing to place the target atop their head for me to shoot 3 arrows? As soon as he finished speaking, Dang Yu stepped forward without hesitation. Brother Yang, I shall do it. I trust you. His face bore no trace of doubt, and his unwavering faith sent a jolt through the hearts of those present at Yumen Pass. Soon after, several seasoned veterans from the Wolf Fang camp, fresh from battle, stepped forward as well. Lieutenant, I will too. Indeed, we trust Lieutenant Yang, though their numbers were few. Their resolute loyalty and confidence struck deeply at the hearts of the lieutenants at Yumen Pass. Only then did the one-eyed lieutenant take note of the bow in Yang Fan's hand. It appeared dark and unremarkable, yet it emanated an unsettling aura of ferocity. He stepped closer, and upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. Could it be a replica of the mythical bow? He gasped in disbelief. The legendary demon god bow is a divine artifact unearthed from the site of the fallen wolf god of the northern desert, possessing immense power. Unable to contain his excitement, he blurted out, "May I give it a try?" Yang Fan casually handed over the bow. The one-eyed captain seized the demon god bow, exerting all his might, his face turning crimson and veins bulging. The bowstring creaked ominously, yet he could barely draw it back at all, managing only a slight tension. The force required for this bow was terrifying. A profound and indescribable sense of defeat surged within the one-eyed captain, simultaneously instilling within him a genuine respect for Yang Fan. Taking back the demon god bow, Yang Fan nocked an arrow, gazing at the 3 comrades from the Wolf Fang camp, standing in a row, their heads adorned with caps. Not a trace of tension marred their faces. The trust they shared was more solid than the city walls. Yang Fan's expression was as tranquil as a still pond. Drawing the bow, the 2-stone demon god bow was effortlessly drawn into a perfect crescent in his hands, the bowstring emitting a low, ominous hum laden with the essence of death. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with a fierce gust, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Whiz! 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 In an instant, it pierced through the cap of the first soldier, then the second, and the third. Thud! 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 3 soft sounds echoed as the caps were impeccably penetrated, the arrow continuing its path unabated, crashing resoundingly into the beam beneath the city wall. The arrow's tail continued to thrash wildly, emitting a buzzing tremor. The arena fell into utter silence. Everyone stood dumbstruck, staring at the arrow, the beam, and the 3 Wolf Fang camp soldiers, whose caps were pierced yet remained unscathed. Is this still human? This is a monster. The precision, the force, the penetration of the shot. The soldiers of the Wolf Fang camp were the first to react. Bravo! Captain Yang and his divine archery. They erupted into thunderous cheers, their admiration nearly overflowing. The one-eyed captain and the other officers from Yumen Pass were completely stunned, their faces stripped of arrogance and disdain, obliterated by this astounding shot. They finally comprehended that the so-called pretty boy or backdoor connections were irrelevant. The person before them was a living legend, a monster capable of silencing them with sheer prowess. This archery skill, let alone a captain, there were perhaps not even 10 in the entire Qi army who could match it. No longer daring to stand, they all dropped to their knees in a profound bow, this time genuine, emanating from the depths of their being. General Yang, we were blind. Please punish us. Yang Fan observed the kneeling figures, realizing his purpose had been achieved. They understood that whether through connections or luck, he, Yang Fan, possessed true ability to stand here. He stepped forward, reaching out to help them up, having no time to dwell on their previous arrogance. Such matters were too common in the military, a waste of time. His tone regained its steadiness and seriousness. Rise, this is not the time for such discussions. His gaze swept over the crowd, directly addressing the matter at hand. What is the current status of the defense at the Yumen Pass? Have the Hu people launched any attacks? Are there any vulnerabilities in our defenses? Chapter 24. The situation within the city appears rather unsettling. The one-eyed captain was abruptly pulled up by Yang Fan, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and reverence. Yang Fan, eschewing any pretense of authority, gently patted his shoulder, exuding an aura of a leader that was unburdening. What do they call you, my good fellow? Yang Fan inquired. The one-eyed captain immediately stood at attention, cupping his fists in respect as he replied, reporting to General Yang. I am Captain Xia Dun of Yumen Pass, responsible for the city's defenses. Xia Dun? Upon hearing the name, Yang Fan nearly stifled a laugh. It bore a striking resemblance to a classic pun from his previous world. He suppressed his amusement, maintaining a calm demeanor. Recognizing that this world harbored its fair share of peculiar names, he chose not to dwell on the earlier incident, as the pressing matter of the Yumen Pass's viability took precedence, necessitating a thorough understanding. Yang Fan commenced a dialogue with Xia Dun, inquiring about the station troops, the fortifications, and, most importantly, the recent intensity of the Hu people's assaults. Xia Dun, still awestruck by the earlier display of archery, was immensely grateful for Yang Fan's lack of reproach. Displaying utmost respect and candor, readily sharing information as if pouring out beans. Before long, Yang Fan had a rough estimate of the garrison at Yumen Pass. This was indeed a primary battleground against the Hu people, housing 5,000 elite soldiers, a figure that sounded quite formidable. He calculated further. Delving into the composition of the forces, Xia Dun reported, among the 5,000, there were 2,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry. The cavalry comprised 1,000 mounted archers for harassment and pursuit, and 1,000 heavy cavalry for direct confrontation, pivotal in determining the outcome. The infantry included 1,000 foot archers for suppression from the walls, 1,000 swordsmen for fierce close combat, and 1,000 pikemen to form phalanxes to counter both cavalry and swordsmen. The diversity of troop types was commendable, and their synergy commendable. What of the state of the defense? Xia Dun's tone grew grave. Over the past month, the Hu people have launched over a dozen relentless assaults, each attack more ferocious than the last, as if intent on devouring the Yumen Pass whole. Thankfully, the walls are sturdy, the moat deep, and our brethren have valiantly held their ground, preventing the Hu people from succeeding. Yang Fan's heart sank at the news. Over a dozen assaults in a month? The Hu people were resolutely intent on breaching this stronghold. The ferocity of the conflict was indeed alarming. What of the casualties? This was a matter of greater concern. Xia Dun's voice turned mournful. The losses in battle have been horrific. He gestured towards the city, revealing that more than half of the 5,000 defenders were now wounded. Varying in severity. Those able to fight fiercely or ascend the walls to continue the struggle numbered fewer than 3,000. Yang Fan felt a heavy weight in his chest. 5,000 elite soldiers, and within a month, half had been incapacitated. Indeed, the Yumen Pass was a veritable slaughterhouse, and the cost of its defense was far greater than he had anticipated. Merely listening was insufficient. He must see for himself, what condition were the walls in? Were there any weaknesses in the defenses? Most importantly, what was the state of the soldiers? He addressed Xia Dun, saying, Captain Xia, I would appreciate it if you could accompany me around the city, especially to the city tower, as I wish to inspect the defenses. Xia Dun had long been in awe of Yang Fan, and given that Yang Fan did not hold a grudge over previous indiscretions, any lingering discomfort had dissipated, leaving only gratitude and respect. Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to conduct an inspection, it was only natural for him to agree without hesitation. Of course, General Yang. I shall lead you to the city tower at once. Xia Dun replied promptly. Taking the lead, Xia Dun guided Yang Fan, along with Deng Yu, Lu Shan, and several other surviving brothers from the Wolf Fang camp, towards the nearest city tower. As they walked, Yang Fan observed the scenes unfolding within the city while listening to Xia Dun's explanations. Upon reaching the city tower and standing atop the high walls, a chilling wind swept past them, offering a panoramic view of the desolate plains, where traces of Hu people's activities could be seen in the distance. However, Yang Fan's gaze was primarily drawn to the soldiers stationed on the wall. Despite their efforts to stand at attention, gripping their weapons tightly, Yang Fan immediately sensed something was amiss. As a key garrison in the fight against the Hu, their condition was alarmingly poor. Almost every soldier appeared emaciated, their cheeks sunken, lips cracked, and their eyes devoid of any luster, only reflecting profound fatigue and numbness. They resembled individuals suffering from chronic malnutrition, utterly weakened. How could such a bedraggled force hope to engage in battle? Yang Fan's intuition sparked unease within him. This was decidedly abnormal. He did not linger on the wall, for his experience suggested that the issue was likely not on the front lines, but rather in the logistics. He turned to Xia Dun and said, Captain Xia, take me to the kitchen. I need to ascertain what these soldiers are consuming. Although somewhat perplexed by the new guerrilla general's sudden interest in the kitchen, Xia Dun complied and led Yang Fan down from the tower towards the kitchen within the city. As they entered the kitchen, a peculiar heat, mingled with the earthy scent of soil and tree bark, enveloped them. The moment Yang Fan inhaled that odor, an unsettling chill crept over him. Approaching the large pot, he peered inside and was instantly taken aback. What simmered within was not the sustenance he was accustomed to, but rather a grotesque mixture of pulverized roots and tree bark. It was a glutinous, unappetizing concoction that was enough to induce nausea, let alone be considered fit for consumption. How could a fighting force sustain itself on such fare? Even though Yang Fan had recently traversed to this world and was unfamiliar with it, his many years in the information age had endowed him with basic knowledge. He understood that warfare fundamentally relied on logistics. Soldiers must first have their fill of substantial, nourishing food to possess the strength, spirit, and morale necessary to engage in battle. Consuming roots and tree bark? Forget about fighting. Merely surviving would be a feat. The gravity of the situation struck Yang Fan as he abruptly turned to Xia Dan. His expression growing exceedingly grave, his brow furrowed tightly. "Captain Xia, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired with a weighty tone. "Why are they being fed such things?" Xia Dan's countenance fell instantly, suffused with shame and helplessness. He stammered, struggling to articulate a single phrase. "General Yang." Xia Dan's voice was barely audible. "It is the fault of this subordinate. However, the Hu people's assault has been relentless." He sighed heavily, his tone laced with despair. For over a month, their battles had been fierce, with little respite in the siege. The food supplies within the city had been entirely depleted. He gestured toward the meager contents in the pot, lamenting, "Now, we can only survive by foraging for roots and stripping bark, merely to fill our stomachs." He paused, his voice growing more bitter. "This is still fortunate. At this rate, even these remnants will not last long. Soon, we may find ourselves without even roots and bark to consume." Yang Fan listened, his brow furrowed in dismay. He was aware of the hardships at the border and the difficulties of defending the city, yet he never anticipated it would reach such dire straits. Running out of food? Troops resorting to roots and bark. This was no jest. How could they possibly continue fighting? This predicament was not merely a question of holding the city. It threatened the very stability of the army. He could no longer bear to gaze at the pitiful remnants in the pot. Understanding that this matter was beyond the purview of a mere lieutenant, there were surely deeper issues at play. He promptly ordered Xia Dan, "Take me to the general's residence." Chapter 25. When the granaries are empty, great rats will appear. Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to visit the general's residence, Xia Dan immediately offered to guide him. Eager to contribute and to learn more about this enigmatic General Yang. "General Yang, I shall lead the way," Xia Dan hurriedly declared. Yang Fan regarded him, sensing that Xia Dan might possess some insider knowledge, yet now was not the time for him to accompany. He wished to investigate alone, hoping to avoid any advance warnings or leaks. He shook his head. "No need, Lieutenant Xia. I can return on my own." He gestured to Deng Yu beside him, indicating that his presence sufficed. Xia Dan hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, his lips moving as if to voice his thoughts but ultimately falling silent. He watched Yang Fan and Deng Yu depart, a complex swirl of emotions stirring within him. He sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint what. Finally, he exhaled a resigned sigh, stamping his foot in frustration and anxiety as he returned to his quarters. Scene shift. Within the grand hall of the general's residence at Yimengwan. The hall was spacious yet sparsely furnished, exuding a distinct simplicity and austere atmosphere characteristic of the borderlands. Yang Fan sat in a chair, the pain from his injury subtly throbbing, yet his focus remained sharp. Deng Yu stood quietly beside him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The general's residence felt desolate. Aside from a few loyal guards, there was no sign of any senior military officers. Yang Fan understood that the command structure at Yimengwan was undoubtedly flawed. In a city of 5,000, in a state of imminent conflict, where was the commanding general? Or was there simply no decisive leader present? Yang Fan gazed at Deng Yu, his comrade who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, and one of the mere handful of survivors from the Wolfang camp. He yearned to glean the thoughts of these lower-tier soldiers. With a heavy tone, he inquired, "Deng Yu, what is your perspective on the food shortage in the city?" Deng Yu pondered for a moment, a faint smile of bitter resignation gracing his face, a smile that spoke of enduring hardships and the harshness of reality. "Sir," he sighed, his voice turning somber, "the scarcity of provisions in the military is hardly a novel situation. Remember our time in the Wolf Valley? We had nothing to eat. If it weren't for you, we would have been reduced to consuming the horse meat from that scarred-faced captain's kill. Many of our brothers perished just to seize that meager supply of carrion from the Hu people." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. It appeared that this was not merely a localized issue at the Yimengwan Pass, but rather a pervasive norm throughout the entire northwestern frontier army. Or was it possible that someone was embezzling supplies? Regardless of the scenario, the situation was dire. How could soldiers, subsisting on roots and tree bark, defend a city or engage in battle? They were not an army, but rather a band of refugees struggling for survival. Yang Fan felt a surge of agitation. He could not remain idle without clarity. He abruptly rose and made his way towards the hall's exit. Deng Yu quickly followed, uncertain of Yang Fan's destination. "Brother Yang, where are we headed now?" he asked. Ascertaining the state of the granary, Yang Fan replied as he walked. Upon hearing this, a hint of derision flickered across Deng Yu's face. He shook his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. The granary? What purpose would that serve? He looked at Yang Fan, seemingly attempting to impart the futility of the endeavor. If the granary contained provisions, would the soldiers not be fed? The implication was clear. It would be a fruitless venture. For the granary was likely empty or had already been stripped bare. Yang Fan offered no response but quickened his pace, determined to witness for himself the state of the granary at Yimingwen. Observing Yang Fan's resolve, Deng Yu sighed in resignation, knowing he had no choice but to accompany him. Yang Fan understood Deng Yu's skepticism, yet he felt an instinctual need for first-hand verification. He did not elaborate, merely hastened towards the granary's direction. Before long, they arrived at the exterior of the Yimingwen granary. The area was heavily fortified, with several armored guards stationed at the entrance, all appearing vigilant. Yang Fan approached, presenting the token bestowed by Qi Guyuan along with his own insignia. Though the guards regarded him with skepticism, uncertain why this newly arrived general sought to inspect the granary, they dared not impede his progress upon seeing the credentials. They opened the heavy wooden doors, permitting Yang Fan and Deng Yu to enter. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by a musty scent mingled with dust. Their eyes swept across the vast expanse before them, leaving them utterly astonished. The granary was immense, spanning hundreds of feet in circumference, with a towering height that should have been filled with sacks of grain reaching up to the ceiling. But what lay before them now? In the vast expanse, the emptiness was palpable, with scarcely a handful of burlap sacks containing less than 10 measures of grain haphazardly strewn in a corner. The granary seemed nearly desolate. A heavy sense of foreboding settled within Yang Fan as he realized that while he had suspected the granary's supplies were scant, he had not anticipated such a stark void. With so little grain available, the 5,000 inhabitants of the city would struggle to endure even a single day. A thought flickered in his mind. Was there even a need for guards here? Were they merely safeguarding air? Deng Yu, standing beside him, was equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide as saucers. Although he had previously accepted the scarcity of provisions as the norm, he had not expected the granary to be in such a ludicrous state. Staring blankly at the scene before him, images raced through his mind, and suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Incredulously, he spoke, "Captain, this doesn't add up." He turned to Yang Fan, his face a canvas of confusion. "Just a month ago, the court dispatched a substantial supply of grain to us, many carts filling the courtyard. We even helped with the unloading." His recollection grew more assured at that time. The granary was overflowing. He continued, "Yet mere days later, the quartermaster informed us that supplies had run out. Since that moment, they, the ordinary soldiers, had resorted to gnawing on roots and tree bark, even consuming the flesh of dead horses. How could a bounty of grain arrive just a month ago, only to be depleted in mere days, leaving the granary now utterly barren? This defied all logic. What could this imply? It suggested that the grain had not vanished, but rather had been taken away. Who possessed the audacity and capability to do so? Who had absconded with the life-saving provisions intended for the 5,000 soldiers defending the city? Who could stand by and witness their brethren suffer starvation, even resorting to eating carrion while hoarding the grain for themselves? Upon hearing Deng Yu's words, Yang Fan's countenance darkened profoundly. More dismal than the roots and bark in their pots, his brow furrowed tightly. He understood the hardships at the border and was aware of the corruption, but he had not anticipated it reaching such a devastating extent. This was not mere embezzlement. It was a conspiracy to deprive lives, aimed at starving the defenders of Yimingwen into submission. His gaze turned frigid, and he murmured softly, each word imbued with a chilling resonance, "Where the granaries are insufficient, there must be great rats." It was not a lack of grain. Rather, it was the presence of voracious, thieving vermin that had ravaged the granary. These rats were more despicable than the Hu people. Chapter 26. Investigation. As Deng Yu exited the granary, his mind was a whirl of suspicion. Yet, Yang Fan's phrase about the granaries being insufficient and the presence of great rats left him bewildered, for he had not received a formal education and could not grasp its meaning. All he understood was that the granary was empty and the grain was gone, which felt profoundly wrong. Yang Fan offered no further explanation. He recognized that Deng Yu would not comprehend such flowery language. However, explanations were futile now. Locating the great rats was of paramount importance. He led Deng Yu directly back to the general's residence. Upon returning to the hall, Yang Fan took a seat. His gaze fixed upon Deng Yu as a plan began to take shape in his mind. He must seek out the traces of those gluttonous rats from the most inconspicuous corners. "Deng Yu," Yang Fan declared, "I now assign you a task. Go forth and find a beggar's outfit, tattered and worn as possible. Smudge your face, transform yourself into a veritable beggar. Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Unclear about Yang Fan's intentions. Yang Fan elaborated, you shall immerse yourself among the city's beggars. These individuals, wandering the streets day in and day out, observe and overhear everything. They are often more aware of the city's happenings, the whispers of discontent, than anyone else. He urged, blend in, listen to their idle chatter. Hear their grievances. Investigate the state of the city. What has happened to the food supplies? Have any of them witnessed anything unusual? Is there anyone who has suddenly acquired wealth or hidden something away? He needed to extract clues from the overlooked shadows. Return to me at once with any information you gather. Although still bewildered by the notion of investigating food shortages by masquerading as a beggar, Deng Yu was deeply impressed by Yang Fan's wisdom and reasoning. Furthermore, as Yang Fan was now a guerrilla general, and he, a close guard, understood that military orders were paramount, he did not question further and promptly acquiesced. Yes, Captain, I shall attend to this matter immediately. The scene shifted to Yumen Pass. Within a narrow, dim alley known locally as Yujie Alley, where the beggars congregated, the air was thick with an indescribable stench of decay. Deng Yu, clad in ragged garments and smeared with a thick layer of dirt and soot, his hair disheveled, blended seamlessly into the throng of actual beggars. He found a relatively secluded spot and nestled among them, remaining silent as he strained to hear their conversations. The beggars sat in a circle, exchanging grievances while gnawing on dry, shriveled bread or wilted greens they had scavenged. Their discussions revolved around a singular, haunting theme: hunger. When will this wretched life come to an end? Sighed an elderly beggar. Another replied, what end can there be? We might as well starve to death. This Yumen Pass has been completely out of food for nearly a month now. Even the soldiers are resorting to eating roots. His words confirmed what Yang Fan had overheard in the mess hall, sending a chill through Deng Yu. Nearly a month without sustenance, not just a few days. Then their conversation turned even more chilling. Even the rats have starved to death. Once, we could catch them for a meal, but now, they are nowhere to be seen. This revelation jolted Deng Yu. The thought of rats perishing underscored the dire extent of the food shortage. The people of Yumen Pass, a younger beggar whispered, cannot endure this any longer. We simply cannot go on. He paused, his tone laden with despair and fear. I have heard that in some places, certain villages have resorted to cannibalism. Cannibalism? A jolt ran through Deng Yu's heart. Although he had never received an education, he understood the meaning of those four characters. The notion of exchanging children for sustenance was, shockingly, a grim reality. The situation in the city was far worse than he had imagined. Far more terrifying than Yang Fan could have conceived. The beggars continued to speak, their voices imbued with a haunting calmness steeped in despair. One beggar lamented, at this rate, we need not fear an invasion. Yumen Pass will inevitably become a desolate city. The paths to survival within the city had vanished entirely. Another chimed in, indeed, every day, lives are lost to hunger and the mass grave outside the city. His voice trailed off, shrouded in an eerie chill. Every dawn, it is filled to the brim with corpses, piled high, and no one comes to collect them. He paused, seemingly recalling some ghastly memory, his tone trembling. Yet, by nightfall, many of those bodies mysteriously disappear. Disappear? Deng Yu's mind was abruptly flooded with the earlier mention of cannibalism. Where did the vanished bodies go? A wave of nausea surged violently, churning within him. He felt the urge to vomit. This was no place for humanity, no life worth living. Unable to endure any longer, he sprang to his feet, disregarding the astonished gazes of the beggars, and stumbled out of Yujie Alley, gasping for fresh air, though his stomach still roiled. He needed to convey this horrifying news to Yang Fan immediately. He ran swiftly back to the general's residence. Yang Fan waited in the hall, and upon seeing Deng Yu's pale complexion and disheveled appearance, he discerned that something monumental had transpired. Breathing heavily, Deng Yu recounted the harrowing tales he had heard in Yujie Alley. The city had been devoid of food for nearly a month. The common folk were perishing from hunger. Even the rats were starving, and the bodies in the mass grave were vanishing daily, with rumors of cannibalism circulating. Yang Fan's expression grew increasingly grave as he absorbed Deng Yu's report, his brow furrowing deeply. The suffering of the common people, the horror of cannibalism, and the disappearing corpses weighed heavily on his heart. Indeed, no matter where one goes, it is always the commoners who bear the brunt of conflict and greed among the elite, suffering with their lives and tears. Yet, this was merely the surface. He sought the root cause. Who was the true villain? Where had all the grain gone? Yang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating every detail of Deng Yu's report. Suddenly, he seized upon a crucial point. murmuring with a blend of confusion and the thrill of nearing the truth. You mentioned that shortly after the court allocated grain, Yumen Pass experienced a famine? He looked toward Deng Yu, who nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yet those beggars, who roamed the city daily and had the keenest eyes, reported that they had seen no large carts near the granaries. Yang Fan's brow furrowed even more tightly, his gaze sharp and penetrating. If the grain had been transported away, it would undoubtedly have required large carts. If the quantity was immense, the scale of the convoy would also be considerable. And the beggars loitering outside daily should have surely noticed such significant activity. This situation was utterly illogical, starkly contradicting what the military supply officer had stated. The grain had indeed arrived and had certainly disappeared, but if there were no large carts to carry it away, where had the grain gone? Was it still within the city? Or had it been concealed through other means? Had the military supply officer lied? Where could the vermin possibly hide the grain? As Yang Fan gazed upon the imposing city of Yumen Pass, a surge of righteous anger and determination to uncover the truth ignited within him. These vermin were more reprehensible than the Hu people. Chapter 27. The Hu people return, heavy casualties. Yang Fan sat in the grand hall of the general's residence. His brows knitted in deep thought. He could not comprehend the whereabouts of the grain allocated by the court. Why had the military supply officer lied? Why had the beggars failed to see the large carts? These questions swirled in his mind like a tangled mess, devoid of clarity. As he pondered, a sense of agitation rose within him, a desire to immediately seize that vermin. At that moment, a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly shattered the tranquility above Yumen Pass. Bang! Immediately following, a thick plume of black smoke surged skyward from the direction of the city tower signal smoke. A sudden chill gripped Yang Fan's heart. An enemy attack was imminent. And on a grand scale, he sprang up from his seat, disregarding his aches and fatigue, and shouted, "Enemy attack!" He dashed out of the hall, racing towards the stables, intent on reaching the city tower without delay. Deng Yu was startled by this abrupt turn of events, but quickly regained his composure and followed suit. Yang Fan led out his warhorse, mounted swiftly, and galloped towards the nearest tower. The sound of hooves echoed urgently in the courtyard of the general's residence. Particularly jarring in this critical moment, Deng Yu desperately tried to keep pace, but his legs could hardly match Yang Fan's speed on horseback. In no time, Yang Fan reached the foot of the tower, dismounted, and hurried up the stairs. As he ascended the tower, the sight that met his eyes caused his heart to plummet. On the city wall, chaos reigned. Shouts of battle and cries of anguish filled the air. From a distance, he could see a dark mass beneath the walls, stretching endlessly, teeming with the figures of the Hu people. This was not a mere probe, it was a full-scale assault. Countless arrows, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, rained down upon the tower. Thud. The defenders of Dachi on the tower, despite their valiant resistance, suffered devastating casualties against the relentless barrage of arrows. Many soldiers were pierced and gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground while emitting cries of pain, blood pooling beneath them. The intensity of the battle surpassed his expectations. Witnessing this scene, seeing his wounded and bleeding comrades, and the smoke and Hu people engulfing the city ignited Yang Fan's fury. Forgetting his insignia, disregarding the need for commands, he knew precisely what he must do: draw his bow and shoot. He abruptly withdrew the demon god bow and quiver from his back, stifling the intense pain in his chest, and drew the bow, taking aim. The two-stone demon god bow emitted a furious hum in his grasp, and the eye of the arrow god activated. He unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the densely packed ranks of the Hu people below, sending forth 6 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows, accompanied by the chilling sound of death, rained down upon the Hu warriors. With each twang of the bowstring, arrows flew forth, and several unfortunate souls from the Hu ranks screamed as they fell from their horses or collapsed to the ground. Yang Fan's archery skills transformed him into a terrifying machine of slaughter amidst the chaotic battlefield, momentarily suppressing the Hu's charge with his lethal volley. However, it was only a fleeting respite. Soon, they appeared undeterred by death, even as comrades fell, even in the face of sporadic arrows and rolling stones from the city walls. They continued their frenzied assault upon the ramparts, with more Hu warriors surging forward. Before long, Yang Fan observed that the infantry of the Hu had reached the base of the city tower. They retrieved massive siege ladders from their ranks, roaring with fury as they began to erect them against the walls. Once the ladders were in place, the enemy could storm the battlements, leading to a brutal melee. The situation was dire. He noted that these Hu warriors, particularly those who had undergone beastly transformations, were robust and muscular, appearing well-nourished and brimming with savage strength. a stark contrast to the pallid faces of the defenders at the Yumen Pass. This discrepancy deepened Yang Fan's suspicions. The Hu were known for their long expeditions, relying on supplies transported from hundreds of miles away, making their logistics notoriously challenging. Logically, their provisions should have been scarce, yet they appeared well-fed, showing no signs of deprivation. In contrast, his own side, stationed at their doorstep with a short supply line, was suffering from shortages, forcing soldiers to subsist on roots and tree bark. This was utterly irrational. Yang Fan became increasingly convinced that there was something sinister behind the food supply issue. The battle raged until sunset. The defenders of Yumen Pass fought valiantly, and Yang Fan's archery played a pivotal role, claiming countless Hu lives and firmly suppressing their archers and infantry attempting to scale the walls. After incurring significant casualties, the Hu ultimately failed to breach the fortifications, retreating with a howl of frustration. Once the conflict subsided, the defenders on the walls immediately began assessing their losses and clearing the battlefield. Yang Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he beheld the fallen soldiers. This battle had claimed over 100 lives among the defenders, with several hundred more wounded. The entire garrison at Yumen Pass, after enduring a month of torment and today's fierce fight, had suffered grievously, leaving only a handful capable of standing. Among the slain soldiers, many had fallen to Hu arrows. It must be said, the archery of the Hu was indeed formidable. Combined with their concentrated fire during the siege, many soldiers who merely exposed themselves were struck down, either dead or grievously injured. The acrid scent of battle lingered in the air when a familiar horn echoed, signaling mealtime. The soldiers atop the city walls exhibited no signs of exhilaration. Instead, their faces were etched with numbness and fatigue. Soon, a group of soldiers responsible for provisions arrived, pushing a cart that bore a massive wooden barrel, precariously delivering it to the ramparts. Inside the barrel lay their evening repast, a slop of wild vegetables. Even from a distance, Yang Fan could detect the nauseating odor, a noxious blend of earthy musk and decaying foliage. His stomach churned at the sight of the grayish mush. Yet, the soldiers on the wall, upon glimpsing this barrel of vegetable slop, exhibited a desperate glimmer in their eyes. They paid no heed to the bloodstains or their injuries, nor did they mind the foul stench. They hurriedly gathered around to ladle the slop into their mouths, devouring it ravenously. Their consumption was rapid and fervent. It was evident that these soldiers were starved. They were not merely dining, they were filling their bellies to survive. Witnessing these warriors, who had defended the walls with their lives and stained the earth with their blood, reduced to consuming such wretched fare, pierced Yang Fan's heart with profound anguish. For whom did they brave the rain of arrows and endure pain? For whom did they suffer hunger? Meanwhile, the gluttonous rats within the city feasted luxuriously, while these valiant defenders of the city were left to gnaw on roots and bark. What was this? What sort of military law was this? What kind of cosmic justice was this? A wave of immense fury and sorrow surged within Yang Fan, igniting a fierce determination. He resolved to seek justice for these soldiers and all the starving civilians at Yumen Pass. He would unearth those hidden in the shadows, pilfering life-saving rations, and ensure they paid a price more grievous than death. Chapter 28. Returned to the granary, Yang Fan observed the soldiers on the city walls, each clutching a bowl and ravenously consuming the repugnant vegetable slop, a swirl of emotions roiling within him. These brave brothers, who had risked their lives to defend the city, could not even partake in a decent warm meal, fueling the blaze of his indignation. He understood that to remedy this plight, he could not merely stand idly by. He refrained from disturbing them, calling out instead, "Dang you," before turning and descending from the ramparts, with Dang Yu promptly following suit. The soldiers on the wall watched as Yang Fan departed with his personal guards, exchanging glances among themselves. Someone muttered quietly, "Look, General Yang isn't eating this slop. He must be heading back to the general's residence for a proper meal." Another sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. Of course, he is a general. What official would dine on the same fare as us lowly soldiers? Indeed, just promoted and already acting high and mighty. It's always the same. Those of us fighting on the front lines bear the burdens. Their voices were hushed. Yet Yang Fan was not far off and caught fragments of their discourse. He felt a twinge of discomfort within, yet there was little to be done. The pervasive distrust and apathy of the lower-ranked soldiers towards their officers was a culmination of years of disappointment. He could only strive to demonstrate his uniqueness through action. Descending from the city tower, Deng Yu trailed behind Yang Fan, uncertain of their destination. He inquired, "Brother Yang, where are we headed now?" As he walked, Yang Fan replied, "We shall visit the granary once again." Upon hearing this, Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. his mirth tinged with an unmistakable sarcasm. To the granary? He exclaimed, nearly in tears from laughter. Brother Yang, have you not yet awakened? Did we not just come from there? He shook his head, his tone dripping with exaggerated irony. That place would make even a rat weep. A thief would leave behind a couple of sacks of grain out of remorse. He regarded Yang Fan with evident confusion. What purpose could there possibly be in returning there? To me, the granary is empty. It would be a futile endeavor, yielding nothing. Yang Fan understood Deng Yu's perspective, but chose not to elaborate. He had his own reasoning. The granary appeared too starkly devoid of contents, especially considering Deng Yu's account of a recent influx of grain from the court. There had to be something amiss. If the large carts did not carry it away, where could the grain be hidden? He intended to scrutinize the situation further, to seek out clues. Without responding to Deng Yu's questions, he continued forward with resolute strides. Though Deng Yu felt reluctant to pursue what seemed a fruitless venture and could not fathom Yang Fan's intentions, he recognized Yang Fan as his commanding officer and benefactor. Thus, wherever he directed, Deng Yu would follow. With a resigned sigh, he stowed away his smile and matched Yang Fan's pace, once more heading toward the desolate granary. Before long, they arrived again at the granary outside the Yumen Pass. The sentry soldiers, surprised by Yang Fan's swift return, exchanged puzzled glances. However, upon Yang Fan presenting his token and badge, they dared not inquire further and opened the heavy wooden door once more. As they entered the granary, a vast emptiness greeted them. Deng Yu glanced around and could not help but murmur, Brother Yang, behold, it remains as barren as before. Shall we not return? There is naught of interest here, and the odor is quite unpleasant. He believed Yang Fan's visit was in vain, a mere waste of time. Yang Fan remained silent, slowly traversing the empty granary, his gaze sweeping across the towering walls and the expansive space. He traced his fingers along the cold stone, appreciating the thickness of the construction, counting his strides, and absorbing the surrounding distances and dimensions. Suddenly, he halted, his brow furrowing deeper as a contemplative expression took hold of him. Yang Fan, an archer endowed with the eye of the arrow god, possessed an acute intuition regarding distance and spatial awareness. He had long trained in aiming, calculating wind drift and distance, and the eye of the arrow god allowed him to perceive the changes in space and distance. Now, he distinctly sensed that something was amiss with this granary. From the outside, the internal area of the granary should have appeared larger. Why, upon entering, did it feel as though a section was missing? After surveying the surroundings and estimating the internal length based on his steps, he confirmed that the interior was indeed shorter than what was visible from the outside. Were the walls of the granary that thick? Was there a partition inside? Or perhaps hidden rooms? Yang Fan turned to Deng Yu, his tone becoming grave. Deng Yu. Deng Yu immediately responded, Yes, Brother Yang, what have you discovered? Yang Fan looked at him and voiced his thoughts. I can't shake the feeling that the interior of this granary seems smaller than it appears from the outside. He gestured towards the surrounding walls, noting the discrepancy between the interior space and the external structure. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Deng Yu appeared incredulous. As if he had heard the most absurd tale, how could the inside of the granary be smaller than the outside? He couldn't help but chuckle. A mixture of amusement and resignation, thinking Yang Fan must be exhausted. Brother Yang, he advised, are you feeling fatigued? How could that be possible? A house cannot be smaller inside than outside. He pondered what was so fascinating about this empty granary, the musty odor only intensifying his hunger. All he wanted was to return to the general's residence. His stomach grumbled. Back in Wolf Valley, he had no choice but to eat horse meat to survive. But now, things were different. After finally becoming a personal guard to General Yang, surely the food at the general's residence wouldn't be as meager as the wild vegetable gruel consumed by ordinary soldiers? He envisioned a hearty meal of steaming rice and meat broth, feeling it was time to stop wasting moments here. However, Yang Fan remained undeterred by Deng Yu's laughter and persuasion, steadfast in his belief that the granary concealed a mystery. The sensation of incongruity between the internal and external measurements was too profound, akin to an archer instinctively judging wind drift, a perception ingrained in his very being. He recognized that Deng Yu did not understand, but he trusted his judgment and the intuition bestowed by the eye of the arrow god. Ignoring Deng Yu's complaints and fantasies, he was resolute that the food was hidden somewhere, a matter of life and death for all the military and civilians at Yumen Pass. He had to uncover it. He stated firmly to Deng Yu, enough of this chatter. This granary undoubtedly harbors secrets. The food must be hidden here. Come with me and search diligently. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu's face fell instantly. They weren't returning to the general's residence? They wouldn't be enjoying a good meal? What secrets could they possibly uncover in this empty, musty place? Reluctant and with hunger gnawing at him, his mind was preoccupied with how to find something to eat, yet he could not defy Yang Fan. Once Yang Fan made a decision, no one could alter it. With a resigned sigh and a reluctant expression, he nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Yang, he helplessly remarked. If you insist on searching, then let us proceed. Where shall we begin? Chapter 29. Indeed, there is something amiss. Yang Fan paid no heed to Ding Yu's perplexed expression. Well aware that this fellow could not comprehend his keen intuition regarding space and structure, he immediately took charge. Ding Yu, walk step by step along the base of the wall inside the granary, and make sure to carefully count the number of steps. Measure both the length and the width. Ding Yu's stomach grumbled with hunger, and he felt a strong reluctance in his heart, deeming this to be a futile endeavor. Yet, he could not defy Yang Fan. With his head hanging low, he slowly trudged through the empty granary, softly counting his steps as he measured all around. Once he finished measuring the interior, Yang Fan led him outside. Now, measure the exterior. After determining the length, measure the width. Ding Yu felt on the verge of tears but complied. Walking around the massive granary from the outside once more. Before long, he returned panting, his face riddled with confusion. Brother Yang, I have measured. He spread his hands, revealing a multitude of recorded steps. The exterior length is 258 steps, while the interior is 248. The exterior width is 230 steps, and the interior is 228. Upon hearing these figures, Yang Fan's eyes gleamed with realization. The exterior was indeed 10 steps longer than the interior, and 2 steps wider. His heart settled, confirming that something was indeed amiss. This granary appeared so vast from the outside, yet so much space seemed to have vanished within. Where had that extra space gone? How could this be? Ding Yu gazed at Yang Fan's chilling smirk, even more bewildered. While it was normal for the exterior to be slightly larger due to wall thickness, a 10-step discrepancy in length, a 2-step discrepancy in width? How thick must these walls be? He dared not voice his question. Yang Fan, unconcerned with Ding Yu's confusion, had already determined his course of action. He approached the wall at the end of the granary, the side where the length was 10 steps shorter. Upon reaching the wall, he halted, observing its formidable thickness. He raised his hand and began to strike the wall, each blow producing a dull thud. However, guided by the uncanny spatial perception bestowed by his divine archery vision, he sensed that the sound from a particular spot was somewhat off. It felt as though the area behind the wall was not solid. He moved slowly along the wall, continuously striking and discerning the faintest differences. Soon, he came to a stop. This was the place. The sound was indeed peculiar, and something must be concealed beneath. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath, instantly summoning his indestructible body. A bronze glow erupted from him, muscles in his right arm bulging as he compressed his strength to the utmost. Aiming at that suspicious spot, with a thunderous roar, Yang Fan unleashed a punch, wielding a terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Striking the wall with resounding impact, the seemingly unyielding stone wall emitted a deafening boom beneath the might of his blow. The stones erupted violently, dust swirling in the air, revealing a gaping hole with a diameter of 2 feet where his fist had made contact. Behind the hole lay an impenetrable darkness, and a breath of air, faintly reminiscent of grains, surged forth, fresh yet distinctly different from the scent outside. The cavity created by Yang Fan's punch was indeed 2 feet wide. As the two men leaned closer, they were met with an abyss where not even a finger could be seen. Ding Yu, astonished, exclaimed, Brother Yang, it's pitch black inside. It doesn't lead outside, does it? He had hoped Yang Fan had discovered a secret passage to the city beyond. Yang Fan, however, was acutely aware that this was certainly not a route to the outside. It was a concealed space. Without further elaboration, he instructed Ding Yu, go find a sledgehammer and demolish this wall completely. Though Ding Yu was starving, his stomach pressing against his back, he felt compelled to obey Yang Fan's command. He scurried out, locating a hefty hammer beside the kitchen, and returned to the wall, summoning all his strength to strike. As he worked, he muttered to himself, alas, I haven't even eaten yet, and here I am laboring away. What a predicament! Sweat poured down his brow as he hammered. The wall was indeed thick, but he exerted every ounce of effort he could muster. In due time, through Ding Yu's relentless efforts, the wall was utterly demolished. What lay behind was a spacious chamber. Not a passage to the outside, but a hidden room. The chamber was vast and empty, resembling a storage area, devoid of any food supplies. Yang Fan stepped inside. Scarcely glancing around, This room was merely a ruse, as food could not possibly be stored here. Lowering his gaze, he relied on his heightened auditory senses and spatial awareness. Sensing an unusual resonance beneath his feet, he began to stomp on the ground, listening intently to the echoes. After several steps, he halted beside a stone tile. The sound was indeed peculiar. There was certainly something beneath this tile. Bending down, he scrutinized the seams of the stone, where he discovered an unsettling trace. This was no ordinary stone tile, but rather a camouflaged iron plate. With a sudden surge of strength, Yang Fan grasped the edge of the iron plate and yanked it with all his might. A screeching sound of friction pierced the air as the plate was lifted. Beneath it lay a dark entrance. Yang Fan and Deng Yu peered into the opening, revealing an underground tunnel. Moreover, this tunnel was astonishingly spacious, wide enough for a cart to pass through. Without hesitation, Yang Fan descended into the tunnel, and although it was dark, they could barely discern the path ahead. As they walked, they soon encountered the most shocking evidence imaginable. The ground was riddled with deep cart tracks, densely packed and alarming in their depth. This indicated that carts frequently traversed this tunnel, and judging by the marks, they had been laden with exceedingly heavy cargo. In that moment, even the unschooled Deng Yu was utterly astounded. The missing grain had been transported through this very tunnel, cart by cart, from the granary. He trembled with rage, his fist crashing into the adjacent wall with a resounding thud. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, his voice laced with heart-wrenching grief and fury. These despicable wretches, while so many of his brothers were starving to death and the townsfolk were nearing despair, had the audacity to transport the life-saving grain away. His voice grew hoarse, tears welling up in his eyes. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Yang Fan's words about the giant rats. Those very vermin were lurking here. Deng Yu abruptly turned to Yang Fan, his gaze brimming with both pleading and hatred. Brother Yang, I implore you. His fists clenched, his voice trembling with emotion. They must unearth the puppet masters behind this atrocity, avenge their fallen comrades, and deliver justice to those who perished from hunger, to the townsfolk left to starve. His voice resonated with profound loathing for those scoundrels and boundless sorrow for his deceased brothers in arms. Yang Fan looked at Deng Yu, a tide of uncontrollable wrath surging within him. These rats were more contemptible than the Hu people. While the Hu sought to seize their city, these rats were snuffing out the lives of their soldiers and civilians. He nodded solemnly, his tone resolute. Rest assured, we shall traverse this tunnel to the end. Without further delay, he stepped forward, unwaveringly following the deep tunnel in the direction indicated by the wheel tracks. Chapter 30. The Clue Severed? Yang Fan's initial intention was to follow the wheel tracks within the tunnel, aiming to uncover the ultimate route and hiding place of this band of grain thieves. Together with Deng Yu, they advanced step by step along the traces left behind. However, after traversing several dozen paces, he was astonished to discover that the tunnel had come to a dead end. It did not lead outside the city nor to the underground of a mansion, but rather to a location within the city itself. Emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves in a narrow alley adjacent to a bustling market within the city of Yumen Pass. The alley was dimly lit and the air was somewhat foul. But stepping out into the market, they were instantly greeted by a vibrant scene. The sounds of lively chatter and vendors calling out filled the air, with carts bustling to and fro, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Yang Fan's heart sank as realization dawned upon him. These rats had transported the grain here, directly transferring the burlap sacks onto ordinary carts, seamlessly blending into the flow of market traffic. With a plethora of carts in Yumen Pass, who would notice which cart was laden with grain? They could distribute the grain to any corner of the city, to any hideout under their control. This lead was unequivocally severed. They could no longer trace the grain's whereabouts from this point. The grain had already infiltrated some corner of the city, and locating it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, the thought of not searching left Yang Fan with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. It seemed they needed to adopt a different approach. They could not investigate along the tunnel, but rather follow the people. Scene transition. Within the city of Yumen Pass, in an inconspicuous grain store, this establishment appeared modest in scale and somewhat isolated, likely to escape the notice of the average person. The back hall of the grain store was intricately arranged. A figure shrouded in a black robe sat leisurely in a chair, cradling a teacup and sipping tea. On the table before him lay several account books and stacks of banknotes. Opposite him, a man clad in the official garb of the Great Qi dynasty bent over, cautiously reporting something. The official's forehead glistened with sweat, and he appeared quite nervous, his voice barely above a whisper. The contents of his report did not seem to bode well. In fact, they were rather dire. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The figure in black abruptly hurled the teacup to the ground, shattering it, and splattering fine tea leaves and water across the floor. Although his face remained obscured, the overwhelming, uncontainable fury and murderous intent radiating from him rendered the air in the back hall thick with tension. Incompetence. He erupted, rising abruptly, his tone icy and commanding, sending chills down the spine. You are all worthless, incapable of handling even such trivial matters. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure, and his voice turned sinister. That newly appointed guerrilla general is investigating too swiftly, the figure muttered softly, a dangerous undertone lacing his words. He cannot be allowed to remain. Find an opportunity to dispose of him swiftly. He proceeded to instruct the official in a hushed tone, the specifics indistinct but imbued with a sense of conspiracy, how to act, how to clean up afterward. Having concluded his instructions, the figure in black waved the official away in disgust. The official, as if granted a reprieve, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly exited the back hall of the grain store. The figure resumed his seat, gazing at the shattered teacup, still emanating an aura of chilling menace. He never anticipated that a mere upstart emerging from the ranks of defeated soldiers would cause him such significant trouble. The lucrative territory of Human Pass was not to be trifled with. Upon returning to the general's residence through the secret passage, Yang Fan was seething with rage. The investigation had hit a dead end. The thieves hidden among the grain had concealed themselves too well. Yet he refused to believe that the soldiers guarding the granary and the officials responsible for the supplies were unaware of the circumstances. With such a lengthy and noisy excavation, could the guards truly have sensed nothing? Could the grain officials be oblivious to the shortage of provisions? There was certainly foul play afoot. He intended to interrogate them. One by one, Yang Fan slammed his hand on the table, creating a resounding noise. Ding you, he called out. Immediately summoned the soldiers guarding the granary and the officials responsible for the supplies. I demand to interrogate them now. Ding Yu acknowledged the urgency and swiftly departed the general's residence to relay Yang Fan's orders. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Fan sat in the great hall, contemplating how to conduct the interrogations and where to begin. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and Deng Yu burst into the hall, his face pale and eyes wide with terror, as if he had run at great speed, panting heavily. Brother Yang. Deng Yuchong rushed to Yang Fan, his voice trembling. Something has happened. They are all dead. Yang Fan was startled, leaping to his feet. What do you mean? Dead? Who has died? Deng Yu spoke rapidly. The soldiers guarding the granary are all dead, 7 of them. They say they consumed poisoned dog meat. He continued, the grain officer responsible for the supplies is also dead. It is said he took his own life out of fear of punishment. Dead? All of them? Yang Fan's expression darkened. This was far too coincidental. Deng Yu pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yang Fan. This was found in the grain officer's room. It is purportedly written by him. Yang Fan took the letter, unfolded it, and saw that it was written in a scrawled hand, bearing the grain officer's signature. The letter stated, the grain officer confesses that, in a moment of greed, he colluded with several subordinates to embezzle grain from the granary through a secret passage. Today, General Yang came to investigate, and in his fear of exposure, he felt he could not face military justice. Thus, he has written this farewell note, poisoning all the soldiers in the know before taking his own life in atonement. The letter was heartfelt, seemingly confirming that the grain officer was the sole source of all troubles, taking the blame entirely upon himself. Deng Yu, upon reading its contents, clenched his fist in fury. That scoundrel! As if his embezzlement were not enough, he poisoned those loyal soldiers guarding the granary. It is utterly reprehensible. He felt a profound anger and sorrow for the innocent lives lost. Yang Fan, having finished reading the letter, displayed no sign of emotion. Suicide? Fear of punishment? Poisoning all the knowledgeable soldiers? Then taking his own life? The farewell note was too perfectly crafted, as if it were a meticulously prepared script. This was not a case of fear-induced suicide. It was a calculated act of silencing, executed with ruthless efficiency. The culprits were more vicious and swift than he had anticipated. They knew he had gone to investigate the granary and acted immediately, using this method to place all blame on a deceased individual, thereby severing all leads. A chilling wave of anger surged through Yang Fan, not fear, but a deep-seated fury and a thirst for vengeance. This was the true nature of an adversary lurking in the shadows, striking without a trace. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze icy. What a splendid act of fear-induced suicide, he murmured, laced with sarcasm. Did they truly believe they could treat everyone as fools? Things were far from simple. The grain officer was certainly not the mastermind. He was at most a mere executor, while the true culprits remained hidden, already fixated on him. Chapter 31. Address the immediate issues first. Dang Yu, bewildered by Yang Fan's assertion that they believed everyone to be fools, felt increasingly confused. To him, the letter was explicit. The grain officer embezzled, feared discovery, poisoned others, and then committed suicide. Was that not a clear case of fear-induced suicide? Brother Yang, Dang Yu cautiously inquired. Why do you say that? Isn't the grain officer guilty of fear-induced suicide? Yang Fan suppressed his cold smirk and turned to Dang Yu. His gaze imbued with a chilling intensity that sought to unveil the truth. Dang Yu, consider this, he spoke in a calm tone. Can a mere grain official dig such an extensive tunnel? Can he stealthily transport countless carts of grain without anyone noticing? What authority or capability does he possess? Moreover, he has poisoned all the soldiers privy to the matter, severing all leads and leaving no witnesses. At this juncture, he could have easily fled with the pilfered grain. Why would he choose to take his own life? This is evidently irrational. As Dang Yu absorbed Yang Fan's words, his mind gradually began to comprehend. Indeed, how could a grain official wield such immense power? And having dared to eliminate those who knew the truth, he could have escaped, so why resort to suicide? It simply did not add up. A look of astonishment crept across Dang Yu's face as he realized that the grain official had not committed suicide at all. Yang Fan continued. That grain official was merely a scapegoat, thrust forward to bear the blame. His eyes were icy. The true mastermind eliminated him to silence him, subsequently fabricating the suicide note to shift all culpability onto him, hoping to evade justice. He paused, contemplating. Those soldiers guarding the granary likely knew something as well. Or perhaps they were deemed a liability, hence their simultaneous demise. At this revelation, a chill surged through Dang Yu. The brutality of such actions was chilling. He found himself in a quandary. Brother Yang, but all those in the know are now dead. The grain official is gone. The soldiers are gone. And how can we investigate this case? All leads appear to have been thoroughly severed by those wretched vermin. Yang Fan regarded Dang Yu's troubled expression and smiled. Not with disdain, but with a confidence that instilled a sense of reassurance. Though the informed have perished, the clues shall not vanish entirely. His voice was steady, imbued with an air of authority. The investigation must proceed. I have a plan. He refrained from divulging the details of his strategy. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination to succeed. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the hall, his face etched with anxiety and distress. Reporting to General Yang. The soldier approached Yang Fan, his voice trembling. The kitchen has informed us that the remaining wild vegetable porridge in the city can sustain us for no more than 3 days. 3 days. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of urgency crashing over him. 3 days, 5,000 troops in the city, alongside an unknown number of starving citizens. With only 3 days' worth of rations left. What is Human Pass? It is the gateway to Dachi, the most crucial fortress against the Hu people. If the soldiers are deprived of sustenance, weakened by hunger, their morale will plummet. How can they fight? How can they defend the city? Not only will their combat capability diminish, but extreme hunger could incite rebellion. Should any trouble arise at Human Pass, the Hu people would seize the opportunity to breach this stronghold and advance unimpeded. At that moment, the Great Qi Kingdom was on the brink of a profound crisis, with the barbarian cavalry potentially advancing straight to the capital. Time was of the essence. Yang Fan was swiftly calculating in his mind. He must urgently locate provisions and uncover those gluttonous traitors, although the clues had been severed. The quartermaster responsible for reporting food supplies, the clerks documenting the entry and exit of provisions, and those overseeing the distribution of rations would surely leave behind faint traces. The death of that grain official would undoubtedly yield some remnants of information. He abruptly stood up and said to Dang Yu, "Let us go." "Where to?" she inquired. His gaze was sharp, having already determined the next course of investigation. He intended to seek out the clerical records concerning the provisions, to investigate the grain official who had forged the will, to discern who he had associated with during his lifetime, and to discover the whereabouts of those gluttons. First, he would assess the situation. He had to race against time. Upon returning to the city wall, Yang Fan observed some soldiers nearly coming to blows over a bowl of tasteless gruel, and his resentment intensified. These brothers, who had valiantly defended the city, were now quarreling over something so unpalatable. He refrained from interrupting them and simply called out, "Dang Yu." Then he walked directly to the wooden barrel containing the wild vegetable porridge. Amidst the astonished gazes of the soldiers, Yang Fan remained silent as he picked up a clean bowl and served himself a portion of the unappealing gruel. The grayish-black mixture emitted an unpleasant odor. Yet he did not flinch or hesitate as he took large gulps from the bowl. Despite the revolting taste and his lingering stomach pain, he continued to swallow mouthful after mouthful. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Their general, the newly appointed General Yang, was consuming the same wretched gruel as they were. Surely, a general would have access to far superior sustenance. They stared at Yang Fan, forgetting to drink their own bowls of gruel. Yang Fan swiftly finished his bowl of porridge, wiped his mouth, and surveyed the astonished soldiers. His voice was calm, yet each word struck like a nail hammered into their hearts. "I am your general," Yang Fan declared. "Now that I have taken on this role, I shall not allow my brothers to go hungry." He looked at them, his eyes resolute. "You have risked your lives to defend this city. I will ensure that you are fed and well-nourished." Yang Fan had made up his mind. While pursuing those traitorous gluttons was indeed important, it was not the most urgent matter at hand. People were on the verge of starvation. What use was any truth when the only remaining wild vegetable gruel could sustain them for no more than 3 days? What then? Wait for death? Await a mutiny? Allow the barbarians to seize the opportunity to attack? Absolutely not. The most pressing issue was to resolve the food crisis immediately. He recalled the barbarians. Each one plump and robust, indicating they had ample food. Good food, no less. The grain for the barbarians must be transported from their base. They surely had a supply convoy. Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. If the food within the city had been pilfered and could not be found in the short term, then he could seize the provisions from the barbarians. Why should those despicable rodents be allowed to steal while Yang Fan cannot seize the opportunity? If he can locate the supply route of the Hu people and procure a portion of their grain, the soldiers would no longer suffer from hunger and would regain the strength to defend the city. As for tracking down the culprits responsible for the theft of the grain, Yang Fan sighed inwardly. That matter must be set aside for now. With all evidence vanished, it would take time to uncover the truth. The most pressing concern is the impending food crisis in 3 days, and the paramount issue is ensuring that the soldiers have enough to eat. "Dang you!" Yang Fan called out, casting his gaze toward the desolate northern desert beyond the city walls. "Go summon Lu Shan and gather a few trustworthy brothers. Prepare yourselves." He intended to lead a group to ambush the Hu people's supply convoy. Chapter 32. Forming the Death Squad. At the Yumen Pass, on the parade ground, Yang Fan stood atop the command platform, gazing down at the throngs of soldiers defending the city. Though they were termed soldiers, each appeared gaunt and haggard, their sunken eyes betraying no semblance of a military demeanor. Clad in tattered garments, they clutched their worn weapons tightly. Yet beneath it all lay a profound sense of numbness and despair. As Yang Fan surveyed them, a weight settled heavily upon his heart. He understood that these men endured suffering greater than that of beggars. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "Brothers." His voice, though hoarse, reverberated through the lifeless parade ground. "I know you are starving, your stomachs clinging to your backs." He paused, articulating each word with deliberate gravity. "I know what you are eating, mere slop for pigs." At this, the soldiers stirred slightly, their once vacant eyes flickering with a hint of emotion. This was a rebuke aimed not only at them but also at those who allowed their suffering. Yang Fan continued, raising his voice, "I am your newly appointed general, Yang Fan, and I stand here today to make you a promise." He lifted his gaze, his voice rising sharply, piercing the twilight. "I will ensure that you eat your fill." The phrase "eat your fill" struck each soldier's ears like a hammer. The parade ground fell silent for a moment, before a murmur of hushed discussions erupted, tinged with evident skepticism and derision. "Eat our fill? General, you must be new here. Do you not grasp the dire situation we face in this forsaken place?" A soldier, emaciated to the point of resembling mere bones, forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "The granary at Yumen Pass is nearly empty. In a few days, even the wild vegetable slop will be gone. Where do you intend to procure grain?" Immediately, others chimed in with icy tones. "Indeed, General, if you truly have a solution, why are you consuming that slop yourself? Don't come here merely to paint grand illusions." They had grown weary of hunger and deception. Every official who came merely spoke sweetly without action. Yang Fan disregarded their doubts, fully aware of their sentiments. He spoke again, his voice imbued with a newfound strength. "I assure you, I possess a means to secure enough grain for everyone, not just enough to fill your bellies, but ample provisions." The murmurs diminished slightly, yet the skeptical gazes remained. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed, sharpening with determination. However, he raised his voice, asserting that the path to sustenance is not one of comfort, but rather a perilous endeavor, fraught with life and death stakes. The training ground once again succumbed to a deathly silence. Life and death stakes? Indeed, a grave danger. Just then, a stir arose within the crowd as several men, Their eyes glinting with desperate resolve, surged forth. "General, I volunteer," one soldier bellowed, his voice akin to the tearing of tattered fabric. "Rather than await death here, succumbing to starvation, it would be better to venture out and fight, should death come. Let it be as a warrior rather than as a victim of hunger. Count me in." "And I," echoed another. 1, 2, 10, dozens more joined. Their eyes reddened by hunger and fueled by a reckless determination that if death was inevitable, they would rather face it boldly. Among them were veterans and recruits, the strong and the frail, yet they shared a singular conviction. They would rather perish on the battlefield than languish in starvation within the city walls. Soon, those who had stepped forward coalesced into a formidable throng, numbering over 100. Yang Fan surveyed this assembly of desperate warriors, his heart a tumult of emotions. They represented the last vestige of courage at Yumen Pass, the final flicker of hope. However, Yang Fan's intent was not to lead them to their demise. With a piercing gaze, he scrutinized the group, adopting a brutally pragmatic approach rather than inquiring about their hunger. "Listen," he declared, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "For this mission, I require a true death squad. Life and death stakes are at hand, but some brothers cannot join." He began to call out names, each criterion serving as a sieve. Only sons stepped forward. A few, bearing complex expressions, retreated. Those without offspring stepped forward. A handful more stepped back, some filled with regret and others with resignation. Those with disabilities unfit for battle stepped forward. The limping, maimed, and one-eyed silently exited the ranks. Those who have never slain an enemy stepped forward. This demand eliminated numerous green recruits, their faces marked by discontent. Those without horses stepped forward. Another group reluctantly withdrew. For cavalry tasks were not meant for infantry destined for death. As Yang Fan issued each of his unyielding commands, the original throng of over 100 thinned progressively. Those who did not meet the criteria exhibited a range of emotions, some disheartened, others relieved, and some confused, returning to the crowd from whence they came. This was Yang Fan's direct and ruthless means of establishing a threshold for his death squad. In the end, only about 100 remained before Yang Fan. The solitary survivors of Yumen Pass, having undergone a harrowing selection process. Yang Fan regarded them, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, tempered by a heavier sense of gravity. These were the souls he would lead into battle. "Listen closely," he said, his tone grave as he issued the first command. "Now, at once, everyone to the kitchen. Fill my belly." He did not specify what to eat, but for this famished group, even a meal of wild vegetable porridge was a tremendous blessing. Subsequently, he instructed someone to fetch a large bundle of red cloth strips, which he distributed among the 100 or so individuals, commanding them to wrap them around their left arms, for nighttime identification, lest they mistakenly harm their own kin. Having settled the daring team, Yang Fan sought out the vice commander of Yumen Pass, producing the tiger talisman given to him by Qi Guoyuan. "This trinket was bestowed upon me by the old Qi." Yang Fan tossed the talisman to the vice commander. "I shall lead this band of men out of the city at the stroke of midnight." He fixed his gaze intently upon the vice commander, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. "Heed my words, once the clock strikes 12. Regardless of the tumult outside the city, be it the thunder of battle or the wails of despair, without my signal, the city gates shall remain firmly shut." His words were resolute, severing all retreat options. Once they ventured forth, they could only surge forward, with no path to retreat. The night was as dark as ink. At midnight, the gates of Yumen Pass creaked open, revealing a narrow opening sufficient for a single rider to pass through. Yang Fan took the lead, galloping forth with his band of valiant soldiers. Their steeds had been specially prepared. The copper bells around their necks were removed in advance, and they held bitless bridles to prevent any unexpected whinnies. Most remarkably, thick rags were wrapped around their hooves, rendering their steps nearly soundless. The entire procession resembled phantoms emerging from the depths of hell, silently traversing the darkness. Under Yang Fan's guidance, they avoided the main roads, opting instead for secluded paths. Making their way deeper into the northern desert, they arrived near Wolf Valley, a treacherous area strewn with jagged rocks and dense sand dunes. Situated close to the direction from which the Hu people had previously attacked the city, and likely a route they might traverse, Yang Fan meticulously surveyed the terrain. Selecting an excellent ambush point, and with a wave of his hand commanded, "Everyone conceal yourselves, no sound shall escape your lips." The daring soldiers immediately dispersed, crouching low, utilizing the rocks and dunes for cover, effectively hiding themselves. As the night deepened, the only sounds were the occasional howling winds. Otherwise, silence pervaded. The daring soldiers lay flat against the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, their hearts racing with anxious anticipation. A soldier, his voice barely above a whisper, inquired, "Why have we come to hide here in the dead of night, General?" Another approached, his voice tinged with confusion and unease. "Indeed, General, you spoke of procuring provisions. Yet in this desolate wasteland, not even a blade of grass can be found. Where shall we find food?" To these soldiers, trapped within the confines of the city, the outside world appeared strewn with the starving dead. The general wouldn't he lead them to their demise and use their bodies as sustenance, would he? Chapter 33. The plunder of food supplies. How shall we acquire provisions? What purpose does this ambush serve? Faced with the bewildered gazes of his famished soldiers, Yang Fan said nothing. He merely cast a glance over them. "Did you not see clearly from the city walls?" Yang Fan inquired coldly, his voice low yet sharp, piercing into the ears of everyone like a dagger. The besieging people glanced at one another, each robust and glistening, resembling creatures freshly emerged from a pigsty, undoubtedly feasting far more lavishly than we could ever imagine. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback as fleeting images of the monstrous, beast-like people and the towering figures of heavily armored soldiers flashed through their minds. Indeed, compared to their own emaciated forms, starved to the bone, the contrast was stark. As Yang Fan observed their dawning realization, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, and he boldly unveiled his plan. Since the Hu possess ample provisions and dine so well, why not seize their supplies? Seize the Hu's provisions? In that instant, every soldier appeared as if struck by lightning, mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers. To rob the Hu? Historically, it had only been the Hu who pillaged and ravaged us. When had it ever been our turn to plunder them? Was he this a fool's errand? A certain path to death? One soldier stammered, as if his mouth were stuffed with stones. Rob the Hu? We are but a handful. Another hastily chimed in, his face etched with anxiety and bewilderment. Moreover, how can you be certain that the Hu's supply convoy will pass this way? The northern desert is vast. What if we end up empty-handed? We tightened our belts before departing, even economizing on fodder to survive on mere wild vegetable gruel. This cannot be in vain. They were exhausting their last and most precious resources. Any waste would mean certain death upon their return. Yang Fan did not respond to their concerns. He simply stood there, gazing quietly into the distance. He was well aware of the dangers, cognizant of the uncertainties surrounding such intelligence. Frankly, this information was indeed dubious. A remnant from the original owner's memory, discarded by that scar-faced buffoon of a lieutenant during an intelligence probe. The original owner had inadvertently encountered a Hu supply convoy near Wolf Valley, which had been quite substantial and heavily guarded. Upon returning, he had reported it like a treasured find, only to be ridiculed and beaten by the scar-faced man, who forbade him to speak further nonsense. Now was the time to leverage this intelligence. It represented the sole opportunity to procure sufficient provisions within 3 days. Yang Fan understood that this venture was fraught with peril, an endeavor where survival seemed like a mere fantasy. The Hu may have altered their route, increased their escorts, and countless other uncertainties could lead to failure. Yet, he had no alternative. Yumen Pass could only endure for 3 days. Rather than await starvation, the inevitable chaos in the city, the fall of Yumen Pass, and being slaughtered by the Hu like chickens, it was better to risk it all here. Perhaps there was a slim chance of survival in taking this gamble. An action would lead to a certain demise. He surveyed the ragtag group of gaunt yet resolute death-seekers beside him, their eyes reflecting both a grave seriousness and an unwavering resolve to fight against fate. Here, I shall await, risking my very life, to seize the supply convoy as it arrives. Should we succeed, we shall all endure. If we fail or perish, it is still preferable to dying of starvation. As moments tick by, the darkness of night gradually recedes, and the pre-dawn chill of the northern desert cuts like a blade, the air rendered almost solid. At that moment, a distant, low rumble reverberates, akin to thunder or the muffled groans from a deep vessel, shattering the eerie silence. The sentry suddenly jolts, as if stung, instinctively crouching low, murmuring urgently, akin to a mosquito's hum. They are coming. The daring soldiers, lying in ambush, spring into action, swiftly lowering their bodies, blending against the rocks and dunes like geckos. Each tightly grips their ragged weapon, their eyes fixated on the source of the sound. As dawn breaks fully, the convoy emerges in its entirety before them. Upon sighting it, the hearts of the soldiers are gripped by an invisible hand as they behold a dark mass. An indistinguishable throng, at least 500 to 600 strong, led by cavalry, followed by wagons laden with sacks, and flanked by infantry. The line stretched like a sinuous dragon, 5 to 600. They number scarcely 100, weakened and famished. And the combat prowess of the Dachi soldiers is already inferior to that of the Hu people. These are the elite Hu warriors, skilled in horsemanship and archery. And on the battlefield of the northern desert, it often took 5 or 6 Dachi soldiers sacrificing their lives to barely exchange for one Hu warrior. 5 to 600 against 100. This is not merely folly, it is a death sentence. A cold sweat breaks out on everyone's backs, and dread permeates the air. No words are spoken, yet all, as if rehearsed, turn their heads in unison, casting incredulous glances towards the young figure in the forefront. In their eyes, there exists both terror and a flicker of humble hope that General Yang Fan might recognize the disparity in numbers and reconsider this suicidal endeavor. Yang Fan, of course, perceives it all more clearly than anyone. The dense throng, the seemingly endless wagons, and the daunting war banner at the forefront. However, this sight does not instill even a trace of retreat within him. Rather, it ignites a fierce blaze of determination. Supplies. That is the lifeblood of human pass. The very essence of his comrade's survival. His gaze sharpens like a blade. He does not acknowledge the wavering fear in his comrade's eyes. Nor does he afford them the chance to voice their doubts. Everyone. Yang Fan's voice is lowered, yet as resolute as iron, commanding, prepare. He scans the faces of his subordinates, his eyes radiating a fiery resolve, reminiscent of those prepared to embrace death. Follow my command. At the signal, strike with ferocity. Before his words fully resonate, his hand reaches for the ancient longbow, the demon bow, resting at his back. He swiftly drew several arrows from the quiver. Knocking one with the top bowstring, the demon bow now drawn to a perfect crescent. He was determined to unleash the first arrow, to sever the throat of this vast supply convoy, carving a bloody path for his comrades behind him. Meanwhile, on the desolate plain, the cold wind carried the sounds of hooves and wheels, drifting softly through the air. The Hu supply convoy, burdened with numerous carts laden with provisions, maneuvered through the darkness, guarded by several hundred Hu soldiers. At the forefront of the procession, 2 Hu riders atop their towering steeds yawned, fatigue evident on their faces. Yet their brows betrayed a sense of ease. They were none other than the brothers Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong, both centurions. Chapter 34. Someone's robbing the supplies? What an audacious reversal. Hurry up, move faster. Li Yuanzong called lazily, stretching as he urged the convoy to reach the camp before dawn. This task was remarkably comfortable. The provisions had not been painstakingly transported from the main camp, but rather acquired at a bargain price from a few spineless spies of the Great Qi Kingdom. Sufficient to sustain their troops for quite some time. The mere thought of it filled the brothers with joy. Guarding this batch of supplies felt akin to escorting a treasure. Profits flowed easily without peril. The combat prowess of the Qi soldiers was utterly disregarded in their minds. Li Yuanzong even contemplated plundering a nearby village for women and gold, making this endeavor all the more splendid. Li Yinzong yawned languidly. Those Qi folks are nothing but cowards. Their horsemanship pales in comparison to ours. What a joke. Their archery is as pitiful as dog droppings. He scoffed, completely dismissing the notion that they could dare to rob their supply convoy. They were merely a bunch of inept fools. In their eyes, the Qi soldiers were unworthy of even carrying their shoes, let alone attempting to raid their supplies. This operation felt as safe as moving belongings within the comfort of their own home. Unbeknownst to them, however, just beyond the hilltop above, a pair of eyes, sharp and predatory as wolves, were fixated upon them. A group of the so-called cowardly Qi soldiers was sharpening their blades, preparing to launch a desperate, life-risking assault. As the brothers Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong indulged in their yawns and dreams of fortune, a thunderous roar erupted from the hillside. Kill! Steal the supplies! The battle cry echoed in the same instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows, piercing and shrieking, rained down from the slope, targeting the unsuspecting Hu soldiers and their carts. This initial barrage of arrows struck with blinding speed, formidable force, and deadly precision, instantly tearing through the ranks of the Hu, unleashing chaos and devastation. The Hu soldiers guarding the supplies fell to the ground in agony. Some were shot clean through, while others, along with their horses, collapsed in a heap. Particularly those at the front, suffering the worst casualties. In this barrage of arrows, dozens of Hu warriors were felled, sending the entire supply convoy into a chaotic disarray. With horses whinnying and the scene devolving into utter turmoil, Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong were left utterly stunned. Yet their quick reflexes kicked in as they grasped the reins and shouted hoarsely, "It's an ambush! An ambush!" Without a moment to spare, They urged their loyal soldiers to take cover behind the horses or carts. Simultaneously, they lowered their bodies, their eyes scanning the hillside in search of the hidden assailants. Before long, they spotted them, huddled behind the rocky outcrops and sand dunes above, a vague yet discernible group of perhaps 100 individuals. Were they Chi warriors? This revelation ignited a fierce wrath within the brothers, transforming their shock into a profound fury. How dare these Chi warriors, a mere handful of softlings, ambush a convoy of hundreds? How audacious to attempt to rob them. In their minds, it was always the who raided the lands of Chi, who committed acts of pillage and plunder. Never had it been the other way around, where Chi would dare to seize their provisions. This was a complete inversion of the natural order, a flagrant act of contempt, a brazen humiliation. Overcome by this sense of indignity, Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong were consumed by a singular thought, to rend this insolent group of Chi warriors to pieces. With a fierce cry, Li Yuanzong unsheathed his curved blade, roaring, "All troops, charge! Forget the wagons. Ascend the hill and pursue them, spare not a single one." Li Yinzong, equally frenzied, brandished his weapon, shouting, "Advance! Let these Chi warriors understand who truly rules this territory." The Hu soldiers, spurred by the centurion's furious cries, had their eyes turned crimson with rage. Ignoring the disarray of the convoy and their fallen comrades, they drew their weapons and charged wildly towards the hill where Yang Fan and his men lay in wait. Their hearts burned with the desire to cleanse this affront with the blood of their enemies. At that moment, a more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The hundreds of Hu warriors, pushed to the brink by humiliation and wrath, unleashed a thunderous howl as they charged forward. They tore off their armor, revealing grotesque totems emblazoned across their chests, their bodies undergoing horrific transformations. They became beasts. In an instant, a horde of diverse monstrous forms emerged from the hillside, werewolves with gaping maws, leopard men on all fours, and hulking bear men. They abandoned any semblance of human formation, morphing into a surging tide of darkness, faster and stronger, their eyes consumed by a singular desire for slaughter and annihilation of the offenders. They roared and charged towards the Chi warriors on the hill, their sole objective to shred everything in their path. Yang Fan understood that engaging these beastly Hu people head-on on flat ground would be futile, as their infantry could not withstand such a confrontation. Their true advantage lay in their cavalry. With a small yet resolute band of death-seeking warriors mounted on horses, he swiftly formed a diminutive cavalry unit. They urged their steeds forward, darting across the slopes and the flatlands below with remarkable speed, skillfully avoiding direct encounters with the Hu, instead maneuvering around the surging tide of beasts. As they sped along, they valiantly drew their bows, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. The demon god Bao in Yang Fan's hand struck true, systematically felling the foremost of the beastly Hu, while his comrades, equally resolute, rained arrows upon the monstrous foes. However, an immediate challenge arose. The Hu, once transformed, possessed an astonishing physical resilience. Their flesh was tougher than that of cattle. While Yang Fan's formidable strength allowed him to inflict critical damage with precise shots, the ordinary warriors found their arrows woefully inadequate against the armored hides of the beastly Hu. Many arrows penetrated only a few inches, ensnared by the top muscles, failing to deliver any lethal harm. The arrows clanged against the monstrous forms, many merely sparking without effect. Meanwhile, the speed and strength of the beastly Hu exceeded that of normal beings. Despite Yang Fan and his team's agility and continuous harassment through shooting, their meager lethality was insufficient to thwart the relentless advance and encirclement of the frenzied beast tide. While some who fell, more surged forward like ravenous wolves. The battlefield swiftly descended into a dire stalemate, with the death-seeking warriors feeling an overwhelming pressure. Their arrows seemed to have lost much of their potency against these fearsome beasts. The battle had suddenly become exceedingly arduous. They needed to devise new strategies to effectively slay these terrifying creatures, lest their small group of barely 100 be entirely consumed by the encroaching black tide of beasts. Chapter 35, Peril. Faced with the frenzied assault of the beastly Hu and the ineffectiveness of their arrows, Yang Fan remained composed, acutely aware of his advantages. He resolved to leverage the system, maintaining high-efficiency shooting while on the move. The demon god Bao resonated with a hum, and with each hit, each wound inflicted, he accrued an unceasing flow of blood fury points. He continuously funneled these newly gained points into enhancing his archery and strength attributes. As his strength grew, the power with which he drew his bow increased, causing his arrows to fly faster and strike harder. The impact of his arrows magnified, What initially could barely pierce the weaker parts of the Beastly Who evolved into shots that, with a satisfying thud, could even impale two closely standing Who soldiers. His arrows became the sole weapon on the battlefield capable of effectively harming the Beastly Who. In contrast, the bows of the other fearless warriors, lacking the support of a system, wielded arrows of limited potency, rendering their attempts to inflict substantial damage upon the Beastly Who people rather futile. Their role was primarily to create distractions, draw fire, and accompany Yang Fan in his retreat. Observing the Who people becoming increasingly enraged by his arrows, Yang Fan refrained from engaging them in direct confrontation. Instead, he adeptly utilized the speed of his steed and the terrain, leading his band of brave warriors in a strategic retreat, consistently maneuvering the Who people in circles across the flat land below the hillside. The Who warriors, provoked by Yang Fan's relentless onslaught, especially witnessing their comrades fall to his arrows, descended into a frenzy, disregarding everything but their singular desire to obliterate Yang Fan and his small contingent. They completely forgot about the supply carts and provisions behind them, their sole focus fixated on tearing apart Yang Fan's group. At the moment when the Beastly Who were drawn away, chasing Yang Fan's team in circles, another contingent of Da Chi soldiers stealthily emerged from behind concealed rocks in the distance. Comprising merely a dozen or 20 individuals, they were none other than Lu Shan, whom Yang Fan had left in the valley to recuperate, accompanied by several injured soldiers from the Wolf Tooth Brigade without mounts. They had been lying in wait, seizing the opportune moment. Upon their appearance, Lu Shan and his men went unnoticed by the Who, swiftly advancing toward the abandoned supply carts. The carts remained intact, and the burlap sacks atop them still lay undisturbed. Lu Shan and his comrades rapidly set to work, driving the Who's carts in a different direction, toward the Jade Gate Pass, discreetly escorting them away. Meanwhile, Yang Fan continued to lead the Who in circles, employing his arrow goddess Ida to constantly monitor the movement of the supply carts, ensuring their safety. This was the paramount objective of their mission. Upon witnessing Lu Shan and his team successfully guiding the carts away, a great weight lifted from Yang Fan's heart. He understood that they had accomplished half of their mission. As he observed the supply carts being safely driven out of danger toward the Jade Gate Pass, he realized the primary objective had been fulfilled, signaling that it was time to withdraw. Retreat, Yang Fan commanded loudly, no longer wishing to linger in battle. He urged his brave warriors to exploit their speed, rapidly disengaging from the pursuit and hurrying toward the direction where Lu Shan was escorting the supply carts. Although the Beastly Who were in a frenzied state, Yang Fan and his comrades executed an organized retreat, swiftly distancing themselves from their pursuers. The mission to seize the supplies was a success. However, Yang Fan soon perceived something amiss. They were rapidly retreating toward the Jade Gate Pass, having already gained a significant distance from the Beastly Who had been in pursuit. The task of securing the provisions seemed accomplished. Yet their current objective was to survive and bring the supplies and themselves back to the Jade Gate Pass. Yet, when Yang Fan cast his arrow goddess eye behind him, he discovered that the number of Who's soldiers chasing them had not diminished. Rather, it was growing increasingly formidable, and their speed was escalating as if they were emerging from the flanks or other hidden locations. Immediately, he beheld two formidable figures at the forefront of the pursuing barbarian horde. They were not the previously encountered beastly barbarians, towering in stature and exhibiting remarkable agility. They rode upon magnificent steeds. Though their attire was obscured by their rapid motion, their imposing presence and swiftness suggested they were officers of the barbarian ranks, likely of the centurion grade. Yang Fan swiftly drew his bow, targeting one of the centurions with an arrow. The two-stone demon god Bao, combined with his formidable strength, released the arrow with a fierce whistling sound. However, upon striking the centurion, the arrow produced a sharp clang, akin to hitting stone, failing to inflict any damage. A wave of despair washed over Yang Fan. These two were even more resilient than the beastly barbarians. Their defenses must have reached an astonishing level. Furthermore, the speed of these centurions was astonishing. They galloped on the swiftest war horses, rapidly closing the distance, and were nearing the soldiers in Yang Fan's group who were lagging behind. Soon, desperate screams echoed through the air. A few of the slower members of the death squad had been overtaken and captured by the two centurions. In the next instant, the horrifying sound of torn flesh, mingled with the soldiers' anguished cries, resonated in the ears of the fleeing members of the death squad. They turned to witness the two centurions employing sheer brute force to rend their comrades apart, blood splattering and staining the ground, the remains gruesomely disfigured. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of his brothers, Yang Fan's countenance darkened. tinged with a pallor of dread. These two barbarians were excessively powerful and ruthlessly cruel. He had not anticipated the presence of additional barbarians in the vicinity. Moreover, the emergence of these two centurions was too timely, too coincidental, their intent unmistakably directed towards him. Surely no mere happenstance. A disquieting thought burgeoned in Yang Fan's mind. The ambush on the barbarian supply convoy must have been compromised. The barbarians had received prior intelligence and laid in wait here, or summoned nearby elite troops to encircle them. There must be a traitor within the ranks. Someone who had divulged their operational plans and the news of their raid on the supplies to the enemy. These rats were not merely embezzling. They were colluding with the barbarians, betraying their own military and civilians. A surge of righteous fury coursed through Yang Fan, yet this was not the time for rage. Anger and bloodlust must be suppressed. Those centurions were far too formidable for his small contingent to confront. The only viable option was to flee, as swiftly as possible. The immediate priority was to escape this perilous situation, survive, and return with the supplies and the information regarding the traitor. Yet, as he rode, a profound sense of guilt engulfed him. Those brothers who had been so brutally torn apart could have survived, had it not been for the breach of their plan. The barbarians' timely forewarning, and the ambush set against them, they would not have been overtaken, nor would they have met such a tragic fate. He had been careless. He had not anticipated the sheer madness and moral bankruptcy of those treacherous rats, who would conspire with the Hu to betray military secrets. Chapter 36. A single man stands guard, preserving hundreds. Behind the scenes, those gluttonous rats, driven not merely by greed but by a callous disregard for the suffering of the military and civilians alike, sought the demise of our grain raiding party. Their intentions were clear. They aimed for the complete annihilation of the garrison at Yumen Pass. A chilling dread seeped into Yang Fan's bones. These were his own people. Officers of the Great Qi, subjects of the Great Qi. What treachery was this? Selling the operational plans of their own forces to the Hu. This was not mere embezzlement or endangerment of lives. It was treason, unequivocal and absolute. More detestable than the Hu, these traitors were willing to sacrifice thousands of lives, all to shield their own nefarious deeds, even if it meant the fall of Yumen Pass and plunging the Great Qi into peril. Yang Fan's gaze turned as cold as ice, his murderous intent surpassing even that directed at the Hu. These traitors, these rats, these national betrayers, none would escape his wrath. They would pay a price far more agonizing than death. As he galloped on horseback, Yang Fan cast a glance back at his comrades. Over 100 brave souls, though few, were handpicked for this death-defying mission. They were hardened men, driven by sheer hunger, willing to face the king of hell himself. Their bones still imbued with fighting spirit despite their dire state. Suddenly, Yang Fan realized, these men represented the strongest fighting force at Yumen Pass, the most daring and trustworthy. This was the team. They were the remaining backbone of an army on the brink of starvation. Those shadowy conspirators, in their attempt to undermine him and obliterate evidence, had foolishly handed over this precious elite to the enemy. They had foreseen the grain raid and deliberately leaked information to the Hu, luring them into ambushing the last remnants of elite forces at Yumen Pass. A tidal wave of rage surged within Yang Fan, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. These traitors were more contemptible than the Hu. He suppressed his anger and focused on the battle at hand. The two Hu captains were formidable, with defenses so formidable that his arrows merely tickled them. They remained at the forefront of the pursuing forces, blocking Yang Fan's shots, preventing him from harming the ordinary beast-like Hu soldiers behind them. The situation grew increasingly dire. The Hu outnumbered them, and with those two formidable captains leading the charge, their arrows were rendered ineffective while the Hu pressed ever closer. The beastly Hu soldiers on the flanks were closing in, and the casualty count began to rise. Brothers fell one by one, some cleaved by the Hu captains, others overwhelmed and mauled by the savage Hu soldiers, and still others struck down by arrows from behind. Watching his fallen comrades, Yang Fan felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. This could not continue. The last spark of hope for Yumen Pass could not be extinguished here. Some must survive. With sudden resolve, he bellowed above the cacophony of wind and hoofbeats, his voice heavy with determination. All brothers, heed my command. Retreat first and regroup at Yumen Pass. He pointed to a few mounted members of the death squad. You lead the others away, swiftly, no one is to be left behind. Yet after his shout, he did not depart. Instead, he fiercely reined in his steed, halting abruptly, turning to face the pursuing Hu chieftain and the beastly Hu warriors. I shall remain here to hold the line, using my arrows and my life to buy my brother's precious time to flee. With the demon god bow fully drawn, He knocked an arrow from his quiver and commenced a new barrage against the Hu. "Come on," he silently roared within, seeking to advance. "First, they must reckon with the arrows in my hand, which shall determine their passage." The Hu warriors, taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected halt, momentarily froze, before erupting into frenzied howls of excitement. This was their chance for glory. They unleashed their full firepower upon Yang Fan. "Kill him. Do not let him escape." Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows, whistling with deadly precision, rained down upon Yang Fan. He did not evade. Instead, he summoned his indestructible golden body, bracing himself against the torrential downpour of arrows. The sounds of metal clashing resonated, arrows striking him, many ricocheting off. Yet the overwhelming impact felt like countless blunt hammers smashing against his chest and internal organs, causing old and new wounds to flare simultaneously. The pain was excruciating, tearing through him. He felt as if his very flesh were churning, his bones threatening to shatter. Each breath brought with it a searing agony. Blood continually seeping from the corners of his mouth, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision, a sensation akin to death itself, consciousness blurring. Just as he felt his strength wane, on the verge of collapse, the system's alert echoed frantically in his mind. Host has sustained fatal damage. Injury assessment, life and death level. Gained substantial blood rage value. Gained substantial blood rage value. This blood rage value was exponentially greater than any he had previously acquired. A fatal wound. This was the immense reward of gambling with his life. Yang Fan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, opting not to channel the blood rage into strength or archery. Instead, he chose equestrianism. A surge of power flooding through him instantaneously. His control over the steed surged to unprecedented heights. It felt as though he and the warhorse had merged into one. A perfect harmony of man and beast. He squeezed the horse's flank tightly, and the steed neighed with excitement, bursting forth like an arrow released from a bow. Propelling him onward, he would escape, leveraging this overwhelming force and the system's tremendous enhancement to shake off his pursuers. He galloped across the desolate plains of the northern desert, with hundreds of Hu warriors in relentless pursuit behind him. The previous scene had been vividly observed by Hu chieftains Li Yuanzong and his brother Li Yinzong, who witnessed Yang Fan's halt and the multitude of arrows striking him. Though aware of his resilience, they had not anticipated it to this extent, so densely packed. He must surely have been turned into a porcupine, dead beyond resurrection. Yet now they beheld Yang Fan, not only alive, but suddenly surging forward like a streak of light, moving with alarming speed, vibrant and full of life. Survived? After enduring so many arrows, he had not perished. Strange, this is undoubtedly abnormal. The two brothers exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with astonishment and avarice. This Qi man undoubtedly harbored secrets, precious treasures that could preserve one's life. Techniques or artifacts capable of withstanding a volley of arrows without succumbing. The Hu warriors were known for their ferocity in battle. Sustaining injuries was a norm. Who among them was unscathed? If they could acquire the Qi officer's life-saving technique or treasure, it would be tantamount to gaining additional lives on the battlefield, perhaps even more than one. The worth of such a prize surpassed the value of seizing countless rations or slaying myriad Qi soldiers. Rations? Let that band of cowards flee. As for those death-seeking warriors, they could return to human pass. Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong swiftly resolved their course of action. Their singular objective now remained Yang Fan, this Qi man, and the treasures he possessed. Pursue the Qi man. Li Yuanzong bellowed anew, his voice infused with a greed that brooked no denial. Capture him alive. Do not let him escape. Li Yinzong echoed, rallying the hundreds of Hu warriors behind them, steadfastly pursuing Yang Fan. They had completely abandoned the pursuit of the already distant 100-man death squad, redirecting all their focus, all their forces, and all their speed toward Yang Fan alone. Chapter 37. General Yang, Noble Integrity. Yang Fan poured the immense reservoir of his rage into his horsemanship, propelling it to heights that eclipsed even the most seasoned Hu warriors raised upon the steppes. He galloped across the wasteland, pursued by hundreds of Hu warriors. The brothers Li Yuanzong and Li Yinzong clung tenaciously to him. Their thoughts were solely consumed with capturing Yang Fan alive, eager to extract the treasures from him, fearful that a stray arrow might strike him down and damage the loot. Thus, they tempered their archery, intent only on hastening their pursuit to seize him alive. In this manner, Yang Fan single-handedly managed to divert the attention of several hundred elite Hu warriors. He became the focal point of all enemy fire. 300 elite Hu warriors forsook their pursuit of others, relinquished the precious supply carts, all in an effort to capture him, as Yang Fan fled for his life. He utilized his divine archery sight to observe in the distance, where he saw the 100 or so Death Squad members he had brought, desperately racing toward Human Pass. Though a few beastly Hu warriors lingered behind, they had already distanced themselves from the main force, drawing ever closer to Human Pass. Before long, he witnessed the city gates swing open, welcoming the returning Death Squad. They had safely entered the city, returning within the range of protection. They were secure, and the provisions were safe. The tension that had gripped Yang Fan's heart finally loosened, overwhelming him with fatigue and pain, yet a look of relief graced his countenance. It was accomplished. His brothers were saved. The scene shifted to before Human Pass. The sky, still shrouded in the grayness preceding dawn, revealed the gates just ajar, ready to receive the returning Death Squad. At the entrance stood a robust man in his 40s, wielding a broad-bladed longsword. His gaze fixed intently on the distance where Yang Fan was being pursued. His face bore the deep, weathered lines of a life hardened by adversity. His name was Zhou Tai, the vice commander of the Human Pass, and a seasoned veteran. He gazed at the distant figure, a mere black dot pursued relentlessly by hundreds of Hu soldiers, yet still maintaining speed and deftly evading their grasp, single-handedly holding them at bay. His eyes welled with tears, not ordinary ones, but blood tears brimming with a mixture of sorrow and indignation. After decades of military service, Zhou Tai had encountered all manner of officials, greedy bureaucrats who embezzled military funds and treated soldiers as mere pawns, ruthless tyrants who belittled and abused them, and those who feigned brotherhood but, when danger arose, sent soldiers to bear the brunt of the attack. His teeth ground in frustration at their dishonor. Yet, here was someone who risked his life to secure a chance for his comrades, using his own flesh and blood to distract the pursuing horde, affording his men a glimmer of hope. This was an unprecedented encounter in his extensive military career, as he beheld the figure fighting valiantly in the distance. Holding back hundreds of foes, a profound respect and melancholy surged within him. This was the essence of a true general, a genuine soldier, not those who hid behind the lines, boasting while treating the lives of their men as mere fodder. Zhou Tai murmured to himself, his voice low yet suffused with admiration, "General Yang." He watched the solitary figure enduring the onslaught for the sake of his brothers, embodying noble righteousness, offering his life for the lives of his comrades, shedding his blood to carve out a path of survival for his soldiers. Yang Fan's actions, in Zhou Tai's eyes, represented unparalleled honor and loyalty. He committed this moment to memory. The entire garrison of Human Pass would remember this instant, remember the young General Yang. Meanwhile, the members of the Wolf Fong Battalion, hearing Yang Fan's orders, raced toward Human Pass with fervor. Though they ran swiftly, each step was heavy with reluctance. They glanced back at Yang Fan, the man who stood resolutely, sacrificing his life for their safety, their eyes filled with gratitude, admiration, and expectation. They believed in General Yang, trusted in his ability to create miracles, believed he would not perish, and with this complex mix of emotions, they reluctantly surged into Human Pass. On another front of the battlefield, Yang Fan rode amidst the chaos, skillfully evading the relentless pursuit of the Hu soldiers. His horsemanship had developed exponentially. Yet the horse was not invincible, no immortal body here. Most of the arrows rained down upon him were deftly dodged, yet some inevitably found their mark, piercing the horse beneath him with a shrill whistle. The steed emitted mournful cries, ultimately succumbing to the relentless barrage and the exhaustion inflicted by the Hu warriors. Yang Fan's mount, now a pincushion of arrows, let out a final wail, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground. Forced to dismount, Yang Fan lost not only his horse but also his speed and maneuverability, transforming into a stationary target amid the assault of hundreds of beastly Hu soldiers and 2,000 centurions. The pursuing Hu soldiers, witnessing Yang Fan's fall, erupted in frenzied cheers, their excitement palpable. They knew this formidable Qi warrior was now trapped, unable to escape. Arrows rained down upon Yang Fan once more, as if intent on transforming him into a sieve pinned to the ground. An increasing number of Hu cavalry surged forward, charging towards him with the intent to slay him with their curved blades. Leading the charge was the Hu chieftain Li Yuanzong, whose eyes glimmered with avarice upon witnessing Yang Fan tumble from his steed. Instead of wielding a sword, he retrieved a massive iron hammer from his mount. Weighing several hundred pounds, its movement accompanied by a terrifying whoosh. With a beastly roar, Li Yuanzong swung the heavy hammer down upon Yang Fan's head, aiming to reduce this Qi man to a pulpy mass before scavenging his corpse for treasures. However, contrary to the expectations of Li Yuanzong and the other Hu warriors, Yang Fan did not evade the blow. He stood his ground as if in a stupor, or perhaps he had planned this all along. resolutely allowing the hammer to strike him. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the enormous hammer, imbued with formidable force, struck solidly against Yang Fan's chest. His indestructible golden body operated at its zenith, yet in the face of such raw might, he felt his internal organs shift violently, his body propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain in his chest was an order of magnitude more severe than the previous arrow wounds. It felt as though his ribs might shatter. Yet, as he was flung away, his right hand instinctively reached out, as if foreseeing what lay ahead, grasping a rope cleverly concealed beneath a rock nearby. As Yang Fan hurtled through the air, he seized the rope with a fierce tug, altering his trajectory mid-flight. He then plummeted, vanishing into a concealed entrance in the ground as if he had evaporated into thin air. The Hu warriors were left dumbfounded. Their arrows had flown, their blades had slashed, and Li Yuanzong's hammer had struck true. Yet this Qi man, though struck down, had not perished. He had inexplicably vanished. What sorcery was this? Chapter 38. The frantic counterattack of the Hu. Did they think that my ambush on the Hu supply convoy was a spur-of-the-moment decision? Nonsense. Yang Fan is no reckless fool. When I resolved to undertake this perilous venture, I meticulously studied the terrain, anticipating every possible reaction from the Hu. This was a gamble fraught with peril, and I had long prepared for the worst. Among my contingency plans was a strategy for holding the line should I find myself isolated. A solitary retreat to buy my comrades time to escape. I even scouted potential hiding spots along the retreat route, setting up mechanisms or entrances that would allow me to vanish in an instant. It was this very plan that proved invaluable. Just moments ago, when my steed was slain, and I was struck by Li Yuanzong's monstrous hammer, seemingly on the brink of demise, it was the rope I had grasped that altered my fate. This is merely a component of the plan. The rope is connected to a well-concealed entrance beneath the ground, which he had likely discovered in advance, perhaps even excavated and arranged himself. Utilizing the impact of Li Yuanzong's heavy strike, along with a tug on the rope, he instantly burrowed into the entrance, vanishing completely from the surface. Can you believe it? Right before the eyes of hundreds of Hu people, he vanished, slipping away through an underground passage or a hidden mountain trail. The Hu likely believed he had vanished into thin air or been spirited away by some divine being, never suspecting that he had merely dug a tunnel. In such desperate circumstances, Yang Fan not only preserved his own life, but also successfully escaped the battlefield via this secret route, leaving hundreds of Hu people bewildered and confused, ultimately securing his safe retreat. Subsequently, the events unfolded simply. He traversed the secret paths known only to the locals, hiding by day and traveling by night, stealthily making his way toward the Yumen Pass. Did he carry serious injuries? Such concerns were trivial. His heart was already yearning to return to the Yumen Pass, eager to see if his brothers had returned safely. Ultimately, he succeeded in returning to the Yumen Pass, not through the front gate, but through a more concealed route. Slipping back into the city like a shadow, he had to see quickly about the 100 or so brothers who had fought alongside him. Scene transition. Inside the grand tent of the Northern Desert Hu Army's Central Command. The tent was vast, with a roaring fire pit at its center. The Hu commander, Li Changhao, a man as robust as a bear with a face adorned with stubble, sat in the main seat, his expression dark and his eyes burning with fury. Before him, several centurions, including Li Yuanzong and his brother Li Yinzong, who had previously pursued Yang Fan, all bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. They had just reported the news of the grain convoy's ambush. It was a slap in the face. Not only had they lost the grain, but they had also suffered the deaths of 2 centurions and dozens of elite beast warriors. Useless. Li Changhao slammed the table with a tremendous crash, causing the coals in the fire pit to leap. His entire body trembled with rage as he pointed at the group before him, unleashing a torrent of curses. All of you are worthless. How could a convoy of hundreds be ambushed by just 100 men? And so many lives lost. His voice carried an incredulous mix of fury and humiliation. I have fought all my life. When have I ever lost anything to the great Qi? When have I ever been robbed by them? This is not merely a matter of disgrace. It represents a significant loss. Li Changhao continued to roar. This grain was enough to feed 5,000 men for 10 days or half a month. This batch of food was crucial for their siege, and recalling its origins only fueled his rage further. I paid a hefty price to acquire it from those damned Qi spies. Those spies took the money, yet the grain was still lost. Li Changhao's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that with the grain stolen, the morale of the Qi soldiers at Yumen Pass would surely soar. With the arrival of this batch of provisions, they would be able to endure for a while longer. However, there was no time to waste. They must act before the enemy fully comprehends the situation. While their morale was still high and the rations had yet to be completely distributed, an immediate assault on the city must commence. Leaving them no chance to catch their breath, he abruptly rose to his feet, pointing towards the tent entrance, issuing commands to the centurions before him. His tone rife with urgency and lethal intent. Immediate action was required. All troops were to assemble and charge towards the Jade Gate. He intended to crush the dilapidated wall of the Jade Gate with overwhelming force. It was imperative to seize the Jade Gate in the shortest possible time, making the Cheeman aware of the consequences of provoking the Hu people. The victory of breaching the Jade Gate would serve to avenge the humiliation suffered by the grain transport team. This battle must commence at once. And it must be a swift resolution. Inside the tent, the centurions, though terrified of their commander's wrath, were equally stirred by the incident of the looted provisions. They responded in unison, swiftly exiting the tent to rally the troops. A more ferocious and brutal siege was about to unfold. The Hu people were, after all, natural horsemen and archers. Engaging in cavalry battles across the plains was their forte. However, when it came to assaulting a fortress as formidable as the Jade Gate, with its towering walls and deep moats, and lacking sufficient siege equipment, it was a daunting task. At this moment, Li Changhao's command to launch a full-scale assault was somewhat clouded by his anger over the looting. Infuriated by Yang Fan, his singular thought was to employ absolute power to swiftly capture the Jade Gate and erase the disgrace. In the military, the commander's orders were absolute. Who would dare disobey? Under Li Changhao's command, the entire Hu army assembled, comprising 5,000 elite troops organized into 5,000-man contingents, along with various officers and a considerable number of beastly soldiers. They unleashed a deafening battle cry and commenced a true death charge towards the Jade Gate. At this moment, Yang Fan had returned to the city tower, disregarding his severe injuries. He gazed down at the dark tide of Hu people surging towards the walls, his expression grave. He began to direct the defending soldiers, urging them to take their positions, preparing stones, logs, arrows, and boiling oil, every conceivable weapon at their disposal. The Hu assault was devoid of any embellishments. They relied solely on their numbers and ferocity, launching wave after wave of attacks, each consisting of 1,000 men. As one wave retreated, another pressed forward without respite. It was sheer madness. They braved the falling debris and a rain of arrows, erecting ladders and desperately charging towards the walls, sacrificing lives in the process. Yang Fan stood resolutely atop the tower, his injuries still unhealed, utterly exhausted. Yet he understood that he could not falter. He calmly issued commands, orchestrating the defense and urging his soldiers to fight with all their might. His voice, though not loud, resonated with power amidst the chaos of the battlefield. As he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, he unleashed a fearsome display of archery, claiming the lives of the barbarian foes below the walls and on the ladders. The enchanted bow emitted a constant hum, the eye of the arrow god activated, and his projectiles whistled with death as they precisely struck down each barbarian that dared to show their face, severing the ladders one after another. Each kill was a testament to his skill. In such a densely packed battleground, the lethality of his archery was terrifying, single-handedly. He diminished a portion of the enemy's siege force. Chapter 39. The emergence of doubts. The barbarian onslaught was frenzied, a relentless tide crashing against the walls without respite. The siege raged from day into night, and from night until dawn, lasting a full day and night. The walls ran red with blood, cries of anguish filled the air, and the weary defenders clung to their posts with gritted teeth. Yang Fan remained atop the battlements, scarcely finding time to rest. He paid no heed to his wounds or fatigue. His eyes burned from prolonged focus, and his ears rang with the cacophony of battle and the barbarian howls. Yet, the string of his bow never ceased its song. He drew, aimed, and released. Again he drew, again he aimed, again he released, the enchanted bow humming tirelessly. He lost count of the arrows he had loosed and the lives he had taken, only remembering the bloodlust that surged with each shot, each kill, and each wound. His archery and strength had undergone remarkable enhancement within the system, and he grew stronger with every engagement. The tremendous exertion, the overwhelming destruction, and the accumulation of bloodlust finally culminated at the peak of the battle's intensity, just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. A chilling yet melodious system notification echoed in Yang Fan's mind. Congratulations, host. Your archery has been honed through intense combat, achieving a breakthrough. Archery skill has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. 1,000 kills. Acquired special skill. Curved arrow. Curved arrow. What is that? Yang Fan felt a surge of joy, as if his fatigue had lessened slightly. He immediately turned to the system for clarification. The system swiftly provided a detailed explanation. Curved arrow, consumes a certain amount of energy to shoot arrows that can alter their trajectory. The arrows will fly in an arc, making their path exceedingly difficult to predict. The subsequent explanation sent a jolt of excitement through Yang Fan. Often, the opponent may evade based on the arrow's trajectory only to find it suddenly curving mid-flight, tracking its target and piercing through them. An arrow that can change its course. It can even track. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Those barbarian archers were highly skilled and adept at dodging, particularly the beastly ones, who possessed remarkable speed and agility. While the eye of the arrow god could predict their next move, they still managed to evade with superhuman reflexes. But with the curved arrow, could he truly make the arrows follow their targets, leaving them with no escape? Yang Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power. With this skill, he might effectively vanquish those formidable beastly barbarians. Having acquired a new skill, Yang Fan, undeterred by fatigue and pain, felt an overwhelming surge of power and urgency within him. Eager to test the efficacy of the arcane arrows, he knocked an arrow once more, this time focusing his mind and infusing the newly acquired ability into the shaft. Instantly, 6 arrows were drawn taut in his grasp, infused with an indescribable, peculiar energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 6 arrows, glowing with a sanguine hue, soared through the air, aimed at the densely packed enemy troops below. As the arrows left the bowstring, their trajectory appeared straight, seemingly targeting the foes directly. The adversaries, upon seeing the 6 arrows streaking towards them with uncanny speed and brilliance, swiftly assumed defensive positions, raising their shields or hiding behind heavily armored soldiers in an attempt to thwart the impending assault, believing it to be yet another of Yang Fan's terrifying straight shots. However, to their astonishment and dread, a remarkable turn of events unfolded. Mid-flight, the arrows maintained their velocity yet, as if animated by a will of their own, abruptly altered their paths. No longer traversing in a linear fashion, they traced an eerie arc instead. The arrows circumvented the shields, slipped through gaps, and even navigated around the back of the enemy, executing a grand detour. They deftly evaded the raised shields and the formidable defenses of the heavily armored soldiers, targeting the vulnerable throats and temples of the foes with chilling precision, rendering them utterly defenseless. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows, propelled by formidable force, pierced the unsuspecting adversaries' throats, instantaneously erupting in a spray of crimson. Several foes did not even have time to scream. Their bodies slackened and collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished in an instant, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Witnessing this scene, the remaining adversaries were struck with profound shock, their once ferocious onslaught momentarily halted. They stared at their mysteriously fallen comrades, at the arrows curving with uncanny grace, as waves of immense fear and panic surged through them. Impossible! One of the foes screamed in terror. How can arrows turn? Another echoed the sentiment. How did this Han manage such a feat? His arrows curve upon release. How are we to defend against this? Faced with an assault that transcended their comprehension, they felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread. How could they defend against such an onslaught? Shields were ineffective. Evasion was futile. It was akin to the work of a demoness archery. On the battlements, the soldiers of the Great Qi Kingdom, witnessing Yang Fan's arcane arrows circumventing shields and striking down the enemy with precision, were left in a state of astonishment. Following this spectacle, thunderous cheers erupted. Bravo! General Yang's divine archery. This technique is nothing short of miraculous. They had defended the city for so long and had encountered various marksmen, those who could hit a fly from 100 paces, those who could strike targets at high speed, and even those capable of loosing 6 arrows simultaneously. Never before had they witnessed arrows that could be directed mid-flight, tracing an enigmatic arc before striking their intended target with pinpoint accuracy. This marvel transcended their comprehension, and Yang Fan's skillful arc arrows significantly bolstered the morale of the defending troops. Nevertheless, the onslaught from the Hu people did not waver in the face of this new weapon. Their ferocity intensified, becoming even more frenzied with the emergence of the arc arrows. They howled, growing increasingly savage, determined to breach the human pass, vowing not to relent until it fell. The siege persisted for an entire day and night, leaving the defenders utterly exhausted. Within that brief span, the soldiers had reached the limits of their fatigue. Many, disregarding their appearances, collapsed onto the ground during brief lulls in the Hu assault, some even slipping into slumber, too weary to keep their eyes open. Their weapons still clutched tightly in their hands. Yang Fan was equally fatigued, yet he understood that he could not succumb. He remained vigilant atop the battlements, his gaze scanning the movements of the Hu forces below and in the distance, ever watchful for sudden attacks or cunning ploys. observing the state of his soldiers. He recognized their dire need for rest, cognizant that this battle would not conclude swiftly. Gritting his teeth, he issued a command for a temporary respite, allowing a portion of the soldiers to rotate and rest while others remained alert. As his men seized the opportunity to recuperate, Yang Fan continued to scrutinize his surroundings with unwavering vigilance. The walls were permeated with exhaustion and pain, soldiers sprawled in disarray, seeking rest. Suddenly, a figure caught Yang Fan's attention. Unlike the other soldiers, who lay prostrate, this individual stood quietly in a nearby corner, tall and upright. An anomaly amidst the sea of fatigue, he appeared to be gazing at the Hu forces outside, seemingly lost in thought. And his silhouette evoked a sense of familiarity in Yang Fan. Chapter 40. Clue: The siege at Yumen Pass had finally caught its breath. On the battlements, comrades lay wherever they could find comfort, yearning to slip into a deep slumber. The night was thick and impenetrable, illuminated only by the flickering torches that emitted smoke as they swayed. Yang Fan was equally drained, having fought tirelessly throughout the afternoon, his hands feeling almost detached from his body. Yet unlike the others, his robust physique allowed for a quicker recovery. Though weary, his alertness remained undiminished, his eyes darting about, his mind racing with thoughts of granaries, tunnels, and the scoundrels lurking in the shadows. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a soldier behaving suspiciously, distinctly out of place amidst the fatigued defenders, failing to maintain proper vigilance. The figure crouched in the shadows, stealthily retrieving a piece of cloth to wrap around an arrow. Yang Fan's heart sank, and his eyes narrowed in sudden realization. A marked arrow. What treachery was this? He watched as the soldier secured the cloth, knocked the arrow, and suddenly loosed it towards the inky darkness beyond the walls. Damn! Yang Fan felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him. The marked arrow. Indeed, a marked arrow signified a traitor among us, a spy relaying information to the barbaric outsiders, concealed amidst our brethren, and at such a perilous moment. It was the dead of night, and the brothers, weary as hounds, were oblivious to this scoundrel's peculiarities. Yet, Yang Fan was different. His keen, discerning eye was sharper in the darkness than that of an owl. Every movement of the traitor, the arrow adorned with a white cloth directed towards the outside, was vividly etched in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan surged towards the soldier, his voice imbued with fierce authority. Dingyu, still half asleep, instinctively darted towards Yang Fan upon hearing his voice. Present, Yang Fan pointed decisively at the traitor. Seize him. The soldier, taken aback, paled instantly, realizing his doom was imminent. In a desperate bid, he attempted to break free, shoving Yang Fan and Dingyu aside, while bellowing to mislead the weary brothers. Look at him. He is not our general. He is a murderer, an outsider. He betrays the loyal and has slain our officer. He sought to create chaos amidst the exhaustion of the brothers, hoping to escape in the ensuing turmoil. But what was the result? A futile effort. The brothers, though fatigued and harboring biases against the pompous officials, regarded this sneaky traitor and then turned their gaze to Yang Fan, who had stood alone against the invading barbarians earlier, forcing them to cower, who had reclaimed vital provisions from the hands of the enemy, who had just shared the same humble porridge with them, promising them sustenance. It was Yang Fan. It was General Yang. Fueled by the remnants of the meager porridge they had consumed, they scrutinized the traitor attempting to malign General Yang. No one believed his absurd claims. Not a single soul heeded his frantic cries, nor did any soldier dare to side with him. They were weary, yet their eyes shone with an alarming intensity, reflecting an unwavering admiration for Yang Fan, pure and trusting. Dingyu and several other brothers, roused from their stupor, swiftly pounced upon the struggling traitor, effortlessly pinning him to the ground, securing him firmly. Yang Fan gazed coldly at the subdued traitor. Good, we have him. Through this wretch, perhaps we could uncover the hidden scoundrels lurking in the shadows, the lair of those parasitic vermin. Take him away. Yang Fan commanded sternly. Commence the interrogation immediately. I will extract every secret from this wretch. Scene shift. The prison within the city of Yumen Pass. This place was dark and damp. The air thick with the scent of mold, mingled with the stench of blood. Yang Fan sat upon a dilapidated chair, slowly sipping from a cup of tea that had long since gone cold, his expression calm, yet his eyes glinted with an icy resolve. In the distance, the soldier recently captured was bound to the torture rack, his body smeared with blood, clearly having endured considerable torment. Dingyu and several trusted brothers from the Wolf Fong camp were taking turns employing various methods, attempting to pry open the lips of this scoundrel to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. The soldier's anguished screams echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Yet he remained obstinately silent, perhaps aware that speaking would lead to even greater suffering. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and the prison door was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. A burly man, broad-shouldered and imposing, stormed in with a few soldiers, exuding an aura of authority that surpassed that of an ordinary lieutenant. Yang Fan raised his eyes and instantly felt a chill. He recognized the visitor, Liao Li, the deputy commander of Yumen Pass, the highest-ranking official in the city before the arrival of Qi's forces. Liao Li rushed to the torture rack, and upon seeing his own soldier bound upon it, his complexion turned a shade of deep anger. He whirled around, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Fan, his voice a tempest of indignation laced with a commanding authority. "Who are you? On what grounds do you detain my soldier? How dare you torture my men?" In his eyes, Yang Fan, a mere new guerrilla general, was inconsequential. Daring to touch Liao Li's people was a blatant affront. Yang Fan regarded Liao Li with a gaze as frigid as ancient ice. The soldier, the traitor who had delivered the message, was indeed Liao Li's own. And this man had the audacity to confront him at such a moment. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Liao Li was undoubtedly entangled with the true puppet master. Without offering any explanation or wasting words, Yang Fan rose decisively, issuing orders to Deng Yu and the other brothers with an air of undeniable authority. His tone resolute and commanding. "Deputy Commander Liao intends to obstruct the interrogation and shield the traitor. Seize him immediately. You dare." Liao Li was taken aback by Yang Fan's audacity to act against him directly. He quickly regained his composure, adopting a defensive stance, attempting to push away the soldiers advancing to apprehend him. After all, he was the deputy commander of Yumen Pass, skilled in combat. However, he had barely begun to fully position himself when Yang Fan's figure appeared before him like a flash. Yang Fan did not wield a weapon, nor did he employ any elaborate techniques. He merely moved, harnessing the terrifying strength and physical prowess bestowed by his indomitable golden body. Yang Fan's hand seized Liao Li's arm with a grip so powerful that Liao Li found himself utterly unable to break free. With a twist of his arm and a downward pressure, Liao Li let out a muffled grunt as his balance was instantly disrupted, and he was thrown over Yang Fan's shoulder, crashing forcefully to the ground. A dull thud resounded. Deng Yu and the others immediately surged forward, pinning Liao Li firmly to the ground. Liao Li, pressed down and in pain, grimaced, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Yang Fan. He had previously known that Yang Fan possessed extraordinary archery skills, having been promoted by General Qi as a master marksman. However, who had informed him that this lad, skilled in archery, was equally formidable in close combat? The sheer force he displayed was astonishing. He had barely registered how Yang Fan had engaged in the fight. From his elevated position, Yang Fan gazed down at the subdued Liao Li, fully aware that he had captured a significant target, a vice commander, emerging at a critical moment to protect a soldier relaying messages to the Hu people, the granary, the tunnels, the grain officials, the poison soldiers, the traitors. All clues in the myriad of chaotic circumstances seemed to converge upon this vice commander of the Yumen Pass. "Taken to another cell," Yang Fan commanded in a low voice. "No one is to approach him without my permission. I will personally interrogate him." Deng Yu and his brothers swiftly lifted the incapacitated Liao Li and escorted him to the adjacent cell. Soon, anguished screams echoed from the next room. This time, they were not the cries of soldiers, but those of Liao Li himself. Yang Fan knew that he could extract the truth about the theft of the granaries at Yumen Pass from Liao Li's lips. He would uncover the nests of those treacherous rats lurking in the shadows. He would spare none of these traitorous scoundrels, more despicable than the Hu people. Chapter 41. A Glimmer of Hope. Not long after, the wails from the adjacent cell persisted, though they sounded somewhat diminished. Yang Fan emerged, still tinged with the scent of blood, and returned to the cell where the messenger soldier was bound. Though weariness etched his face, his gaze remained as icy as steel. Deng Yu and the others, upon seeing the blood on Yang Fan, understood all too well what had transpired, sending chills down their spines. Liao Li had confessed. Yang Fan approached the soldier, towering over him, and spoke in a calm yet chilling tone. His words, though softly spoken, struck directly at the soldier's heart, shaking the already fragile defenses of his psyche. Lying? Of course, he was lying, but it was effective against this lad. A fleeting glimmer of despair crossed the soldier's eyes. He had remained silent in the hope that Liao Li would come to his rescue, or that Liao Li would withstand the pressure, allowing him to survive. Now, hearing that Liao Li had already confessed, his last shred of hope was extinguished. He realized that enduring any longer only led to a dead end. Yang Fan's gaze intensified, his voice growing even colder. If you do not confess, can you imagine what fate awaits you? He paused, a chilling undertone lacing his words. Military law dictates that revealing military secrets and colluding with the enemy is a capital offense. He locked his gaze onto the soldier's eyes, striking at his deepest fears, and it is not merely a matter of a swift death. It is to be executed by Ling Qi. Ling Qi, the death by 1,000 cuts. Upon hearing these words, the soldier's body convulsed violently, his eyes widening in abject terror, as if his very soul had fled. This punishment, 100 times more horrifying than death itself, was unimaginable. He understood that if Yang Fan dared to employ such ruthless measures against Liao Li within the confines of a prison, he would not hesitate to do the same to him. He wished to avoid the torturous fate of being flayed alive. He did not desire such a gruesome demise. His resolve crumbled, and with a quivering voice, he hastily exclaimed, "I will speak. I shall divulge everything. General Yang, I implore you, spare me from this fate. I will tell all." Upon witnessing the soldier's breakdown, Yang Fan grew weary of his pleas. He instructed Deng Yu to quickly summon a scribe equipped with pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. When the scribe arrived, Yang Fan commanded the soldier to recount every detail he knew, leaving nothing unspoken. The scribe diligently recorded this bloody confession, stroke by stroke. The soldier sobbed intermittently as he revealed the sordid truths he held. As Yang Fan listened, the threads of the narrative began to intertwine in his mind, forming a clearer picture of the events. The mastermind behind the scenes was none other than Liao Li, the scoundrel who had directed the grain officer to gather a group of accomplices to excavate a tunnel beneath the granary. It was also Liao Li who organized the manpower to transport the grain, cart by cart, through this tunnel to a designated location outside the city. The grain officer who perished? His death was not a suicide, but rather a sacrificial act orchestrated by Liao Li to silence him. The reason for his poisoning was to ensure his silence. As for the soldier who delivered this message, he too was an accomplice. Having participated in the excavation of the tunnel, the transportation of the grain, and the dissemination of information, the fellow soldiers who succumbed to poisoning alongside him were also complicit. Their knowledge had led to their demise at the hands of Liao Li. Under the cold gaze of Yang Fan and the looming threat of execution, the soldier cried out, naming one after another the participants in the tunnel excavation and grain transportation. To his astonishment, many of these culprits were members of the garrison at Yumen Pass, ordinary soldiers, the personal guards of the captain, and even some low-ranking officers. Once the confession was recorded, Yang Fan observed the weighty document, compelling the soldier to tremble as he signed it. This confession was the most significant piece of evidence in his possession. With the confession secured, Yang Fan felt a sense of assurance. At least the existence of the tunnel used for the grain theft and Liao Li's involvement had been substantiated by witnesses. He ordered the soldier to be taken away and resumed his seat, his gaze deep and contemplative. Now, he had discerned the general outline of the corruption case concerning the grain at Yumen Pass, the tunnel, the illicit transportation of grain, the silencing of the grain officer, and Liao Li as the principal orchestrator. It was evident that Liao Li played a crucial role. However, Yang Fan needed to ascertain the extent of Liao Li's involvement. Was he merely executing orders, or was he the ultimate mastermind behind the entire affair? Could it be that he had superiors? Yang Fan leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Liao Li was certainly not the most significant rat. As a deputy commander at Yumen Pass, his power was not substantial enough to warrant such a grand scheme. Above, there are still officials from the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and various other bureaucracies. If there were no higher-ranking officials providing support or a more formidable network backing him, how could Liao Li possess such audacity? Where does he derive this energy to commit acts that jeopardize the very existence of the border? Such courage and power are certainly beyond the capacity of a mere deputy general. Behind him, there must surely be more cunning and nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows. Moreover, there lies a grave question. Where have the stolen grains been sold? Such a massive quantity of grain cannot simply be disposed of in small transactions to the townsfolk or petty merchants. In the vicinity of the Yumen Pass, who could afford and be willing to purchase such a large-scale grain transaction? Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat as a terrifying thought surged forth. Images of the corpulent, robust Hu people flooded his mind, their relentless assaults on the city haunting him. Could it be the Hu? As this notion crossed his mind, a fierce anger ignited within Yang Fan, an inferno of rage that threatened to consume him. These scoundrels, these loathsome traitors, have pilfered military provisions, leaving their comrades to starve and the common folk to gnaw on roots and bark. This was already a heinous crime. Yet, for the sake of filthy lucre, for their own selfish gains, they conspired with the Hu to sell the lifeblood of the great Chi's soldiers and citizens, the very hope of defending the border, to the enemy. To those who slaughter our comrades and our people, they are not mere vermin. They are treasonous traitors, lower than beasts. Yang Fan clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. Betrayal, greed, and evil surged within him like a tempest. Gazing at the blood-stained confession in his hands, his resolve hardened like iron. He would pursue this case to its bitter end, determined to uncover the truth. He would expose Liao Li, those above him, and every traitor involved in the theft of military provisions in collusion with the Hu, leaving no one unaccounted for. He would cleanse the shame of the human past with the blood of these traitors. He owed an explanation, a bloody reckoning, to the brothers who starved, to the soldiers reduced to eating roots and bark, and to all the suffering military and civilian populace of the human past. Chapter 42. Do you not confess? Resolved to uncover the truth, Yang Fan wasted no time. He departed from the soldiers' prison and made his way directly to Liao Li's cell. He recognized that Liao Li was a pivotal figure in this scheme, and perhaps he could extract more valuable information from him. At this moment, Liao Li was confined in an adjacent cell, and upon entering, Yang Fan beheld Liao Li bound to the torture rack, his body marred with wounds, bloodied and mangled, evidently having endured severe punishment. Yet he remained silent, glaring fiercely at Yang Fan, his voice hoarse and laden with intense hatred and menace, exuding the oppressive aura of one in a position of power. Yang Fan, your abuse of authority constitutes a grave offense. You cannot extinguish my life. As long as I remain alive, I will certainly report this matter to my superiors. I will summon General Qi and the Ministry of War to demand an explanation. He sought to leverage military regulations and the influence of those above him to intimidate Yang Fan, aiming to instill a sense of caution in him. Listening to Liao Li's threats, Yang Fan's expression remained impassive, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He made no move towards Liao Li, instead finding a chair to sit leisurely in front of the torture rack, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Threatening me? Yang Fan's voice was low, yet imbued with a chilling calmness. Do you truly believe you will leave here alive? You orchestrated the digging of tunnels, organized manpower to transport supplies outside the city, commanded the grain officer to silence all informed soldiers, and forged a letter to place the blame on him. Do you think no one is aware of these deeds? Initially, Liao Li had presumed Yang Fan to be ignorant, merely fishing for information amidst the chaos. However, upon hearing Yang Fan articulate the specifics of the tunnels, the transportation of supplies, the silencing of soldiers, and the forgery of letters, his body stiffened abruptly, his pupils dilating as his breath became labored. Yang Fan observed his reaction with clarity, recognizing that he had hit the mark. The soldiers' accounts were indeed true, and he had struck at Liao Li's vulnerabilities. Now was the opportune moment to tighten the net. I offer you a chance, he stated, his tone carrying a cold, merciful edge. Confess, reveal all you know. Who commanded you? Who was your accomplice? To whom were the supplies sold? For what sum? Where is the money? He paused, continuing, if you confess now, unveiling those behind you, I may yet grant you a merciful end. Otherwise, his gaze turned as icy as tempered steel, radiating a murderous intent. You shall face the most brutal of punishments, with no hope of survival or escape. Realizing Yang Fan was well informed, particularly about the supplies being sent outside the city, the silencing of soldiers, and the forgery of letters, Liao Li understood that threatening Yang Fan with accusations of abuse of power was futile. The facade of intimidation and menace crumbled, revealing his true vicious nature. He recognized his predicament but resolved not to let Yang Fan prevail. With a venomous glare, he spat. Very well, Yang Fan. You dare investigate me. You dare confront me. You had best release me at once and kneel to beg for forgiveness. He had discerned Yang Fan's fear, the existence of an even greater power behind him. Otherwise, Liao Li's voice dripped with malice. The forces behind me will not rest. You will come to regret this, suffering a fate far worse than mine. He began to wield the threat of his powerful allies against Yang Fan, attempting to intimidate him. Liao Li fixed a menacing stare on Yang Fan, unleashing his final card in this deadly game. Upon the utterance of those words, it was tantamount to an admission of involvement in the illicit trade of grain, and it was evident that there were formidable figures behind the scenes. The audacity displayed by a deputy general at the Human Pass, to the extent of threatening the newly appointed guerrilla general, unmistakably indicated that the individual orchestrating these events wielded significant power and influence. Yang Fan's conviction in his assessment grew stronger as he listened to Liao Li's menacing words. His expression remained icy, adorned with a mocking smile, devoid of fear. His determination to investigate the matter, to apprehend Liao Li, and to unveil the greatest shroud of shame over human past, signified that he was prepared to confront all threats. His aim was not mere self-preservation, nor was he intimidated by those lurking in the shadows. Rather, he sought to deliver a bloody reckoning for the soldiers and citizens of human past who had endured hunger and suffering, exposing the treachery of the traitors to the public eye. The capacity of his adversaries to eliminate him was not a concern for him. Yang Fan spoke with a calm demeanor, imbued with an unwavering confidence. I will unearth each of them one by one. What you must do now is divulge everything you know about the grain trafficking. He paused, his voice turning colder. Then meet your end swiftly. Yang Fan promised him a relatively dignified death, one free from further torment or execution by 1,000 cuts. As Liao Li absorbed Yang Fan's words, observing his cold and resolute gaze, he recognized Yang Fan's seriousness. Threats were futile, and pleas for mercy would fall on deaf ears. The only option left was to negotiate for a more favorable outcome. After much contemplation, he pondered the consequences of betraying those behind him. His family could very well face annihilation at their hands. That fate would be more unbearable than his own demise. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, Liao Li opted for a compromise and began his account. He recounted how he colluded with the grain officials, the excavation of tunnels beneath the granaries, the organization of manpower to transport grain under the cover of night outside the city, and the sale of grain to the Hu people in exchange for wealth. He detailed the specific processes of the illicit trade, including times and quantities. However, throughout his narrative, he refrained from disclosing the identities of those who orchestrated the scheme, the identity of his superior, or any other accomplices of higher rank. He merely acknowledged his role as one of the principal conspirators and an executor of the plan. Yang Fan listened to Liao Li's confession, aware that he was withholding information, yet he refrained from pressing him further. He understood that Liao Li's silence regarding the individuals behind the scheme stemmed not from defiance, but from a place of desperation. If he were to expose them, his entire family could be imperiled. Those individuals would leave no survivors. At this juncture, Liao Li was merely bargaining his own death for the safety of his family, while also seeking a relatively honorable end. Yang Fan observed him coldly, realizing that he could not extract any higher-tier trader's name from Liao Li. He knew the tunnels connected to the outside, that the grain had been sold to the Hu people, and that there were other accomplices. This information was sufficient for him to follow the trail and uncover deeper-seated treachery. Chapter 43. The Decimation of Generals Before the Army. Yang Fan establishes his authority at this moment. Several of Yang Fan's loyal soldiers, including Deng Yu, Lu Shan, and other seasoned brothers from the Wolffang camp, overheard the conversation between Yang Fan and Liao Li. They were acutely aware of the bloody truth, and their faces contorted with rage, their chests heaving with indignation. They had fought valiantly for Deqi, enduring wounds and the loss of countless brothers, subsisting on roots and tree bark, even risking their lives for a mere scrap of horse meat. Yet, their leaders, those cowardly creatures lurking behind the lines, had betrayed them, selling military provisions and conspiring with the Hu people, condemning them to hunger and death. This treachery, this disgrace, filled them with unparalleled fury. General Yang, Deng Yu, and several brothers rushed forward, their eyes blazing with anger. They spoke in unison, their voices laced with both rage and desperation. Let us execute that beast Liao Li and his accomplices with the most brutal punishment. They must pay dearly, and the entire army must witness the fate of betrayal. Their voices resonated with an intense hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Listening to the outpouring of anger and pleading from his brothers, Yang Fan understood their sentiments and shared their animosity. Liao Li's crimes indeed warranted 1,000 deaths, yet he shook his head, declining their request. He recognized that Liao Li was not the ultimate mastermind. He was merely a cog in a far larger network of corruption, an executor of the treachery. The true instigators still lurked in the shadows. While executing Liao Li would provide momentary satisfaction, it would also risk alarming the real masterminds, causing them to retreat even further into concealment. Moreover, Yang Fan sought more than just the lives of a few minor players. He aimed to expose the entire network, to unearth every last traitor and reclaim all the stolen provisions. However, the soldiers' fury demanded an outlet. and it was imperative to announce to the entire army that the crimes of embezzlement and the sale of military supplies had been uncovered, that justice was on the horizon. A plan swiftly formed in Yang Fan's mind. He commanded Deng Yu to gather some men and find an open area near the city gate to construct a platform to serve as the site for public executions. He intended to execute these traitors openly for all the army to see. Simultaneously, Yang Fan dispatched men to apprehend those listed by the soldiers' confession, including soldiers and junior officers involved in digging tunnels, transporting supplies, and relaying messages. Upon receiving Yang Fan's orders, his loyal soldiers sprang into action, swiftly capturing dozens of individuals throughout the city, all of whom were implicated in the supply operations. Yang Fan did not rest. He immediately began to interrogate these captured individuals. He did not resort to torture. Instead, he displayed to them the gruesome fate of Liao Li, revealing the confession of the first soldier who had spoken out, and had the scribe inform them that Liao Li had already confessed. Seeing the principal offender unable to withstand the pressure, these individuals realized that resistance was futile. Terrified, they ceased their defiance. Admitting their involvement in the embezzlement of military provisions and revealing the identities of their accomplices, Yang Fan instructed the scribe to swiftly draft their confessions, ensuring that each individual signed and left their fingerprint. A series of confessions serve as irrefutable evidence of their involvement in the illicit trade of military provisions. The evidence is indisputable. Yang Fan gazes upon these testimonies with a frigid demeanor, not allowing a moment's delay. He instructs Deng Yu to escort all those complicit in this nefarious enterprise to the execution grounds near the city gate, where a public trial and execution are set to commence. He intends to honor the memory of those brothers who perished from hunger with the blood of these traitors. The scene shifts to an open area near the Yumen Pass, where a makeshift wooden platform has been erected as the site of execution. Surrounding it is a throng of soldiers and curious citizens, the likes of which Yumen Pass has not witnessed in quite some time. These onlookers are well aware that the condemned on the platform are the very individuals who sold the life-sustaining rations of the city, leading to the starvation and death of countless civilians and soldiers. Their loathing for these traitors is palpable, with curses hurled at the soon-to-be executed, allowing them to vent their pent-up fury. Yang Fan commands that Liao Li and the others, including those who have turned informant, numbering several dozen, be brought forth. They are forced to kneel at the edge of the platform, lined up with their heads pressed against the pits dug in front of them. On the opposite side of the execution site stand several burly executioners, bare-chested with muscles taut, their faces devoid of expression, yet emanating a cold, murderous aura. Each wields a massive broadsword that glints ominously in the sunlight. They take a swig of strong liquor, splattering it on their blades as if in a ritualistic offering or perhaps as a means to bolster their own courage. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Yang Fan sits resolutely on the execution platform, clad in armor, his countenance stern. In his hand, he holds a command baton, symbolizing his authority over life and death. He surveys the kneeling criminals and the dense crowd surrounding them, his expression unwavering, embodying a chilling sense of justice. Time seems to stand still. His gaze sweeps across the scene, finally resting on the row of condemned. Without uttering a word, he raises his hand sharply, causing the command baton to fall with a resounding thud. At that instant, the executioners bellow, brandishing their broadswords high, and with the rush of wind, they bring them down with ferocity. The sound of blades cutting through flesh fills the air. Dozens of heads tumble simultaneously, rolling into the pits before them, as blood gushes forth like a fountain, staining the platform crimson. The potent scent of blood permeates the atmosphere, saturating the air with the essence of death. The crowd falls into an initial silence, only to erupt moments later into thunderous applause. Citizens cheer, soldiers roar in approval. The malevolent fiends have finally met their just deserts. It is unclear who leads the way, but soon the first soldier kneels, followed by an increasing number of both soldiers and civilians, all bowing before Yang Fan on the execution platform. General Yang, General Yang, the divine warrior, General Yang, the just and righteous. They cried out the name of Yang Fan, their gratitude and admiration reaching a crescendo. He had vanquished the vile traitors on their behalf, restoring their honor. Once the execution concluded, Yang Fan rose slowly, disregarding the kneeling citizens and soldiers who worshipped him. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, surveying the surroundings. The murderous aura accumulated from the battlefield was honed to perfection, now unleashed without restraint. Listen. His voice resonated with authority, echoing throughout the execution grounds, commanding all those on their knees to rise. The soldiers and citizens trembled as they stood, their heads still bowed. Liao Li and others. Yang Fan's tone was commanding. laced with an icy malice. The heinous acts of selling military provisions, colluding with the enemy, and betraying comrades had led to their downfall. From this moment forth, regardless of who it may be, his voice carried a chilling warning. Should anyone dare to flout military law, sell supplies, or undermine the defense of the city and the morale of the people, no matter their status, they would face execution without mercy. His voice, imbued with authority and a palpable bloodlust, sent shivers down the spines of all present. The surrounding soldiers and citizens, sensing Yang Fan's terrifying ferocity, were paralyzed with fear. Terrified of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure, lest their heads roll, they understood that this newly appointed General Yang was no mere glutton for wine and meat. He was a man who wielded a sword, fiercely devoted to military law and the defense of the city. To provoke him meant certain death, regardless of one's standing. Chapter 44. The Strong Army Plan. Within the unassuming confines of an inn at Yumen Pass, in a top room of the inn, a figure cloaked in black sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. A spread of exquisite pastries lay before him, untouched, as if he were awaiting someone or some news. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed, and a man clad in the official garb of Dachi burst through the door. Upon seeing the figure in black, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to breathe too loudly, cautiously approaching and bending at the waist to begin his report. The figure in black remained silent, merely listening intently. His teacup held steadily as if nothing could disrupt his calm. As the official concluded his report, mentioning Liao Li and dozens of accomplices publicly executed by the newly appointed guerrilla general, Yang Fan, at the city gate, the hand of the black-cloaked figure froze mid-air. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, bang, a resounding crash erupted. The figure in black erupted with fury, slamming his palm forcefully onto the heavy table before him. The solid wooden table cried out under the impact, splintering into countless shards. The pastries and teapots scattered across the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. Though the figure cloaked in black remained faceless, the palpable fury and murderous intent emanating from him transformed the entire room into an icy chamber. The official, struck with terror, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The shadowy figure slowly rose, seemingly striving to suppress his wrath. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his tone turning exceedingly sinister. Yang Fan, he murmured, the name laced with a menacing undertone. A mere brat from the ranks of defeated soldiers dares to thwart my plans. He turned his gaze toward the prostrate official, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Take immediate action. His tone was low, yet the aura of death thickened. Eliminate that troublesome Yang Fan, by any means necessary. He added, I want him dead, and swiftly. Yes, my lord. The official, as if granted a reprieve, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly scrambled out of the inn's chamber. The cloaked figure resumed his seat, gazing at the shattered wood and teacups strewn about. Lost in silence for a moment, he appeared to be contemplating something, weighing his options. Ultimately, he stood once more, adjusted his black robe, and departed the room silently. Aware that relying solely on his inept subordinates might not suffice to deal with Yang Fan, some matters necessitated his personal intervention. Scene transition. Within the city of Yumen Pass, the streets, previously shrouded in despair from hunger and fear, suddenly buzzed with life as the populace exchanged fervent whispers. The newly appointed guerrilla general, Yang Fan, had publicly executed the deputy commander Liao Li, who had been colluding with the Hu people to sell military provisions, along with his numerous accomplices. This news spread like wildfire throughout Yumen Pass. Have you heard? That Deputy Liao was the glutton stealing our rations. Is it true? He was slain by General Yang? He took down dozens, their heads rolling into the pit. What a relief it is. The citizens expressed their gratitude toward Yang Fan, viewing him as the one who had vanquished the city's greatest menace. Many, despite their own kitchens being nearly bare, voluntarily offered their remaining grains. Even a handful of rice or a steamed bun to the soldiers at the city gate, proclaiming it to be a tribute to the military. They understood that only by safeguarding the city could they secure their survival, and the defending soldiers required sustenance. The soldiers atop the city walls, witnessing the provisions brought forth by the citizens and hearing of Yang Fan's execution of Liao Li, were equally astonished. They could hardly fathom that the imposing Deputy Liao, whom they had known for years, was the very rat pilfering their supplies. Despite having served at Yumen Pass for so long without recognizing Liao Li's treachery, General Yang had uncovered the evidence within a day of his arrival and acted decisively to execute him. Such tactics, such audacity, this was a true triumph for the people. And their admiration and respect for Yang Fan reached unprecedented heights. They resolutely decided to follow Yang Fan diligently, recognizing that under such a general, there was hope. Even in death, they would die willingly. At this moment, Yang Fan returned to the city wall with several trusted soldiers, including Deng Yu. Wishing to assess the condition of the troops. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of provisions sent by the citizens and the rekindled spark in the soldiers' eyes, which brought him a modicum of comfort. However, he quickly discerned a more grave issue. The walls were filled with the wounded. They lay on makeshift straw mats or leaned against the walls, the air thick with the acrid stench of blood and festering wounds. Many were unable to receive timely medical attention, their injuries festering and oozing pus. Several soldiers were burning with fever from infections, muttering incoherently as their bodies convulsed. Their demise imminent. Observing the exhausted and injured soldiers on the ramparts weighed heavily on Yang Fan's heart. He approached Xia Dun and several lieutenants, his tone grave as he inquired, "What is our casualty report from the recent siege? And the Hu people's losses?" He needed to understand the specifics of their losses to evaluate the battle's overall outcome. A bitter expression crossed Xia Dun's face as he retrieved a freshly compiled casualty report and handed it to Yang Fan. "General Yang, we have lost over 100 brothers and sustained more than 300 injuries. We estimate the Hu people's casualties to be around 500, he paused. Lowering his voice further, the casualty ratio is approximately 1-to-1. 1-to-1. Yang Fan furrowed his brow at this figure, incredulous. How could this be possible? They were the defenders, occupying the high walls with fortifications in the advantage of terrain. Logically, a siege should yield a casualty ratio of 1-to-3. Or even 1-to-5, or 1-to-10. In his recollections of history from his previous life, there were numerous instances where a few thousand soldiers held firm against tens of thousands, successfully defending their stronghold. But now? A siege yielding an equal casualty ratio against the Hu people was an unimaginable disgrace. What did this signify? It indicated that the combat effectiveness of the great Qi soldiers was woefully inferior to that of the Hu, alarmingly so. Their equipment was not lacking, and the walls were sturdy, yet their combat prowess was dismal. The root cause of this disparity lay not only in the Hu's brutal methods but fundamentally in the great Qi soldiers' lack of combat capability, willpower, and coordination, all of which fell short in comparison to the Hu. Yang Fan understood that relying solely on his archery skills and the retrieval of a meager supply of provisions would not save the Yumen Pass. The fundamental issue at Yumen Pass was the weakness of this army. He had to rectify this. He needed to transform this force into a true elite, a steel army capable of winning hard-fought battles. Yang Fan's gaze became resolutely determined as he looked upon the weary soldiers on the city wall, a firm resolve taking root within him. He intends to launch a formidable military initiative here, at the Yumen Pass. He aims to transform this underfed and untrained troop into an iron army that instills terror in the hearts of the Hu people. Chapter 45. The Divine Archer Camp. The notion of a robust military plan took root in Yang Fan's mind instantaneously. However, he was no mere dreamer. His keen gaze swept across the soldiers atop the city wall, and clarity dawned upon him. Each soldier appeared emaciated and unsteady, barely able to stand, swaying like reeds in the wind. To expect these few thousand men to transform into ferocious tigers in such a short span? Absurd. These comrades were deprived of food and resources, their bodies thoroughly depleted. Observing the indifferent attitude of the seasoned veterans, it was evident that the training at Yumen Pass had long since fallen into neglect. To expect this battalion to undergo a metamorphosis through conventional means was utterly futile. What to do? Yang Fan's mind raced with possibilities. Recognizing that a comprehensive enhancement was unrealistic, he resolved to concentrate all advantageous resources to forge a formidable core unit. Yes, a pilot project, an elite force among elites. Numbers need not be vast, but each member must possess the strength to match 10 men. They would receive the finest provisions, the best equipment, and endure the most rigorous training. Wasn't this akin to the special forces he had heard of in his previous life? The moment this thought emerged, clarity washed over Yang Fan. This elite unit would serve as the backbone of the entire army, rigorously enforcing training standards. During times of siege, they would act as the emergency response team, rushing to where they were needed most, a stabilizing force for the troops' morale. When the time came to engage the Hu people in open battle, they would become an indomitable spearhead, striking silently at the enemy's heart for a decisive blow. Brilliant. If such a benchmark elite unit existed, the spirit of the entire garrison at Yumen Pass would be invigorated, serving as a surprise force in battle, catching the enemy off guard. This was indeed the swiftest, most effective, and most formidable path to military strength. Let us proceed with this plan. Yang Fan resolutely made up his mind, wasting not a moment, fully aware that time was of the essence. Deng Yu, he called out sharply, at your command. Deng Yu stood at attention immediately. Without delay, gather all the brothers who participated in the night raid on the Hu grain convoy, every last one of them, and bring them to the city tower. Yang Fan's order was unequivocal. Those men were his personally selected death squad. True warriors who had seen battle and returned from the brink of death. They were the best seeds for this elite unit. Then he turned to Xia Dan. Lieutenant Xia, you must attend to another matter immediately. Yang Fan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Convey my order for the entire army to assemble all longbows capable of drawing over 1.5 stones. Gather every stone lock and sandbag in the military and concentrate them at the city tower. Nothing should be overlooked. To forge an elite force, the equipment and personnel must be in place first. Understood. Deng Yu and Xia Dan, not daring to delay for even a moment, swiftly departed. Their efficiency was astonishing. Before long, Deng Yu returned with dozens of individuals, ascending the city walls with an imposing presence. They were the courageous souls who had survived the flames alongside Yang Fan. As soon as this band of men laid eyes on Yang Fan, though no words were spoken, their gazes burned with intensity, excitement, admiration, and fervor intertwined, almost igniting the air around them. With a resounding clatter, dozens of them moved in perfect unison, kneeling on one knee. General Yang, they roared, their voices echoing across the plains. This act of reverence was not merely for his military rank, but for the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon them. It was Yang Fan who had sacrificed himself to hold back the pursuing Hu cavalry, ensuring their survival. This debt of gratitude was greater than the heavens and more profound than the earth. Yang Fan gazed at this stalwart group of men, his heart swelling with emotion. These were the brothers he had risked his life to save. Striding forward without an ounce of arrogance, he extended his powerful arms, lifting each of them up one by one. Rise, all of you. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. A man's knees are not meant to bow. We share a bond that transcends mere formalities. His piercing gaze swept across each face, getting straight to the point. I have gathered you here today for one purpose. His voice resonated with explosive energy. I intend to form a squad from among you, the strongest unit in all of Human Pass, my personal guard. Boom. His declaration reverberated in the minds of all the brave souls before him. To serve as General Yang's personal guard? To be groomed into elite warriors by him? Suddenly, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, breaths growing heavy with excitement. They understood clearly, following General Yang meant sharing in the spoils and facing formidable challenges. Earning unparalleled glory, this was indeed a fortune dropped from the heavens. I am willing, General. My life shall belong to you from now on. Direct me east, and I shall never stray west. Let us slay the Hu and avenge our fallen brothers. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. The pent-up determination and valor that had long been suppressed were wholly ignited by Yang Fan. These seasoned veterans formed the backbone of the unit. But Yang Fan felt it was insufficient. He personally descended to conduct a rigorous selection from among the thousands in the army, assessing those with superior strength, archery skills, and robust physiques, handpicking over 200 promising candidates. 300 strong, assembled. Standing before them, Yang Fan surveyed the faces of these 300 men, though pale, their eyes ablaze with fervor. With grandiosity, he proclaimed, from this day forth, this unit shall be known as the Divine Arrow Battalion. The name symbolized not only his aspirations but also the lofty goals he held for this formidable group. He aspired to mold them into a legion of archers, capable of unerring precision, able to sever the heads of their adversaries from 100 paces away. As soon as the team was formed, Yang Fan provided them no respite. The training commenced immediately. His method of training mirrored his persona, simple, brutal, direct, yet extraordinarily effective, albeit exceedingly harsh. Each day, before dawn had even broken and while the roosters remained silent, everyone was roused to begin their regimen, lifting stone locks to build arm strength. To what extent? They trained until their arms felt as if they were laden with lead, unable to lift even a finger. When the midday sun blazed fiercely enough to scorch the skin, all stood poised with their longbows, maintaining the stance of readiness to shoot for an entire hour, unwavering, honing their stability and endurance. The afternoon was dedicated to the true art of archery, transitioning from stationary to moving targets, and from slow to rapid firing. Yang Fan personally supervised and instructed on the training grounds, imposing standards so stringent they bordered on the inhumane. The intensity of this training tested the limits of human endurance. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not a tyrant devoid of compassion. He generously allocated the provisions seized from the nomads, prioritizing the supply to the Divine Arrow camp. Every meal was plentiful, often supplemented with jerky. These soldiers had never experienced such luxury in their lives. With full bellies, they felt reassured, their bodies brimming with inexhaustible energy. As they savored their unique privileges, they gritted their teeth, enduring the hellish drills. Everyone understood that without this sustenance, not only would they fail to become elite soldiers, but they would likely be utterly broken by the grueling training. Yang Fan, employing a method of both reward and punishment, meticulously sculpted these 300 rough diamonds into the invincible warriors he envisioned. In the span of half a month, a transformation of this magnitude could rejuvenate an entire army. At this moment, atop the city walls of Yumen Pass, the soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp bore eyes like hawks, their forms as sturdy as pines, exuding the lethal aura characteristic of seasoned veterans. This was all attributable to Yang Fan's devilish training regimen, coupled with an abundance of meat and rice. Just half a month prior, they were gaunt and frail, incapable of drawing their bows fully. Now, even the once mighty warrior Xia Dun struggled with a 1.5 stone bow. Yet in their hands, it easily bent into a perfect arc, the vibrating bowstring resonating as the most enchanting melody on the training grounds. The arrows flew forth, striking the targets with pinpoint accuracy from 100 paces away. During this period, the obstinate nomads launched several harassment attacks, attempting to ascertain the strengths of Yumen Pass. However, each time, they were met with a nightmare. Under Yang Fan's command, the Divine Arrow camp never fired in volleys. They executed precise, singular shots beneath the city walls. Any officer, flag bearer, or the loudest voice among the nomads who dared to show themselves would instantly find a lethal arrow silently piercing their throat or eye socket. After several encounters, the barbarians were left wailing in despair, abandoning dozens of corpses as they fled in disarray. They could not comprehend how the once easily toppled Jade Gate had transformed into an impregnable fortress of steel. Yang Fan stood atop the city walls, facing the winds of the desert, yet he felt no hint of relaxation in his heart. Defense, after all, was a strategy of last resort. He would never forget the harrowing battle for supplies that had taken place half a month prior. That confrontation not only filled the bellies of the entire army but also left the barbarians humiliated, forcing them into a foolish and desperate assault. Merely enduring without retaliating was not his style. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. For him, defense was merely a slow path to death, while offense was the best form of defense. He was determined to execute a bold strike. He aimed to demonstrate to the barbarians that the land of Tachi was not their playground. Soon, the most cunning and stealthy scouts from the Divine Arrow camp stealthily slipped out of Jade Gate, disguised in tattered woodcutters' attire, with axes slung over their shoulders and sharp daggers and bows concealed at their waists. They vanished into the vastness of the Gobi Desert. Yang Fan had but a single task for them: locate the barbarian supply convoy and await his signal. On that day, the training grounds were alive with energy. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp stood bare-chested, their bronze skin glistening under the scorching sun, sweat cascading down the grooves of their muscles, thoroughly soaking their trousers. Yet, not a single soul complained. Their gazes were sharp as blades. Each draw of the bow and every punch was infused with explosive power. The air was thick with a potent mix of masculine vigor and soaring battle spirit. At that moment, a figure clad as a woodcutter stumbled from the distance, making a beeline for Yang Fan. It was the scout he had dispatched. He rushed before Yang Fan, forgoing any formalities, lowering his voice as he struggled to contain his exhilaration and urgency. "General, we've hooked the fish." He leaned closer to Yang Fan's ear, speaking in a hurried whisper that only they could hear. "The barbarians are making a significant move tonight. An entire transport team, laden with supplies, is taking the route through Wolf Valley." Boom. Yang Fan felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, and his eyes instantly ignited with a terrifying brilliance. Finally, after waiting for so long, the opportunity had arrived. He maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding slightly, while his heart roiled with excitement. He quietly beckoned several trusted squad leaders to his side and swiftly issued a series of commands in a hushed tone. The essence of his orders was singular: tonight, follow me out of the city to feast. As the news spread, the Divine Arrow camp erupted in fervor. What? Another chance to seize the barbarian supplies? Ha ha ha, splendid. I've been itching for action. Damn it, the last haul is nearly depleted, and I was worried about my next meal. The soldiers were electrified, their excitement palpable, casting aside any remnants of fear regarding the barbarians. Fear? What fear? Last time, General Yang led them not only to reclaim a mountain of grain, allowing them to feast on meat at every meal and regain their strength, but he also struck terror into the hearts of the arrogant Hu people. The exhilaration of that moment was simply unparalleled. Previously, they had been like lambs awaiting slaughter, constantly bullied, plundered, and massacred by the predatory Hu. Now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to raid the wolf's den. This reversal of fortune instilled in each of them an unaccustomed pride and a sense of vindication. Following General Yang meant having meat to eat, battles to fight, and the opportunity to stand tall. Could there be anything more splendid in the world? However, just as everyone was eager to rush out and annihilate the Hu, Yang Fan doused their fervor with a bucket of cold water. "Come down," he commanded in a low voice, not loud, yet it instantly quelled the enthusiasm of the crowd. His sharp gaze swept across each face as he spoke gravely. "The Hu are not fools, having suffered such a significant defeat last time, losing their stronghold and 2 centurions. Do you truly believe they will be unprepared this time?" He paused, his tone growing even more frigid. "I even suspect that this information was deliberately leaked by them. In Wolf Valley, they may have already set traps, lying in wait for us fools to stumble straight into their snares. If we charge in recklessly like last time, we may very well end up being the ones caught. And when that happens, don't expect to seize any grain. We may lose our lives instead." Yang Fan's words fell like a chilling wave, extinguishing the excitement on the soldiers' faces and replacing it with dread. Indeed, the general was right. How could the Hu not learn from such a grave loss? This time, it was likely a trap. Yet, a new wave of confusion washed over them. One bold soldier couldn't help but scratch his head and asked in a deep voice, "General Yang, if we're not going to raid, then what exactly are we doing out here in the dead of night?" "Yes, General," another echoed. "Aren't we here for the grain? If we're not raiding, then what is our purpose? Are we truly just out here to admire the moon?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Yang Fan, bewildered and perplexed. Not raiding, yet still out here? What was his true intention? Chapter 47, The Godly Archers. Displaying power when Yang Fan uttered these words, his comrades were left utterly dumbfounded. Not raiding the grain? What were they doing sneaking around at night? Yang Fan observed their perplexed expressions and smirked. "Not raiding, but we can burn the grain." At this, everyone first stood in stunned silence. Then their eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, if they could not seize it, then they could surely incinerate it. Let those contemptible who experience the bitter taste of hunger. The idea was nothing short of brilliant. A surge of exhilaration swept across every face, uncontainable and palpable. "All units, prepare the Divine Arrow Battalion," Yang Fan commanded. "Quickly gather fire oil, hay, and arrows. Bind the fire oil and hay to the arrows. Thus, our fire arrows shall be born. Tonight, we shall present a blazing gift to the Hu people." As night fell, torches flickered atop the walls of the Yumen Pass. Clad in armor, Yang Fan stealthily led his 300 brothers of the Divine Arrow Battalion out through the west gate. The hooves of their horses were muffled in cloth, rendering them silent as they melded into the shadows of the night. Little did they know, just as they exited the city and had not ventured far, a faint rustling echoed from a nearby shadow by the west gate. A sleek, ebony carrier pigeon soared into the sky, clutching a small bamboo tube, swiftly disappearing into the night, heading straight for the Hu army's encampment. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and the Divine Arrow Battalion, well acquainted with the terrain, lay in ambush on the perilous hillside along the Hu supply route. Concealed behind rocks and sand dunes, their hearts raced in anticipation, eagerly awaiting their quarry. Patience was a virtue Yang Fan possessed in abundance, and soon enough, the distant sound of hoofbeats and creaking wheels reached their ears. The Hu supply convoy appeared, a lengthy serpent of men and wagons, hundreds of guards, and dozens of carts laden with provisions. Yang Fan remained composed, activating the eye of the arrow god to calculate the precise distance. Wait, he thought. They must wait until the convoy was entirely within the optimal range of the Divine Arrow Battalion, especially those bulging supply carts. As the convoy unwittingly stumbled into their trap, Yang Fan sensed the moment had arrived. He raised his hand sharply, his voice a low, bloodthirsty whisper filled with fervor. "Release the arrows." In an instant, the night sky was torn asunder. The 300 soldiers of the Divine Arrow Battalion ignited their fire arrows almost in unison, with a fierce battle cry from Yang Fan. 300 blazing arrows soared toward the Hu supply convoy below. The sound of bowstrings vibrating in unison was chillingly synchronized. It was not a mere rain of arrows, but a swarm of fiery locusts, trailing long tails of flame, hurtling with a piercing wail directly into the heart of the convoy, where the laden carts awaited. Thud, thud, thud. The fire-soaked arrowheads effortlessly penetrated the dry sacks. A mere flicker of flame ignited the chaos. Boom. In an instant, one cart transformed into a colossal torch. flames leaping high into the sky, illuminating the valley as brightly as day. Then came the second, and the third, as flames leapt and danced between the carts, ravenously consuming the Hu people's hopes for winter. The valley was instantly filled with the harrowing cries of despair, the mournful whinnies of warhorses, and the desperate shouts of the doomed, turning the landscape into a veritable hell on earth. At the forefront of the battalion, the barbarian centurion Badu stood transfixed, gazing at the sudden eruption of flames that engulfed the sky. His mind buzzed, rendered vacant in an instant. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. He had received intelligence just half an hour prior, conveyed by a messenger from the human pass, detailing that Yang Fan intended to raid their supplies that very night. Badu had scoffed at the thought, believing Yang Fan was courting death. In preparation for this confrontation, he had meticulously arranged his defenses. Beyond the several hundred soldiers escorting the supplies, he had secretly concealed a formidable force of 1,000 elite cavalry, lying in ambush just beyond the valley. He had awaited with bated breath for Yang Fan's men to charge forth, ready to engage in close combat, poised to devour them whole, leaving not a single bone behind. His traps lay set, eager for the unsuspecting fish to take the bait. But what was happening now? Where were they? Where were Yang Fan's troops? Why had they not surged forward to seize the provisions? Why were they not clashing with his men? Bada's gaze frantically swept through the flames, and in the surrounding darkness, apart from the whistling arrows, not a single specter was visible. A chilling realization took root in his mind. They had never intended to close in. In an instant, Bada's heart plummeted. His 1,000 brothers, hidden in ambush, were still at the valley's bend, oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Meanwhile, the invaluable supplies before him, the source of his greatest triumph, were transforming into mere charred remnants. A tidal wave of rage swiftly overwhelmed Bada's reason. His face flushed to deep crimson, his eyes ablaze as if they might bleed. "You fools, seeking your own demise," he roared, spurring his steed forward, brandishing his massive spiked club towards the direction of the incoming arrows, heedless of the peril. "Charge! Slay these cowardly rats and reduce them to paste." Behind him, several hundred barbarian soldiers, equally enraged, bellowed and brandished their weapons, following their centurion into the ominous darkness ahead. Observing the ferocious charge of the barbarian cavalry, Yang Fan, cloaked in shadow, allowed a cold smirk to grace his lips. "You wish to fight to the death? You think yourselves worthy?" He commanded simply, dismissing the need for further words with a mere gesture of his hand. The archers of the Divine Arrow Camp, disinterested in battle, released their arrows and silently receded, merging seamlessly with the rocky terrain and woodlands. Bada's charge met with emptiness as his steed thundered past. Only a few charred arrow shafts remained. "Where are they? Search for them. They cannot have gone far." Bada bellowed, restraining his warhorse in a frenzy. Yet, before his words could fade, the familiar, ominous twang of bowstrings echoed once more from the depths of the darkness. With a hum, hundreds of arrows rained down from an entirely unexpected angle, striking with precision upon the remaining supply carts. The flames roared higher, illuminating Bada's visage, contorted with rage, casting him as a ghastly specter amidst the chaos. "Ah, they are over here." Bada was on the brink of madness as he turned his horse and charged forward once again. Yet, the result remained unchanged. All that awaited him was the desolate darkness. The archers would strike and then flee, only to relocate and attack anew. They refused to engage in direct combat, denying him the chance to fight valiantly. Instead, they employed the most simplistic yet utterly infuriating tactics, perpetually taunting him from a distance with successive volleys of arrows that ignited all his hopes. Did he wish to pursue? They would simply run. Did he tire from the chase and seek a moment's respite? Apologies, for they would return with yet another round of arrows, shooting and then swiftly retreating. This utterly shameless and evasive strategy toyed with Badu and his relentless pursuers. Incensed by such tactics, Bada felt his rage boiling over. Despite his numerical superiority in the valor of his warriors, each capable of felling 10 foes, he could not lay a finger on his elusive adversaries. The frustration of having his strength rendered useless, akin to striking a pillow with all his might, filled him with a sense of helplessness and humiliation that nearly drove him to the brink of bloodshed. He could only watch helplessly as his men were picked off one by one, witnessing the flames of the burning supplies rise ever higher, consuming the provisions he had painstakingly acquired at great cost. He was left with no effective recourse, only to stifle his fury and continue the pursuit. Yet he could never close the gap, remaining a passive target, observing as his forces dwindled and his supplies turned to ash. "Come out, face me in single combat." Bada brandished his spiked club, howling into the surrounding darkness, his voice laden with resentment and despair. The only responses were the crackling of the burning supplies and the faint echoes of laughter carried by the night breeze. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Bronze Tablet Roar. Bado unleashed a furious cry to the heavens. Gazing upon the towering infernos of the burnt supply wagons, his heart ached as if bleeding. The provisions were gone. The glory was lost. Upon returning to the royal court, he would not only receive no reward, but would also face the wrath of the king's tent. All of this was due to that wretched dog from Qi named Yang Fan. Would he let it in like this? Absolutely not. A final, frenzied spark ignited in Bata's eyes as he fixated on the shadowy figure of Yang Fan, who continued to issue commands from the depths of darkness. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If he could eliminate Yang Fan, the slippery Qi army would instantly collapse, becoming mere lambs for slaughter. By slaying him, Batu could restore his honor and perhaps even atone for his failures. Yang Fan. Batu exerted every ounce of strength to utter that name, his voice laden with profound hatred. He pressed his legs against the horse's flank, and with a fierce neigh, the steed disregarded all distractions, charging directly towards Yang Fan. He intended to claim Yang Fan's head to cleanse himself of all the dishonor of the night. As Bata barreled towards him like a mad dog, Yang Fan's expression sharpened. He recognized that the Hu leader was coming for him. He could not allow ordinary soldiers to face such a frenzied beast. Dang you. Yang Fan's voice was chillingly calm. Here, my lord. Dang Yu responded immediately, drawing near. According to the old plan, you will lead the men to continue harassing those scattered soldiers. Make the flames burn even brighter. Yang Fan's gaze locked onto Batu, a cold smile curving his lips. This behemoth is mine. General, I am somewhat concerned. That centurion resembles a humanoid beast. Execute the order. Yang Fan's tone brooked no dissent. Yes. Gritting her teeth, Deng Yu swiftly dispersed her troops, continuing to employ the kite-flying tactic to reap the enemy. The battlefield instantaneously divided into two segments. On one side, the Divine Arrow camp toyed with and slaughtered the Hu soldiers. On the other, the two armies' commanders faced off in the ultimate clash of kings. Yang Fan calmly observed as Bata galloped forward, undeterred, spurring his steed to meet him. The distance between them rapidly diminished. 100 paces. 80 paces. Just as Bata anticipated a close-quarters brawl, Yang Fan sprang into action. With his left hand grasping the bow, he swiftly drew two arrows from his quiver with his right, knocking them onto the bowstring in one fluid motion, drawing the bow to its full arc. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated. The first arrow, accompanied by a piercing scream that rent the air, hurtled towards Bata's face. A mere parlor trick. A sinister smile flickered across Bata's visage. He was already prepared. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy wolf-tooth mace whirled, creating a dense shadow, and with a resounding clang, he accurately deflected the incoming arrow. Just as his smile began to widen, an unforeseen twist transpired. At the moment he swung his weapon, a brief blind spot emerged in his vision, allowing a second arrow to silently emerge beneath the first. The mother arrow, this was Yang Fan's true lethal move. Too swift. So swift that Bata had no time for a second reaction. Thud. The arrow struck precisely at Bata's chest. A tremendous force surged through him, causing him to sway violently on his horse, nearly toppling over. Success. A wave of joy surged within Yang Fan. His two-stone bow, at such close range, could pierce through not only leather armor but also iron. Yet the subsequent scene caused Yang Fan's pupils to constrict sharply. With a crisp clang, it sounded as if the arrow had struck not flesh but a solid iron plate. Sparks erupted upon impact, and the arrow that could penetrate even gold and stone merely deflected slightly, falling powerless to the ground. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief roared within Yang Fan. He discerned that Bata donned ordinary leather armor. Such defense was inconceivable. He must have concealed something beneath it. A heart-protecting mirror? Or some other treasure? As Yang Fan's thoughts raced, Bata had already steadied himself. Though shaken, he evidently had not sustained a fatal injury. He glanced down at the shallow arrow mark on his chest, and when he looked back at Yang Fan, his eyes brimmed with palpable malice and murderous intent. You cannot kill me, dog. Bata sneered, urging his horse once more. Today, you must die. As Bata charged again, Yang Fan's mind raced with rapid calculations. Engaging in a head-on confrontation is unwise. The opponent possesses an unusual trait, significantly diminishing my archery advantage. He is a formidable powerhouse, and in close combat, I would undoubtedly suffer. I must devise a plan to discern the nature of the peculiar object affixed to his chest. In an instant, Yang Fan resolved to feign a semblance of panic and fear, yanking the reins with fervor and turning his steed around as if stricken with terror. making a hasty retreat into the distance. Attempting to flee? It's too late. Batu, witnessing Yang Fan's apparent fear, felt a surge of bravado and burst into arrogant laughter, pursuing him relentlessly. Ha ha ha. Where are you running, you coward? Batu urged his horse forward, reveling in the thrill of the chase, the gap between them steadily narrowing. 50 paces. 30 paces. 20 paces. He was on the verge of catching up, just as Batu raised his spiked club, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Fan. The figure ahead, who had been galloping with fervor, suddenly changed course. At the precise moment Batu was about to enter striking range, Yang Fan twisted his waist with an astonishing agility, contorting his body into an extraordinary angle atop his steed. Return arrow. The bowstring reverberated once more. An arrow, infused with all of Yang Fan's strength and fury, was released. Again with this trick? Futile. Batu's face was etched with disdain. He had anticipated this maneuver. His spiked club swirled like a tempest, forming an impenetrable shield, directly confronting the incoming arrow. Clang. The arrow was deflected once more, and a victorious sneer spread across Batu's face. However, he failed to notice that while all his focus was concentrated on the deflected arrow, another arrow, arcing in an uncanny trajectory, had circled around his body. This curved arrow deftly circumvented Batu's frontal defenses, positioning itself behind him. Its target was not the impenetrable chest, but rather the unguarded back. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. The smile on Batu's face froze instantaneously. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze, observing the bloodied arrowhead protruding from his chest, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. How could this be? How did the arrow curve? A surge of excruciating pain engulfed him. He opened his mouth to speak, but a torrent of warm blood surged forth from his throat. Batu's eyes dimmed rapidly, the spiked club slipping from his grasp, and he tumbled heavily from his horse, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Observing Batu's lifeless body collapse, Yang Fan finally exhaled deeply, tightening the reins and approaching the corpse, dismounting with purpose. He refrained from gazing at Batu's unblinking face, instead kneeling beside the body and reaching toward the blood-soaked chest. He sought to uncover the truth behind the object that had thwarted his lethal arrow. Tearing away Batu's leather armor, he soon encountered a cold, hard object within reach. With determination, Yang Fan extracted it. It was a palm-sized plaque, heavy and exuding an ancient bronze hue, its metallic composition a mystery. The front of the plaque bore a robustly carved wolf's head, lifelike and howling at the heavens, embodying a savage bloodlust as if it might spring to life at any moment. Yang Fan was unfamiliar with this object, yet as he clutched the bronze wolf plaque, he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through it, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Intriguing. His intuition whispered that this artifact was extraordinary, prompting him to tuck the bronze plaque securely against his chest without further contemplation. At that moment, a chaotic yet exhilarating clamor of footsteps approached. Dang you! Accompanied by soldiers from the Divine Arrow Camp, surrounded him, each face alight with smiles, their bodies bearing the sin of smoke and blood. Yet their expressions radiated genuine elation and pride. General, are you unharmed? Dang you, upon noticing the corpses on the ground, let out a sigh of relief, followed by a concerned inquiry. I am well, Yang Fan replied, rising and brushing off the dirt from his hands. One soldier gazed mournfully at the roaring flames, lamenting. What a pity, so much grain. If only we could have reclaimed it. Another soldier promptly smacked the back of his head and laughed heartily. You know nothing. Burning it is far more satisfying than stealing it. True, we didn't seize it, but let the Hu people starve while they wage war. That's inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering none ourselves. Indeed, just imagining the expressions on those Hu scoundrels when they see the granary empty brings me such joy. Yang Fan observed the spirited faces of his comrades, a smile appearing on his own. He understood that from this night forth, the troops at Yumen Pass had truly found their spirit. Chapter 49, The Divine Healer. Su Qingshui returned to the city. Yang Fan fixed his gaze upon the distant, scorched expanse of the Hu grain camp, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This operation had been executed flawlessly. With a decisive wave of his hand, the 300 brothers of the Divine Arrow Camp followed him silently, retreating swiftly toward Yumen Pass. The sound of hooves thudding against the gobi was muffled, yet to Yang Fan, it resonated like a war drum, invigorating him. The performance of the Divine Arrow Camp that night earned his utmost admiration. They moved like the wind, traversing 100 miles, undeterred by foes that outnumbered them, executing their tactics with textbook precision. The cost? Negligible. Only 3 unfortunate souls suffered minor wounds from stray arrows, which appeared alarming but were certainly not fatal. The spoils? Enormous. They had incinerated the Hu's entire winter provisions and had dispatched a contemptible centurion. This was no mere ambush. It was a resounding, exhilarating triumph that resonated to the core. Quickly, stabilize the wounded and find the best physician upon our return. Yang Fan called back, glancing at the 3 injured soldiers being carefully carried. While victorious moments brought joy, he firmly believed that each brother's life held more value than the heavens and was worth more than gold. By the time Yang Fan and the Divine Arrow Camp returned to Yumen Pass, the sky was already brightening with the first light of dawn. The city gate creaked open, and the brothers guarding the city were taken aback to see their comrade return unscathed. They were unaware of the monumental events Yang Fan had just experienced. But the aura of ferocity about him suggested he had accomplished something grand once again. Rather than retreating to his residence for respite, Yang Fan charged directly to the city tower, eager to survey the defenses and allow the wind to soothe the tempest brewing within him. As he ascended the tower, his feet became momentarily rooted in place. Before him stood a figure, a woman, in a sea of men, amidst the iron-willed atmosphere of the battlements. Her solitary presence was strikingly conspicuous, drawing his gaze irresistibly. She stood with her back to him, gazing into the vast desert beyond. Clad in a simple yet elegant white gown that accentuated her exquisite form, the morning breeze danced around her, lifting her skirt and hair, enveloping her in a veil of ethereal luminosity. For a fleeting moment, Yang Fan found himself breathless, although he had encountered many beauties. The mere silhouette of this woman stirred something profound within him, igniting an insatiable curiosity to behold her face. As if sensing the weight of his stare, she slowly turned to face him. A delicate white veil obscured her features, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear and deep as autumn waters. Those eyes seemed to possess a language of their own, radiating a gentle compassion tinged with an aloofness that kept others at bay. Despite the veil, Yang Fan wagered his very life that beneath it lay a visage capable of eclipsing kingdoms. "Who are you?" he inquired, stepping closer, his tone instinctively softening. This was no place for the unworthy, yet she met his lingering bloodlust with unwavering composure, her eyes unblinking, betraying no hint of fear. Instead, she offered a slight bow and spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Su Qingxue, a healer." She gestured towards the wounded soldiers below, groaning in pain, and continued softly. "Having heard of the many injured in the city and the shortage of hands at the medical clinic, I wish to offer my humble assistance in treating the wounded." "A healer?" Yang Fan exclaimed, initially taken aback, followed by a rush of exuberance flooding his senses. He had been distressed over the lack of care for the injured. In this desolate place, with its scarcity of medicine, the few half-hearted physicians in the camp could only manage superficial wounds, leaving the more severe injuries to fester and claim lives. He could scarcely believe that a doctor had come to him, and one of such remarkable grace, whose mere presence quickened his heart. "You can heal?" Yang Fan's voice brimmed with excitement, laced with a hint of disbelief. Su Qingxue met his gaze with her luminous eyes, offering a gentle nod without further elaboration. "Excellent," he exclaimed, driven by unrestrained enthusiasm, momentarily disregarding all decorum and propriety. He turned abruptly, shouting for Deng Yu behind him. "Deng Yu, swiftly bring over my 3 injured brothers." He pointed at Su Qingxue, his voice laced with urgency and hope. "Please, Miss Su, attend to them and save their lives. None must be lost." Su Qingxue observed Yang Fan's desperate demeanor, almost as if he were willing to offer his own heart. A flicker of an unnoticeable yet distinct light shone in her eyes. She did not refuse. Instead, she calmly nodded. "Rest assured, General, Qingxue shall do her utmost." Deng Yu's movements were swifter than a rabbit's. Before long, 3 pale-faced soldiers with bluish lips were carefully carried over and gently placed on the grass mat. One brother had a deep gash on his thigh, revealing bone, with blood still oozing. Another had been stabbed in the chest, his breathing faint and weak as a mosquito's buzz. The surrounding soldiers watched, their hearts tightly clenched. Su Qingxue took a single glance at the gravely injured soldier without any hesitation, and she approached him, slowly crouching down. From her medical kit, she produced a delicate cloth pouch. As she opened it, a row of silver needles of varying lengths glimmered with a cold sheen in the morning light. With a graceful motion, she selected a slender silver needle, expertly targeting the acupoints around the wound, her movements gentle yet precise. A miraculous scene unfolded. As several needles pierced the skin, the previously gushing wound astonishingly began to staunch, visibly halting the flow of blood. "The bleeding has stopped," exclaimed a soldier nearby, his voice cracking with disbelief. Everyone stood transfixed. The camp's medics only pressed herbs or powders onto wounds. None had ever witnessed such divine skill. Yang Fan stood nearby, his eyes wide with amazement as he watched Su Qingshue's fluid technique. He silently applauded her brilliance. A master at work. It was evident that her acupuncture skills surpassed those of the camp's boastful old medics by leaps and bounds. Once the bleeding ceased, Su Qingxue retrieved a small white jade vial from her kit, pouring out a fragrant powder which she evenly sprinkled over the wound. Finally, she adeptly wrapped the injured area with clean gauze, her technique swift and professional, completing the task without a single unnecessary movement. All done, Su Qingxue announced as she stood, her voice remaining cool and composed. For now, there is no immediate danger to life. Take care to keep the wound dry and change the dressings regularly. Without pausing, she moved on to the next injured soldier. Yang Fan gazed at the bandaged brother. Although his complexion remained pale, his breathing had steadied significantly. The weight that had pressed heavily on Yang Fan's heart finally began to lift. His greatest concern had been the treatment of the wounded, after all. Death was an inevitable part of battle. Yet, what he could not bear was the thought of his brothers perishing not on the battlefield, but on the grass mat after the battle, unattended. Such non-combat losses were far more demoralizing than any other. Now, with Su Qingshue's arrival, he felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Su Qingxue did not take a moment's respite. She tirelessly attended to the wounded on the city ramparts, cleansing wounds, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging. Her movements were perpetually composed, and her gaze remained intensely focused, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor and bloodshed. Yang Fan followed her closely, inspecting the fortifications while silently observing her healing efforts. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. He realized that Su Qingshue's medical skills could hardly be described as merely proficient. They were nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 50. Do you know what this is? One soldier had his arm nearly severed by a barbarian's curved blade, and the military doctor merely glanced at it, declaring it a lost cause and preparing for amputation. Yet, when Su Qingxue examined it, she produced silver needles and a special ointment, miraculously reattaching the arm that had been deemed irreparable. Another soldier had been struck by a poisoned arrow, his body turning black, and it seemed he would not survive. Su Qingxue skillfully administered several acupuncture needles and fed him unknown pills. Soon, he expelled a copious amount of black blood, and his complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue. This was no mere medical practice. It was a resurrection. For 3 solid hours, Su Qingxue labored intensely. By the time she finished tending to the last wounded soldier and straightened up, the sun was already high in the sky. She had pulled several hundred soldiers back from the brink of death, saving many in the process. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had completed his inspection and casually sat on the rampart, a piece of dried grass between his lips, his gaze penetrating the vast desert beyond. His brow furrowed slightly, although they had achieved a significant victory last night. Temporarily staving off the barbarian's ferocity, Yang Fan felt no sense of relief. He understood all too well the precarious nature of Human Pass. It appeared robust, yet could easily collapse under pressure. In the city, the total number of capable soldiers barely reached 5,000, including those injured during the previous night's battle. As for the barbarian forces outside, at least 30,000, well-equipped and ready to return at any moment. If they were to recklessly assault the city, a single misstep could lead to the fall of Human Pass and catastrophic loss of life. A solution was imperative, a means to completely alter the situation. Relying on the court's ineffectual reinforcements? That was a mere fantasy. They would be more likely to impede progress than assist. They could only depend on themselves. But how? Yang Fan's mind raced, a flurry of frantic thoughts flashing through his consciousness, each one dismissed in turn. Su Qingxue emerged from the makeshift medical camp, exhaling a long sigh, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Yang Fan sitting at the rampart not far away, surprise flickering in her eyes. He was still here? Hours had passed since dawn, and this newly appointed general had not left the ramparts even once. Having practiced medicine for many years, Su Qingxue had encountered countless generals and dignitaries. In her eyes, they were often aloof, treating soldiers as mere expendables. They professed empathy, yet often did not even know which way the infirmary door faced. But Yang Fan was different. He exuded an aura of menace and authority, yet his eyes radiated genuine concern for the ordinary soldiers. He was not merely putting on a show, but truly regarded these men as brothers. It was the first time Su Qingxue had encountered such a general. Her heart stirred, and she adjusted her attire before approaching him with measured steps. General Yang. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Fan abruptly snapped out of his reverie, turning to find Su Qingxue before him, and immediately leaped down from the battlement. Miss Su. You have worked tirelessly. Su Qingxue shook her head slightly, her cool gaze softened with a hint of warmth. It is my duty. I have done my utmost to treat the wounded in the city. As long as they are cared for properly, they should all recover. Upon hearing this, a tremendous weight lifted from Yang Fan's heart. He gazed at the weary yet graceful woman before him, filled with boundless gratitude. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he took a solemn step back and bowed deeply to Su Qingxue. On behalf of the thousands of soldiers at Yumen Pass, he expressed his profound gratitude for her life-saving efforts. This bow was executed with heartfelt sincerity. She had not only saved hundreds of injured soldiers, but had also upheld the morale and hope of the entire garrison. However, Su Qingxue promptly sidestepped to avoid Yang Fan's grand gesture of respect. General, please do not. She insisted. It is the duty of a healer to save lives. Her swift movement created a waft of fragrance, prompting Yang Fan to respond with equal haste. In this exchange of avoidance and reverence, an unexpected incident unfolded. With a sharp clang, a sound of metal striking metal resonated sharply across the quiet battlement. An object slipped from Yang Fan's embrace, landing on the bluestone pavement between him and Su Qingxue. It was the bronze plaque, palm-sized and engraved with a ferocious wolf's head, which he had pilfered from the Hu General Batu. Though the plaque fell silently, it struck Su Qingxue's heart with a resounding impact. Just as Yang Fan bent to retrieve it, he caught a glimpse of Su Qingxue's reaction. He witnessed her usually tranquil eyes now roiling with tumultuous waves of shock, confusion, and a hint of fear that she herself had not yet recognized. Her expression suggested she had encountered something that should not be present here. She recognized this object. The thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind, and he realized he had stumbled upon the answer he sought. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he calmly picked up the bronze plaque, weighed it in his hand, and smiled as he presented it to Su Qingxue. Dr. Su, could it be that you are familiar with this item? Su Qingxue's gaze shifted from the ground to the bronze plaque in Yang Fan's hand, her breath quickening slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her delicate hand to accept the plaque. The cool, heavy weight of the bronze plaque felt distinctly real in her grasp. The fierce wolf's head was unmistakably clear. She held the plaque carefully, scrutinizing it closely, her fingertips grazing the ancient, rugged patterns etched into its surface. Subsequently, she raised the sign, squinting against the sun to observe the subtle changes in the light. Her face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. After a considerable time, she finally lowered her hand, exhaling deeply, and turned to Yang Fan, her clear gaze filled with gravity. If I am not mistaken, her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with uncertainty. This item is the bronze wolf tablet utilized by the Hu people during their wolf god rituals. How could you possess such a relic, General? Wolf god ritual? Bronze wolf tablet? Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued as they sounded extraordinary, far from ordinary. He did not conceal the truth, candidly stating, "Last night, as I left the city, I happened to slay a Hu chieftain, and this was taken as a trophy from him." This revelation sent a shockwave through Su Qingxue, who regarded Yang Fan with newfound respect. He was even more formidable and enigmatic than she had imagined. I see, she nodded, seemingly comprehending the implications. The bearer of such an item among the Hu people must hold a significant status. It was likely that the chieftain was indeed a tribal noble. But what purpose does this serve? Do you know how to use it? Yang Fan finally broached his most pressing concern. Instinctively feeling that this artifact was not merely a symbol of status, it could certainly withstand an arrow from his two-stone bow. There must be something more to it. However, Su Qingxue shook her head in response. I apologize, General. I have only encountered sparse mentions in ancient texts, understanding its origins. Yet the specific applications are not detailed within those writings. Her expression conveyed regret. The sacrificial practices of the Hu people are notoriously mysterious and rarely divulged. Outsiders find it exceedingly challenging to fathom their secrets. I see. Yang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment but brushed it aside, not knowing its use was of little consequence. He could simply keep it close as a protective talisman. Having it could be life-saving in critical moments. He did not press further, taking back the bronze tablet from Su Qingxue and tucking it back into his bosom. Regardless, I am grateful to Miss Su for clarifying my doubts. Observing the sky and noting the fatigue upon Su Qingxue's face, he added, You have worked tirelessly this morning. Allow me to send someone to escort you back to the medical clinic for some rest. Chapter 51. She must harbor many secrets. then I shall be in your debt. General. Su Qingxue nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude to Yang Fan as she prepared to turn away. After all, she was a woman. And having spent so long amidst a throng of men atop the city walls was her limit. However, as she turned, her foot stumbled, and the world around her began to spin uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed her in an instant. She let out a muffled groan, her body weakening, and she was about to fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past, and a strong arm securely caught her slender waist as she teetered. Miss Su. Yang Fan's voice resonated in her ear, laced with concern and urgency. Acting on instinct, he reached out to support her, but was taken aback when Su Qingshue's entire form softened, collapsing into his embrace. The soft jade emanated a delicate warmth, enveloping him wholly. A faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of snow lotus instantly penetrated Yang Fan's nostrils, a scent most delightful. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed deeply, sensing something amiss. The woman in his embrace was chillingly cold. Far beyond the mere chill of the weather, it was a frigidness that seemed to seep from her very bones. Devoid of vitality, it felt akin to holding a piece of eternal ice, even colder than the body of a deceased. This was profoundly peculiar. How could a living person possess such an uncanny temperature? Someone quickly, Yang Fan thought, momentarily disregarding his concerns. As he lifted the unconscious Su Qingxue and strode purposefully toward his tent, he gently laid her on his military cot, pulling a thick blanket over her, ensuring she was thoroughly covered. After completing these actions, he fetched a chair and quietly sat by her bedside, guarding her and awaiting her awakening. His gaze fell upon Su Qingshue's exquisitely beautiful face, still discernible through the veil, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. What secrets lay hidden within this woman? Time passed. The duration unknown. Su Qingshue's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gradually regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, confusion filled her gaze, which swiftly transformed into acute tension and vigilance upon recognizing her unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She bolted upright, instinctively checking her attire. When she confirmed that her clothing was intact and her body unscathed, the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally subsided, just as she breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed someone seated beside her. General Yang? Upon recognizing Yang Fan, Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but memories of prior events flooded back, causing a blush of apology to bloom on her cheeks. She hastily rose from the bed to pay her respects. Thank you for your rescue, General. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. It was but a small effort, Yang Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Miss Su, what truly transpired earlier? Su Qingxue instinctively averted her eyes, then offered a wry smile. It's nothing, merely exhaustion coupled with some old ailments acting up. I hope I did not cause you any embarrassment. Old ailments? That is hardly an explanation, Yang Fan noted, choosing not to press further on that topic. Instead, he transitioned to a different subject, calmly stating a fact. Miss Su, your body is exceptionally cold. Su Qingshue's heart leapt at his words. Yang Fan seemed oblivious to her reaction as he continued. This cold is not of the ordinary chill, but rather a penetrating, bone-deep frost. He fixed his gaze upon Su Qingshue's eyes. If I am not mistaken, you are not afflicted by an illness, but rather by a formidable cold poison. Cold poison? When those words escaped Yang Fan's lips, Su Qingxue froze in place. She abruptly lifted her head, and in her eyes, which had always been as clear and cold as water, there was an unmistakable shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yang Fan, as if she were staring at a monster. Impossible. This secret was the deepest pain buried within her heart, apart from herself and her master, who once extended her life. There could be no third person in the world who knew. How could he have disowned it? Merely from embracing her once, he could conclude it was cold poison? This transcended the realm of medicine. It was nothing short of miraculous. Observing the sheer horror on Su Qingshue's face, Yang Fan understood he had hit the mark. He did not press further. Instead, he quietly regarded her, waiting for her response. Silence. A prolonged silence. The atmosphere within the tent grew somewhat oppressive. Ultimately, Su Qingshuе relinquished her struggle. Before Yang Fan's all-seeing gaze, any concealment or lie felt utterly feeble. The astonishment in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound bitterness and desolation. Your insight is commendable, General. She sighed softly, as if conceding. Indeed, it is cold poison that has tormented me for several years. Her voice was faint, tinged with a sense of resigned inevitability. With my meager medical skills, I can only manage to suppress it. The notion of a complete cure is but a fool's dream. After speaking, she seemed reluctant to continue this topic. She bowed to Yang Fan once more, her voice returning to its previous icy detachment. I am deeply grateful for your assistance today, General. Since my condition is no longer critical, I shall take my leave and not impose further. With that, she turned, departing the tent without a backward glance, her silhouette imbued with a sense of resolve and a hint of solitude that shunned scrutiny. Yang Fan made no attempt to retain her. He merely stood quietly, watching as Su Qingshue's fragile figure vanished beyond the tent's entrance. His gaze grew increasingly profound. Su Qingshue's identity was undoubtedly complex. In his heart, he was now 100% certain. Cold poison. Such a phenomenon he had only heard of in martial arts novels and legends. It was exceedingly rare in reality. For an ordinary person, let alone being afflicted, it was something they had never even heard of. To encounter such a bizarre poison could not possibly be the fate of a mere village healer. Coupled with the earlier events, why would a frail woman find herself alone in a perilous place like the Human Pass? From where did her remarkable medical prowess arise? Most crucially, how could she instantly recognize the bronze wolf token used in Hu's sacrificial rites? That was not something an ordinary person from Dachi could come into contact with. Each incident, every event, envelopes this woman like a dense fog. Yang Fan murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, a whisper meant only for his own ears. The secrets concealed within her are indeed numerous. Chapter 52. The Traitor Within Human Pass. Following the clue from the pigeon as he watched Su Qingshue's solitary figure fade into the distance, Yang Fan's gaze deepened with an enigmatic intensity. Her presence has rendered the already intricate situation at Human Pass even more perplexing. Just then, a soldier approached briskly, bearing an expression that mingled pride with confusion. In his hand, he clutched a lifeless black pigeon, its neck drooping limply, evidently deceased. "Look at this," the soldier said, offering the bird. "While we were changing shifts on the city wall, my comrades spotted this dark creature sneaking out from the city. It didn't seem like a good omen, so I shot it down." He scratched his head, a touch of earnestness in his demeanor. "I just thought it was a bit odd, so I brought it to you." Yang Fan initially paid little heed. However, when his gaze fell upon the pigeon's leg, his expression sharpened instantaneously. A small, yellowish copper ring, the size of a pinky finger, was affixed to its leg. This was a signal tube, specifically designed for the urgent transmission of clandestine messages. A sudden heaviness sank in Yang Fan's heart. He seized the bird from the soldier's grasp and swiftly removed the tiny copper ring. Unscrewing one end, he poured its contents into his palm. Nothing. It was empty. The message had been retrieved, or perhaps this pigeon was poised to deliver it. A chilling wave coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His mind flickered back to the harrowing night raid from the previous evening. Why had the Hu people's centurion set an ambush in the valley in advance? Why did it seem as though he was certain Yang Fan would attempt to seize the grain? Initially, Yang Fan had attributed it to coincidence or the Hu's calculated maneuver. Yet, it was clear now. Someone was leaking information. There was a traitor within Human Pass. Moreover, this traitor undoubtedly held significant standing. Otherwise, they could not have known his plans from the previous night. So it was. Yang Fan's expression remained inscrutable, yet his eyes chilled like ice in the depths of winter. Gripping the empty signal tube tightly, the cold sensation steadied his resolve. "General," the soldier observed the sudden frostiness in Yang Fan's demeanor and recognized the gravity of the situation. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Yang Fan lifted his gaze to meet the soldier's, his voice calm, yet imbued with authority. "This matter ends here. It must not be mentioned to anyone." He paused for a moment before adding, "Dispose of the pigeon, as if nothing ever transpired." "Yes, General." The loyal soldier felt a shiver down his spine, promptly nodding as he took the lifeless body of the pigeon and retreated swiftly. On the city tower, Yang Fan was once again left alone. He slowly opened his palm, gazing at the small copper ring, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His greatest disdain was not for the enemies wielding real weapons on the battlefield, but rather for those treacherous individuals who would stab him in the back. He tucked the message tube into his breast, his gaze shifting once more towards the vast desert beyond the pass, as well as the intricate streets within the city. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Do you think you can play tricks beneath my very nose? I shall uncover the identity of that rat lurking in the shadows." Within the general's residence, in the study, the lights were bright. Yet the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. Yang Fan sat alone at the writing desk. Before him lay no official documents, no maps. Only the now stiffened black messenger pigeon. He did not glance at the pigeon again. Instead, he closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously drumming softly on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. His mind raced with thoughts. Internal traitor. The term pierced his heart. Human Pass had become a perilous fortress, vulnerable to any internal betrayal. To arrest everyone for questioning? No, that would create too much commotion, startling the snake and causing the true venomous serpent to hide even deeper. A fail-proof plan must be devised to lure this serpent out of its lair. Yang Fan's fingertips stilled. He opened his eyes. The tumult of emotions replaced by a calculating coldness. An idea had formed. The messenger pigeons did not appear out of thin air. Since messages were to be conveyed via pigeons, the traitor must be somewhere within the city, breeding these feathered creatures. By locating the pigeon coop, he could trace the path to the wretched owner. The following day, as dawn broke, Yang Fan summoned Deng Yu and a few of his most trusted soldiers. I have a task for you. Yang Fan's voice was low, yet laced with authority. From today onward, you will patrol various locations throughout the city. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Do not make a grand display, but keep your eyes peeled discreetly. Observe any military personnel or those closely associated with them who may be raising pigeons. Not just messenger pigeons, but any pigeons. Record everything. Take note of which rooftops house pigeon coops and where the cooing is frequent. Leave no detail overlooked. Remember, observe quietly without inquiry. Jot down your findings without alarming anyone. Understood. Deng Yu and the others responded sternly, immediately taking their leave in silence, watching their departing figures. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Yang Fan's face. The net had been cast. Now, he awaited the fish to take the bait. Upon concluding this matter, Yang Fan's thoughts shifted to another object. He retrieved the bronze wolf medal confiscated from Badu from his pocket. The chilling sensation of the medal and the menacing wolf's head engraved upon it invigorated him. The wolf god priest. This was the formidable source of the Hu people's strength, as well as the secret behind their ability to transform into beasts. Yang Fan understood that mere defense and ambush tactics were only temporary measures. To genuinely overcome the Hu people, one must unravel the root of their unreasonable power. Should he decipher the mystery of this bronze medal, he might uncover a method to counter the Hu. However, after inspecting it from every angle for quite some time, he could discern nothing beyond its excessive hardness and the somewhat sinister carving of the wolf's head. Was it perhaps due to insufficient quantity? Yang Fan stroked his chin, speculating that it might require some special incantation or perhaps even blood. He shook his head. These were merely wild conjectures. It seemed the best course of action would be to capture a knowledgeable Hu person on the battlefield, perhaps one of those mystical priests, and find a way to extract information from him. Just as he was deep in thought, a personal guard rushed in, his face alight with barely contained excitement. He approached Yang Fan and, lowering his voice urgently, announced, "General, we have made progress on the matter you instructed us to investigate." Hearing those words, Yang Fan's eyes brightened instantly, the weight on his heart lifting in an instant. Splendid. He sprang to his feet, unable to conceal his elation. Previously, Liao Li's investigation had led to a mere pawn. The true mastermind had been as elusive as a loach, leaving no trace behind, and the trail had gone cold. Yang Fan had anticipated a difficult endeavor this time. To his astonishment, a breakthrough had emerged so swiftly thanks to that messenger pigeon. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him. Quickly. What have you discovered? Yang Fan urged, his voice laced with urgency, his gaze fixed intently on the messenger, fearful of missing a single word. The guard, not daring to delay, relayed the gathered intelligence. General, the brothers have dispersed throughout the city, subtly inquiring amongst several seasoned veterans. They confirmed that someone in the army indeed raises pigeons, and he holds an official position. The guard swallowed hard, lowering his voice further. It is Vice General Zhao. Zhao Chang. Yao Chang? Yang Fan's brow arched slightly. He recalled the name. Within the Human Pass, aside from Xia Dan, he was another vice general, typically unassuming. He appeared quite low profile. Yes, that's him. The guard confirmed. I've heard that Vice General Zhao has been at the Human Pass for several years and has a habit of raising pigeons, claiming it is merely for enjoyment. The guard paused, his expression shifting to something peculiar. Some claim to have witnessed Deputy General Zhao capturing his own pigeons to prepare them for a meal. Pigeons for consumption? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes turned icy. Such an excuse was exceedingly dubious. What is the current situation at the Human Pass? Food scarcity reigns. Ordinary soldiers are famished, their bellies pressed against their spines, and a meager bowl of thin porridge is considered a luxury. But who is Zhao Chang? He is a deputy general. Prior to Yang Fan's arrival, Liao Li and his cohorts controlled military supplies, leaving the soldiers on the brink of starvation. While these officials indulged in lavish feasts of fish and meat, with a constant flow of wine, would he truly lack for a morsel of pigeon meat? Moreover, those who have raised pigeons understand that they require more delicate care than chickens. To raise them solely for a few ounces of meat, expending precious grain, is an illogical expenditure. This scenario is fraught with deception. This seemingly rational justification for consuming pigeons, to Yang Fan, appeared to be the most glaring flaw. As if there were something urgent to conceal. Zhao Chang. A glint of coldness flashed in Yang Fan's eyes, piquing his interest. He hesitated no longer. A mere glance sufficed to make his decision. He intended to investigate personally, to discern what trickery this pigeon-loving deputy general was up to. Lead the way. Yang Fan uttered just 2 words, his tone low yet imbued with an impending sense of authority. Let us pay a visit to this deputy general Zhao. Yes, general. The loyal attendant felt a chill run down his spine, refraining from further inquiries as he promptly took the lead. With the 2 men proceeding one after the other towards Zhao Chang's residence. Zhao Chang's abode was undoubtedly one of the largest estates within the Yumen Pass. As Yang Fan stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fixated on the row of enormous pigeon coops at the center. Cooing resounded as dozens of plump, glossy feathered pigeons leisurely strutted about, preening their plumage, their calls echoing melodiously. A middle-aged man, clad in civilian attire, stood with his back to them, patiently feeding the pigeons with a handful of grain. This man, of average stature and appearing rather delicate, bore no resemblance to the term general. He was Zhao Chang. Yang Fan's eyes swiftly scanned the line of pigeon coops and noticed one coop in the far corner was empty, looking newer and cleaner than the others. Deputy General Zhao. You have quite the refined hobby, Yang Fan remarked, a warm smile adorning his face as he approached. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Chang paused in his feeding, slowly turning around. The moment he recognized Yang Fan, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his features, quickly replaced by a cordial smile. Ah, General Yang, what brings you here? What an unexpected honor. He hastily wiped his hands and bowed in greeting. Please, take a seat. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, his attention lingering on the flock of pigeons, feigning great interest. I happened to pass by and heard that Deputy General Zhao has a fondness for raising pigeons. So I came to take a look. Upon hearing this, a hint of self-deprecating embarrassment flickered across Zhao Chang's face. Let General Yang indulge in a little laughter. It is merely a trivial quirk of mine. He sighed and offered an explanation. It is simply my fondness for the flavor of pigeon meat, after all these years. A day without it leaves me feeling utterly unwell. I am aware that the military is currently facing a food shortage, and indulging in this habit may seem rather extravagant. Yet this long-standing inclination is one I cannot seem to shake off. His words were impeccably articulated, presenting reasons, acknowledging faults, and expressing helplessness, all while maintaining a humble demeanor. Were it anyone else, they might have been easily deceived. But who is Yang Fan? His smile only grew more radiant. Deputy Zhao, you are being too hard on yourself. He exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to pat Zhao Chang on the shoulder, radiating sincerity. As a distinguished deputy general stationed at the borders, your minor indulgences are entirely normal. The food shortage is a matter for the generals to address. It has nothing to do with your consumption of a few pigeons. There is no need for self-reproach. Yang Fan's words eased Zhao Chang's heart, and his smile became more genuine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Fan seemingly wandered to the pigeon cage, observing it with an air of wonder. Deputy Zhao, your pigeons are exceptionally well kept, each one gleaming with health. He pointed to an empty cage, casually inquiring, Oh, this cage is empty? Where are the birds? Zhao Chang burst into hearty laughter, pride evident in his tone. General Yang, you have sharp eyes. That one just graced my kitchen last night. The flavor was simply exquisite. Yang Fan's gaze swept across the empty cage, and his pupils constricted sharply. In the corner of the cage lay a few black feathers, identical to those of the messenger pigeon he had shot down the previous day. He had found the evidence. Yang Fan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, rendering him utterly composed, even as his face retained a cheerful demeanor, as if he had seen nothing amiss. He continued to engage with Zhao Chang in casual conversation, feigning a deep interest in the pigeon meat. Just as they turned to enter the house for tea, Yang Fan suddenly stumbled. The sound of the bronze wolf token clattering as it fell from his grasp and rolled to Zhao Chang's feet. Oh dear. Yang Fan feigned chagrin. General Yang. Be careful. Zhao Chang, quick on the uptake, bent down to retrieve the token. Now was the moment. As Zhao Chang lowered his head, Yang Fan subtly shifted. Appearing to steady himself against a nearby pillar while his fingers darted like lightning into the empty cage, deftly pinching one of the black feathers. His movements were swift and silent as he concealed the feather within his sleeve. Chapter 54, Zhao Chang is the traitor, evidence as solid as steel as Zhao Chang straightened. Offering the bronze token back to Yang Fan, the latter stood firmly, his demeanor still radiating that impenetrable warmth. General Yang, here you go, Zhao Chang said respectfully, presenting the bronze wolf token with both hands. His gaze lingered on the grotesque wolf's head, curiosity bubbling within his eyes. What treasure is this? It appears rather sinister. Yang Fan took the token, nonchalantly rubbed it against his clothing, and tucked it into his bosom, the corners of his mouth curling in a hint of pride. Ah, this? I acquired it last night after dispatching a Hu chieftain. It's likely a token of the Hu people. A Hu chieftain? At the utterance of those words, Zhao Chang's expression instantaneously froze, only to be replaced by an exaggerated admiration as he vigorously gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. General Yang truly is a celestial being. To slay a Hu chieftain with such ease, I am utterly in awe, humbled to the point of prostration. His eyes fixated greedily on Yang Fan's chest. A glimmer of avarice flickering within. The chieftain surely possessed items of significance, and the general ought to safeguard them well. Oh, what treasure is this or that? Yang Fan scratched his head, his demeanor displaying a hint of navet, seemingly troubled. To be candid with Deputy Zhao, I've pondered over this wretched token for quite some time, yet I cannot fathom its utility. It's as hard as stone and rather unremarkable. Observing Yang Fan's foolish expression, a flicker of disdain swiftly crossed Zhao Chang's eyes, truly a brute who knows only how to kill. Unperturbed, Yang Fan shifted the subject. His gaze drifting towards the cooing flock of pigeons in the courtyard, his lips moistening in anticipation. Deputy Zhao, speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I indulged in meat. He rubbed his hands together, a touch of embarrassment creeping in. To speak frankly, I have a particular fondness for this delicacy, especially braised pigeon. The flavor, oh my. He cast Zhao Chang a knowing glance. Could you spare two? Allowing me to satiate my cravings? The atmosphere instantly thickened. Just moments ago, Zhao Chang had been all warmth and brotherhood, but now his smile froze in place, as if encased in ice. He wore an expression akin to one mourning a lost father, fidgeting nervously. This General Yang, it is not that I am miserly. But look at how little remains. In these chaotic times, procuring more pigeons is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. His face contorted in despair. Almost on the verge of tears, if I give them to you, what shall I eat myself? Witnessing Zhao Chang's anguish, reminiscent of a miser whose heart has been wrenched from his chest, Yang Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. Could an ordinary carrier pigeon outweigh the camaraderie of this newly appointed guerrilla general? A shrewder individual, even if reluctant, would readily offer them, recognizing their potential to strengthen bonds. Yet Zhao Chang did not, leaving only one explanation. These pigeons held value far beyond mere sustenance. They were instruments of communication. They were his lifeline. And he dared not part with them. He feared that upon receiving the pigeons, he might uncover unsightly marks, such as the wear from long-term binding of message tubes on their legs. This old fox, seemingly impervious, had inadvertently revealed a fatal flaw at this critical juncture. Haha. Look at me. I am truly demanding the impossible. Yang Fan's face bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, he laughed heartily, graciously waving his hand in self-deprecation. Since this is Deputy Zhao's cherished possession, I shall let it be. A gentleman does not usurp what others hold dear, he remarked, patting Zhao Chang's shoulder. Very well. I shall not disturb Deputy Zhao in his nurturing of his precious one. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned away with a flourish, departing Zhao Chang's residence without a backward glance. Upon returning to the general's residence, as soon as Yang Fan entered his study, he shut the door with a swift motion. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. He slowly withdrew a black feather from his sleeve and approached the writing desk, gently placing the feather beside the lifeless pigeon. Under the dim light, the hue, luster, shape, and size of the two were indistinguishable, absolutely identical. Yang Fan pinched the feather he had brought back from Zhao Chang's abode, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was 100% certain this feather belonged to the deceased pigeon. Zhao Chang was indeed the traitor. The evidence was irrefutable. In the study, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon Yang Fan's cold, resolute face. The name Zhao Chang now bore the mark of death in his heart. The earlier probing was merely an opportunity presented to him. As a dignified general, personally visiting and merely requesting two insignificant pigeons to satiate his cravings was both a test and a means to foster goodwill and strengthen ties. Had Xiao Chong not been the traitor, he would have unhesitatingly offered not just 2, but several more. Yet, his miserly demeanor, as if he were in agony over parting with his wealth, spoke volumes. These pigeons were his lifeline. He dared not let me touch them for fear I might uncover the truth. A cold, sinister smile curved Yang Fan's lips. Since you are unwilling to part with them, I shall take matters into my own hands. During the day, with so many eyes around, it was impractical to act. Therefore, he would wait for the night. As night fell, the human pass sank into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional footsteps of patrolling soldiers. A shadow slipped quietly through the back gate of the general's residence. Clad in dark attire, Yang Fan led a similarly black stallion, its hooves wrapped in thick cotton to blend seamlessly with the night. He mounted the horse and headed straight for the back wall of Zhao Chong's estate. The daytime clamor had long dissipated, leaving Zhao's residence cloaked in an unsettling darkness. Yang Fan tethered the horse in the shadows and glanced up at the courtyard wall. To him, it was no different from flat ground. Taking several steps back for a running start, he lightly tapped his toes against the wall, effortlessly leaping over it like a weightless creature, landing soundlessly in the courtyard. The entire process was devoid of any noise. In the courtyard, the massive pigeon coop cast a shadow under the moonlight, and most of the pigeons inside were peacefully asleep. Yang Fan's objective was clear. He required a messenger, one capable of drawing out the venomous snake hidden in the shadows. He held his breath and stealthily approached the pigeon coop, retrieving from his pocket a thread as fine as a hair, yet remarkably resilient, specially crafted for this very purpose. He fixated on a dozing dove, his fingers deftly flicking the nearly invisible thread, which wrapped gently yet precisely around the bird's leg, forming a slipknot. Having completed this task, Yang Fan did not linger. He vaulted over the wall once more, returning to the courtyard exterior. In his grasp was the nearly imperceptible thread, the other end tethered to the cage containing the dove that was destined to become bait. The performance was about to commence. Once outside the courtyard wall, Yang Fan swiftly mounted his steed, reins in hand, while the other hand held the fine thread. With a command, the horse's hooves thundered, kicking up dust as it transformed into a shadow racing towards the city's outskirts. The thread tightened instantaneously. Chapter 55. It is seeking a new master. The unfortunate dove, blissfully asleep in the courtyard, was abruptly yanked, tumbling from its cage. Bound by the thread, it could not soar freely, instead being pulled by Yang Fan, tracing a bizarre, erratic arc across the night sky. Yang Fan was not in a hurry to release his grip. He needed to distance this unfortunate creature from the human pass, as far as possible from the watchful eyes of Zhao Chong's grandson. After a wild gallop of over 10 miles, feeling secure at last, Yang Fan abruptly loosened his hold. The moment the thread slipped, the dove regained its freedom, spinning in confusion as if seeking direction, before cooing and taking flight, wings flapping vigorously, disappearing into the night without a backward glance. It was off to find a new master. Stay close. Yang Fan's gaze sharpened as he urged his horse forward, maintaining a discreet distance behind the dove, silent as a shadow. In the darkness, man, horse, and dove engaged in a silent game of pursuit. However, it was not long before trouble emerged. A roaring river lay ahead, its surface shimmering under the moonlight, completely obstructing the path. The dove, indifferent to obstacles, soared across effortlessly. Yet Yang Fan's horse could not follow. Damn it, he cursed, feeling a wave of frustration. With no other choice, he tugged on the thread, pulling the unfortunate dove back from the opposite bank, nearly dislocating its wings, and tucked it under his arm as he sought a way to cross the riverbank. Fortune smiled upon him. Not far downstream, he spotted a rudimentary wooden bridge. After crossing the bridge, Yang Fan released the dove, which, evidently filled with pent-up frustration, took off like a shot, fleeing for its life. Yang Fan's spirits lifted as he pursued relentlessly. The chase continued for 2 hours, with dawn beginning to break on the horizon. Finally, the dove appeared to tire, its speed diminishing as it dove into a small grove ahead. There, amidst the desolation, stood a rickety wooden hut, its chimney smoke-free. Yet a flickering candlelight danced through the cracks of the window. In such an isolated place, what could possibly be illuminating the night? Yang Fan's vigilance surged to its peak in an instant. He swiftly dismounted and concealed himself, pressing his body against the ground like a shadow, silently inching toward the small cabin, where he crouched outside the window, straining to listen. Soon, the low murmurs of 2 men drifted out, imbued with a sinister undertone. "What is the matter with Zhao Chong? It's been several days without word." The other voice dripped with disdain and mockery. What else could it be? Last time, His superior tasked him with eliminating that fellow named Yang Fan. In the end, he lost both his lady and his men. I suppose he is too ashamed to report back. Truly a useless fool. Eliminate me. The 3 words pierced Yang Fan's ears, igniting a fierce blaze within his heart. How audacious. Here I am, shedding blood and risking my life to defend the city, while you, a pack of vermin lurking in the shadows, conspire to take my life? Yang Fan's gaze turned as frigid as ice shards. It became clear to him that from the very first day he set foot in Human Pass, he had become a thorn in the side of certain individuals, a splinter in their flesh. Having severed Liao Li's revenue stream and incinerated their provisions, disrupting their grand designs. How could they possibly rest easy without extinguishing my life? He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the explosive rage within. Though the murderous intent in his eyes crystallized into an icy glare, he calmly surveyed the interior. Only 2 men occupied the space. By their voices, they were merely ordinary fellows, far from skilled adversaries. With his current invulnerability and extraordinary strength, even if 2 more were to join, they would merely find themselves ground beneath him. Given this realization, what further deliberation was necessary? It was time to act. Yang Fan emerged from his concealment, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent, stepping back momentarily to gather his strength in his right leg. In the next heartbeat, boom, a thunderous crash resounded as he unleashed a kick that shattered the sturdy wooden door. Splinters and debris flew forth, propelled by an unimaginable force, hurtling into the cabin. The scene inside came into sharp focus. A rickety wooden table. 2 robust men clad in leather hunting jackets gathered around a basin of meat, with bows and traps resting atop the table. The sudden upheaval extinguished the relaxed expressions on their faces, replaced by shock and sheer terror. Who? One of them, quick to react, slammed his hand on the table, seizing a 3-pronged iron fork from the corner, glaring menacingly at the doorway. The other swiftly drew a machete from his waist, weariness etched across his features. Yang Fan wasted no words. He stepped boldly into the room, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of crushing any opponent, charging straight for the hunter wielding the iron fork. He didn't even bother to draw his weapon, opting instead for the most primal, direct approach to shatter these cowards' audacity and obliterate their will to resist. Seeking death. The hunter, seeing Yang Fan approach unarmed, felt a flicker of resolve, bellowing as he tightened his grip on the iron fork, summoning all his strength to thrust it viciously toward Yang Fan's chest, the fork's tip gleaming with a menacing glint. In a shocking turn of events, Yang Fan did not evade. Instead, he stood resolutely as the iron fork pierced his chest. The sound of metal clashing echoed like thunder, and the fork, capable of penetrating the flesh of wild beasts, met Yang Fan's body as if it were striking a steel plate. Sparks erupted from the fork's point, which became slightly deformed, yet it did not penetrate even a millimeter. Blood rage level 10. A chilling notification resonated in his mind. The hunter's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a terror akin to seeing a ghost. He felt as though he had stabbed not a man, but a wall. What kind of monster was this? An alarm blared in his mind. His first instinct was to flee. However, just as he attempted to withdraw the fork and turn, an ironclad hand seized his wrist with an unyielding grip. In the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarged before his eyes. With a thunderous impact, the hunter was sent flying, crashing against the wall and sliding down in a limp heap, utterly incapacitated. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Another hunter, armed with a knife, stood frozen in shock, still reeling from the astonishment of witnessing his companion dispatched in a single blow. Yang Fan, having dealt with one foe, turned his emotionless gaze upon him. Terrified by the intensity of his stare, the hunter felt his courage wane, letting out a panicked cry as his legs turned to jelly. Desperately, he flailed his knife towards Yang Fan's arm. Yang Fan, dismissive of the attack, raised his arm to receive the blow directly. The knife struck with a resounding clang, the force nearly wrenching it from the hunter's grip, causing it to fly from his hand. Yang Fan retaliated with a swift punch, as decisive as before. With a resounding thud, the second hunter met the same fate as his comrade, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 56, Relentless Interrogation. After dispatching the 2 imposters, Yang Fan wasted no time in seizing the readily available hemp ropes in the room, expertly binding them with precision. Hunters? Yang Fan sneered inwardly as he regarded the fallen figures. What did true hunters look like? They braved the elements, their hands calloused like tree bark, exuding a wild scent intertwined with the aroma of nature. Yet these 2? Clad in leather jackets, their skin remained unblemished, their calluses merely a result of wielding weapons. Most telling was the unmistakable air of military aggression that surrounded them. Who were they trying to deceive? They were not hunters at all, but rather two deceitful spies masquerading as such. Moreover, Yang Fan surmised with certainty that these two were undoubtedly connected to Zhao Chong. Once he pried open their mouths, the ironclad evidence of Zhao Chong's treason would be laid bare, and with it, the proof of his crimes. With both the culprits and the stolen goods in hand, Yang Fan anticipated the downfall of Zhao Chong with great satisfaction. His mind raced as he realized that these two were clearly professionally trained assassins, and if left together, they would undoubtedly conspire in silence. They must be separated, instilling in them a sense of mutual suspicion and fear, making them acutely aware that their very lives rest precariously in the hands of another. With a newfound resolve, Yang Fan moved with haste, seizing one of them as if it were a mere chick and dragging him out of the room. Outside, he found a sturdy tree and bound the man tightly with a rope, ensuring that even upon awakening, he would be incapable of movement. A simple scheme of discord proved to be more effective than any form of torture. Once the task was accomplished, Yang Fan leisurely returned to the room. He abruptly doused the remaining traitor with a bucket of cold water. The spy jolted awake, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of Yang Fan's face, which was as cold as ice. "Who are you? What do you want?" he bellowed, his voice filled with false bravado, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Yang Fan disregarded him, taking his time to pull up a chair and sit down. He then produced a gleaming dagger from his boot, flicking it with his fingers. The blade emitted a clear, humming sound, glinting ominously in the dim light, reflecting the paleness of the traitor's face. "What do I want?" "I seek nothing in particular," Yang Fan replied, his voice chillingly calm. "I ask you, and it is as straightforward as that." He fixed his gaze on the spy, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Of course, you may also choose to remain silent." He rose and sauntered behind the traitor, gently tapping the cold blade against his cheek. "However, allow me to offer a friendly warning." He lowered his voice. "Your companion is outside, and I shall pose him the same inquiry. Should he speak while you choose not to?" Yang Fan paused, allowing the dagger to glide slowly from the traitor's cheek to his neck, the icy sensation causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "Then if he lives, you shall perish." Before the words had fully left his lips, Yang Fan flicked his wrist. A faint sound echoed as the dagger pierced flesh, and a thin line of blood appeared at the traitor's neck. He felt a chilling rush, followed by the warmth of blood trickling down. This man was not jesting. He was utterly prepared to end his life without hesitation. Yang Fan retracted the dagger, observing the blood seeping from the traitor's neck, a look of regret crossing his face as he shook his head. "Alas, my hand trembled." He crouched down, leaning closer to the traitor's ear, his tone nonchalant. "This time, I merely grazed your skin, but next time, a slight tremor might lead to a severed throat, and that would be quite unfortunate." He stood and walked to the door, gazing into the night. "My patience is limited. I grant you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to contemplate. If, after that, I do not hear a satisfactory answer." He did not turn back, but his icy voice struck the traitor's heart like a hammer. "I shall send you on your way first, and then inquire of your more astute companion." The room fell into silence, save for the crackling of the candle flame and the increasingly labored breaths of the spy. Seconds ticked by, each one feeling like a knife repeatedly slicing at his heart. To confess or not to confess? Betrayal leads to a dead end, and yet, silence spells immediate demise. But what if a comrade confesses? Would that not render one's sacrifice meaningless? If one meets their end, their companions might still survive. This tormenting thought gnawed at the remnants of his mental fortitude. He was unwilling to perish, especially for no reason at all. He wrestled with his conscience, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, just as Yang Fan was about to lose patience, he completely broke down. "I will speak. I will reveal everything." His voice trembled with despair. Yang Fan slowly turned around, his expression as impassive as a still pond. "Speak. All I know is that our superior has instructed us to liaise with Zhao Chong at the Human Pass." The informant spilled his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. He divulged everything he knew. Zhao Chong would receive the intelligence and transmit it to us via carrier pigeons, which we would then relay to our superior. "Who is your superior?" Yang Fan's voice was devoid of any emotion, yet each word suffocated the informant. The informant's face contorted with abject terror, his lips quivered, unable to utter a word. He feared naming that person more than death itself. "Clearly, you lack intelligence." A flicker of impatience flashed in Yang Fan's eyes, and without further ado, he stepped forward, seizing the informant's hand and pressing his wrist against the table. The dagger glided across once more. With a sickening sound, the blade cut deeper, severing the artery in his wrist, crimson blood gushing forth instantaneously. Yang Fan released his grip, coldly observing him. Blood flowed from the wrist far more swiftly than from the neck. If no one halts the bleeding within a quarter of an hour, you will feel your strength ebb away, your body growing colder, ultimately succumbing to a slow death amid excruciating pain and clarity. Now, you have one last chance. Gazing at the arterial blood spurting from his wrist, sensing his vitality draining rapidly, the informant's final psychological barrier crumbled. The dread of his superior paled in comparison to the specter of death. It is General Li Wan, the commander of the Northwestern Army. He shouted with every ounce of strength, all of this is under General Li's orders. Li Wan. At the mention of this name, Yang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. It was indeed him, the old dog who once sought to doom him in the camp of the defeated. The roots of this entire ordeal lay with him. Excellent. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Yang Fan's face. He casually grabbed a piece of cloth and, amidst the informant's horrified gaze, hastily wrapped it around his wrist to stem the flow of blood. Then, he stood and strode out of the room as if nothing had transpired. He intended to interrogate the one outside, to ascertain whether their answers aligned. Chapter 57. Capturing Zhao Chong approximately a quarter of an hour later. With a decisive motion, Yang Fan struck the informant tied to the tree, rendering him unconscious. He did not leave immediately but leaned against the sturdy trunk, lost in contemplation. The night breeze whispered through, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not extinguish the flame that burned within his heart. The prisoner's dilemma, indeed. It was the most effective method to pry open the mouths of the diehard elements. Yang Fan silently lamented the inherent flaws of humanity. The instinct to seek profit and avoid harm is etched deep within our bones. When confronted with the ultimate choice between life and death, no one can genuinely surrender their fate entirely into another's hands, wagering on the elusive notion of loyalty. Ultimately, every individual is selfish at their core. What he gambled on was this very selfishness, and he emerged victorious. The testimonies of the two spies were nearly identical, corroborating each other. The name of Li Wan, the military governor of the Northwest, weighed heavily on Yang Fan's heart. It turned out that from the very beginning, this individual was the one seeking his demise. From the schemes orchestrated by the collapsing troops to the assassination at the Yumen Pass, and the collusion with the Hu people, everything was interconnected. The mysterious figure in the black cloak was likely just a high-ranking enforcer under Li Wan's command. New questions arose. Was there anyone behind Li Wan? Yang Fan's instincts told him that there certainly was. Trafficking in military provisions was no trivial matter. It was akin to undermining the very foundation of the Great Qi dynasty. An egregious act of treason. Relying solely on Li Wan, the military governor of the Northwest, he might possess the audacity. But he could not possibly wield enough power to extend his reach to the Yumen Pass. Behind him, there must be an even larger web, one capable of casting a shadow over the heavens. However, a bittersweet self-mockery flickered at the corners of Yang Fan's mouth. Even if he now understood everything, what difference would it make? His reach was limited. Li Wan, the military governor of the Northwest, was a legitimate regional official, commanding tens of thousands of troops, a dignified fourth-rank minister. And what about him? A guerrilla general who had crawled out from the heap of corpses, powerless, without influence, without roots. The disparity in their statuses was like that of clouds and mud. If he were to go and tell others that Li Wan was a traitor, who would believe him? Before he could finish his words, Li Wan would likely devise 100 methods to dispose of him. Power, ultimately. It all boiled down to a lack of strength. In this world, without power, possessing the greatest truth would merely render one a laughingstock. Yang Fan's gaze hardened with unwavering determination. He understood what he must do next. He needed to sever Li Wan's grasp on the Yumen Pass. Zhao Chang, your time of reckoning has arrived. Li Wan held a higher official rank. But so what? There was no trace of retreat in Yang Fan's eyes. Instead, a more fervent flame ignited within him. He would not let this matter rest. The thousands of soldiers at the Yumen Pass, the tens of thousands of comrades on the northwest frontier, they stood here, their flesh and blood forming a great wall to fend off the iron hooves of the Hu people. They suffer from hunger and cold, their lives hanging by a thread on the battlefield. Yet, Li Wan, that wretched creature, shamelessly profits from their meager supplies, treating their lives as mere stepping stones for his own ascent to power and wealth. Such a person, if allowed to continue living, where is the justice in that? How can one reconcile with the spirits of those who perished in combat? How can one face the thousands still valiantly fighting? In Yang Fan's heart, he had already sentenced Li Wan to death. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. to confront Li Wan. One must first capture the small fish, Zhao Chong. Once Zhao Chong is secured, the trail will undoubtedly lead to evidence of his dealings with Li Wan. At that point, even if Li Wan cannot be toppled, he will surely feel the repercussions. Resolute in his decision, Yang Fan hesitated no longer and returned to the small room. The traitor he had first interrogated had just regained his breath, trembling in the corner. Upon seeing Yang Fan re-enter, he nearly fainted in terror. Yang Fan disregarded his fear, looking down upon him with a frigid demeanor. "Do you have any correspondence with Zhao Chong?" The traitor's eyes flickered with alarm at the question, instinctively wanting to shake his head. Yet, when he met Yang Fan's penetrating gaze, all his lies lodged in his throat, rendering him mute. He was truly afraid, terrified. He had encountered many ruthless individuals and had lived through perilous times. But he had never faced someone like this man before, whose emotions were inscrutable yet whose actions were brutally decisive, capable of unraveling a person's psyche with mere words. He had no doubt that should he utter a single denial, that gleaming dagger would swiftly sever his throat. In a desperate bid for survival, he dared not conceal anything further. His voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. "In my personal clothing, there is a letter. It is a handwritten note from Zhao Chong to General Li." He looked at Yang Fan, a sly plea flickering across his face. "This letter is of utmost importance. So I withheld it, thinking it might serve as a talisman should anything go awry." "A talisman?" Yang Fan scoffed inwardly. Now, it had become your death warrant. He wasted no time on idle conversation, moving forward to violently tear open the traitor's clothing. Indeed, within a tightly wrapped compartment of oilcloth, he discovered a letter. The envelope bore no markings whatsoever. Yang Fan did not open it on the spot, but instead tucked it securely into his own garments. Then, like one would handle two lifeless dogs, he seized both traitors by the scruff and strode purposefully out of the small room, heading back toward the direction of Yumen Pass. The dawn was breaking brightly. As Yang Fan returned to Yumen Pass, accompanied by two tightly bound captives, a slight commotion ensued. He paid no heed to the curious gazes around him. Upon reaching the general's residence, he did not even take a sip of water before issuing a command. Addressing Deng Yu and his loyal guards, he spoke a single, chilling sentence: "Go to Zhao Chong's residence. Bring him back to me, alive." Following the command, Deng Yu, along with dozens of fierce and determined soldiers, charged out with fervor. Inside the general's estate, however, an eerie silence descended. Yang Fan stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the gate. He was waiting, awaiting a result. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gnawed at him. For some reason, he felt that events would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. That old fox, Zhao Chong, was far too cautious. Had his probing the previous day alerted Zhao to something? Time passed, each second stretching like a taut string, searing Yang Fan's nerves. Finally, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Two soldiers burst in, breathless and filled with panic. "General, it's bad." Chapter 58. He actually escaped? Yang Fan's heart plummeted. "Speak." His voice remained calm, yet those who knew him recognized it as the stillness before a tempest. The soldier gasped. "We went to Deputy Commander Zhao's residence, but it was completely deserted." "What?" Yang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. "Where is he? What are the servants?" Zhao Chong had no family in Yumen Pass, just a few servants. We inquired, and they all said that Deputy Commander Zhao was well last night. But this morning he vanished without a trace. No one knows where he has gone. He has fled. The realization struck Yang Fan like a thunderclap. He had been a step too late. That old fox had an acute sense of danger, fleeing at the first whiff of peril. Damn it. Yang Fan cursed under his breath, the flames of anger and regret threatening to consume him entirely. Without hesitation, he issued a series of commands, his voice urgent yet clear. "Immediately close all city gates. No one enters or leaves. Deng Yu, take the Divine Arrow Camp and seal off the city walls. Not a fly is to escape. The rest of you, scour the streets inch by inch. Even if we have to tear up the very ground of Yumen Pass, we will unearth Zhao Chong." With the orders given, the soldiers of the general's estate sprang into action. Yang Fan then seized the messenger soldier. "Take me to his residence. I must see for myself." When Yang Fan once again stepped into Zhao Chong's residence, he was met with an eerie silence. The servants knelt in the courtyard, trembling in fear. Yang Fan paid them no mind. His gaze was immediately drawn to the center of the yard. His heart sank instantly. The massive pigeon coop stood utterly empty, devoid of any birds. Only a few scattered feathers and some still wet droppings remained, remnants of their former existence. It was ruined. Two words echoed in Yang Fan's mind. He knew it was irrevocably broken. Zhao Chong's escape was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was that he had taken all the messenger pigeons with him. What did this imply? It meant that Zhao Chang could relay the news of his flight to Li Wan at any moment. Perhaps even to the Hu people beyond the frontier. The Yumen Pass now faced an unprecedented peril. There was no time to waste. A flicker of resolve flashed in Yang Fan's eyes as he abruptly turned and dashed out of Zhao Chang's residence, racing into the street. He needed to direct the pursuit personally. He had to capture Zhao Chang before the news spread. It was a race against death. Deep within a dark and damp alley inside the Yumen Pass, a beggar clad in tattered garments, filthy and exuding a foul stench, curled up in a corner. Peering through the narrow gap at the alley's entrance, he watched in terror the mass of soldiers at the city gate. Swords and spears glinted ominously, armor gleaming menacingly. The entire city gate was surrounded, sealed off completely. This beggar was none other than Zhao Chang, who had just fled from his own residence. Observing the grim spectacle, he shuddered in fear, instinctively shrinking his neck to hide himself deeper in the shadows. His heart was a tumult of fear and regret. Just half an hour earlier, he had received an urgent message from his superior, containing only 4 words: exposed. Flee immediately. At that moment, he had been utterly bewildered. How could he, having executed his plans flawlessly, suddenly find himself exposed? Yet, the warning from above indicated that the situation was dire. He dared not hesitate. But he was loath to abandon the wealth he had accumulated over the years, riches earned at the cost of his very life. He wavered, struggled. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. He spent precious time gathering a few of his most valuable treasures before donning the beggar's attire in preparation for a discreet escape through the back door. Little did he anticipate that Yang Fan's actions would be so swift and ruthless. The moment he stepped out of the residence, news of the city being sealed spread throughout. Upon reaching the city gate, he was confronted with the inescapable scene before him. It was over. There was no way out. Zhao Chang's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. However, amidst the misfortune, there was a glimmer of hope. Before his escape, he had released all of his pigeons. Those pigeons would relay everything that transpired here to their superiors, ensuring that they would be informed of the grave danger he faced. He still held value for them. And surely, they would devise a means to rescue him. This was the only solace Zhao Chang could find in his predicament. Until help arrived. He would feign the guise of a beggar. As long as he could survive, there remained a glimmer of hope. As Zhao Chang lost himself in these turbulent thoughts, a cacophony of hooves thundered down the main street, echoing through the alleyway. A troop of cavalry stirred up clouds of dust as they raced past. At the forefront was a figure clad in dark attire, his expression as stern as the depths of a stormy sea, eyes glinting with lethal sharpness. It was Yang Fan. Zhao Chang, peering through a crevice, fixated intently on that vigorous silhouette atop the steed, his eyes ablaze with fury. His nails dug painfully into the flesh of his palm. Yet he felt no pain, only a seething hatred, an all-consuming wrath gnawing at his heart. Here was Zhao Chang, the esteemed vice-general of Yumen Pass. A man of great stature, now reduced to a wretched state, cowering in this filthy corner like a lost dog, too fearful to raise his head. All of this was the doing of that wretched Yang Fan. Had it not been for him, Zhao Chang would still be in the manor, indulging in wine and meat, basking in the service of his subordinates. Yang Fan, he spat between clenched teeth, his voice dripping with malice. Just wait. Once I escape, I will ensure that I recount your deeds to our superiors 100 times over, embellishing every detail. They will know that you are the greatest obstacle in their path. I will ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Yang Fan galloped like the wind, swiftly arriving at the tightly shut east city gate. He pulled his horse to a sudden halt, raising his gaze towards the battlements where soldiers stood at the ready, weapons drawn. With a deep breath, he summoned a voice imbued with ironclad resolve, resonating with an aura of lethal intent. Listen closely. His words reverberated across the walls, sending shockwaves through the air. From this moment forth, without my direct command, not a soul, not a single hair, shall leave this city. Should even a fly attempt to escape, I expect it to be brought down. Do you understand? Understood. The thunderous roar of agreement erupted from the walls, a unified chorus filled with an intimidating ferocity. Chapter 59. Are there visitors from above? A fortuitous turn. With the gates secured, Yang Fan turned his horse back towards the city, his mind clear as day. Mere barricades would not suffice. Zhao Chang, that rascal, has been entrenched in Yumen Pass for many years. He knows every nook and cranny of the city. He must be forced out of his lair. Relay my orders. Yang Fan bellowed at the messenger by his side, his voice laden with a fervent desire for the hunt. All capable individuals are to scour the streets, conducting an exhaustive search. We shall comb through every inch, in groups of 3 or 5. meticulously sifting through the city like a fine-toothed comb. No corner, no suspicious person shall be overlooked. He paused, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Inform them that whoever captures Zhao Chang will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and a promotion. A living man or a dead body must be presented. Under such generous rewards, brave souls will undoubtedly emerge. With Yang Fan's command, Yumen Pass erupted into a frenzy. Groups of soldiers surged into the streets and alleys, their footsteps, shouts, and the clashing of weapons creating a cacophony that was almost suffocating. The entire Yumen Pass was enveloped in an atmosphere of intense tension and impending doom. In the depths of an alley, Zhao Chang listened to the increasingly clear clamor approaching from the outside, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. The invisible net was not merely tightening slowly, it felt as if it were constricting rapidly, and he was the fish desperately floundering within it. Just as he was drenched in cold sweat, another command clearly resonated. Gather every beggar in the city, leave no one behind, and bring them to the parade ground for inspection. Boom. The word struck Zhao Chang like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. How could Yang Fan resort to such a ruthless tactic? Disguising himself as a beggar, he was intent on rounding up all the beggars. This identity was now utterly compromised. He watched in horror as squads of soldiers escorted a throng of ragged, foul-smelling beggars past the alley. His heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. Did he imagine it? Or did the soldiers' gazes flicker in his direction? He could no longer remain there. It was too perilous. He needed to find a safer, more concealed refuge. But where could that be? Zhao Chang's mind raced, and suddenly a filthy, repugnant place surfaced from the depths of his memory. The drainage well. He recalled an abandoned, dilapidated drainage well to the west of Yumen Pass, deep and wide, with a labyrinth of passages below connecting to the city's hidden channels. Most importantly, it was filthy and stank so badly that even stray dogs avoided it. It was undoubtedly an excellent hiding place. With this thought, Zhao Chang could no longer hesitate. Seizing the opportunity when a patrol turned the corner, he darted from the wall's shadow. He kept his head down, hunched over, nearly brushing against the wall, and slipped ghost-like toward the western part of the city. Along the way, he disregarded the overwhelming stench and the filth beneath his feet, fixated solely on the thought of diving into that well. As soon as Yang Fan burrows in, even if he were to dig 3 feet into the ground of the Yumen Pass, he would never find him. Atop the Yumen Pass, Yang Fan stood before a map, his fingers darting across its surface, deftly deploying troops and weaving an intricate net aimed at Zhao Chang. The entire city operated under his command like a finely tuned, high-speed machine, efficient and cold in its execution. At that moment, a breathless soldier rushed up his face a mask of peculiar distress. Reporting to the general, he gasped, "There's a situation." Without diverting his gaze from the map, Yang Fan succinctly urged, "Speak." "A troop has arrived from outside, bearing the banner of the Northwest Military Governor's Office," the soldier cautiously relayed, swallowing hard. "The leader claims to be an officer from the governor's office, sent by General Li to inspect the defenses of Yumen Pass." "What?" Yang Fan's hand abruptly stilled on the map, and he slowly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with a piercing coldness that sent shivers down spines. The Northwest Military Governor's Office. Li Wan's men. Just as he had uncovered the collusion between Li Wan and Zhao Chang and was frantically pursuing Zhao Chang, had Li Wan's envoy arrived on the heels of this revelation? What an astonishing coincidence. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Yang Fan's mind. This was no mere inspection. This was evidently a sinister endeavor, either aimed at him or a ploy to capture Zhao Chang. Observing the sudden frostiness in Yang Fan's demeanor, the soldier, mistaking his expression for concern, leaned closer and whispered urgently, "General, you must exercise utmost caution. The officer arriving is named Ma Shang, notorious for his unscrupulousness in our northwest region. He is known for feasting on rations, draining soldiers' blood, and committing all manner of injustices. Each time he visited Yumen Pass, General Liao had to lavish him with hospitality, treating him like a revered ancestor. Otherwise, he would return to lodge complaints that no one could withstand. You must bear with him when you receive him. Do not confront him head-on." The soldier spoke with palpable anxiety, fearing that this new general might lack the acumen to navigate such treacherous waters. However, he was unprepared for Yang Fan's reaction. Instead of displaying any trace of worry or tension, a chilling smile crept across Yang Fan's lips, radiating an inscrutable intrigue and anticipation. "An envoy has arrived?" he echoed softly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible excitement, akin to a cat relishing the thrill of a mouse being cornered. "This is a tremendous opportunity." "An opportunity?" The soldier was utterly bewildered. This is an opportunity? This is clearly a wolf at the door, a weasel paying a visit to the chickens, with ill intent. Disregarding the soldier's alarm, Yang Fan abruptly turned, surveying all the soldiers bustling about and issued a command that left everyone frozen in disbelief. His voice resonated with an irresistible authority, echoing throughout the entire. Everyone, cease all actions immediately, with a single wave of his hand. A rather peculiar and exceedingly enthusiastic smile adorned his face. Set aside all tasks and straighten your ranks. Put away your weapons. And let us muster our spirits to welcome the esteemed guest, General Ma, from the Northwest Governor's office. He enunciated each word carefully, as if fearful that his fervor might not reach the ears of those present. Remember, we must extend the utmost warmth and the most splendid courtesy of the soldiers of Yumen Pass to greet him. Silence enveloped the city wall, as all soldiers, including the bewildered personal guard, gawked at their new general in utter astonishment. What was unfolding here? Chapter 60. The inebriated man's intent lies not in wine. The following morning, a large contingent of cavalry approached Yumen Pass. At the forefront was a man with a fair complexion, clean-shaven, clad in the robes of a civil official, mounted upon a tall steed. Behind him trailed numerous elite guards, each shining armor and gleaming weapon exuding an intimidating aura. As the flag was unfurled, a collective gasp resonated. An imperial envoy had arrived. Yang Fan, upon receiving word, hastily rushed out of the city gates with Deng Yu and the others to welcome the arrival. The gates swung wide open, and the procession gradually made its way towards Yang Fan. The leading civil official, sent by the Ministry of War, bore the surname Ma. Perched atop his horse, Ma cast a condescending glance down at Yang Fan, showing no intention of dismounting. With his narrow, squinting eyes, he disdainfully surveyed Yang Fan and quipped in a high-pitched, piercing tone, "So, you are Yang Fan? What audacity to keep this imperial envoy waiting at the city gates. Do you not understand decorum?" His words were laced with scorn, delivering a scathing rebuke. Deng Yu and the others felt their faces darken, their fists clenching in suppressed fury. Yet Yang Fan remained unperturbed, a radiant smile blooming on his face as he bent at the waist nearly to a right angle, his demeanor exceedingly subservient. "Ah, Lord Ma, my sincerest apologies. I am indeed at fault for being delayed due to military affairs. Please, forgive my tardiness and enter the city. Your journey must have been arduous." His obsequiousness seemed to bring a sense of satisfaction to General Ma. What a fearsome figure of Yumen Pass. Merely a brutish warrior, isn't. Yet, upon encountering a high-ranking official from the capital, he behaves like a humble lapdog. With a dismissive snort, General Ma leisurely rode into Yumen Pass. However, the moment he entered the city, his critical tongue was relentless, pointing out every flaw in the fortifications from atop his horse. Why are the arrow slits so sparse? What if the Hu people manage to scale them? And the barricades? Just a few sticks? Who are you trying to deceive with such shoddy work? And these soldiers, standing in such disarray, how have you trained them? His voice grew increasingly strident, spittle flying as he reprimanded. Yang Fan stood nearby, wearing a smile as he accompanied the conversation, responding to every word with a simple, "Indeed, indeed. Your Excellency, your insight is truly remarkable. You have identified the issue at a glance. I shall rectify it immediately to ensure your satisfaction." His demeanor of complete acquiescence, not retaliating or rebuking, left military officer Ma feeling as if he had struck a fist into a pile of cotton, his frustration having nowhere to vent. Humph! In a fit of annoyance, Officer Ma tossed his sleeve and impatiently declared, "Enough. This official is exhausted. I need a place to rest." Yang Fan immediately approached with enthusiasm, saying, "Your Excellency, I have prepared accommodations for you at the General's residence. Though humble, it is clean. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Officer Ma scoffed disdainfully, his lips curling in contempt. "What could a place inhabited by those brutish soldiers offer? It reeks of sweat. I cannot endure such a dwelling." He gestured towards the city, to the finest inn in town. Certainly, certainly." Yang Fan continued to nod and bow, personally leading the way to the largest and only inn still open in the city. After dismounting, Officer Ma entered and surveyed the establishment, his brows knitting tighter. This is what you call the finest inn." He pointed at a somewhat chipped table, his face a mask of derision. "This wretched place is even inferior to a toilet in the capital." Though he grumbled, he knew there was no better option in this desolate locale, ultimately settling in while pinching his nose. Yang Fan personally escorted him to the best room, offering a series of polite inquiries about his comfort before respectfully taking his leave. "Your Excellency, please rest well. I shall not disturb you." As he stepped out of the inn, the servile smile vanished from Yang Fan's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor. Without looking back, he lowered his voice and instructed his subordinate Dang Yu, "Send a few clever ones to keep a close watch on this inn. Remember, do not get too close. Report any suspicious activities." "Yes, General," Dang Yu acknowledged, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Yang Fan glanced up at the second-floor window of the inn, a sinister smile curling his lips before he turned and strode away. The grand performance had merely begun. Inside the inn's upper room, as the door closed, severing the external gaze, the tension within Officer Ma dissipated. He slumped into a chair, lifting a teacup and blowing the leaves afloat. "What a so-called deity of the human pass. I see nothing extraordinary." He scoffed at his loyal soldiers nearby. Upon meeting this official, they act like a pack of lapdogs, not daring to utter a single word. His pride swelled with each word. The disparity between his perception and the external narrative was stark. Tales of slaying tribesmen and setting fire to provisions? In his view, they were likely mere fabrications. One of his older subordinates, stepping forward, quietly cautioned, "My lord, it would be wise to remain vigilant. This individual has managed to rise from a defeated soldier to secure a position at Yumen Pass, suggesting he may not be an ordinary adversary. Be wary of deception." Deception? Upon hearing this, Ma Kanjun slammed his teacup onto the table, his eyes flashing with indignation. What kind of deceit could there be? I am an imperial envoy, a representative of the emperor himself. Before me, he must either lie low like a dragon or curl up like a tiger. Who would dare deceive me? I see that Yang Fan is nothing but a cowardly bully, only brave in front of those big-headed soldiers and the Hu people. Upon encountering me, the celestial official from the capital, he immediately shrinks back like a turtle. Rising to his feet, he paced the room, a triumphant expression etched across his face, brimming with confidence. General Li has truly overestimated him. It seems that the secret orders entrusted to me by General Li will be executed with utmost ease. He gestured to his guards, instructing, "You few, go to the corner outside the inn and conceal yourselves. Leave the agreed-upon mark. The rest, follow me. In this desolate place, we must not deprive ourselves of enjoyment." A lewd glimmer sparkled in his eyes. "Come, let us seek pleasure at the only brothel, the Lichuan Courtyard, within the Yumen Pass." The Lichuan Courtyard, touted as the sole entertainment venue at Yumen Pass, was rather underwhelming. In such a harsh borderland, how splendid could it possibly be? The madam had adorned herself in gaudy attire, yet a cheap scent of cosmetics lingered in the air, overwhelming to the senses. As Ma Kanjun stepped inside, his expression soured upon seeing the few approaching girls. "Is this it?" He pointed at the middle-aged women, their makeup nearly flaking off, and unleashed a torrent of curses at the madam. "What kind of merchandise have you procured? Each one of them is aged and withered, not even comparable to my household servant. Is this a mockery?" The madam, initially intent on catering to him due to his opulent attire and distinguished demeanor, was taken aback by his rudeness. She could only force a smile and explain, "Esteemed sir, you must understand, we are at the border. Conditions are harsh and cannot compare to the splendor of the capital." Silence. Ma Kanjun paid no heed, his temper flaring instantly. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to the madam's face. Staggered by the blow, she dared not retaliate, covering her face with tears welling in her eyes, not even daring to utter a sound. Chapter 61. Cast a long line to catch a big fish having struck someone. Ma Kanjun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Observing the madam's fearful demeanor, his pride swelled. "In this Yumen Pass, I am the king. Hurry, summon your best girls to attend to me." The madam, not daring to delay, quickly summoned the few younger girls available in the courtyard. Only then did Ma Kanjun begrudgingly find some satisfaction, embracing the girls on either side as he sat down and began to drink heartily. He felt an immense sense of pleasure, convinced he had already completed his mission and would soon return to the capital to attain wealth and promotions. As he downed cup after cup, he quickly became inebriated, his tongue tripping over itself. Eventually, with a thud, he collapsed onto the table, utterly drunk and snoring like a dead pig. The night was unusually quiet. In the general's study, the lights still burned brightly. Yang Fan was awake, his head bowed as he buried himself in a pile of books, diligently cramming for his studies. Beneath the dim glow of candlelight, he was engrossed in perusing a time-worn tome, its pages yellowed with age, containing the geographical features of this world and the distribution of power among various nations. Having arrived in this realm not long ago, he was yet to grasp many things, such as the enigmatic wolf god priests of the Hu people, the intricate web of noble families within the great Qi, and the underhanded schemes that transpired behind the scenes. While martial prowess was the currency of survival, intellect determined the extent of one's journey and longevity. He needed to seize every moment, relentlessly charging himself with knowledge. Just as he was deeply absorbed, a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Deng Yu entered silently with two loyal guards. "General," Deng Yu's face bore a serious expression. "We have a situation. Our men have made some discoveries regarding Ma Qingjun." He lowered his voice and swiftly reported, "A few of Ma Sanjuan's personal guards have been lurking around the city, leaving behind peculiar markings, resembling some sort of secret signal." Another guard added, "Moreover, that fellow went straight to the Lichuan courtyard upon arrival, found the girls unsatisfactory, and beat the madam. Now he is inside, reveling with abandon." "Humph." Yang Fan snorted disdainfully, not even lifting his eyelids. Just a clown seeking attention. Watching Yang Fan's calm demeanor, Deng Yu felt a surge of urgency. "General, something is amiss." His arrival, coupled with such conspicuous signals, surely indicates ulterior motives. Should we not act with caution? Finally, Yang Fan raised his head, closing the book in hand and smiling enigmatically. He turned to Deng Yu and said leisurely, "A fish newly arrived in unfamiliar waters must thrash about to test the depth. His frantic antics only reveal his insecurity and eagerness to make contact." Yang Fan rose and strolled to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out into the thick night. "Let us remain as blind and deaf, responding to change with steadfastness. The line must be cast longer to catch the true prize." "Yes, General, I understand." Deng Yu comprehended at once. The general intended to draw the snake out of its hole. His initial impatience dissipated, and he respectfully acknowledged the command before withdrawing. Meanwhile, at Yumen Pass, in a secluded corner of an alley, a heavy well cover was quietly pushed open from below, creating a narrow gap. A head cautiously emerged, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. It was Zhao Chong, a wretched figure, his luxurious attire stained with filth and exuding an odor foul enough to suffocate a living being. He had spent an entire day and night hiding in this lightless sewer, reeking and starving, nearly succumbing to his plight. Just as he was on the verge of fainting from hunger, his gaze inadvertently swept across the opposite alley, and his eyes widened in shock. Hidden within the cracks of the bricks was a mark known only to their inner circle, crossed arrows. This was the signal for rendezvous. Zhao Chong's heart raced. As joy momentarily overwhelmed his hunger and fear, the pigeon he had sent out had borne fruit. General Li had dispatched someone to rescue him. He was saved, no longer hesitating. He braved the foul odor and made his way along the wall, following the markings. Before long, he arrived at the back door of an inn. According to their agreed-upon signal, he gently knocked 3 times. The door opened swiftly. 2 soldiers clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, they momentarily froze, their eyes flashing with a lethal glint. "Are you Zhao Chong?" one of the soldiers asked coldly. "I am." Zhao Chang nodded fervently, his voice trembling with excitement. "Did General Li send you?" "I'm finally saved. Come in with us." The soldiers exchanged glances and, without further ado, stepped aside to let him enter, quickly shutting the door behind him. They led Zhao Chong into a storage room. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. The soldiers' gazes were too frigid, resembling those of men who were about to witness a death. One soldier's hand stealthily crept toward the hilt of his dagger. Zhao Chong's heart plummeted into a chilling abyss. He understood he had been exposed. To these men, he was merely a potential threat that needed to be silenced. "Stop." At the moment the soldier drew his blade, Zhao Chang erupted with a fierce shout, suppressing his terror, straightening his back, a defiant smile flickering across his face. "Do you wish to kill me? You may try." He fixed his gaze on the 2 hostile soldiers, enunciating each word with conviction. "I am not the foolish Liao Li. I have already prepared a contingency. I entrusted something to the most trustworthy person, something you definitely do not want Yang Fan to see." His voice brimmed with menace. "I made an agreement with him. If I do not seek him out within 3 days, he will deliver the items intact to Yang Fan. At that moment, none of you, nor General Li behind you, shall escape." Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers, poised to act, froze in their tracks, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. They dared not gamble. If Zhao Chong spoke the truth, the consequences were too grave for any of them to bear. After a tense silence, one soldier forced a grim smile, more akin to weeping than laughter. "Deputy General Zhao, you misunderstand. How could we possibly harm you?" The other quickly chimed in. Indeed. We're all on the same side. Allow us to bring you food and clean clothing, and we shall arrange for you to rest in a secure room." They refrained from further rash actions, promptly bringing forth sustenance and fresh garments, ensuring Zhao Chang was settled in a discreet room under careful watch. The following day dawned bright and clear. Sergeant Ma, nursing a hangover, awoke with a pounding headache. As soon as he sat up, the station soldiers hurried to recount the events of the previous night in detail. What? Zhao Chang sought us out himself. Upon hearing this, Sergeant Ma's mind cleared significantly. His countenance darkened when informed of Zhao Chang's threat involving evidence. That damned fool, he muttered under his breath. An exposed pawn ought to be eliminated without delay. However, it has now become a hot potato. Ma Kanjun paced restlessly in the room, contemplating for what seemed like an eternity before finally making a resolute decision. First, stabilize the situation. He instructed his trusted soldiers he must not remain at Yumen Pass. Prolonged exposure breeds risk. When the time comes for withdrawal, find a way to integrate him into our ranks so he may exit the pass with us. Once beyond Yumen Pass, it will be up to us whether to spare or eliminate him. Chapter 62. All halt. Capture the notorious criminal. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Kanjun was eager to leave Yumen Pass. He had Zhao Chang dressed in military garb, blending him into the ranks of his loyal soldiers. And they surged towards the city gates. Open the gates. Ma Kanjun rode forward, commanding the guards atop the city tower in an imperious manner. I demand to exit the city. Are your ears deaf? Open the gates at once. To his dismay, the soldiers on the tower stood rigidly as if they had not heard him at all. A sergeant leaned forward, his voice resonant yet respectful, in response to Lord Ma. General Yang has issued orders for a lockdown of Yumen Pass. No one is permitted to enter or exit without the general's command. We dare not open the gates without authorization. What did you say? Ma Kanjun felt as though he would explode with rage. He pointed his whip at the sergeant, unleashing a torrent of curses. You insolent fools. I am an imperial envoy, representing His Majesty. How dare you obstruct me? Where is Yang Fan? Summon him to face me. As his fury escalated, he unsheathed his whip, poised to charge down and strike the guards at the gates. Just then, rapid hoofbeats echoed from within the city. Everyone turned to see Yang Fan, clad in battle attire, brandishing a long bow, leading the charge. Behind him followed 300 elite archers, their expression solemn, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The sound of their hooves on the cobblestones sent a chill through the hearts of those present, encircling Ma Kanjun and his men with an impenetrable barrier. Before Yang Fan even arrived, his commanding voice rang out. All halt. Do not move. The archery brigade, seal the gates and apprehend the treasonous criminal. The tone was cold, imbued with a palpable sense of menace, devoid of the previous day's flattery and deference. Ma Kanjun, witnessing the sudden turn of events and gazing into Yang Fan's hawk-like, piercing eyes, felt his mind reel. He understood. He had fallen for the trap, thoroughly outmaneuvered by this young man. All the talk of weakness and incompetence was a fade. Yang Fan had feigned vulnerability to lull him into complacency, thereby forcing Zhao Chang into a corner, compelling him to seek refuge with Ma Kanjun. From the very beginning, he had awaited this moment, intent on ensnaring both him and Zhao Chang in one fell swoop. Such deep calculations, such ruthless tactics. Ma Sanjuan's heart plummeted. Though he maintained a fade of authority, pointing a trembling finger at Yang Fan, his voice shrill. Yang Fan, how dare you? I am a military official, your superior. Do you dare to besiege me? Are you plotting rebellion? He sought to crush Yang Fan with the weight of his position. However, Yang Fan merely gazed at him with a cold stare. My lord, your words are misguided. With a deliberate motion, Yang Fan urged his steed forward, a hint of barely perceptible derision gracing his lips. I have been assigned to guard the Yumen Pass and apprehend the traitors within the city. It is my duty. And regardless of rank, all must cooperate with the investigation. His eyes swept over the troops behind the military officer Ma, his voice suddenly rising. I now suspect the treasonous Zhao Chang is hiding among your ranks. At this pronouncement, Zhao Chang, who had been among the personal guards with his head bowed, trembled violently, his face drained of color, panic overwhelming him. How could he know? How could he possibly know I was here? Yang Fan disregarded the ashen-faced Ma, issuing his final command to the Divine Arrow Camp. Search. Inspect each individual. And even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth, we must unearth the traitor Zhao Chang. He must not escape. This is an insurrection, an affront to the heavens. Ma's fury boiled as he observed Yang Fan's impenetrable demeanor. He knew that today's events would not conclude without consequence. If soft measures failed, he would resort to force. A flicker of madness ignited in his eyes as he drew his sword, shouting at the dozens of elite guards behind him. Why are you all standing there? Advance! Kill this treasonous scoundrel Yang Fan, and I shall reward you handsomely. Should anything go awry, I will bear the responsibility, as will General Li. The elite guards, loyal confidants he had brought from the capital, unsheathed their weapons at the command, their expressions menacing as they advanced towards the Divine Arrow camp. The atmosphere at the city gate suddenly electrified with tension, a conflict on the verge of erupting. At that moment, Yang Fan's chilling voice cut through the clamor. I dare anyone to move. He acted. Instead of commanding the Divine Arrow camp to engage, he slowly raised his longbow, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the blustering Ma. He drew the bowstring and knocked an arrow, his movements fluid and swift, akin to a fleeting shadow. With a resonant twang, the bowstring sang a haunting melody, and a black arrow was released. Its target was not Ma, but rather the magnificent steed beneath him. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh was a muffled yet distinct thud. The warhorse, unable to emit even a whinny of despair, was struck with tremendous force. Its massive body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Ma, caught off guard, screamed as he was flung aside, rolling on the ground several times, his official hat flying off, utterly disheveled. Seize him. Yang Fan lowered his bow, his voice devoid of any emotion. Dang Yu and his companions could no longer contain themselves, roaring as they charged forward, swiftly subduing the groaning Ma on the ground. The once menacing elite guards stood dumbfounded, frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Their leader had been taken down in one encounter. What was there left to fight for? You useless fools, hurry and come to my aid. Pinned to the ground, Ma Kanjun continued to shout in a frenzy, attack. Kill them. However, the Imperial Guards lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. What a joke, serving Ma Kanjun. Did he deserve such loyalty? He had often withheld their rations and resorted to beatings, treating them as less than human. Now, he expected them to risk their lives against Yang Fan and his elite troops? They had no intention of facing death for him. Realizing that he could not rely on his own men, Ma Kanjun fell into a state of panic, threatening Yang Fan indiscriminately. Yang Fan, if you dare to touch me, do you know who stands behind me? It is General Li Wan. If you so much as harm a hair on my head today, General Li will not spare you. Yang Fan dismissed him with indifference, dismounting his horse and casting his gaze upon the disoriented Imperial Guards. Hand over Zhao Chang. His voice resonated like an ultimatum. At that moment, a figure darted out from the crowd, Zhao Chang. Realizing he had been completely exposed, he knew that hiding would lead to his demise. Summoning every ounce of strength, he fled towards the city, aiming for the familiar sewers, desperate for a final chance. However, after just a few steps, the sound of bowstrings echoed ominously behind him. Buzz! Zhao Chang felt a searing pain in his right knee, as if a burning iron rod had pierced through. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Yang Fan slowly lowered his bow, brushing off non-existent dust from the arrowhead. Chapter 63. Interrogating Zhao Chang and Ma Kanjun. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp surged forward like ravenous wolves, swiftly capturing the wailing Zhao Chang. 2 significant catches. All ensnared. Take them away. Yang Fan said coldly, devoid of any emotion. Both will be imprisoned and closely guarded. I shall interrogate them immediately. Yes. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp responded in unison, moving forward to apprehend the prisoners. Yang Fan, you dare. Ma Kanjun, still being restrained, shouted defiantly. I am a court-appointed official. You have no authority to interrogate me. This is an illegal tribunal. His retort was met with a fist the size of a cooking pot from Deng Yu. Bang! Upon impact, Ma Kanjun saw stars, his subsequent words morphing into pained groans. Silence! Deng Yu spat disdainfully, dragging him towards the dungeon. Ma Sanjuan's entourage from the capital was disarmed and subdued, the entire process executed with precision and efficiency. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Fan wasted no time and began the interrogation. He understood that seasoned individuals like Ma Kanjun and Zhao Chang would not yield easily. Direct confrontation would prove futile. To break through, he needed to exploit their vulnerabilities. He chose to start with the disarmed Imperial Guards. In the makeshift interrogation room, several guards knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Yang Fan refrained from resorting to torture. Instead, he sat calmly, sipping tea and observing them with a steady gaze. Now, tell me, what has Ma Kanjun been up to? The few bodyguards initially intended to put up a defiant front. But upon meeting Yang Fan's gaze, one that seemed to penetrate the very essence of their souls, their psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously. In a flurry of words, they unveiled the entirety of Ma Kanjun's misdeeds. Theft of military rations and trafficking in arms were mere trifles. Withholding soldiers' wages and drinking their blood was the order of the day. Their hatred for Ma Kanjun had long been deeply rooted in the capital, and now, with an opportunity at hand, they spared no detail, revealing everything without reservation. Excellent. Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction after listening, meticulously recording every word they uttered, and then proceeding to have each sign their names. With these testimonies in hand, Ma Sanjuan's status as a special envoy was rendered untenable. Having settled this matter, Yang Fan rose, for it was time to confront the two true big fish. In the dark, damp prison, Zhao Chang was bound to the torture rack, the wounds on his legs hastily bandaged and still throbbing with pain. Yang Fan stepped inside, drew up a chair, and sat opposite Zhao Chang. Deputy General Zhao. Yang Fan's voice was calm. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What illicit activities have you been involved in, and who is your superior? Zhao Chang lifted his head. His face pale, yet his eyes burned with resentment and defiance. With a cold sneer, he turned his head away. I know not what you speak of. Is that so? Yang Fan remained unfazed, clapping his hands. The prison door swung open, and two hunters, tightly bound, were thrust inside by soldiers. Deputy General Zhao, do you not recognize them? Yang Fan pointed at the two hunters, a playful smile gracing his lips. Last night, I distinctly heard them mention your name. Seeing the two men, Zhao Chang's pupils constricted sharply. He never anticipated that Yang Fan would dismantle this contact point as well. Just when Zhao Chang thought his doom was sealed, the two hunters suddenly began to struggle, crying out in anguish against Yang Fan. Oh, great Lord of Justice, you must intercede on our behalf. One fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. We are but ordinary mountain hunters, living our lives honestly. The other chimed in, pointing an accusing finger at Yang Fan, filled with righteous indignation. It is he, this General Yang, who claims we are foreign spies. He demanded bribes from us, and when we could not comply, he sought to coerce us into false confessions, framing us. Witnessing this dramatic scene, Zhao Chang was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a hearty laughter that echoed through the dim confines of the cell, brimming with a sense of survival and mockery towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, did you hear that? This is your witness. He taunted, glaring at Yang Fan. You abuse your power, coerce confessions, and frame the innocent. Once I am free, I shall report every detail of your actions today to General Li. Just wait, and see how you will manage to remain a guerrilla general. He envisioned the scene of Yang Fan being stripped of his official garb and led to the execution grounds. However, in the face of his taunts, Yang Fan exhibited not a hint of disquiet, nor did he cast even a glance at the two hunters weeping on the floor. He merely gazed at Zhao Chang, his eyes reflecting a trace of pity, akin to observing a fool oblivious to his impending doom. Report? Yang Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he softly retorted. Deputy Zhao, have you perhaps mistaken something? Gradually rising, he approached Zhao Chang, looking down at him from a position of superiority. His voice, though low, struck like a heavy hammer upon Zhao Chang's heart. You see, just yesterday, we conspired to silence you. Tell me, how does a corpse deliver a report? What did you say? Zhao Chang's smile instantly froze, as if struck by lightning, leaving him dazed, a chill coursing from his feet to his head. How do you know this? He stammered, his voice laden with undeniable terror. The notion of silencing was the deepest fear nestled within him. How could he have known it so clearly? How do I know? Yang Fan chuckled, a smile that Zhao Chang found more terrifying than that of a demon. Because every move you made, every word you uttered at the inn yesterday, was meticulously relayed to me, verbatim. Leaning closer, Yang Fan whispered coldly into Zhao Chang's ear, including the plan where Major Ma intended to smuggle you out with the troops and eliminate you thereafter. Boom. Zhao Chang's mind shattered. From the moment he entered the inn, he had been under Yang Fan's surveillance. He believed he had found a lifeline, only to realize he had walked into a trap. And his so-called allies had no intention of allowing him to survive from the very start. An overwhelming fear swiftly obliterated all his psychological defenses. Do you wish to live? Yang Fan's voice, like a devil's whisper, brimmed with temptation. If you desire life, there is but one path. Collaborate with me. Zhao Chang lifted his gaze to meet Yang Fan's unfathomable eyes, understanding that he had no choice left. He collapsed completely. He began to divulge everything he knew, confessing to collusion with the Hu people, trafficking military provisions, framing colleagues, and espionage. Each transgression more grievous than the last, an endless list of crimes. With each revelation, Yang Fan's anger intensified, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Were it not for this man's utility, he would have relished the chance to snap his neck with his own hands. At last, the interrogation concluded. The scribe recorded every confession, and Zhao Chang signed in a daze, resembling a mere shell of a man. Yang Fan glanced at the testimony, his expression impassive, before stepping out of the cell. Next, it was time to confront the esteemed Master Ma from the capital. Chapter 64. Outrageous. Yang Fan strode purposefully into the cell where the merchant Ma was held. The conditions here surpassed those of Zhao Chang's cell significantly, boasting at least a bed and furnishings. Unfortunately, Master Ma seemed ungrateful. Upon seeing Yang Fan, he sprang from the bed, pointing accusatorily at him, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yang Fan, you treacherous traitor. How dare you establish your own court and imprison a court official? Do you intend to rebel? The voice was sharp and piercing, laden with malice. Yet it could not conceal the underlying panic. I tell you, you are doomed. Once I get out, General Li will ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts and annihilate your entire clan. He bellowed, as if such bravado could restore the dignity he once held as a military officer. Yang Fan did not even raise an eyebrow. He nonchalantly pulled over a chair and sat down with an air of command, his gaze fixed upon the man like one might observe a mere jester, allowing the merchant to perform his frenzied antics. It was only after the merchant had exhausted himself with incessant curses, his voice nearly hoarse, that Yang Fan let out a derisive chuckle. Is that all you've got? He raised his eyes, filled with pity and disdain. Lord Ma, save your strength. If you cooperate, you might spare yourself some agony. Cooperate with what? The merchant retorted defiantly, his neck stiff as he held his ground. I am an official of the court, dispatched for inspection. What crime have I committed? You, on the other hand, are guilty of treason and disregard for the law. Is that so? Yang Fan leisurely produced a confession from his pocket, the very one signed by Zhao Chang, and placed it on the table with a soft thud. Though silent, it struck the merchant's heart with the weight of a hammer. I fear you will be disappointed. Yang Fan's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Your esteemed partner Zhao Chang has fully confessed. He claims you and Li Wan orchestrated the illegal sale of military provisions, colluding with the Hu people. The merchant's complexion drained of color in an instant, yet he continued to feign bravado. Nonsense. He only said that to save his own skin, slandering me. Slander? Yang Fan chuckled, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With merely his confession, combined with witnesses and physical evidence, you could easily be condemned to death. He abruptly rose, approaching the merchant with a commanding presence, his gaze sharp as a blade. I am here to offer you a chance. If you cooperate, I may be able to ensure you retain your life. He paused, lowering his voice to a whisper reminiscent of hell's murmurings. However, if you persist in your stubbornness and continue your treachery, you are well aware of the consequences that await you. Even if Li Wan were to intervene, he would not be able to save you. The merchant's lips quivered, fear evident in his eyes, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to struggle. I know nothing. I am innocent. Very well, Yang Fan nodded, the last vestiges of his patience evaporating. It seems Lord Ma prefers the bitter taste of punishment over the sweet offer of mercy. He pivoted sharply, addressing Deng Yu outside the cell with 2 words. Apply the punishment. Deng Yu, who had been waiting with growing impatience, grinned wickedly at the command and swiftly retrieved a salt-drenched whip from the wall, striding inside with determination. My apologies, Lord Ma. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a loud whoosh filled the air. Crack. The whip landed squarely on the merchant's back. Ah! The merchant cried out in agony, his delicate skin unaccustomed to such brutality. Deng Yu's hand did not waver. The whip sliced through the air with a chilling swish, striking one blow after another. The once opulent robe of the horse trader was soon rendered tattered and ragged, his skin lacerated and bleeding, with crimson streaks crisscrossing his body. Initially, he cursed vehemently, but his cries swiftly morphed into wails of desperation and pleas for mercy. Stop. I was wrong. I will tell you everything. Yet, Yang Fan remained impassive, his gaze as cold as ice, showing no intention of halting. To deal with such scum, one must shatter their pride and spirit in one fell swoop. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the horse trader collapsed onto the ground, convulsing, gasping for breath, the stench of blood permeating the entire cell. Only then did Yang Fan gesture for Deng Yu to cease. However, he felt it was still insufficient. Looking at the pitiful heap on the floor, he coldly uttered 3 words, bring the iron. Upon hearing those words, the horse trader, who had just managed to catch his breath, was struck with terror, his spirit shattered. He realized he could not endure any longer. To persist would mean certain death. I confess. I will confess everything. Tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself, begging, please, do not use torture. I beseech you. Thus, the horse trader divulged all he knew. He recounted how Li Wan had orchestrated his actions, ordering Zhao Qiang to sell military provisions and colluding with the barbarians to spy on military affairs. He revealed that his mission to Yumen Pass was also under Li Wan's command, tasked with silencing Zhao Qiang, who had been exposed. Every detail aligned perfectly with Yang Fan's suspicions. Listening to his confession, Yang Fan's expression was as cold as ice, yet a tempest brewed within his profound gaze. Charged with unrestrained fury, record every word, he commanded the scribe beside him. The scribe's pen flew across the paper, chronicling these heinous crimes that could shake the very foundations of the court. After what felt like an eternity, the scribe approached Yang Fan, bearing the weighty confession. "General, the record is complete, and the horse trader has signed." Yang Fan accepted the thin sheets, but they felt as heavy as lead in his hands. As he lowered his gaze, each word pierced his heart like a dagger. The more he read, the darker his expression became, and the more his aura of malevolence intensified. By the end, he clutched the confession tightly, veins protruding on his hands, knuckles cracking from exertion. A tide of fury erupted within him. He could scarcely fathom that these vermin, these base creatures, could orchestrate such unspeakable treachery. The theft of military provisions and collusion with the barbarians were merely appetizers. The most heinous act they committed was manipulating others to do their dirty work. They wielded their power to send loyal commanders, those unwilling to partake in their corrupt schemes, to the most perilous battlefields, only to leak military intelligence to the barbarians, setting a trap. They allowed those valiant men, who should have achieved glory, to be mercilessly crushed by the machinations of their own kin and the iron hooves of the enemy. The confession concluded with a harrowing figure. Over the years, the valiant soldiers who perished under their insidious schemes number in the thousands. Thousands. Yang Fan's heart bled. This was not a mere cold statistic. It represented thousands of living souls, the very pillars of countless families. They charged into battle, fueled by patriotic fervor. Heroes who should have met their end wrapped in horsehide, yet instead, they died in obscurity, suffocated by injustice. Their eyes closed in eternal unrest. Beasts. Yang Fan spat out these two words through clenched teeth, a fierce and unprecedented murderous intent igniting within his gaze. In this moment, he yearned for vengeance. He longed to confront Li Wan face to face, to personally twist his neck and reduce him to mere fragments, scattering his remains to the winds. He stifled the searing rage that burned within, carefully folding the confession and concealing it close to his being. This was no longer mere corruption or treason. This was a deep-rooted assault on the very foundation of Da Qi. Li Wan must die, and he must perish under the clear blue sky, his name tarnished. His legacy forever reviled. In the detailed confession from the horse dealer, Yang Fan stumbled upon a familiar name, his own. It turned out that he, Yang Fan, was also on the list destined for death. Back when he was merely a lowly soldier in the Broken Camp, Li Wan had already set his sights on him. Li Wan promised immense rewards to the commander stationed at Yumen Pass, urging him to discreetly orchestrate Yang Fan's demise. The scar-faced lieutenant was the one tasked with executing this sinister plot. That day in the tent, the lieutenant was not attempting to humiliate him. Rather, he sought a pretext to eliminate him directly. Upon realizing this, Yang Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him, coupled with relief. Had he not traversed to this world and activated the system, he too would now be lying in an unmarked grave. Subsequently, Yang Fan's retaliation against the scar-faced lieutenant disrupted their plans. Left with no choice, Li Wan begrudgingly bestowed upon him a nominal rank of guerrilla general. Their true intention was not to placate him. Rather, they aimed to thrust him into the front line, to the most perilous battleground against the Hu people. They sought to utilize the blades of the Hu to bring about his demise, ensuring he would die honorably in battle, a martyr for his country. Very well, then. A chilling smile spread across Yang Fan's face, cold as ice. At last, he understood. Everything fell into place. Why trouble had followed him relentlessly upon his arrival at Yumen Pass. Why Liao Li and the others dared to so brazenly undermine him. It became clear that he had been nothing more than a pawn on their chessboard, a sacrificial piece prepared for the slaughter to plug the breach. An uncontrollable fury surged within his chest, burning fiercely, raging uncontrollably. He longed to sprout wings and dash into the governor's office of the Northwest, to swiftly sever the head of that wretched Li Wan. Yet, reason descended upon him like a frigid deluge, dousing his fervor. He understood that he could not act recklessly. Li Wan was the commander of the Northwest, a powerful official, and the governor's office was fortified with formidable guards, rivaling even the palace's defenses. To charge in so thoughtlessly would not only thwart his intent to slay Li Wan, but he would likely never even lay eyes upon him, instead meeting a gruesome fate. Furthermore, he was but an anonymous pawn, a mere guerrilla general of dubious repute. Who would believe his testimony proclaiming Li Wan a traitor? He would likely be dismissed as a madman or a slanderer with ulterior motives. In such a scenario, Li Wan could easily fabricate a pretext to condemn him to death. To force his way in was tantamount to courting demise. To file a complaint was to invite annihilation. There seemed to be but one viable solution: to journey to the capital and present his case directly to the emperor, unveiling the evidence before the highest authority to dismantle Li Wan's vast web of deceit. However, Yang Fan's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He gazed out at the desolate expanse of the desert and the weathered stronghold of Yumen Pass. He could not abandon this place. If he departed, and the barbarian forces launched a full-scale assault, the likes of Xia Dun and his men would be utterly incapable of holding the fort. The city would fall, and lives would be lost, plunging countless souls into despair. Could he forsake his quest for vengeance at the expense of the lives of the city's inhabitants? He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. To kill was unfeasible, to complain was impossible. He felt as if he were trapped within a deadlock. His thoughts were a tangled mess. He pondered other alternatives. A breakout? That was laughable. Tens of thousands of barbarian troops outside the gates were like a pack of ravenous wolves, poised to strike. Could a mere 3,000 to 5,000 aged, weak, and ill soldiers at Yumen Pass hope to break through? That would not be a breakout. It would be a surrender of lives. They would likely be trampled into a pulp the moment they crossed the city gates. What about sending a letter? Composing a secret missive to be dispatched via the relay stations, hastened to the capital? As soon as that thought entered his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. A bitter smile crossed his lips. It was far too naive. From the merchant's testimony, he had discerned that the route from Yumen Pass to the capital was heavily infiltrated by Li Wan's agents. The relay stations, military outposts, and checkpoints along the way were rife with his spies. This letter of his would not only fail to reach the emperor, but would likely be intercepted before it even left Yumen Pass, ultimately landing on Li Wan's desk. Such an outcome would be worse than inaction, for it would not only alert Li Wan but also reveal that he possessed all the incriminating evidence against him. At that moment, Li Wan's vengeance would be formidable and unrelenting. He might even go to any lengths, even collaborating with the Hu people, to erase himself and the entire Jade Gate from the map. It would be a time of irreversible doom. Yang Fan felt as if his head might explode. He realized he had walked into a dead end, with every escape route blocked. He was akin to a gambler holding a royal flush, yet discovering he had no opportunity to play his hand. The frustration of possessing immense strength yet being unable to exert it gnawed at him. He rose and paced within his cell, attempting to untangle his thoughts. He knew that in such moments, haste was ill-advised. An impatient heart could lead to disaster. He must regain his composure. After a considerable time, Yang Fan halted, exhaling a deep breath. His gaze regained clarity and resolve. Since there was no path forward, he would wait for an opportunity that would allow him to escape Jade Gate while safely transporting the incriminating evidence. He firmly believed that such a chance would inevitably present itself. Until then, the only course of action was to hide the testimony that could cost Li Wan his life. Concealing it in a place known only to him, he would safeguard Jade Gate and gather strength. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even if it takes a decade. Li Wan, you shall wait for me. One day, I will personally deliver this grand gift to you. With this thought, Yang Fan no longer hesitated. He meticulously wrapped the two testimonies in oilcloth and securely concealed them within the layers of his armor. Only by carrying it on his person could he feel truly at ease. After completing this, the agitation within him began to subside. Now, it was time to deal with those wretched traitors. With clarity restored, Yang Fan felt a profound calmness envelop him. However, upon further reflection, he realized that keeping the testimonies on him made him a conspicuous target. Any misstep could lead to their discovery. He summoned a craftsman and had a sealed brass tube fashioned. In the stillness of the night, he carefully rolled the incriminating testimonies and placed them inside the tube, sealing it with wax. Armed with a shovel, he made his way to the back courtyard of the general's residence, beneath the most flourishing yet inconspicuous old locust tree. He personally dug a deep pit and buried the tube, which harbored countless grievances and heinous crimes, deep within. After covering it with soil, he restored the ground to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 66. The Hu people suddenly surround the city. Having accomplished this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The evidence was secured. Now, it was time to wait and gather strength. The following day, after attending to military affairs, Yang Fan was beset by an unsettling feeling. Recently, the Hu people beyond the frontier had been eerily quiet, ever since he had incinerated their grain depot. They seemed to have vanished, with not even a single scout daring to disturb the peace. This was highly irregular, given the Hu people's vengeful nature. It was inconceivable that they would simply let such a significant loss go unpunished. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Before a storm, tranquility often reigns. The more Yang Fan pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to ascend the city wall for a better view of the situation. As soon as he stepped onto the ramparts, Xia Dun and several officers gathered around him, their faces etched with worry. "General," Xia Dun said, his expression laden with bitterness. "There is something we must discuss." "Speak," Yang Fan urged. "The grain we seized from the Hu, along with what we captured from their granary, is nearly depleted." Xia Dun's voice dwindled. "Though the morale of our brothers remains high, hunger is relentless. If this continues, we will be out of supplies in 3 to 5 days." The words "out of supplies" struck Yang Fan like a hammer. His greatest fear had materialized. Food is the lifeblood of an army. Without sustenance, soldiers lack strength. And without morale, they cannot even stand, let alone fight. Furthermore, having captured Zhao Chang and Ma Shang had irrevocably alienated Li Wan. To expect Li Wan to allocate supplies from the rear was a mere fantasy. If he did not actively sabotage them, it would be a considerable act of goodwill. Internally starved and externally besieged by formidable foes, Yumen Pass found itself in dire straits once more. Yang Fan's heart felt heavy. At that moment, a mournful sound echoed from the highest point of the wall, where a soldier on lookout suddenly sounded the horn of utmost alert. The sound was bleak and urgent, filled with foreboding and dread. "What is happening?" Yang Fan's heart raced, and he looked up sharply. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose, blotting out the sun. As if a colossal sandstorm was sweeping towards Yumen Pass. Yang Fan's pupils constricted as he dashed to the parapet, seizing a monocular to gaze into the distance. Through the lens, it became clear that it was no sandstorm. What lay before him was a vast, dark mass of Hu troops extending beyond sight. Countless banners flapped in the wind, and myriad blades glinted menacingly under the sun. A throng of Hu cavalry advanced slowly yet resolutely towards Yumen Pass. The sheer magnitude of their numbers was staggering, no less than tens of thousands. The Hu people were launching a full-scale assault. Yet, within Yang Fan's eyes, there was no trace of fear, only an overwhelming surge of battle fervor. He abruptly lowered his telescope and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the soldiers on the city tower, who were still in a state of stupor. The entire army stood on high alert, ready to confront the enemy. His powerful voice instantaneously roused all the dazed soldiers. "To the walls! To the walls! Archers, take your positions. Prepare the rolling logs and stones. Divine archers, follow me." As his words echoed, the desolate Yumen Pass sprang to life. The soldiers grasped their weapons, roaring and racing to their respective posts. A decisive battle for the survival of Yumen Pass was imminent. The ominous tide of darkness drew ever closer, the earth trembled, and the sound of hooves roared like thunder. The oppressive presence of tens of thousands of Hu cavalry weighed heavily on the hearts of every defender of Yumen Pass. Soon, the Hu army halted just a mile from the city walls. The ranks parted, and 3 towering Hu chieftains, as formidable as iron towers, emerged from the formation. They urged their steeds forward until they stood beneath the city tower, halting 100 paces away. One chieftain, his face adorned with a thick beard, raised his head and, with eyes filled with ferocity and disdain, fixed his gaze upon Yang Fan atop the walls. Brandishing his curved blade, he bellowed in coarse Qi dialect, "Listen, you dogs atop the walls. Your death is nigh. If you know what is good for you, open the gates and kneel and surrender. Our Khan may spare your wretched lives. Otherwise, the day the city falls will be the day of your slaughter." His voice dripped with arrogance and hubris. On the walls, Yang Fan listened to this bluster with a stoic expression, finding it somewhat amusing. Even at death's door, they spewed forth such meaningless words. He chose not to respond, not even uttering a single syllable. Instead, he quietly retrieved the sturdy bow that had accompanied him for many days. With fluid grace, he strung the bow and knocked an arrow, his gaze honing in on the most boisterous chieftain. With a resonant twang, the bowstring sang, and a black arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtled toward the chieftain's face. "Well shot." The chieftain, taken aback by Yang Fan's sudden aggression, roared in fury and reacted swiftly. His mace whirled, conjuring a black whirlwind as it struck the incoming arrow with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp crack echoed as the arrow was deflected. The chieftain, having successfully blocked the shot, revealed a sinister grin, ready to taunt further. Yet, he soon discovered that Yang Fan had already lowered his bow. Regarding him with the gaze of one looking at a doomed soul, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him, he abruptly turned around, and to his alarm, the resounding battle horn echoed from the ranks of the Hu army, and countless banners began to flutter. The centurion's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized this as the signal for a full-scale assault. Daring not to linger, he cast a fierce glare at Yang Fan before swiftly turning his horse around and returning to his formation. Drawing his curved blade, he pointed forward, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Attack! Kill! The earth-shattering battle cries instantly reverberated across the battlefield. Wave after wave of Hu soldiers, clad in rudimentary leather armor, yet exuding a ferocious savagery, surged forth from the ranks. They bore crude ladders and pushed rough siege engines, emitting unintelligible howls as they charged toward the towering walls of Yumen Pass. The great battle was on the verge of eruption. Release the arrows. Yang Fan's voice rang out from the ramparts, calm yet merciless. With a single command, thousands of arrows cascaded down from the walls, creating a dense rain of projectiles. However, the Hu soldiers were well prepared for this onslaught. Each man wielded a small, round wooden shield held aloft over their heads. The sound of arrows clanging against wood filled the air as countless projectiles were deflected or struck harmlessly against their resilient leather armor, failing to inflict any significant damage. Undeterred by the rain of arrows, the Hu soldiers pressed on fiercely, their eyes devoid of fear, consumed only by a ravenous desire for slaughter and plunder. Soon, they reached the base of the walls. Chapter 67, Deadlock, 3,000 against 100,000. This battle was a living hell, raging from dawn until deep into the night, and then enduring until the break of day, a full day and night. The cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, clashing weapons, and the thunderous beating of drums never ceased. Yumen Pass had transformed into a vast human meat grinder. On the walls, Yang Fan's voice had long since grown hoarse, his armor soaked in blood, rendering it impossible to discern friend from foe. With the few remaining soldiers at his side, he clung resolutely to the walls, bracing against wave after wave of Hu assaults. The Hu were maddened, recklessly disregarding their lives, counting neither casualties nor costs, determined to pave the way to the battlements with their very lives. At the foot of the walls, corpses piled like mountains. On the ramparts, their own forces had suffered grievous losses, with wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. The blue stone slabs stained as if washed in blood. Yang Fan took a moment to survey their dwindling numbers, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Across the entirety of Yumen Pass, fewer than 3,000 could still wield their weapons. And outside, that relentless horde remained, a dark mass without end, their numbers seemingly infinite. Their tactics were utterly unscrupulous yet effective. Numbers prevailed over the few. After each fierce assault, they would retreat as if choreographed, allowing a fresh wave of soldiers to catch their breath before launching an even more ferocious attack. It was a war of attrition. With this most unreasonable strategy, they aimed to gradually exhaust both physical stamina and willpower. The soldiers on the walls had no time to catch their breath. Many were injured, hastily tearing strips of cloth to bind their wounds before rising to seize their weapons for the next round of carnage. To sit down and tend to their injuries? That was a mere dream. Yang Fan understood that if this continued, Yumen Pass would not endure much longer. With reddened eyes, he led the charge, always positioning himself in the most perilous spots. His longbow transformed into an efficient instrument of slaughter, as he disregarded the ordinary soldiers and instead focused on those who ascended the city walls, brandishing flags or shouting defiantly, those little leaders among the Hu people. The chilling notifications from the system echoed in his mind, providing the soul comfort amidst this bloody hell. Without hesitation, he poured all his accumulated rage into honing his archery skills. In the heat of battle, his technique sharpened at a visible pace, becoming increasingly formidable. Initially, he needed to aim carefully. However, soon he shot arrows almost instinctively, releasing them with a flick of his wrist. Each arrow seemed to possess its own consciousness, striking with precision at the most vulnerable points of the enemy, whether it be the throat or eye socket. With every release of the bowstring, a Hu soldier would inevitably scream as they tumbled down from the ladders. Alone, he held an entire section of the city wall under siege. Yet, this intense exertion took a toll on his arms, which soon felt as if they were filled with lead, aching and fatigued, making each draw of the bow increasingly laborious. He realized that his strength could no longer keep pace with his remarkable archery. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated the remainder of his dwindling rage to fortifying his strength. A surge of warmth flooded his arms, banishing the soreness and fatigue, replaced by an explosive power. He drew the longbow once more, this time feeling as effortless as if he were pulling a strand of cotton. With his strength restored, Yang Fan's arrows became even more terrifying. Each shot carried immense force, Not only could he pierce leather armor, but even the small round shields wielded by the Hu soldiers fell victim to his arrows. Those struck were often not merely killed, but hurled from the ladders by the sheer impact, crashing down and taking several comrades with them. He single-handedly inflicted heavy casualties on the Hu forces attempting to breach his section of the wall. However, the sheer number of Hu soldiers was overwhelming. They surged like an unending tide of cockroaches. For every group that fell, another would immediately ascend, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades in their relentless advance. Beneath the city walls, the corpses of the Hu had accumulated into small hills, amounting to at least several thousand. Blood formed streams, staining the earth at the base of the wall a dark crimson. Finally, as night fell once more, the Hu assault temporarily ceased. On the walls, the surviving defenders were utterly exhausted. Many leaned against the parapets or lay directly in pools of blood, gasping for breath, both weary and famished, devoid of the strength even to move a finger. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, mingled with the putrid odor of festering wounds. Enough to make one retch. Yet, Yang Fan knew that it was precisely in such moments that danger loomed ever closer. The Hu people are as cunning as wolves, adept at launching lethal night raids when one is most fatigued. He strained his weary body, patrolling the city walls, tirelessly rousing the drowsy soldiers to remain vigilant. Sure enough, at the stroke of midnight, when everyone thought they could finally catch their breath, the ominous beat of drums echoed from outside the city. A formidable horde of Hu, like specters in the night, brandished torches and charged once more towards the Jade Gate. This time, their target was the city gate. At the forefront of the military formation, a figure clad in heavy armor, mounted upon a fearsome beast, emerged slowly. His aura dwarfed that of the previous captains, radiating an overwhelming power. He was a general of 10,000. Approaching the base of the city tower, he raised his gaze. His eyes, flickering with a ghostly light in the fire's glow, seemed capable of piercing through the darkness to fixate upon Yang Fan atop the walls. He did not shout nor curse in anger. Instead, he spoke in a tone as cold and sharp as a blade, stating, "General Yang upon the walls, cease your futile resistance. I am Agila, the foremost general under the throne of the Celestial Wolf King. By the decree of the Great Khan, I lead an army of 100,000. Here to utterly level your modest Jade Gate. I advise you to open the city gates now. I can grant you and your soldiers a path to survival." His voice, though subdued, struck heavily upon the hearts of the defenders. 100,000. When this figure fell from Agila's lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire city wall. All surviving soldiers heard it, and the weariness and numbness that had once graced their faces were swiftly replaced by a suffocating despair. They had fought valiantly for an entire day and night, slaying thousands of Hu, yet now they faced a staggering force of 100,000. 3,000 against 100,000. How could they possibly contend? This was not a battle. It was an unequivocal, hopeless slaughter. The flicker of courage that had ignited in many soldiers' eyes was extinguished in an instant. Their hands began to tremble, the strength to wield their weapons seemingly drained. It was over. The Jade Gate could not be held. We are doomed. Chapter 68. Carnage on the city walls. A deathly silence prevailed. Yang Fan gazed at the soldiers around him, who had instantaneously lost their will to fight. Their eyes filled with an inescapable despair, and his heart turned cold. He understood that Agila had achieved his objective. Psychological warfare at its finest. The Hu employed this tactic with ruthless precision. They did not rush to assault the city. Instead, they first crushed the defenders' spirits with the terrifying number of 100,000, thoroughly dismantling their resolve to resist. Once morale shattered, the battle would become unnecessary. In truth, even if the Hu people did not resort to these cunning tricks, this battle would still be unfeasible. 3,000 weary soldiers against 100,000 elite troops. This is not merely a mismatch, but an insurmountable disparity. The enemy can employ a strategy of relentless assault, rotating their forces to exhaust them to death. And what can they do? They can only rely on their meager strength to endure, steadfastly holding on until the last drop of blood is shed. Even more dire is the fact that their provisions have run perilously low. The defensive wooden stakes and stones have been nearly depleted, with ammunition exhausted and supplies dwindling. This is the plight of the Human Pass, a pure stalemate. Should they concede? Should they surrender? Agila mentioned that a path to survival could be spared for them. This thought flickered through Yang Fan's mind, only to be ruthlessly extinguished. He recalled the villages ravaged by the Hu, the women and children callously slaughtered, and the treasonous acts detailed in the testimonies of Liao Li and Ma Shan. The promises of the Hu, they are worth less than the oaths of men. Surrender leads only to death, a death on one's knees. If death is inevitable, then why not face it standing? Why not extract a few more pieces of flesh from the Hu before the end? With this thought, a final, fervent flame ignited in Yang Fan's eyes. He forcefully pushed aside his loyal guards and leapt onto the highest war drum upon the city walls. From this vantage point, he surveyed the downcast soldiers below. Resembling lifeless husks, summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a thunderous roar that drowned out the wind and the clamoring of the Hu outside, resonating clearly in the ears of every soldier. Lift your heads, all of you. Look at your pitiful selves, like a herd of sheep awaiting slaughter. Are you so frightened by 100,000 Hu that you've lost your courage? His voice dripped with unmasked disdain and fury. Have you forgotten how the Hu treated our people of Dachi? Have you forgotten the villages they slaughtered, the women they humiliated, the children they impaled on their spears? Have you forgotten that these brutes do not even regard us as human? He pointed towards the darkened rooftops within the city, his voice rising ever higher, filled with a tragic fervor. Let me tell you, once this city falls, it is not just we who perish. Within these walls reside tens of thousands of unarmed civilians. Your fathers, your mothers, your wives, your children, many of them are here in the city. Consider this. If we surrender, if we give in, what will the Hu do when they burst through our gates? Do you wish for your fathers and mothers to have their heads severed and used as balls to play with? Do you want your wives to be pinned to the ground and subjected to their shameless violation? Do you wish for your children to witness you, on your knees, pleading for mercy, only to be brutally slain before their eyes? Each word uttered by Yang Fan seared itself into the hearts of every soldier present. Slowly, they lifted their heads, and the once dull, ashen hue of their eyes began to ignite with a flicker of light. That light was born of hatred. That light was fueled by rage. That light embodied their fierce spirit. Indeed, surrender? If they capitulated, what fate awaited their families? They would perish, and that would be the end of it. Yet their families would confront a hell far more terrifying than death itself. They could not retreat. Behind them lay their homes, everything they vowed to protect with their lives. No, a bloodied soldier roared defiantly, rising from the ground with every ounce of strength he possessed, raising his curved blade high. I will not surrender. I will fight to the end. Yes, he would fight, even if it meant death. 1 kill would equal their losses, 2 would render a profit. For the sake of my wife and children, I shall confront these beasts with all my might. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. The roar of one man kindled the spirit of all. The despondency and despair that had cloaked the battlements was swept away, replaced by a frenzy of determination and defiance. All surviving soldiers rose, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Witnessing this scene, a hint of satisfaction graced Yang Fan's face. He recognized that the morale of the troops had returned. He leaped down from the war drum, unsheathing his dagger, and pointed forward. Everyone, return to your defensive positions. Today, we shall fight these barbaric invaders to the bitter end. Let them know that none of the soldiers at Yumen Pass are cowards. Below the walls, the barbarian commander Agula observed the rekindled fighting spirit atop the battlements, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quickly transforming into a more sinister smirk. Fools, unaware of their impending doom. He slowly raised his massive axe, then swung it down with ferocity. Attack. A single, chilling word resonated like a decree from the Grim Reaper. The mournful sound of the horn echoed through the night once more. Kill. The thunderous battle cries erupted like a cataclysm, instantaneously igniting a tempest of chaos. In the darkness, countless torches were lit simultaneously. Thousands of torches converged into serpentine flames, illuminating the area beneath the battlements as bright as day. Towering siege ladders were pushed forward, and countless barbarian soldiers, bearing makeshift wooden shields, charged towards the walls in a desperate assault. This onslaught was tenfold more ferocious than that of the day. Several centurions stood at the forefront of the battleground, relentlessly brandishing their curved blades and bellowing commands to their soldiers. Launching a saturation assault on the Jade Gate Pass from every conceivable direction. Loose the arrows. Roll the logs. Strike. Cast down the thunderstones without restraint. Yang Fan's voice echoed from the battlements, now hoarse, yet still fervently directing the defense. The soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed everything at their disposal upon the enemy below. Arrows fell like torrential rain, logs rolled forth like furious dragons, and thunderstones rained down like hail. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished screams, merging into a singular, horrifying symphony. Countless nomadic soldiers were pierced by arrows, crushed beneath logs, and had their skulls shattered by thunderstones, plummeting from the towering ladders above amidst their wails. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming. As one fell, another would hastily tread upon the corpse of their fallen comrade, continuing their relentless ascent. In their eyes, there was no fear, only madness. Chapter 69. The only strategy now is to hold firm. Soon, a ladder was secured against the city wall. Fierce nomadic warriors, their curved blades clenched between their teeth, ascended the ladder with astonishing speed. The battle atop the wall escalated to a fever pitch. A defender, having just thrust his spear into a nomad, was immediately met by another who scaled the ladder, delivering a vicious blow to his shoulder. The soldier let out a cry of agony but did not retreat. Instead, he relinquished his spear and, like a wounded beast, embraced the nomad, plunging both over the edge of the high wall in a mutual demise. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the ramparts. Many soldiers bore wounds. Some had their arms slashed yet continued to push down the ladder with their remaining strength. Others, with arrows embedded in their thighs, leaned against the parapet, wielding their long blades to strike down every enemy attempting to ascend. They were driven by a bloodlust that had dulled their senses to pain and fear. A singular thought consumed them: to kill, to slay these brutes. Even in death, they vowed to take another with them. Yet the onslaught from the nomads seemed inexhaustible. The meager contingent of 3,000 capable defenders at Jade Gate Pass soon saw hundreds injured. The ferocity of the conflict reached its zenith. Of course, the nomads suffered as well. Countless fell to logs, stones, arrows, and spears. Below the walls, their bodies piled high, surpassing the height of men, even beginning to obstruct the advance of subsequent forces. One nomadic centurion, his eyes reddened with fury, issued a command: clear away the bodies. Quickly, remove the corpses. Create a path for those who follow. The brutality of war had escalated to the point where even the corpses of their own had become obstacles. The frenzied night assault ravaged the human pass for an entire night. It was not until the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, tearing through the darkness, that the relentless onslaught of the Hu people gradually receded like the ebbing tide. On the city walls, an eerie silence finally settled, more suffocating than any cacophony. The surviving soldiers resembled statues dragged from a mire of blood, their gazes hollow and numbed, sustained solely by sheer will. Their armor had long lost its luster, stained a horrifying dark red by congealed blood. Leaning against the battlements, they gasped for breath, having neither slept nor eaten throughout the night. With the cessation of battle, the tension released, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue and weakness washed over them. Many soldiers appeared as pale as parchment, their lips turning blue, teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly devoid of combat readiness. Yang Fan had not closed his eyes for a day and a night. Even a man of iron was nearing his limit. The world around him swayed. A dull roar filled his head, and his eyelids felt heavier than stone. He staggered, nearly toppling into the bloodied mire. General! Beside him, Dang Yu reacted swiftly, catching him as he swayed, his heart tightening at the sight of Yang Fan's bloodshot eyes and his terrifyingly pale visage. You must rest. Dang Yu's voice carried a note of desperation. If this continued, the general would be the first to falter. I'm fine. Yang Fan shrugged off Dang Yu's hand, forcing himself to stand firm. He understood that he could not falter. He was the last unbroken pillar within the human pass. If he fell, the morale of all would shatter. Drawing a deep breath, he dragged his leaden body, stumbling towards the blood-stained war drum. He surveyed the soldiers below, who had become as numb as stones, and shouted hoarsely, I know you are weary, famished, and despairing, but now is not the time to lie down. Pointing resolutely behind him, he declared, our only course of action is to hold steadfast. We still possess a sliver of hope. The human pass is the northwestern gateway, the bastion of the capital. The court will not abandon us. If we can endure, if we can hold on for just a few more days, reinforcements will arrive. Then, it will be our turn to retaliate against those damned who. He rallied the soldiers, bolstering his own spirit, cursing Li Wan in his heart, knowing full well that the promised reinforcements were a mere illusion, a mirage. Yet, he had to shout, had to instill a flicker of hope in these men. But it proved futile. Thud, thud. Before his words could fully resonate, someone collapsed to the ground, unconscious, unable to withstand the physical limits of the body. Quick, summon the doctor. Panic surged within Yang Fan as he barked at his aides. Soon, a figure clad in white appeared abruptly against the backdrop of the bloody battleground. Su Qingxue, in her white garb, she stood out amidst the filth, bringing an inexplicable sense of hope. She carried a medical kit on her back, her steps unwavering, scarcely pausing to comprehend the hellish scene before her. With a furrowed brow, she plunged directly into the throng of wounded soldiers. Crouching down, her actions to staunch bleeding, cleanse wounds, and bandage were as swift as lightning, as composed as ice. It seemed to her that only the dying soldiers existed, and not the despairing battlefield. Her presence injected a modicum of vitality into the lifeless walls, alleviating the chaos that reigned upon them. One by one, she pulled the injured from the brink of death, administering simple dressings before they were carried away. Yet, despite her efforts, the situation remained grim. Yang Fan counted hastily, his heart sinking. Fewer than 2,000 remained who could still breathe and barely wield a weapon, each one wounded. Just as anxiety gnawed at him, he noticed Deng Yu's face had turned as pale as parchment. "General, we have run out of rolling logs and stones in the armory." This simple statement struck him like a thunderbolt. The most vital resource for defending the city was gone. If the Hu people attacked as they had the previous night, they would have nothing left to hurl down. Relying solely on bows and spears would be utterly insufficient to repel the Hu's onslaught. The city's fall was imminent. What to do? Dear heavens, what should be done? Yang Fan's mind was a tempest of confusion, shadows of death encroaching upon him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration pierced the darkness. A memory from a past life surged forth. A frenzied thought igniting within him, the audacious command issued by a legendary general in dire straits. Yes, it had to be done. A desperate gamble must be made. Employing the most ruthless methods to seize a sliver of hope, he whirled around, gazing at Deng Yu with a wildness in his eyes that even he found alarming. His voice chilling. "Convey my orders, immediately demolish all the houses of the citizens within the city. Gather every timber and stone, every usable piece of wood and rock, and bring them to the city walls." What? Deng Yu thought he had misheard. His complexion drained of color as he grasped Yang Fan's arm. "General, this cannot be. These are the homes of the people. What we are doing is no different from banditry. Chaos will ensue, and when the Hu do not invade, we will turn upon ourselves." Chapter 70. Su Qingxue has fainted. Yang Fan forcefully shook him off, his gaze sharp as a knife. Civil unrest? Is that more terrifying than the destruction of our city and the loss of lives? Deng Yu, enough of your objections. This is an order, and you will see it through. He paused, softening his tone slightly. But the weight of his words intensified. You must tell the citizens that while their homes may be lost, their lives remain intact. If the city falls, their lives will be forfeit. Inform them of the fate that awaits should the Hu invade. Men enslaved, women subjected to humiliation. Make it clear that this is not a theft of their homes, but rather a means to save their very lives. Finally, assure them with unwavering conviction, as long as we hold the Yumingguan Pass and repel the Hu, I, Yang Fan, shall personally rebuild their homes. Gabby now envisions a better, more robust residence, aspiring to enhance the aesthetic of their homes beyond their current state. Yang Fan's gaze was as piercing as a blade. Each word he uttered resonated with authority. Follow my command, dismantle as necessary, and I, Yang Fan, shall bear the cost post-war. Wagering my life and my reputation as a general. Deng Yu, feeling a tumult of emotions at the intensity of his gaze, realized that the general was staking his future, even his life, on the goodwill of the people of Human Pass. With a determined bite of his teeth, he nodded emphatically. Yes, General, I understand. Without another glance, he turned and rushed towards the city gate with swift strides. Yang Fan did not watch him depart. His gaze returned to the expanse beyond the walls. The ominous encampment of the Hu people loomed like a beast poised to devour its prey. The bloody battle of the previous night had merely been a scratch for their 100,000-strong army, with the casualties being nothing but expendable. Yet, the situation at Human Pass was dire, teetering on the brink of collapse. To stave off prolonged uncertainty, the next wave of assaults from the Hu would be swifter and fiercer. He had to remain ever vigilant. As seconds ticked by, the outside remained eerily silent, while within the walls, a cacophony began to rise. Yang Fan's heart quickened. Would Deng Yu's efforts yield fruit? Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The street beneath the city tower erupted with voices. It was not soldiers but common folk, men, women, and children, clad in tattered garments, gaunt and weary. Yet their eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. They pushed dilapidated carts, hoisted beams, carried stones, and even dismantled their own doors, rallying towards the city tower with fervor. Upon reaching the base of the tower, they paused. From the crowd emerged a trembling elder, lifting his gaze towards the stalwart figure atop the wall. Tears brimmed in his murky eyes as he rasped, General Yang, our homes may be gone, but we fear not. As long as life endures, so too shall our homes. We beseech you, you must defeat the Hu people. You must safeguard Human Pass. We implore you. With a resounding thud, the elder knelt, his forehead striking the ground with conviction. Following him, hundreds, even thousands, echoed the gesture. We plead with General Yang to protect Human Pass. Their voices surged together, forming an unstoppable tide that reverberated throughout Human Pass. On the walls, young Fan beheld the sea of kneeling citizens below, their trust, their hopes, and a glimmer of desperation reflected in their eyes, causing his own to well with tears. A surge of fervor coursed through him. An indescribable sense of honor and emotion erupted within his chest. He felt the weight of not just a city upon his shoulders, but the lives of tens of thousands within it, along with their collective hope. He unsheathed his sword with a fierce resolve, its blade aimed at the heavens, and directed his thunderous vow towards the people below and his fellow soldiers beside him. I, Yang Fan, hereby swear, as long as I draw breath, the who shall not set foot within Human Pass. As long as the city stands, I shall live. Should the city fall, I shall perish. However, on the other side, in the makeshift infirmary behind the city walls, Su Qingxue had endured an entire day and night without rest. She scarcely closed her eyes or consumed a morsel of food, tirelessly embodying the role of a savior, stitching, bandaging, and stitching again. Her forehead glistened with beads of sweat, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her body, fatigued from prolonged exertion, began to tremble slightly, yet her hands remained astonishingly steady, and her gaze remained focused and sharp, just as she had saved another soldier. Meticulously sutured the wound, and prepared to rise to tend to the next, her vision suddenly darkened, and she could no longer support herself, collapsing weakly backward. Dr. Su, a soldier assisting nearby, reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. This is terrible. Someone come quickly. Dr. Su has fainted. The shrill cry pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield, sounding particularly jarring. The news of her fainting struck Yang Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. The heroic fervor ignited by the common folk moments ago was instantly doused with a bucket of icy water. This was no trivial matter. Who was Su Qingxue? She was the precious gem of Human Pass, the only living divine healer. It was no exaggeration to say that she alone could sustain half an army. If she were to fall, who would save these injured brothers? The casualty count would undoubtedly spiral out of control, and the morale of the troops would shatter completely. No, she absolutely could not be allowed to come to harm. Anxious, Yang Fan abandoned his command and shouted at Deng Yu, "You hold the line. Even if it means dead bodies, you must maintain this position." He turned and dashed towards the infirmary. Bursting into the makeshift infirmary, he pushed through the crowd and immediately spotted the pale, almost translucent face of Su Qingxue lying on the straw mat. Her willow leaf brows were tightly knitted, her jaw clenched, and her body shook like a leaf in the wind. Yang Fan's heart tightened painfully. He crouched down and touched her forehead, which was icy cold. A chilling sensation that was not of mere fatigue, but a resurgence of the cold poison, far more severe than before. "Clear the way," Yang Fan bellowed without hesitation, bending low to carefully lift the unconscious Su Qingxue into his arms. Her body felt light, yet frigid, as though he was cradling a lifeless jade sculpture devoid of warmth. He swiftly exited the infirmary and descended the city tower, placing her gently in a relatively quiet empty room, laying her upon the bed. Observing the exquisite woman curled up in pain, Yang Fan felt a profound mixture of heartache and urgency. A trusted aide from the general's quarters entered cautiously, offering a reminder. "Leave." Yang Fan's piercing gaze was frightening, cutting him off with a low growl. "Return and inform Deng Yu to hold the line. If there is an emergency, summon me." "Understood." The aide complied and exited hastily. Inside the room, silence enveloped once more, save for Su Qingxue's suppressed and anguished groans. Yang Fan sat at her bedside, his brow furrowed tightly in concern. Chapter 71. The Shaman of the Hu People. Yang Fan realized that he could no longer afford to wait. The precarious situation at Human Pass and Su Qingxue's affliction with the cold poison loomed over him like two insurmountable mountains, pressing heavily upon his heart. To wait? To await death. A resolution must be found. A singular solution that could address both dilemmas simultaneously. A means by which Human Pass, and he himself, could emerge from the brink of despair. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the dagger at his waist, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, he touched the cold, wolf-headed bronze token in his pocket. Suddenly, a flash of insight ignited within his mind, a notion so bold and outrageous that it could leave everyone astonished. Perhaps this was the only way. How much time had passed? Who could tell? It felt as if a century had elapsed, yet it seemed to have been but the blink of an eye. On the bed, Su Qingxue's long eyelashes finally fluttered gently. She stirred from her slumber, her eyes opening to behold Yang Fan's face, which was etched with concern. Her expression shifted, momentarily complex. Before settling into a visage of guilt, she struggled to sit upright. General Yang, her voice was frail, imbued with a sense of apology. I'm so useless. At this critical moment, I've caused you further trouble and become a burden. She felt utterly inadequate. While everyone else was valiantly fighting outside, she, a doctor, had faltered first. Do not move. Yang Fan firmly pressed her shoulder down to prevent her from exerting herself. He gazed into her pallid face, interrupting her words with gravity. You have done exceptionally well. Without you, the casualties at Yumen Pass would have at least doubled. He looked deeply into Su Qingshue's eyes, his expression more serious than ever. This is not the time for such discussions. I must know, what exactly is the origin of this cold poison? Previously, he had sensed that Su Qingxue had been afflicted, but due to the urgency of the situation and her reluctance to divulge, he had refrained from pressing further. The circumstances had now changed. Su Qingxue was no longer merely an ordinary physician. She was the lifeline for thousands at Yumen Pass. Apart from himself, she was the most crucial person. If anything were to befall her, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, Su Qingshue's gaze dimmed once more. She slowly propped herself up, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. General, the origins of this poison are not something I can easily disclose. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness, tinged with an unspoken secret. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. However, seeing her distress, he chose not to press further. Very well. If you cannot speak of it, I shall not inquire. He shifted the subject, urgency creeping into his voice. Then tell me, is there any way to alleviate it? What medicine do you need? I will procure it for you, regardless of the peril involved. This time, Su Qingxue no longer withheld the truth. It is not merely her own affair. The lives of thousands of wounded soldiers on the city wall depend on her. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a voice that seemed to drift like a dream. There is indeed a method, albeit one that sounds rather daunting. Speak, Yang Fan declared resolutely. Su Qingxue raised her gaze to meet Yang Fan's, a flicker of struggle flashing in her clear eyes. Yet, she ultimately revealed. It requires a person of utmost yang and strength to draw a drop of their heart's blood, which must be consumed while still warm to temporarily quell the chill within my body. Upon finishing, she lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze. She was aware of how absurd this solution sounded. Who in this world would willingly shed their heart's blood for a woman they did not know? The room fell into an abrupt silence. Yang Fan, taken aback, could hardly believe what he had just heard. The heart's warm blood of a person imbued with such yang energy. He glanced at the beautiful girl on the bed, still trembling slightly, and then thought of the wounded soldiers on the wall awaiting her salvation. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet. In the astonished gaze of Su Qingxue, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm sculpted by years of archery training, muscles bulging with explosive strength. He extended his arm towards her, his eyes resolute. His voice as calm as if he were inquiring whether she had eaten. Will mine suffice? Su Qingshue's heart raced at the sight of his powerful arm reaching out to her. She lifted her gaze, and for the first time, her cold eyes betrayed a complexity and shock she could no longer conceal. She had never anticipated such a straightforward response from this man, willing to bleed for her. The room was momentarily quiet. Then, Su Qingshuo slowly shook her head, a bittersweet expression coupled with a subtle hint of gratitude. No, General. Her voice remained weak yet remarkably firm. Ordinary blood will not suffice, even if yours is the most vigorous. It is still the blood of a mortal and cannot suppress the icy energy within me. What is needed then? Yang Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Su Qingshuo fell silent for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts or recalling something. Finally, she spoke once more. Among the Hu people, there exists a particular profession. Their status is akin to that of doctors in Artichi, yet it is entirely distinct. The Hu refer to them as shamans. Shaman? Yang Fan echoed, puzzled. Having never encountered this term before. Yes, shaman, Su Qingshuo affirmed with a nod, continuing her explanation. Shamans heal the Hu people, but their abilities are not learned. They are innate, linked to their unique physiology. It is said that their bloodlines differ. She raised her gaze to Yang Fan, revealing the most critical point. I once read about this in an ancient medical text. The blood of the shaman is the most virile and potent essence in the realm, possessing an innate ability to counteract the chilling poison that courses through my veins. It can subdue it. Upon finishing her words, she offered a bittersweet smile, her gaze dimming once more. But what good does it do? The shamans are exceedingly rare. Within a legion of 10,000 Hu, there may not be a single one. Moreover, The Hu treat them as treasures, concealing them meticulously. How could we possibly find them? Therefore, General, do not trouble yourself. This is my fate. Her tone was laden with a resigned acceptance. Yet, upon hearing her words, a weight lifted from Yongfan's heart. His greatest fear was a lack of direction and purpose. Now that he knew of the existence of the shamans, the task became considerably more manageable. With a target in sight, there was hope. The most pressing matter was to devise a means to either eliminate or capture a shaman, using their blood to save Su Qingxue. However, Yongfan's brow furrowed once again. Just as Su Qingxue had remarked, shamans are precious and exceedingly rare. They are certainly well guarded by the Hu, treated as national treasures. To extract one from amidst the vast army of 100,000? The challenge was monumental. Akin to reaching the heavens. How could it be accomplished with ease? Yongfan began to ponder deeply. He required a plan, one that could precisely extract and capture a shaman. A plan that was as audacious as it was bold. Chapter 72. The Design to Capture the Shaman. On the bed, Su Qingxue trembled from the cold, tightening Yongfan's heart in anguish. By heavens, I am determined to save this woman, regardless of the cost. I must restore her health. She is not merely an ordinary woman. She embodies the hope of thousands of brothers at Yumen Pass. To save her is to save the very life of Yumen Pass. Miss Su, please tell me more about the shaman, Yongfan said as he sat down. His tone unusually grave. Not a single detail should be overlooked. The more comprehensive, the better. Observing the intensity in his eyes, Su Qingxue realized he was not jesting. He was truly intent on undertaking a momentous endeavor. Her heart warmed, and with nothing left to conceal, she divulged everything she had gleaned from ancient texts regarding the shamans. With her inquiry, Yongfan gained an entirely new understanding of this enigmatic profession among the Hu. These individuals held an astonishingly high status within their society. Regarded as precious gems, as rare as pandas, each one a cherished asset of their tribe. They possess an innate, extraordinary ability, capable of accelerating wound healing and even treating bizarre injuries that one has never heard of. However, precisely because of their rarity, shamans rarely reveal themselves, being highly esteemed. They typically only relocate under two circumstances. First, when there are too many wounded on the battlefield, rendering the severely injured beyond treatment. Second, when a significant figure among the Hu has sustained grave injuries, and only a shaman can provide salvation. Upon hearing this, Yongfan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a bold idea that exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. To lure the serpent from its den. Unable to find the shaman? Then he must devise a way to force them out of their lair. If he could seize an opportunity to inflict a grievous injury upon a significant leader of the Hu people, one that the shaman could not remedy, then surely that enigmatic shaman would come forth willingly. This tactic was utterly ingenious, truly a masterpiece. Yet, a new dilemma arose. The heavyweight figures among the Hu. Take, for instance, the formidable Agula, a warrior hardened by countless battles. To have ascended to such heights in a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. His prowess was undoubtedly exceptional, inflicting a near-fatal wound upon him amidst an army of over 100,000, without killing him outright, was a challenge exponentially greater than simply eliminating him. Yongfan understood well that with his current abilities, even attempting a sneak attack was fraught with uncertainty, unless he resorted to unconventional means. Once more, Yongfan's gaze fell upon Su Qingxue, imbued with a profound significance, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Miss Su, are you not a divine healer? Are you knowledgeable in the art of poison? He looked directly at her, cutting through the pretense. I require a toxin that can be applied to an arrowhead, one that is colorless and odorless, yet potent enough to incapacitate a formidable opponent without claiming their life, a substance that renders a powerful foe devoid of combat effectiveness in a short span. Su Qingxue, remarkably astute, grasped his intent immediately. He sought to employ poisoned arrows against the Hu general. Her complexion drained of color, she shook her head vehemently, her denial fervent. No, this is far too perilous. You are the protector of Yumen Pass. You cannot take such risks. What if, heaven forbid, something were to happen to you? The entire Yumen Pass would be irretrievably lost. I have made my decision. Yongfan regarded Su Qingxue's face, which was on the brink of tears. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. He did not waver. Miss Su, I am acutely aware of the dangers you speak of. Rising, he approached the window, surveying the blood-stained city walls, listening to the distant moans from the injured in the camp. But have you considered the consequences should I fail to protect you? His voice was low and powerful. On those walls, there are still thousands of wounded brothers waiting for your salvation. Without you, how many will succumb to infection and die in agony? Our numbers will dwindle, and soon, we will not even have the strength to stand, let alone defend the city. He abruptly turned, his gaze fiery as it bore into Su Qingxue. If Yumen Pass falls, the Hu cavalry will march south, leaving a scorched earth in their wake. And the death toll will not merely be in the thousands or tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. I rescue you. Not solely for your sake, but for the citizens of this city, for the brothers who have fought valiantly, and for the greater good of the realm. Each utterance from Yang Fan struck Su Qingxue's heart like a hammer. She fell into a profound silence. She recognized the truth in Yang Fan's words. Her life was insignificant compared to the lives of the countless citizens. Gazing at this man before her, a man willing to sacrifice his own life for the greater cause. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. After what felt like an eternity, she bit down on her lips, leaving deep imprints from the cold. Ultimately, it seemed she had made a monumental decision, and she nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall assist you. Seeing Su Qingxue finally acquiesce, Yang Fan felt a surge of joy. What medicinal herbs do you require? Speak freely. I shall procure them for you, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. No need. Su Qingxue interrupted him, a desolate smile gracing her lips, a smile so beautiful it could shatter hearts. General, what you seek is not far away. It lies right before you. She slowly raised her hand and, with a silver needle, gently pricked her porcelain-like fingertip. A droplet of blood emerged, not crimson, but an eerie dark red with a hint of icy blue luminescence. Merely that drop seemed to plunge the room's temperature into an abyss of frost. Su Qingxue stared at the droplet, her tone laced with self-mockery. You seek a potent toxin? What poison in this world could rival the chilling affliction that has entwined me for over a decade? She referred to the cold poison within her body. This malevolent force, the epitome of all that is frigid, has seeped into my marrow and blood, just by smearing my blood upon an arrow. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Yang Fan, a chilling glint flickering in her icy eyes. There is no need for a lethal strike. That would be too merciful for them. Just a mere scratch on the enemy's skin, and this cold poison will swiftly infiltrate their entire being. Even if they do not perish, they shall surely shed their skin. Chapter 73. Assassination. Yang Fan observed the peculiar blue-tinged droplet at Su Qingxue's fingertip, initially taken aback, but soon realizing the implications. He had long suspected that Su Qingxue's background was shrouded in mystery. How could an ordinary village healer possess such profound knowledge and endure such a peculiar cold poison? A poison she herself could not combat must undoubtedly be far from simple. It was perfectly suited to be wielded as a weapon. Will drawing blood have any repercussions on your health? Yang Fan inquired. Concern etched upon his face as he regarded her pallid complexion. Su Qingxue shook her head, forcing a faint smile onto her lips. Just a tiny bit. It's not a big deal. With that, she hesitated no longer. She retrieved a sharp, delicate dagger from the medicine cabinet, along with a translucent white jade vial. Without the slightest hesitation, she swiftly drew the blade across her smooth, flawless wrist, creating a slender incision. The icy blue blood flowed gently, which she meticulously collected into the small vial. In a matter of moments, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Once she had filled the vial halfway, she employed a special powder to staunch the bleeding and then handed the vial containing her lifeblood to Yang Fan. General, that is sufficient. Yang Fan extended his hand and accepted the vial. As it touched his palm, a bone-chilling cold instantly coursed through his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He could even sense that the icy blue blood within seemed to emanate an almost imperceptible yet profoundly chilling aura. What a formidable poison, Yang Fan thought to himself, astonished. He carefully wrapped the vial in cloth and tucked it close to his heart. Miss Su, please rest well. Observing her frail condition, he felt a pang of compassion. Leave the remaining matters to me. With that, he said no more, turned decisively, and strode out of the room. Once outside, Yang Fan's heart, softened by Su Qingxue, hardened once more into an unyielding steel. His mind began to race with calculations. The poison was in his possession, now. The challenge lay in delivering it into the body of an important figure among the Hu people. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was but one viable method: assassination. Moreover, it had to be a long-range, precise strike. At present, outside the city, 100,000 Hu soldiers surrounded the fortifications. Such a formidable display meant that the Hu leaders, including the renowned commander Agula and those of even higher rank, were undoubtedly stationed among the troops. If only he could find the opportunity to wound any one of them with a poisoned arrow, then the mysterious shaman would be compelled to reveal himself. This plan was audacious and perilous. Yet, it was the only course that could shift the tide. A glint of resolute determination flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. He intended to carve a path for the human pass with his arrows, as well as secure a flicker of hope for Su Qingxue. With this clarity, Yang Fan felt no further hesitation. He promptly summoned Deng Yu and a few of the most elite, trustworthy squad leaders from the Divine Arrow Camp. The group gathered in a secluded corner. Yang Fan regarded them with an unprecedented seriousness. "Brothers, I must leave the city tonight to attend to an urgent matter." His voice was calm, yet resounded with gravity. "This matter is of utmost importance, concerning the very existence of our entire human pass." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each individual. "During my absence, the responsibility of human pass shall rest upon you." Deng Yu, the subordinate, stood tall. "You shall replace me in commanding the defense of the city. Regardless of whether I return or not, you have but one task." Yang Fan's tone grew gravely serious and resolute. "That is to steadfastly guard human pass, allowing no barbarian to set foot within its gates." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Deng Yu and the others instantly shifted. "What does it mean to say regardless of whether you return?" Deng Yu was the first to react. Stepping forward with urgency, his eyes glistening with emotion. "General, what do you intend to do? It is far too perilous. You cannot go alone. Wherever you venture, we shall accompany you." "Indeed, General, we will follow you. Be it through mountains of blades or seas of flames, we fear nothing." The other squad leaders echoed his sentiments, their emotions running high. They discerned that Yang Fan was embarking on a venture fraught with peril. However, Yang Fan merely shook his head, rejecting their pleas. "No." His tone left no room for negotiation. "This time, I must go alone." He regarded Deng Yu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "This mission involves assassination, necessitating extraordinary personal prowess and stealth. Although you are all my strongest soldiers, accompanying me would increase our numbers, rendering us a larger target, thus compromising success. This is not a matter of underestimating you. It is simply the truth. Such a feat of taking the enemy general's head amidst a sea of warriors cannot be accomplished through sheer numbers." "Yet, General," Deng Yu wished to argue further, his eyes now glistening with tears. He understood that Yang Fan was preparing for what could be his final undertaking. "Carry out the order." Yang Fan interrupted him, his voice laced with authority. "Guard the city well, and await my return." Deng Yu and the others, gazing into Yang Fan's resolute eyes, realized that further persuasion would be futile. In unison, they knelt, one knee on the ground. "General, you must return." Deng Yu's voice was tinged with the tremor of impending sorrow. Yang Fan did not look back. He feared that if he did, his resolve would waver. He simply nodded, then turned to depart. As night fell, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, Yang Fan donned a suit of dark attire suited for movement, blending seamlessly into the shadows like a specter. He arrived at a secluded section of the city wall. Deng Yu and the others had already awaited him there. They spoke not a word, merely handing him a sturdy rope in silence. Yang Fan accepted the rope, secured it, and then nodded gravely at them. Without hesitation, he leapt, gliding silently down the towering wall. Beneath the dim light of the moon and the cloak of night, Yang Fan's figure swiftly vanished into the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. Without a moment's hesitation, he stealthily advanced towards the encampment of the Hu people. His objective lay near the camp, a solitary mountain that overlooked the entire site. On that mountain, the cold wind cut like a blade, concealed behind a massive boulder. Yang Fan quietly surveyed the brightly lit Hu encampment below. From this vantage point, the layout of the entire camp was vividly revealed to him. Chapter 74. Successful Infiltration. Yang Fan soon discerned that at the very center of the encampment stood several exceptionally large and opulent tents, surrounded by a multitude of smaller ones. Moreover, within their vicinity, guards patrolled every few steps, creating an impenetrable barrier. The campfire illuminated that area as brightly as day. Undoubtedly, this was the residence of significant figures among the Hu. The formidable commander, Agula, and perhaps even the chief leader of the Hu's expedition were likely among them. The target had been located. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Attempting to shoot from this distance with a bow was out of the question. It exceeded the effective range of his weapon. Merging into the encampment was equally daunting, given the impenetrable defenses. However, despite the challenges, he was determined to try. Yang Fan committed the layout of the camp and the patrol routes to memory, then silently descended from the mountain, with his bow slung over his shoulder. He moved stealthily through the cover of night along the route he had meticulously calculated as the weakest point in the defenses. His movements were so light that they produced no sound. Fortunately, his instincts proved accurate. He expertly evaded all visible and hidden sentries, without alarming a single Hu warrior. Before long, he had stealthily infiltrated the interior of the Hu encampment. Finding a corner piled with miscellaneous items, he concealed himself, blending seamlessly with the shadows. He patiently awaited an opportunity. Soon, a patrol team of 10 Hu soldiers, brandishing torches and marching in unison, passed by the very corner where he hid. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. Silently, he emerged from his hiding spot and stealthily followed the last soldier of the patrol. His steps were so silent that they made not a sound. The Hu soldiers in front remained blissfully unaware of the presence that had joined their ranks. Yang Fan fixed his gaze upon the last soldier in line. With a sudden burst of speed, he swiftly covered the Hu warrior's mouth with his left hand, stifling any sound from escaping. Simultaneously, with unwavering resolve, he plunged the dagger in his right hand deep into the heart of the barbarian. The barbarian's body stiffened momentarily, thrashing violently a couple of times before his limbs grew limp, silence forever. Yang Fan did not linger for a moment. He swiftly dragged the still warm corpse into the concealed corner where he had previously hidden. With deft agility, he stripped the barbarian of his leather armor and garments, hastily donning them himself. The barbarian's distinct, pungent odor revolted him, yet he paid it no heed. Once clad in the new attire, he concealed the body and, with utmost speed and stealth, rejoined the unsuspecting patrol ahead. Bowing his head, he mimicked the demeanor of the other barbarian soldiers, seamlessly integrating himself into their ranks. He had transformed into one of them. As he advanced, his heart raced in his throat. The closer he drew, the more formidable the guards appeared. An atmosphere of tension and foreboding enveloped the air. Soon, the patrol team arrived at the periphery of the core area. The sergeant leading the group sensed something amiss and halted, turning back to scrutinize his men. His gaze swept across the ranks until it settled on Yang Fan, who had been keeping his head down, appearing somewhat reticent. "What's the matter with you?" The sergeant approached, frowning and questioning in their tongue. Yang Fan's heart tightened. The armor he wore was ill-fitting, and his effort to lower the brim of his helmet had aroused suspicion. "Lift your head, let me see," the sergeant commanded, his tone laced with authority. Yang Fan's internal alarms blared. He realized he had been compromised. Continuing the charade would lead to certain death. Therefore, he resolved to strike first. Slowly, he raised his head, feigning a submissive and fearful expression. In that fleeting moment when the sergeant's attention was wholly fixated on his face, Yang Fan acted. His seemingly docile gaze transformed instantaneously, brimming with lethal intent. He did not draw his knife. Instead, with astonishing speed, he snatched the longbow from his back. Drawing the bowstring and nocking an arrow, his movements were as swift as a phantom. The others had yet to comprehend his intentions when he swiftly drew 6 arrows from the quiver and placed them upon the string. The bowstring thrummed ominously. 6 arrows shot forth like bolts of black lightning, fanning out towards the barbarian soldiers beside him. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed in a series of muted thuds. The 6 Hu soldiers nearest to him, scarcely able to utter a sound, were swiftly pierced through their throats or hearts by arrows, meeting their demise on the spot. This sudden turn of events left the remaining centurion and 2 soldiers in a state of shock, their minds blank. They had barely opened their mouths to call for help when Yang Fan had already discarded his longbow and lunged forward. The dagger in his hand traced chilling arcs through the air. With 3 muffled thuds, the remaining 3 men clutched at their throats, gazing at Yang Fan in disbelief before collapsing limply to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in mere breaths. A patrol of 10 had been obliterated. However, the commotion inevitably attracted the attention of another patrol nearby. "Assassin! Enemy attack!" The piercing cries shattered the stillness of the night. The Hu encampment erupted into chaos, akin to a disturbed beehive. Yang Fan understood that time was of the essence. He set his sights on the largest and most resplendent tent nearby, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He could not afford to hesitate. He charged towards the grand tent. With a forceful thrust, he flung aside the tent's entrance. A potent aroma of alcohol and the scent of cosmetics enveloped him. Inside, the tent was brightly lit, warm as spring. There, a burly Hu man, bare-chested and adorned with a fierce black wolf tattoo on his chest, sat regally on a chair draped with tiger skin. In his left arm, he cradled a disheveled Hu woman, her eyes sultry and inviting. In his right, he held another. The 2 women giggled, feeding him fine wine from golden goblets. Clearly, the slaughter outside had yet to disturb this indulgent figure. Chapter 75, The Centurion, Yasan. This reveling Hu man was named Yasan. one of the most valiant centurions under the command of the Hu-S Wolf King, and the true linchpin of the siege against the Jade Gate. To him, attacking such a minor fortification as the Jade Gate was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A mere few thousand elderly, weak, sick, and wounded could be easily managed by a single centurion. Yet, the higher-ups insisted on deploying an army of 100,000 and sent him along. Nevertheless, as it was a command from the Wolf Court, he felt no inclination to voice his dissatisfaction. In his eyes, this mission was no more than a leisurely outing for hunting, utterly effortless. Consequently, he had not only brought his two most cherished concubines along, but had also indulged in nightly revelries, drinking and enjoying himself in the encampment. He was in the throes of merriment, relishing the attention of beautiful women, believing he had reached the pinnacle of life. Little did he anticipate what was to unfold. At that moment, an oblivious soldier dared to barge into his tent without any prior announcement, utterly ruining his mood. His brows furrowed instantly, and a surge of indignation surged within him, disturbed from his refined reverie. He couldn't even be bothered to glance up to discern the intruder's identity and impatiently reprimanded. "Who are you? Which centurion do you serve?" His voice resonated with an imperious authority and displeasure. "Is there no decorum? Do you not even know the proper protocol for an announcement? Do you believe I won't sever your head from your shoulders right now? Tell me who your centurion is. I shall deal with this matter severely." He anticipated that his words would terrify the unthinking soldier into submission, begging for mercy. However, instead of pleas for forgiveness, he was met with a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent that sent shivers down his spine. Before his words could fully escape, the intruding soldier, Yang Fan, had already taken action. He remained silent, devoid of any superfluous expression. In his eyes, only a cold, desolate stillness resided. With an astonishing swiftness, he retrieved a white jade vial containing Su Qingshue's blood from his bosom. He bit down fiercely on the wax seal at the bottle's neck, and an icy, sinister aura instantly enveloped the tent. The two Hu women in Yi Xian's embrace involuntarily shivered. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Fan poured the eerie, ice-blue blood directly onto several arrows in his quiver. Upon contact with the metal arrowheads, the blood emitted a sizzle as if infused with life, rapidly permeating the arrows. He then strung his bow once more, this time knocking two arrows, each coated with a frigid, lethal poison. With a simultaneous release, the arrows flew through the air, aimed directly at Yi Xian. As Yang Fan knocked the two arrows glimmering with an unnatural blue light, Yi Xian finally sensed the gravity of the situation. The bone-chilling murderous intent roused him from his drunken stupor. This was no mere soldier. This was an assassin, and he was the target. The bowstring thrummed ominously. The two poisoned arrows sliced through the air, hurtling toward his chest. Yi Xian's pupils constricted in terror. He was struck with a profound sense of impending doom, a peril so lethal that it made his very soul tremble. He wished to evade, but the copious amounts of alcohol had dulled his reflexes, rendering him incapable of executing any effective evasive maneuvers. In that fleeting moment, he resorted to the most disgraceful yet effective choice. With a furious roar, he unhesitatingly thrust the two shrieking concubines he had been holding forward, using them as human shields against the incoming arrows. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed through the tent. The two stunning women of the Hu people suddenly stiffened, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. They gazed incredulously at their men, their eyes brimming with despair and confusion. Then, an eerie scene unfolded before them. The wounds inflicted by the arrows did not bleed. Instead, a layer of ice-blue frost rapidly formed over the injuries, visibly spreading across their bodies. In but a few breaths, these living beings transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, only to shatter into countless crystalline fragments with a resounding crash. Yi Xian, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, felt his soul flee in terror. What manner of monstrosity was this? He understood that the poison on those arrows was overwhelmingly powerful and utterly bizarre. He dared not entertain any semblance of luck. He prepared to undergo beast transformation, for only through this metamorphosis could he attain the mightiest strength and defense to withstand such an unknown peril. Yet, would Yang Fan grant him that opportunity? Just as Yi Xian was poised to summon the power within him, Yang Fan unleashed his second wave of attack. This time, he unleashed a barrage of 6 arrows. The bowstring roared once more. 6 poisoned arrows, targeting him from various angles, sealed off all avenues of retreat. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He resorted to his previous tactic, seizing the heavy tiger skin chair nearby, intending to use it as a shield once more. He assumed that Yang Fan's arrows would follow a straightforward trajectory. How mistaken he was. In that very moment he lifted the chair, one of the arrows traced an uncanny, physics-defying arc in the air. The curved arrow skillfully circumvented the tiger skin chair's defense. With a faint sound, akin to skin being grazed, the arrow zipped past Yi Xian, its sharp tip leaving a barely perceptible cut upon his neck. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Yi Xian felt a chill at his throat and instinctively touched the area, discovering only a slight abrasion with minimal blood loss. His heart eased, and he was about to utter a taunt. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. A bone-chilling cold coursed through him, as if a parasite were burrowing into his very marrow, surging through that minuscule wound. He felt his blood congealing, his limbs growing rigid. An unprecedented weakness and fear enveloped him. Ah! He cried out in panic. Someone, come. There is an assassin. Shaman, summon the shaman to save me. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having struck true with his arrow, showed no inclination to linger in battle. He did not even cast a glance before discarding his longbow. And with a sudden burst of energy, he dashed out of the grand tent. He had succeeded. Now, his sole objective was to depart from this place with utmost haste. He understood that with each passing second, as the barbarian horde began to react, they would encircle him completely. If that happened, he would truly meet his demise here. Chapter 76, A Life or Death Escape. As Yang Fan burst from the tent, he was disoriented and charged directly towards the nearest stable. With agility, he mounted the largest and most magnificent black steed. There was no time to search for reins, nor to untie the bindings on its hoofs. Without hesitation, he drew an arrow and fiercely drove it into the horse's hindquarters. With a pained whinny, the stallion sprang forth, breaking free from its constraints and bolting into the open. Yang Fan lowered his body closely against the horse's back, minimizing his silhouette in an effort to evade the arrows that may come his way. Behind him, chaos erupted within the barbarian camp. Countless soldiers emerged from their tents, roaring and howling like a pack of enraged wolves. Arrows whistled through the air from all directions, raining down upon Yang Fan with a ferocity that seemed capable of consuming him whole. The sound of arrows striking his body rang out like metal against metal, bouncing off harmlessly. Blood rage value 10, blood rage value 5, blood rage value 10. In his mind, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed relentlessly, indicating his accumulating blood rage. In a fleeting moment, he amassed a substantial amount of this rage. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan channeled all of his newfound power into his equestrian skills. Instantly, an enigmatic sensation washed over him. As if the steed beneath him had become an extension of his very being. He could distinctly feel every muscle contraction and the rhythm of each breath. In that instant, his riding prowess transcended to new heights. Under his command, the stallion galloped even faster, weaving through the disorderly camp with remarkable agility. Before long, Yang Fan broke free from the barbarian encirclement. Yet, trailing behind him was a relentless throng. Over 1,000 barbarian cavalrymen wielding torches and curved blades pursued him fiercely, unwilling to relent. Stop right there, you scoundrel. Kill him and avenge the centurion. Their shouts echoed behind him. Yang Fan, hearing their taunts, could not help but smirk coldly. While urging the horse to sprint, he turned back, knocking an arrow to his bowstring. A flurry of arrows. The bowstring resonated continuously as arrow after arrow was released without a backward glance. Each arrow struck true, finding its mark on a pursuing barbarian. Yet, his arrows were not omnipotent. Among those chasing him were several officers of centurion rank, clad in heavy iron armor. Although Yang Fan's arrows were formidable, they merely produced sparks upon impact with the armor, failing to pierce through. The relentless pursuers swarmed closer, akin to a swarm of persistent flies. Gritting his teeth, Yang Fan once more drove an arrow forcefully into his steed's flank. The horse, feeling the pain, unleashed its final reserves of strength and bolted forward in a frenzied escape. The enraged barbarians pursued with fervor, realizing that wounding the man was futile. They could not fell the creature. One centurion, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, "Do not shoot him. Aim for his horse instead. Bring him down, and let us see how he runs." At his command, the tide of arrows shifted, raining down upon the steed beneath him. The air was thick with arrows, transforming Yang Fan's black warhorse into a living target. It emitted a mournful cry as arrows struck, embedding themselves within its flesh before it collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Yang Fan, thrown from the saddle by the immense inertia, tumbled several times before dissipating the force of the fall. His body felt as though it had been shattered, searing with pain. Yet, there was no time to linger on his suffering. He sprang to his feet, breathless, and sprinted forward with desperate urgency. He understood that to halt meant certain death. Fortunately, he had anticipated this very scenario. Earlier, he had concealed a spare warhorse in a secluded hollow nearby. That location was his sole glimmer of hope. If he could reach it and mount a fresh steed, he could continue his flight. However, how could two legs possibly outrun four? The distance between him and his relentless pursuers diminished at an alarming rate. Catch him. Do not let him escape. Kill him. The shouts grew nearer, sending Yang Fan's heart plummeting. As he ran, he turned again, drawing his bow to release his final arrows with precision at the foremost barbarian soldiers. A few more fell, crying out in agony as they hit the ground. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean, a fleeting delay in the relentless pursuit. Once again, he turned to flee, pushing himself to the limits. But the number of barbarians was overwhelming, a dark mass from which there seemed no escape. Moreover, among them were numerous heavily armored centurions of formidable strength. The effectiveness of Yang Fan's arrows had increasingly diminished against them. To make matters worse, he instinctively reached for the quiver on his back, only to find it empty. The several dozen arrows he had brought were all expended. A bowman bereft of arrows is akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth, its intimidation greatly diminished. The situation was spiraling towards the most perilous and desolate outcome. Yang Fan felt his stamina rapidly depleting. His lungs burned as if engulfed in flames, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet the barbarian soldiers behind him relentlessly pursued. He could even catch the pungent odor emanating from them. He was on the verge of being overtaken. Just as Yang Fan's strength was about to wane, a brutish centurion among his pursuers flashed a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He seized the moment when Yang Fan turned to shoot, fully spent, and urged his steed forward with a fierce nudge. "Die, you dog!" the centurion bellowed, raising his spiked mace high, the air whistling as it descended forcefully toward Yang Fan's back. If that blow landed solidly, even an ox would be reduced to pulp. Yang Fan felt the lethal rush of wind behind him. He wanted to evade, but his body had reached its limits, rendering him incapable of executing any effective evasive maneuvers. There was no escaping it. In that moment of desperation, a flicker of resolve surged within Yang Fan. Gritting his teeth, he decided to face it head-on. He channeled all his remaining strength into his back. The indomitable golden body would withstand the blow. With a resounding thud, the heavy mace struck Yang Fan's back with a deafening impact that sent him hurtling several dozen meters forward, carving a long trench in the ground. He opened his mouth, and a torrent of blood mixed with shards of his internal organs erupted forth. Blood fury value 100. Blood fury value 150. A surge of blood fury flooded his mind. Yet the tumult within his body was overwhelming, his organs feeling as though they had been displaced, causing excruciating pain. He struggled to rise from the ground. But when he finally managed to prop himself up, he found himself surrounded by a throng of barbarian soldiers and officers. They encircled him in layers. A sea of dark figures, impenetrable and oppressive. Their gleaming weapons glinted with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight, all aimed squarely at him. The centurion, who had struck him down with a wolf-toothed mace, sat atop his steed, surveying him from a lofty height. His face adorned with a mocking expression reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. "Run! Why aren't you running?" he taunted. "You possess considerable skill. But today marks your end. Kneel and surrender, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift demise." The encirclement tightened, the avenues of escape dwindling. Yang Fan surveyed the faces around him, each brimming with avarice and bloodlust, and he comprehended that he was ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, his visage betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, it bore a chilling, sardonic smile. Death? Since the moment he resolved to embark on the solitary mission of assassination, he had already cast aside any concern for his own life. Having dared to arrive, he harbored no fear of death. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gradually straightened his posture, his eyes alight with a final, frenzied ferocity. Just when all presumed he would relinquish his struggle, he acted. With a fierce push, he catapulted himself into the air, targeting not the ordinary soldiers, but the centurion nearest to him, reveling in his triumph. To capture the leader first, the centurion, taken aback by Yang Fan's audacity to resist at such a juncture, was momentarily stunned, his intention to raise the mace thwarted as Yang Fan, akin to a piece of taffy, lunged fiercely at him. They tumbled from the high horse, grappling on the ground. The surrounding barbarian soldiers stood in shock, bewildered. They wished to assist, yet feared injuring their commander, leaving them at an impasse, tightening the encirclement further. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, Yang Fan grasped his opportunity. With every ounce of strength remaining, he secured the centurion's body, and without hesitation. His dagger sliced through the man's throat. A spurt of hot blood erupted, splattering Yang Fan's face. The once mighty centurion's eyes widened in shock, his body convulsed twice, and then fell silent. Yang Fan had forcibly usurped his life amidst the throngs of battle in the most brutal fashion. In the instant he severed the centurion's windpipe, he did not linger. He swiftly rolled off the corpse, seizing the startled warhorse that had lost its master. With seamless agility, he mounted the steed and, eyeing a direction, one where the barbarian defenses were comparatively weak, he let out a furious roar, spurring the horse into a wild breakout. Stop him! Don't let him escape! The surrounding barbarian soldiers finally emerged from their shock over their commander's brutal demise. They howled and brandished their weapons, converging from all directions towards Yang Fan. A crimson haze filled his vision. In his grasp was a curved blade, seized from the lifeless body of a fallen Hu chieftain, swirling through the air with ferocity. He resembled a frenzied tiger, carving a bloody path through the throng. The relentless pursuers behind him pressed on. Even the formidable Hu warriors had never witnessed such a reckless display of valor. One man, standing resolute against 1,000, neither fleeing nor surrendering, but daringly charging forward. In that fleeting moment, a hint of disarray flickered within the Hu ranks. Seizing the ephemeral opportunity, Yang Fan burst through the tightening encirclement. Chase! After him! The Hu warriors, roused from their momentary surprise, erupted into furious shouts, pursuing him anew. Mounted upon his steed, Yang Fan swiftly drew a fresh arrow from the quiver at his side, once more executing his remarkable skill of shooting while turning back. A flurry of arrows rained down, and behind him, Hu's soldiers fell like autumn leaves. Yet the Hu warriors had learned from their previous encounters. They no longer aimed at the seemingly invulnerable Yang Fan. Instead, their sights were set upon his steed. Soon, the newly acquired horse met the same tragic fate as its predecessor, riddled with arrows and collapsing in anguished cries. Yang Fan was thrown once more to the ground. Yet this time, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, for the hidden valley where he had stashed another horse lay tantalizingly close, merely 300 to 500 meters away. He sprang up from the ground, summoning every last ounce of strength to sprint towards that refuge, occasionally turning to unleash arrows that impeded his pursuers. At last, he barreled into the valley, spotting the horse he had concealed, unharmed and waiting. Joy surged within him as he leaped onto the steed and urged it into a furious gallop. With this new ally, he managed to create some distance from his relentless pursuers. However, this respite was short-lived. The Hu warriors were numerous, akin to parasites that clung tenaciously. A hail of arrows descended upon him once more. Soon, this last horse succumbed to the onslaught, meeting its end on the road. Yang Fan found himself once again on the ground, this time without a backup steed and utterly devoid of strength to continue. The Hu warriors encircled him once more. And this time, there was no hesitation, no pointless banter. They gazed upon the man, now at his breaking point, their eyes filled solely with unending hatred and cruelty. A myriad of weapons, scimitars, spears, and spiked clubs, descended upon Yang Fan like a tempest, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Chapter 78. Desperate Struggle for Escape. As he beheld the oncoming barrage, feeling the fierce gust of wind that accompanied it, a flicker of manic crimson ignited in Yang Fan's eyes. He understood that he was at the end of his tether. Yet, even in death, he resolved to stand firm. In a flash, he extended his hand and deftly seized a spiked club hurtling towards his face. With a roar, the terrifying strength bestowed upon him by the system surged forth. The soldier wielding the club felt an irresistible force overwhelm him, as the weapon was forcefully wrested from his grasp. Yang Fan, clutching the spiked club, leaped from the ground. Though he had no knowledge of how to wield such a heavy weapon, nor any techniques to speak of, he relied solely on his formidable strength and primal instinct for survival, wielding the club with reckless abandon. The spiked club transformed into a devastating instrument of destruction in his hands. Any Hu soldiers daring enough to approach were either crushed or sent flying. In that moment, none dared to advance further. The surrounding Hu warriors stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with horror. They considered themselves the strongest warriors of the steppe. Yet they could not fathom how this monstrous figure could maneuver the club with such ease. Was this truly a human? He resembled a fearsome beast. As the Hu warriors were momentarily paralyzed by his ferocious display, Yang Fan seized the opportunity. He hurled the spiked club toward the densest cluster of foes, then swiftly darted through the gap he had created, escaping the encirclement. The Hu soldiers, realizing his intent, frantically pursued him. Yet Yang Fan had reached his limits. He felt his strength waning. Each breath brought searing pain to his chest, and his vision began to dim. Just as he believed he could no longer endure and was on the brink of collapse, a familiar sound pierced the air. An intense flurry of arrows whistled above him. A deluge of arrows soared past, precisely targeting the Hu soldiers pursuing him. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as many fell in an instant. Yang Fan abruptly lifted his gaze toward the source of the arrows. In the distance, upon a small hill, stood 300 familiar figures, densely packed together. Each of them held a powerful bow in hand. At the forefront was none other than Deng Yu, the commander of the Divine Arrow Camp. His brothers had come to rescue him. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt the tension in his nerves finally begin to ease. A warm current surged within his heart, and his eyes instantly glistened with tears. He realized he was not fighting alone. Although the 300 men of the Divine Arrow Camp possessed limited individual strength and faced 1,000 pursuing Hu cavalry, their sudden volley of arrows momentarily stymied the frenzied advance of their pursuers. It was this precious opportunity, bought with their very lives, that allowed Deng Yu to gallop swiftly to Yang Fan's side. "General, mount," he urged, pulling the nearly unsteady Yang Fan onto the horse's back. Then, turning the steed around, he raced away towards the direction of Yumen Pass, without a backward glance. The sight of their quarry escaping ignited a furious uproar among the Hu warriors. They shouted in rage, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Pursue! Do not let them escape! Kill them all! Leave not a single one alive!" The multitude of Hu cavalry surged forward once more, relentlessly chasing after the Divine Arrow Camp and Yang Fan. "Release the arrows, suppress them," commanded the soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp, who remained remarkably composed. Under the direction of their squad leaders, they arranged themselves into 3 lines. As the first line loosed their arrows, they quickly fell back, making way for the second line to advance. The relentless rain of arrows was unleashed in an orderly fashion, forming an impenetrable net of death that staunchly impeded the Hu force's pursuit. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, regaining his breath, leaned against Deng Yu's back, reaching for arrows from the quiver at his side, and once more drew back his longbow. Each shot he released was strikingly precise and devastatingly lethal. The Hu officers at the forefront, barely revealing themselves, would swiftly find their throats pierced by his arrows, falling from their mounts with anguished cries. With this formidable bowfire suppressing their enemies, the Divine Arrow Camp fought valiantly while retreating, bringing Yang Fan to the foot of Yumen Pass. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. On the city walls, the defenders, including Xia Dan, beheld in astonishment as Yang Fan and the brothers of the Divine Arrow Camp truly broke through the encirclement of the Hu. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes. "Quick, open the city gates. The general has returned, hurry." However, as they caught sight of the pursuing Hu cavalry in close proximity, their hands, which were about to open the gates, froze in fear. They dared not proceed. The Hu forces were alarmingly near, within a mere 100 paces. The distance, for the cavalry, is merely a matter of a few breaths. Once they open the city gates and allow the Divine Arrow Camp and Yang Fan to enter, the thousands of Hu cavalry that follow will seize this rare opportunity to charge directly through the gates. At that moment, it will devolve into street fighting. Inside the Yumen Pass, fewer than 2,000 weary defenders remain, utterly incapable of resisting such a formidable and ferocious force of Hu cavalry. If they breach the gates, the Yumen Pass will be lost. Opening the gates means death. Not opening them means that Yang Fan and the 300 brothers of the Divine Arrow Camp will also perish. For a time, the entire battlefield is ensnared in a bizarre and despairing stalemate. Outside the walls, there is the fierce struggle of the Divine Arrow Camp and the frenzied pursuit of the Hu. Inside, the defenders grapple with hesitation and helpless agony. Everyone's heart is twisted in anguish, as they can only watch helplessly as their general and the 300 elite brothers are gradually cornered by the advancing Hu army, inching closer to the abyss of death. Beneath the city walls, the encirclement of the Hu is tightening visibly. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp, backs against the cold stone walls, have nowhere left to retreat. Their arrows are nearly depleted, and each face is etched with determination and tragic resolve. On the battlements, Xia Dan and all the defenders are heartbroken. They gaze down at the general still fighting valiantly, watching those 300 brothers who have plunged into peril to save him. Their eyes reddening, fists clenched so tightly that their nails dig deep into their flesh. They yearn to open the gates, wishing to rush down and perish alongside their general and comrades. Yet, they cannot. They understand that once the gates are opened, all will be lost. To keep the gates shut is the right course of action, yet this rationality gnaws at each of their hearts, inflicting unbearable pain. "General, what shall we do?" Deng Yu, while fiercely wielding his long blade, anxiously shouted at Yang Fan. At this rate, We will all die here. As he glimpsed the approaching Hu, he gritted his teeth and proposed a suggestion. What if we don't enter the city and instead circle around it with these scoundrels, wearing them down? No. Yang Fan immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. His mind raced, analyzing the situation at hand. Circling around would play right into the hands of the Hu. His voice, hoarse from exhaustion, could not mask the clarity of his thoughts. The Hu outnumbered them by several multiples, and their horses were also more numerous. Could they afford to engage in a war of attrition? The longer they delayed, the more advantageous it would be for the enemy. Once their main forces converged from other directions, we would truly become turtles in a jar, with no escape. A dire predicament. This was a genuine, hopeless deadlock. In this critical moment, a thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind like a bolt of lightning. A wild, desperate idea emerged from the depths of his heart. Fire. Only fire could create an insurmountable chasm on this flat Gobi desert, one that the cavalry of the Hu could not cross. He abruptly raised his head and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to unleash a heart-wrenching roar towards the city wall. Xia Dun, heed my command. Bring forth all our oil and lower it down with ropes. Quickly. Xia Dun, stationed atop the walls, was initially taken aback by the command. But he soon grasped Yang Fan's intention. Without a moment's hesitation, he loudly directed the soldiers to bring barrel after barrel of oil, originally set aside for defending the city. The defenders could only watch helplessly as their final hope was bound with ropes and lowered, barrel by barrel, from the walls. Archers, stand by. Yang Fan commanded. Gazing at the barrels now resting at the base of the city, he issued his final command to the few brothers remaining by his side. With all your might, hurl these barrels into the open ground between us and the Hu. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp, though uncertain of their general's intentions, had developed an instinctive, unconditional obedience to Yang Fan's orders. They charged forward with a roar, several men combining their strength to lift the heavy barrels of oil and heave them into the air with all their power. Boom, boom, boom. Barrel after barrel shattered upon impact, spilling black oil across the ground. Fire arrows. Yang Fan bellowed once more. He drew the last arrow from his quiver, igniting the tip with a burning fuse. Release. He launched the blazing arrow, carrying the last hope of all, towards the oil-soaked ground. Simultaneously, every soldier of the Divine Arrow Camp unleashed their own flaming arrows. The burning projectiles streaked through the sky, striking precisely where the oil lay pooled below. In the next instant, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted, a wall of orange flames shooting skyward, reaching several meters high. The fierce blaze roared like a dragon, thrashing and howling, completely isolating the Divine Arrow Camp from the pursuing Hu soldiers. The searing wave of heat rushed forth. The Hu, who had been in hot pursuit, were utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Their steeds were paralyzed with fear, terrified by the raging flames and the unbearable heat. Animals possess an innate fear of flames. The war horses emitted terrified whinnies, rearing up on their hind legs, defying their riders' lashes and curses, refusing to advance even a single step. Instead, turning to flee, causing chaos in formation. This method proved remarkably effective. Open the gates. On the city walls, Xia Dun beheld this magnificent spectacle. His eyes ablaze with unrestrained joy. He realized the opportunity had arrived. With all his might, he issued the command. The heavy city gates slowly opened a narrow gap. Hurry, come inside. Deng Yu and the others, not daring to delay even for a moment, swiftly escorted Yang Fan through the city gates. Just as the gates were on the verge of closing, a formidable Hu chieftain, riding a fearsome beast and exuding an aura of terror, finally arrived. It was Aguila. He gazed at the towering wall of fire, at the slowly closing gates, and at the retreating figure of Yang Fan who had just entered. Furiously, he seethed, his rage palpable. Useless, a pack of useless fools. He brandished his colossal axe, howling in fury and cursing vehemently. He was on the cusp of crushing that accursed Qi dog into pulp. Yet, he ultimately let him escape. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, now safely within the city, did not linger. He temporarily entrusted command to Deng Yu and, exhausted, ascended the battlements once more. He wished to witness the Hu retreat, continue firing the incendiaries. He commanded the archers on the walls, ensuring they left the enemy no opportunity to extinguish the flames. Volley after volley of fire arrows were launched, landing amidst the inferno, intensifying the blaze. Beneath the battlements of Yumengwan, a veritable sea of flames engulfed the landscape. The Hu's offensive was momentarily shattered by this insurmountable barrier. Observing those outside the fire wall, furious yet powerless, the Hu began to retreat slowly. A thunderous cheer erupted from all the surviving soldiers on the walls, a jubilant expression of their miraculous survival. They had defended Yumingwen once more from the clutches of the Hu. A collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks, and many collapsed to the ground as their taut nerves finally relaxed. At that moment, Su Qingxue, assisted by 2 soldiers, ascended the battlements with a pale complexion. Her body remained frail, yet her gaze was resolute. Approaching Yang Fan, she surveyed the injured soldiers celebrating their survival and softly inquired, "General Yang, are there any soldiers in need of medical attention?" Yang Fan turned to her, taking in her weary visage, made even more haggard by concern, and the clarity of her eyes unmarred by any impurities. His heart was tumultuous, for he knew the cold poison within her had yet to be resolved. Rest was what she needed most at this moment. Yet he was acutely aware that many brothers awaited her rescue atop the city walls. To save or not to save? Allowing her to assist weighed heavily on his conscience, while denying her the chance would leave those brothers in dire straits. In that moment, this man, usually resolute and unflinching on the battlefield, found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 80. Su Qingshue's worsening condition. Yang Fan's heart was in disarray. He understood better than anyone the gravity of Su Qingshue's predicament. The cold poison within her remained unpurged, and she was merely sustaining herself through sheer will. Forcing her into arduous labor now would be akin to adding fuel to the fire, potentially endangering her life. Yet, if he forbade her from helping, his gaze swept across the city tower, resting on those brothers writhing in agony on the ground. The recently returned archers, who had fought valiantly alongside him, had sustained grievous injuries, nearly 100 of them. They were all waiting for Su Qingxue to come to their aid. If he chose to spare her feelings and hinder her from tending to these soldiers, his hard-won esteem and reputation at Yumen Pass would plummet to the abyss. A general who prioritizes a woman over the lives of his subordinates would find no one willing to follow him sincerely. Should morale falter, Yumen Pass would surely fall. Yang Fan was engulfed in profound turmoil. It felt as though 2 inner voices were engaged in a fierce battle. One urged him to save her, reminding him that she had suffered for his sake and should not be put at further risk. The other insisted on the greater good, asserting that personal feelings were insignificant in the face of thousands of lives. He felt as if his head might split apart. Time seemed to stretch interminably in that moment. Ultimately, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the conflict and compassion in his gaze had transformed into a cold, nearly cruel resolve. Gritting his teeth, he nodded slowly at Su Qingxue, acknowledging her efforts. "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Dr. Su." He recognized that he had made the most rational yet heartless decision. Nothing was more crucial than the defense of Yumen Pass. If it were to fall, everything would be lost. All else must yield to this imperative, including his own emotions and Su Qingshue's well-being. "Your words are too grave. This is my duty." Su Qingxue seemed oblivious to Yang Fan's internal struggle. She merely nodded slightly and, with the support of 2 soldiers, made her way toward the nearest wounded man. She immersed herself once more into her urgent medical work, while Yang Fan stood at a distance, watching silently. His heart ached as if sliced by a blade. He could see that Su Qingshue's condition was exceedingly dire. Her movements were no longer as fluid as before. Instead, they had become somewhat sluggish. After tending to each injured soldier, she had to pause and lean against the wall for a brief respite. At times, the chill within her surged, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, her lips turning a shade of purple. Yet, even in such distress, she gritted her teeth, took a moment to rest, and immediately resumed her efforts with the next casualty. Not a single complaint escaped her lips. Not a single cry of despair was uttered. In that moment, her frail yet resilient figure seemed to tower above any battle-hardened warrior upon the city walls. Yang Fan clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. He turned and swiftly descended from the city tower. In a short while, he returned carrying a thick, crimson fox fur cloak, the warmest garment in his possession. He approached Su Qingxue and without hesitation draped the cloak over her shoulders. His tone brooked no argument. The warm fur enveloped Su Qingshue's icy form, alleviating her violent shivering slightly. She lifted her gaze to Yang Fan, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through her cold eyes. She did not utter a word of thanks, merely nodded gently before returning her focus to the next injured soldier. Yang Fan refrained from disturbing her further. He ascended the city tower once more, his gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning for any signs of the Hu people outside the walls. His heart was laden with confusion. Logically, after successfully wounding the Hu general with a poisoned arrow the previous night, chaos should have erupted among their ranks. They would surely retaliate fiercely, driven by a desire for vengeance and to reclaim their honor. Yet, outside the city, there was an eerie silence, so profound it felt unnatural. Something was amiss. The Hu people, what were they scheming? As he pondered this, he summoned Deng Yu and whispered a few instructions to him. He ordered him to dispatch the most astute scouts to lurk near the Hu camp, keeping a close watch. Should they detect any suspicious figures resembling shamans, they were to report back to him immediately. Once these arrangements were made, Yang Fan's heart remained unsettled. His gaze wandered back to the fragile figure still engrossed in her work. At that moment, just as Su Qingxue rose after tending to a soldieress wound, her body suddenly swayed, as if all her strength had been stripped away. Darkness engulfed her vision, and she could no longer sustain herself, collapsing limply to the ground. Miss Su. Yang Fan reacted swiftly, darting forward to catch her securely in his arms before she fell. He lifted Su Qingxue once more, seeking out a clean room where she could lie down and rest. When his hand made contact with her body again, his heart sank dramatically. It felt colder than before, an icy chill. If the last time felt like embracing a block of frost, this time he felt as if he were holding a piece of eternal ice from the depths of hell. The frigidness seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. He realized the gravity of the situation. The cold poison within Su Qingxue had intensified due to her exhaustion and the depletion of her vitality. It had worsened significantly. Time passed, perhaps an hour, or merely a fleeting moment. Su Qingxue on the bed stirred slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. She awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Yang Fan's face, etched with concern. Instantly, a deep sense of remorse surfaced on her pale visage. General Yang, her voice was frail, akin to a wisp of smoke, as if it could dissipate into the air at any moment. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble again. She felt like a burden, a weight dragging down this man who ought to be commanding on the battlefield. Seeing her expression of self-reproach pained Yang Fan's heart. He shook his head, his voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. No, you have not caused any trouble. Miss Su, you have done remarkably well. He gazed into her eyes with utmost sincerity. Without you, the defense of human past would have faltered long ago. You have saved thousands of lives. Yang Fan paused, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. I now wish to know one thing. I sense that the cold poison within you has worsened. What has transpired? This time, Su Qingxue did not shy away. She lifted her head, her clear, water-like eyes gazing steadily at Yang Fan. In his eyes, she saw sincerity, concern, and untainted worry. She realized that this man was trustworthy, someone worthy of confiding her secrets. After a long silence, as if she had made a crucial decision, she finally asked, General Yang, do you know of Yawang Valley? Yawang Valley. He swiftly searched the memories of the original owner of this body. Soon, a fragment of information emerged. Yawang Valley was not merely a geographical location. It was a name that resonated throughout the entire Deqi Kingdom and neighboring realms. It was a sacred ground of medicine, a power so esteemed that even the imperial authority dared not provoke it lightly. It was said that the valley's master possessed divine medical skills, with the ability to bring the dead back to life, enjoying immense prestige in both the martial world and the imperial court. The disciples under his command are all masters of the medical arts, scattered across the land. A bold conjecture emerged within Yang Fan's mind. He gazed at Su Qingxue. Disbelief etched in his eyes. Could it be that she has ties to the Medicine King Valley? Observing the astonished expression on Yang Fan's face, Su Qingxue slowly nodded, confirming his suspicions. The leader of the Medicine King Valley is my father, she whispered softly, yet her words detonated in Yang Fan's ears. She looked at him, a complex bitterness flickering across her features. I am the youngest daughter of the Valley Master, and also his youngest disciple, with me included. There are a total of 9 direct disciples under my father. A hint of lingering fatigue and sorrow tinged Su Qingxue's voice. The competition within the valley is exceptionally fierce. I do not know which of my elder brothers or sisters, fearing that my father might pass the position of Valley Master to me, has resorted to such treacherous means against me. She gently touched her cold wrist, her gaze dimmed. The cold poison within me originated from this betrayal. Her tone was calm, as though recounting the misfortunes of another. Yet Yang Fan could discern boundless disappointment and heartbreak within her serene demeanor. This cold poison is exceedingly vicious and domineering, rendering even my father helpless. He could only provide me with some pills to temporarily suppress the poison before sending me out into the world to seek my fortune. A sorrowful smile graced her lips. Perhaps I may stumble upon some fortuitous encounter. With a sudden force, Yang Fan slammed his fist onto the wooden table beside him, causing it to splinter. He was consumed by an uncontrollable rage, a fire of indignation raging within his chest. What in the world is this? Having learned from others They show no gratitude and instead covet their position. In their quest for power and profit, they dare to harm their own little sister, a heinous act indeed. Such behavior is no different from that of beasts. Nay, it is even worse. He looked upon Su Qingshue's pale, yet exquisite face, his heart twisting in agony. He could scarcely imagine the despair and torment that this ethereal girl must have felt upon discovering the betrayal and malice of her closest brothers and sisters. And what of the shaman you mentioned? Yang Fan pressed, striving to suppress his fury. Su Qingxue let out a soft sigh. That was something I stumbled upon while perusing a tattered ancient tome in the valley. The book stated that the blood of the Hu shaman is a rare embodiment of pure yang energy in the world, which naturally counters the cold poison of my own nature. Yet again, a resigned bitterness shadowed her expression. The status of shamans among the Hu people is even more esteemed than that of the disciples from our Medicine King Valley and your great Qi. Their numbers are scarce, each revered as a deity, surrounded by formidable protectors. Capturing a living shaman to extract his blood is no easy feat. Thus, for many years, I have merely contemplated the endeavor without ever succeeding. She gazed at Yang Fan, her eyes imbued with a hint of consolation. General, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. It is all fate. Fate? Yang Fan scoffed at the mere mention of the word. Rising, he approached Su Qingshue's bedside, towering over her with a gaze filled with dominance and resolve. I, Yang Fan, do not believe in fate. I only believe that man can triumph over heaven. He fixed his eyes upon her, speaking each word with conviction. Rest assured, I will capture that shaman. I shall also avenge you. Whoever dares to harm the woman of Yang Fan shall pay in blood. My woman? Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his audacious declaration. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by some force, rendering her momentarily disoriented. A blush crept onto her cheeks, infusing her previously pallid complexion with a hint of alluring color. Throughout her life, no man had ever dared to utter such words to her. Realizing the weight of his impulsive statement, Yang Fan felt a surge of embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. Ahem, Miss Su. Please do not be agitated. He regarded her with a self-assured smile. I have good news for you. The shaman you mentioned may soon come to us willingly. What? Confusion filled Su Qingshue's eyes. Yang Fan recounted how he had infiltrated the Hu camp alone the previous night, how he had wounded the Hu chieftain with an arrow laced with her toxic blood. He narrated the encounter as if it were a trivial affair, yet to Su Qingxue, it resonated like a tempest, shaking her to her core. She could hardly fathom the peril involved in penetrating a camp of 100,000, injuring the enemy's commander, and escaping unscathed. This was beyond mere audacity, it was mythic, legendary. The man who created this legend undertook such risks solely to procure a flicker of hope for her healing. An indescribable wave of emotion flooded her heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 82. The shaman's trail. Struggling to rise from her bed, Su Qingxue prepared to bow deeply before Yang Fan. From a young age, she was the little princess of the Medicine King Valley, cherished and revered by all. Yet, she understood that such adoration stemmed solely from her status. However, it was also this very identity that led to her betrayal by those closest to her, resulting in her being poisoned and left on the brink of death. She became acutely aware of the coldness of human hearts. Little did she anticipate that the one who would treat her with utmost kindness, selflessly willing to risk everything for her, would be a man she had only recently met, arrogant and somewhat uncouth. What are you doing? Yang Fan exclaimed, swiftly catching her to prevent her from kneeling. My woman, Yang Fan, shall not kneel to anyone, not even to me. He instinctively added. Su Qingshue's face flushed deeper as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Observing her bashful demeanor ignited a warmth within him. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment for romantic sentiments. He assisted Su Qingsxue back onto the bed, adopting a more serious tone. Miss Su, please tell me more about the shaman's other characteristics. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. Su Qingsxue, aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded and organized her thoughts, relaying to Yang Fan the descriptions of the shaman's appearance she had gleaned from ancient texts. The texts indicated that shamans possessed unique physiques, resulting in significant differences from the typical Hu people. They were generally not tall, around 5 feet, with lean, monkey-like frames. Moreover, they seemed to have an aversion to light, often adorning themselves in full body cloaks with hoods that rendered them exceedingly sinister in appearance. Short stature, lean build, hooded black robes, these descriptors were etched firmly in Yang Fan's mind, as he recognized them as the targets he must pursue. All right, I understand, Yang Fan affirmed with a nod. You should rest well. The rest is up to me." With that, he did not linger, turning promptly to exit the room. He was poised to initiate his hunting plan. Upon leaving Su Qingshue's chamber, Yang Fan did not pause for a moment. He donned his agile night attire once more, under the cover of darkness. He stealthily departed from the Yumen Pass and made his way to a pre-arranged concealed rendezvous point outside the city. Before long, several shadowy figures emerged silently from various directions, kneeling on one knee before him. These individuals were the elite scouts he had previously dispatched to monitor the movements of the Hu army. "General," the leading scout whispered, his voice low yet brimming with excitement. "We have news." Yang Fan's heart raced. "Speak." "Following your orders, we have deployed personnel westward towards the Hu people's wolf den." The scout reported swiftly. "Our men have spread out over 1,000 miles, strategically placing informants at every crucial juncture. This afternoon, one of our brothers from the far west sent word via carrier pigeon." The scout produced a small piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Yang Fan. He reported that on a main road leading to the Yumen Pass, an exceedingly ornate carriage had suddenly appeared. This carriage, drawn by 8 pure white steeds, was flanked by over 100 elite cavalrymen of the Hu people, creating quite the spectacle. Moreover, the carriage seemed to be in a tremendous hurry, racing relentlessly day and night towards our Yumen Pass. Yang Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The keywords, lavish carriage, elite escort, and frenzied pace converged to suggest a multitude of implications. "Have you determined who is inside the carriage?" Yang Fan inquired with urgency. A fleeting shadow of sorrow and pain crossed the scout's face. "Yes," he replied, his voice growing somber. "The individuals within were exceedingly cautious, rarely revealing themselves, even attending to their needs within the confines of the carriage. Our brothers followed from a distance, employing every conceivable tactic, yet they could not ascertain the identity of those inside. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. 2 of our comrades, in a bid to fulfill your directive, took the risk of approaching, sacrificing themselves to create an opportunity for others to glimpse the occupants." The scout's voice quivered with emotion. Yang Fan's heart sank at this revelation. He understood that these brothers were truly commendable. He placed a reassuring hand on the scout's shoulder, refraining from offering platitudes, and simply asked in a subdued tone, "Who was inside the carriage?" The scout lifted his gaze, his expression resolute. A dwarf, approximately 5 feet tall, clad in a full black robe with a hood obscuring his face. Yet, our brothers noted that even the half-exposed visage and his shifty, darting eyes betrayed his remarkably unsavory appearance. Dwarf, black robe, unsavory. As these words tumbled from the scout's lips, Yang Fan felt his blood surge with fervor. An uncontrollable exhilaration surged from his very core to the crown of his head. Indeed, it was he, the very visage, the loathsome demeanor, precisely as described by Su Qingshui. That accursed shaman had arrived. He had truly ensnared this elusive prey hidden 1,000 miles away with his audacious gamble. "Good, good, good," Yang Fan exclaimed thrice, clenching his fists tightly, his heart brimming with elation. If he could capture this shaman and extract his blood, then Su Qingshui's frostbite would finally have a remedy. The crisis at the Jade Gate could be swiftly resolved. He had waited for this moment far too long. Without the slightest hesitation, he acted decisively. He gazed at the scouts before him and issued a new command. "Immediately, return and inform Dang Yu. Instruct him to summon all the brothers of the Divine Arrow Camp, without exception, to bring their finest equipment and gather at the dilapidated temple 30 miles west of the city within half an hour." His voice resonated with an unwavering determination and an aura of lethal intent. "Tell him we are going to catch a big fish." Although the scouts were unaware of Yang Fan's precise intentions, they could sense from his excited tone that something significant was about to unfold. Without further inquiry, they promptly accepted their orders and vanished into the night. Yang Fan's heart was ablaze with fervor. His mind was racing, already devising the next steps of his hunting plan. He understood that the opposition was escorted by over 100 elite warriors, and a direct confrontation would be futile. He needed to employ cunning strategy. A meticulously laid trap was essential to ensnare the shaman along with his guards. He aimed to ensure that the self-assured shaman would not return. He was determined to exchange the shaman's blood for Su Qingshui's life and to reclaim the future of the Jade Gate. Chapter 83. Yang Fan takes action to capture the shaman. Having made up his mind, Yang Fan no longer lingered. He slipped back into the Jade Gate through a secret passage known only to him. According to the latest intelligence from the scouts, although the so-called shaman's party was hastily on the move, they would require at least another day to reach the vicinity of the Jade Gate. This day was his golden opportunity to lay the trap. He stirred not a soul, making his way directly to the Divine Arrow Camp's encampment. From the 300 elite warriors, he meticulously selected 100 of the most skilled archers, the strongest in stamina, and the most loyal to him, his trusted assassins. As night descended once more, Yang Fan, accompanied by these 100 ghostly warriors of the Divine Arrow Camp, reopened the west gate, which was solely meant for their passage, and silently merged into the vast expanse of the desert. However, this time, the Hu people had evidently learned from their previous losses and had become more astute. Shortly after leaving the city, they unexpectedly encountered a patrol of Hu cavalry numbering in the hundreds. An ambush erupted instantaneously, formed the circular formation, loose arrows. With a steady voice like a mountain, Yang Fan commanded. The 100 soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp swiftly formed a tightly knit archery formation, ruthlessly decimating the charging Hu cavalry. Yang Fan himself transformed into a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Each time his longbow resonated, a Hu officer leading the charge would scream as he fell from his mount. His bow was the harbinger of doom for the Hu officers. With unparalleled archery skills and an ironclad coordination, they forcefully tore through the vastly superior enemy ranks, creating a bloody escape route. Shaking off their pursuers, Yang Fan pressed on relentlessly toward the official road provided by the scouts. At dawn, their target finally appeared. A grand carriage, drawn by 8 magnificent white steeds, exuded opulence as it leisurely traversed the central thoroughfare, flanked by hundreds of elite cavalrymen. There he is. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Fan's eyes as he swiftly raised his hand. The 100 elite warriors surged forth like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, charging down the slopes to assault the carriage. Yet, what unfolded next sent a chill through Yang Fan's heart. The seemingly cumbersome vehicle reacted with astonishing swiftness. At the moment they revealed themselves, the driver cracked his long whip, and the 8 white horses surged forward with the speed of cheetahs, racing away with the carriage in a frenzy. The surrounding guards, undeterred by the impending danger, split their ranks, launching a suicidal counteroffensive towards Yang Fan and his men. Attempting to flee, Yang Fan let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip around the horse's belly, chased them down. A fierce pursuit erupted on the desolate Gobi Road. In the midst of the chase, the carriage suddenly veered off the main path, plunging into a narrow, desolate valley. Yang Fan and his men relentlessly pursued. But as he charged into the valley's mouth, his heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. This location was flanked by towering cliffs, presenting only a narrow passageway. It was easily defensible and ripe for ambush. They had deliberately lured him here. Halt. Yang Fan raised his hand abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the shadowy valley. A growing unease swelling within him. This was a trap, a deadly snare laid specifically for him. Indeed, as they came to a stop, the fleeing carriage gradually slowed, eventually halting deep within the valley. It ceased its flight. This anomalous behavior confirmed Yang Fan's suspicions. Retreat. The sole thought racing through Yang Fan's mind. He commanded an immediate about-face without hesitation. However, it was too late. Just as they turned their horses, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the valley. Amidst the swirling debris, a diminutive figure clad in a black robe emerged slowly. He removed his hood, revealing a face marred by deep wrinkles, grotesque in its appearance. Precisely as the scouts had described the shaman, he lifted his gaze to Yang Fan, a chilling and sinister smile spreading across his features. Since General Yang has arrived, why the haste to depart? His voice was a raspy, jarring sound that sent shivers down the spine. In an instant, Yang Fan's heart plummeted. He had fallen into a trap, and in the next moment, a scene that sent his soul into terror unfolded. The diminutive figure let out a howl. Not of this world, a cry of anguish. His body began to swell at a visible rate, grotesque and alarming. The sickening sound of cracking bones filled the air, as muscles writhed and expanded like living creatures, tearing through the confines of his black robe in mere breaths. A diminutive figure, barely standing at 5 feet, has astonishingly transformed into a towering behemoth exceeding 8 feet in height, his physique rippling with sinewy muscle and brimming with explosive strength. Yang Fan gazed intently, his pupils narrowing in shock. The giant's countenance, marked by an unsettling blend of age and malevolence, was a sight to behold. With a guttural sound, the giant, once a dwarf, flexed his robust neck, causing a cacophony of cracking bones. His eyes, filled with wrath and hatred, fixated on Yang Fan, who was met with a cruel grin. "You are quite remarkable," he intoned, his voice transformed into a resonant baritone, starkly different from the earlier rasp. "You are the first to drive my ineffectual brother to such desperation." "Brother? Yi Xian?" Yang Fan's heart raced with disbelief. "Allow me to introduce myself. the giant continued, his grin growing more sinister, revealing a set of unervingly white teeth. I am also Yi Xian's elder brother. He relished the shock painted across Yang Fan's face, proudly gesturing with his hands. Many years ago, I acquired a trick or two for changing my form. When my foolish brother fell victim to your poisoned arrows, I knew you would inevitably target the shaman next. His gaze turned icy with resentment. Thus, I devised a plan, impersonating the shaman to ensnare you. Seeking vengeance for my brother's downfall, the truth unveiled itself. From the outset, this was an intricately woven trap. A tempest of seething fury engulfed Yang Fan, igniting a firestorm within him. He ceased his idle chatter, swiftly drawing his longbow, string taut as a full moon. With a resonant twang, the bowstring sang. As fury flowed into the arrowhead, transforming it into a shooting star, hurtling toward Yi Li's face. Yet, the ensuing moment rendered Yang Fan's pupils akin to pinpricks. In the face of this thunderous arrow, Yi Li neither flinched nor dodged, wearing a disdainful smirk upon his visage as he casually raised a hand. With a light clang, the lethal arrow, capable of slaying 100 warriors, was effortlessly pinched between his fingers. He then flicked his wrist. With a resounding crack, the iron arrow was crushed into 2 pieces, discarded carelessly to the ground, as if it were nothing more than a triviality. Yang Fan's heart plummeted into the abyss. This Yi Li surpassed his brother Yi Xian by at least tenfold. Today would surely herald a battle for survival, one fraught with peril. At that moment, even more despairing events unfolded. Kill! The thunderous battle cries echoed from the cliffs flanking the valley. Countless Hu warriors surged forth like a swarm of ants. A dark tide that sealed every avenue of escape, rendering them trapped like fish in a barrel. They were ensnared, with no wings to fly away. In the heart of the valley, Yang Fan and the 100 soldiers of the Divine Archers camp found themselves encircled. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the clash of weapons as they braced themselves for the impending storm of violence. The formidable figure at the forefront, Yi Li, crossed his arms, a cruel and triumphant smile etched upon his face as he approached Yang Fan step by step, his voice dripping with mockery and delight. Boy, where can you flee now? Today, I shall reduce you to a mere pulp, avenging my foolish brother. Yang Fan surveyed the surrounding crowd, a wave of cold dread washing over him, yet his expression remained composed. He gazed at Yi Li, voicing his deepest curiosity. I merely wish to know how you discovered my plans. Yi Li erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the valley. Did you truly believe that only you cunning Qi people possess intellect? He halted his laughter, regarding Yang Fan with a look of sheer contempt. From the moment you devised your infiltration into my brother's tent, wounding him with that insidious poisoned arrow, I knew your intentions were far from merely killing him. My foolish brother may be inept, yet he is a captain of our Hu people. If you genuinely sought his demise, there were countless opportunities to do so. Why resort to such a non-lethal, treacherous method? He paused, his gaze growing increasingly sinister and enigmatic. Moreover, that frigid poison you employed. A grin spread across his face, revealing a cruel smile that sent shivers down Yang Fan's spine. Did you truly think we were oblivious? Allow me to share a secret with you. That poison, capable of freezing a person into a mere ice sculpture, is not of your great Qi. It is the crowning achievement of our Hu shamans, forged through decades of relentless toil. It is the greatest weapon bestowed upon us by the mighty wolf god. The weight of Yi Li's words struck Yang Fan with immense force, leaving him utterly bewildered. What? The poison within Su Qingxue is derived from the research of Hu shamans? How is that possible? She is the beloved princess of the Medicine King Valley. How could her poison be entwined with the Hu people? A terrifying thought surged forth from the depths of Yang Fan's mind. The Medicine King Valley harbored traitors among the Hu people. Or perhaps someone within the valley had long been colluding with them. Otherwise, the origin of Su Qingxue's poison could not be elucidated. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking and profoundly terrifying. He must relay this information to Su Qingxue. Furthermore, it indirectly confirmed a crucial fact, since this poison was concocted by shamans. An antidote must exist. If the opportunity arose to capture a living Hu shaman, then Su Qingxue's affliction could indeed be remedied. Yet, the pressing concern at hand was not to ponder these matters, but rather to devise a means of escaping the encirclement of thousands of Hu warriors. A fierce flame of survival reignited within Yang Fan's eyes. He must endure. He shall survive. Yang Fan's expression turned profoundly grave as he surveyed his surroundings. The dark-clad barbarian soldiers had encircled them in multiple layers, their numbers overwhelming. A quick glance revealed no fewer than several thousand, while on his side, nearly 100 elite archers stood ready. The disparity in forces was crushing, and the terrain offered no advantage. The prospect of breaking free from this predicament seemed a fanciful dream. "Form ranks, defend," Yang Fan bellowed, his voice hoarse. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow Battalion displayed no signs of panic. They quickly positioned themselves back to back, forming a tight circle around Yang Fan. Their longbows aimed outward in unison. However, the encircling barbarians refrained from immediate assault, instead tightening their grip, gradually constricting the encirclement. Their arrows, relentless, rained down upon the circle in a ceaseless barrage. Despite their desperate attempts to shield themselves with their bucklers, soldiers were continually struck, grunting in pain. One arrow pierced a soldier's shoulder, instantly staining his armor with crimson. Yet he gritted his teeth, snapped the arrow shaft, and resumed firing. Yang Fan's heart bled for them. He understood that this passive defense was merely a slow march towards death. He drew his longbow once more, unleashing a torrent of arrows into the fray, rapid-fire shots, curved arrows, and dual-headed projectiles. He pushed his archery skills to their limits. Soon, his quiver lay empty, yet the number of barbarians remained overwhelming. For every one he felled, 10 more took their place. No matter how astonishing his marksmanship, each arrow struck true, yet none could carve a path through the tightening noose. Outside the encirclement, the barbarian leader reveled in the spectacle, arms crossed, enjoying this game of cat and mouse. He seemed in no hurry to end Yang Fan's life. Rather, he desired to capture him alive, to savor the torment of the man who had brought humiliation upon his brother, slowly eroding his spirit and hope. As the encirclement grew ever tighter, the space for the Divine Arrow soldiers dwindled and casualties mounted. Despair etched itself upon their faces. It seemed they truly were destined to perish here. Night deepened, yet the valley blazed like midday, illuminated by countless torches that cast a stark light upon this desperate stronghold, revealing the weary and hopeless expressions of over 100 faces within the circle. The barbarians had sealed this valley, rendering escape utterly impossible. An increasing number of whose soldiers surged through the valley, their weapons brandished menacingly, gradually encroaching upon the dwindling space of the Divine Arrow Camp soldiers. They fought fiercely, undeterred by their evident numerical disadvantage. With fiery determination, the soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp drew their longbows, releasing their final arrows towards the advancing enemy. When their quivers ran dry, they unsheathed their daggers, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat. They fought valiantly, embodying the dignity of soldiers with their very lives. Yet, the ferocity of the Hu warriors was overwhelming. Each charge they made left gory wounds across the battlefield. Soon, nearly every soldier of the Divine Arrow Camp bore the marks of battle. One young soldier, his thigh slashed and bleeding profusely, leaned against his companion, his face ashen. He gazed at a brother from his village, also embroiled in the bloody fray, who gasped for breath and managed a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Brother Juicy, I can't go on. If you survive, tell my mother that her son is unfilial. I will repay her in the next life." "Shut your mouth," exclaimed the man named Juicy, his eyes bloodshot as he felled another approaching Hu warrior with a fierce swing of his blade. "If we're going back, we go back together. Stop with the morbid talk." Yet his voice trembled with an unmistakable undertone of despair. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly upon the small battleground. As many began to prepare for their last rites, they understood that they might truly perish here. A somber and desperate atmosphere rapidly spread among the ranks. Just then, a thunderous roar silenced all murmurs. It was Yang Fan. He discarded his dulled curved blade and drew a long sword that had fallen from an unknown hand. With the sword raised towards the obsidian sky, his bloodshot eyes ignited with an indomitable, frenzied fire. "Who are we to mourn? It is not yet time to despair." His voice, hoarse yet filled with strength, echoed through the air. "Remember this. We are the Divine Arrow Camp, the mightiest warriors of the human pass. Even in death, we shall stand, and before we fall, we shall tear away as much flesh from the Hu as we can." He looked around at the wavering comrades and, summoning all his strength, bellowed, "Are you already thinking of your last words when you're not even dead yet? I tell you, as long as I, Yang Fan, draw breath, I will not abandon a single one of you. Find a way to break through. Together, we shall return home. Charge." Yang Fan let out a furious roar, leading the charge as he wielded his sword with fervor, barreling forward in a singular direction. The soldiers of the Divine Arrow Camp, inspired by his indomitable spirit of battle, followed their general with reddened eyes, embarking on the most harrowing of breakthroughs. Yet, the encirclement by the Hu people was impenetrable, with layers upon layers of foes surrounding them. Just as they broke through one layer, another would immediately take its place. They were like ferocious beasts ensnared in a quagmire, brimming with strength yet sinking ever deeper. With a sickening thud, A soldier from the Divine Arrow camp was pierced through by 3 spears, knowing full well his fate was sealed. A glimmer of resolute madness flashed in his eyes as he seized a Hu warrior before him, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to plunge his dagger into the enemy's flesh. In an explosive culmination, both he and the Hu warrior met their demise, the soldier sacrificing his life to clear a path for his brethren behind him. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly as more soldiers, grievously wounded and bereft of hope for survival, chose the most brutal of fates, opting for mutual destruction with their adversaries. They were laying down their lives to forge an escape for others. Yang Fan's heart bled at the sight. These were his most elite soldiers, his cherished brothers, and one by one, they fell before him. His eyes grew moist, feeling the weight of despair threatening to engulf him. In that moment of utmost hopelessness and darkness, suddenly, a soldier amidst the throng seemed to recall something. He slapped his forehead with sudden realization, shouting with a mix of joy and near madness, "General! General! There is hope! We are saved!" This unexpected exclamation momentarily stunned everyone, even halting the advancing Hu soldiers instinctively. Yang Fan turned to face the soldier, confusion etched on his face. At such a desperate juncture, what hope could there possibly be? The soldier, trembling with excitement, gestured towards the pack horses they had brought along, exclaiming, "Oil, General! It's oil! When we set out, Dr. Su worried we might need to camp in the wild, so he had us bring several barrels of fire oil for warmth." I had completely forgotten amidst the fighting, but it just came back to me. The words fire oil instantly illuminated Yang Fan's heart, which was on the verge of being consumed by despair. Yes, the fire oil. How could he have overlooked this? A wave of indescribable elation surged within him. They still had hope. They held the final trump card that could turn the tide. All the surviving soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp, whose eyes had dimmed, suddenly reignited with the flame of hope. They were acutely aware of the formidable power of the fire arrows. The last time at the Yimingwen Pass, it was precisely this tactic that enabled them to escape death from the relentless pursuit of thousands of Hu warriors. The towering wall of flames, the insurmountable chasm. The terrified cries of the enemy's steeds were still vivid in their memories. Now, once again, they possessed this miraculous ace up their sleeves. Ha ha ha, heaven has not forsaken me. Yang Fan gazed at the several well-protected barrels of oil and laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with the exhilaration of survival and unmatched confidence. He abruptly waved his hand, his voice resonating with power. "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Pour out the oil. Today, we shall present this motley crew of Hu warriors with a grand gift." Yes, the soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp roared in unison, their morale soaring to its zenith in that moment. They charged towards the pack horses, lifted the oil barrels, and with every ounce of strength, they hurled the black oil toward the densest throng of enemies. The advancing Hu warriors were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They had no inkling of what the Chong were up to, but in the next instant, they would find out. Release the fire arrows. At Yang Fan's command, all the soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp drew their arrows and ignited the tips in the nearby torches. Buzzing, hundreds of flaming arrows, trailing long tails of fire, soared toward the area drenched in oil. Boom. The flames descended once more. Tongues of fire erupted within the tightly knit formation of Hu soldiers. Countless enemy combatants were instantly ignited, transforming into writhing figures engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Ah, fire. It's fire. Run. The Hu people, who inherently revered the wolf god, regarded fire as malevolent, filthy, and the very essence of what their deity despised. Their relationship with flames was steeped in a primal fear that resonated deep within their souls. Now, witnessing the barrage of fire arrows and the sight of their comrades being consumed by flames, their previously fierce resolve crumbled in an instant. Panic etched across their faces. They instinctively began to retreat. The once impregnable, ironclad defense was now marred by chaos and fear, revealing a vast, tumultuous breach. The opportunity had arrived. Now, charge. Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he bellowed, leading the surviving soldiers of the Divine Arrow camp into a bold escape. The Hu soldiers blocking their path initially contemplated advancing to obstruct them. However, upon witnessing the roaring flames, the last vestige of courage within them was utterly incinerated. They screamed and cried, instinctively retreating to the sides, thus granting Yang Fan and his companions a fleeting chance for survival. "Come back. All of you. Return." The burly man at the mouth of the valley, Ari, observed this dramatic scene with mounting rage. He brandished his weapon and cursed vehemently, attempting to rally the disheartened Hu soldiers to reorganize and pursue once more. "You bunch of worthless cowards, what are you afraid of? It's merely fire. Rush in and slay them. Yet, this time, his commands fell on deaf ears. The terror of the flames had etched itself deeply into the bones of those whose soldiers. They would rather face execution at the hands of their commander than approach the inferno once more. Eri, witnessing the hesitance of his troops, was consumed by fury. He charged forward, weapon raised, and with a swift motion, struck down several stragglers among the fleeing soldiers. Who dares to retreat? This is your fate, he bellowed, attempting to instill fear through bloodshed. However, he was unprepared for the outcome. His brutal actions only ignited the flames of rebellion within the hearts of the Hu soldiers. Many halted, turning to glare at him with eyes filled with anger and resentment. A chill ran through Eri. He realized that if he pressed further, he would incite a mutiny. At that point, he would not need to contend with the enemy. These furious soldiers would rend him to pieces. He dared not urge them further, helplessly watching as Yang Fan and his group grew ever distant. As Yang Fan and his companions burst forth from the encirclement, they did not pause for a moment. They ran desperately toward the direction of the Yumen Pass, continuously firing the remaining few arrows behind them. Each flaming projectile created a barrier between them and the pursuing Hu soldiers, repeatedly delaying their chase. The Hu soldiers could only roar in impotent fury from the other side of the wall of flames, unable to advance. A certain death trap was unexpectedly unraveled by Yang Fan in a manner no one could have foreseen. Finally, as the first light of dawn illuminated the earth, Yang Fan, bloody yet resolute, arrived once more beneath the city walls of Yumen Pass, accompanied by fewer than 100 survivors from the Divine Arrow Camp. On the walls, Xia Dun and the entire garrison gazed upon this nearly doomed contingent, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Initially, they hesitated to open the gates. However, when they observed the Hu soldiers trailing far behind, thwarted by the fiery barriers, they found their courage. "Open the gates," Xia Dun roared. The heavy city gates slowly creaked open once more. Yang Fan, accompanied by his brothers, surged into the city. As the last soldier of the Divine Archer camp stepped through the city gates, they slammed shut with a resounding thud. They had returned. They had survived. Upon entering the city, Yang Fan scarcely had time to catch his breath before issuing commands. He ordered the immediate collection of all oil within the city to be centrally controlled by the general's office. Through this battle, he had come to a profound realization: this seemingly inconspicuous substance could be a lifesaver at critical moments. It was their most effective weapon against the cavalry of the Hu people. While Yang Fan was busy organizing the city's defenses, Su Qingxue, pale-faced and supported by 2 soldiers, ascended the city tower. She had spent the night in anxious vigilance over Yang Fan's safety. Upon seeing him return, battered yet unharmed, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Yang Fan, spotting her, approached, his gaze meeting her worried, clear eyes. A hint of guilt and regret crossed his face as he offered her a wry smile. "I'm sorry," he spoke, his voice hoarse. "I failed. I couldn't capture the shaman. He had believed he could work miracles, that he could return with hope to heal her. Yet, in the end, he had nearly sacrificed his life and the lives of 100 brothers and achieved nothing." He felt he had let her down. Seeing the self-recrimination and guilt etched on Yang Fan's face, a warm current surged through Su Qingxue's heart. She gently shook her head. "General, your safe return is more important than anything." Her voice, though soft, possessed a reassuring strength. Yet, Yang Fan's remorse remained unabated. After a moment of silence, he resolved to reveal the harsh truth to her. "Miss Su, although I did not apprehend the shaman," his tone grew grave, "I obtained crucial information regarding the cold poison within you from the Hu people. The poison used against you is not of Ardachi origin. It was developed by the shamans of the Hu people." The impact of his words struck Su Qingxue's mind like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily motionless. Her clear eyes filled with an indescribable shock and disbelief. "What did you say?" Her voice trembled. Yang Fan recounted the words of the Hu leader, Yeli, verbatim. Su Qingxue listened in silence, her complexion becoming increasingly pale and frigid. Once Yang Fan finished speaking, a dawning realization washed over her. She understood everything now. No wonder this cold poison is so bizarre and tyrannical that even her father, a master of medicine, is at a loss. It is no surprise that after scouring every medical tome in the Valley of the Medicine King, she could find no remedy. Only a faint clue regarding shamans and a tattered ancient text about the Hu people. It turns out that to untie a knot, one must find the person who tied it. This poison is fundamentally of Hu origin. A terrifying thought sent shivers down her spine. The Valley of the Medicine King, the place where she had grown up and considered home, a sanctuary of healing, has been infiltrated by treachery. Someone has indeed conspired with the Hu. employing their most malevolent sorcery against their own kin, against her master's own daughter. The mere contemplation of this filled Su Qingxue with an icy, penetrating chill. Betrayal, this is the most intolerable and profound treachery, no matter who it is. She must unearth the despicable traitor hidden within the Valley of the Medicine King and make them pay in blood for their sins. Chapter 87. Rocket Tactics. At the moment when Yang Fan and Su Qingxue were conversing, the Hu soldiers, who had been repelled by the wall of flames, found renewed courage under the frenzied roar and urging of their commander. They circumvented the still-burning inferno and reformed their ranks. The air was filled with thunderous battle cries as wave after wave of Hu soldiers, armed with various weapons, charged once more toward the walls of Yumen Pass. This time, their assault was more frenzied and ferocious than ever before. They sought to cleanse the humiliation they had just endured with the blood of the defenders of Yumen Pass. Excellent. On the walls, Yang Fan observed the advancing Hu army with no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. He cast aside all troubling thoughts, focusing solely on one intention, to fight. To vanquish these beasts until they learned fear. Everyone, heed my command. Yang Fan's voice resonated across the battlements. Use all of our oil. Prepare the fire arrows. Today, let these Hu scoundrels truly experience the flames of devastation. Yes, shouted the soldiers atop the walls, their morale soaring. They carefully coated every arrow with the precious oil just gathered from the homes of the people. Release. At Yang Fan's command, a swarm of fire arrows soared over the high walls, raining down upon the dark mass of Hu soldiers outside. Boom, 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 one after another. The siege engines ignited as they were struck by the fire arrows, engulfed in flames. The entire encampment of the Hu people was suddenly engulfed in flames. The fire soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing forth. The soldiers, who were preparing to assault the city, turned to see their homeland nearly consumed by the inferno. Their expressions turning blank with shock. Forgotten was their siege, they cried out for their families and rushed back to extinguish the flames. In an instant, the Hu camp was thrown into chaos, a tumultuous scene of pandemonium. They scrambled about, clutching water buckets or scooping sand in a futile attempt to quell the raging fire. Yet this was no ordinary blaze, fueled by oil, and it resisted their efforts with increasing intensity. Upon the city walls, the defenders of Yimengwen beheld the disarray outside. A scene of utter turmoil, and they erupted in laughter, nearly brought to tears by the spectacle. Look at those fools. They resemble a troop of monkeys with singed tails. They guffawed. Burn, let them burn. It's truly gratifying. After enduring days of siege and indignation, their pent-up frustrations found release in the sight of the Hu people's misfortune, bringing them joy greater than any festival. General, your strategy is nothing short of genius, exclaimed Xia Dan, his face flushed with excitement as he observed the flames and the Hu soldiers in disarray. He rushed to Yang Fan's side, admiration radiating from him. From now on, let us employ this fire arrow tactic specifically against these Hu, and see if they dare continue their arrogance. Indeed, General, chimed in several lieutenants nearby. Let this fire arrow tactic be our unique weapon at Yimengwen, instilling fear in them at the mere mention of it. Many soldiers eagerly requested to expand the use of this tactic. Yang Fan, listening to their fervor, felt a sense of camaraderie. Truth be told, he had not anticipated the effectiveness of this unintentional fire arrow strategy in subduing the Hu. He contemplated the matter quietly. Previously, due to the disparity in physical prowess and combat spirit, it often took 3 soldiers of the Great Qi to barely overcome one Hu warrior, resulting in staggering casualties. But now, a soldier skilled in the fire arrow tactic, while still facing challenges in directly slaying a Hu, could effectively suppress them, preventing any reckless advance. One individual could hold back several squads of 10 Hu, leaving them in a state of frantic disarray, a tactical advantage of striking from a position of superiority. However, Yang Fan was acutely aware that while the concept of the fire arrow seemed straightforward, simply igniting an arrow and firing it, there was a significant difference between this and conventional archery. Observing the soldiers still caught up in their excitement, he spoke gravely. Ordinary archery seeks precision, penetration, and lethality. However, the pursuit of the rocket is not necessarily the act of annihilation. He paused momentarily, adopting an instructive tone, and continued, the essence of the rocket lies in its trajectory, its arc, and its precise landing. It is not aimed at piercing the bodies of our foes, but rather at accurately striking the most combustible targets. For instance, their supply carts, their tents, their siege engines, and even the dry grass beneath their feet. Our objective is to wield fire to create chaos, to fragment the battlefield, and to sever their lines of retreat. This encapsulates the quintessence of rocket tactics. Yang Fan's words plunged the surrounding soldiers into contemplation. For those accustomed to a straightforward approach, seeking a single fatal shot, this presented a formidable challenge. It demanded not merely strength, but also relentless training, coupled with precise calculations of wind direction, force, and angle. Yang Fan had already formulated a plan in his mind. He believed that once they repelled the Hu people's assault, he should dedicate time to recalibrating the training regimen of the Divine Arrow Camp. They could no longer solely pursue raw lethality. Instead, they ought to regard this art of precise, arc-based rocket tactics as a core curriculum, deserving of thorough instruction. Upon grasping the essence of rocket tactics, the soldiers atop the city walls erupted in exuberant cheers. Fantastic! We finally possess a method to counter these barbaric Hu. One particularly inventive soldier even proposed a resounding, albeit somewhat whimsical name for the tactic. General, why not call our strategy Celestial Fire Assault? Flames descending from the heavens, reducing the dash. Excellent name, truly imposing. The soldiers echoed in agreement. They spontaneously adopted this Celestial Fire Assault as the unique technique and exclusive patent of their Divine Arrow Camp. Henceforth, whenever rockets were mentioned, it would evoke thoughts of their illustrious camp. Yang Fan observed these soldiers, invigorated as if electrified, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The name mattered little. What was paramount was its efficacy in vanquishing the Hu. Chapter 88. Bloodshed over 3 days, the Copper Fortress in the ensuing 3 days. The entire Yimingwan transformed into a veritable inferno of blood and fire. The Hu people descended into madness. They seemed to have forgotten their fear of flames and death alike. Under the deranged command of Li, they launched numerous suicidal assaults, each more ferocious and intense than the last. They sacrificed lives to deplete the defenders' arrows and fire oil, using corpses to bridge the gap between the walls and the ground. Beneath the walls, Hu bodies piled high, forming a veritable mountain. Many had been charred black, curled into a ball, emitting a nauseating stench reminiscent of burnt protein. Occasionally, Hu soldiers braved a hail of arrows to drag away the bodies of their fallen comrades that obstructed their path to advance, hastily burying them. Soon after, a new wave of even fiercer assaults would ensue, as if an endless cycle persisted. Yang Fan stood upon the city ramparts for 3 continuous days and nights, scarcely closing his eyes. When hunger struck, he gnawed on some rations. When thirst arose, he gulped down a mouthful of cool water. Restless and unkempt, he had become a specter of exhaustion, his voice hoarse to the point of near silence. Yet, he commanded his soldiers with that raspy voice, utilizing fire arrows to repel the Hu's relentless onslaught time and again. The tactic of fire arrows had been executed to perfection, transforming the sky into a rain of flames, an indelible nightmare for the Hu warriors. This strategy significantly bolstered the defenders' combat effectiveness, rendering the Hu's assault unable to truly breach their lines. Yang Fan himself had become a guardian spirit upon the walls. The longbow in his hands resembled the side of death. As he commanded, he continuously drew his bow and loosed arrows, forever targeting the most formidable Hu officers or the fierce soldiers who were perilously close to scaling the walls. With his extraordinary archery skills, he alleviated the immense pressure on his fellow soldiers. Meanwhile, the defenders atop the walls were pushed to their limits, mechanically repeating the motions of shooting arrows and hurling logs and boulders. Weariness weighed heavily upon their eyelids, rendering them unable to open their eyes, their circles dark like those of a panda. Many clung to sheer willpower, understanding that if they faltered, a gap would appear in the blood and flesh barricade. Thus, they dared not fall, nor could they. Throughout the human pass, the defenders endured this brutal and harrowing struggle. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the bloody battlefield once more, Yang Fan seized an opportunity. He spotted a Hu centurion, bellowing commands to his men, as they raised a new siege ladder against the walls. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow, nocked an arrow. The bowstring resonated with a hum as a sharp arrow soared over a distance of several dozen paces, piercing precisely through the centurion's gaping mouth and emerging from the back of his skull. The expression on the centurion's face froze instantly before he collapsed with a resounding thud. Enemy officer killed. Blood Fury value 500. Blood Fury value has reached the upgrade threshold. Immortal body begins to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Immortal body has reached copper skin level. A series of cold system notifications echoed in Yang Fan's mind. A peculiar, warm current surged from his dantian, instantaneously enveloping his entire being. He felt every inch of his skin tingling and radiating heat, as if countless tiny ants were fervently burrowing beneath the surface, transforming his very essence. This sensation was fleeting, arriving abruptly and departing just as swiftly. Once it dissipated, Yang Fan cast his gaze downwards at his skin, only to discover that his bronzed complexion now shimmered with a faint metallic luster reminiscent of ancient bronze artifacts. A surge of inspiration struck him as he drew the short blade from his waist and lightly struck his arm. To his astonishment, instead of the anticipated sight of blood and flesh laid bare, a crisp sound echoed, revealing a small nick on the edge of his finely forged steel blade. While his arm bore not even a trace of white, he had attained the copper skin realm. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him, the indomitable golden body. His ultimate safeguard for survival had finally evolved. If the previous incarnation merely endowed him with toughened skin capable of withstanding ordinary blades, then now, as he reached the copper skin realm, he had become a humanoid fortress. His chances of survival had increased significantly. The overwhelming excitement revitalized his weary body, which had endured 3 days and nights without rest, filling him anew with vigor. He let out a thunderous roar, once more drawing back the longbow in his grasp, unleashing a torrent of wrath and battle fervor upon the Hu soldiers below. He felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. His arrows became increasingly precise and lethal. However, just as he was caught up in the exhilaration of the battle, reaching back to retrieve more arrows from his quiver, his hand found nothing. His heart raced. He reached again, only to encounter emptiness once more. Stunned, his movements froze as the grim reality dawned upon him. The chilling, hollow sensation cascaded over him, cooling his once fiery spirit. The arrows gone. Instinctively, he reached for the spare quiver at his waist, only to find it equally devoid of arrows. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Over the past 3 days and nights, he had been relentlessly firing arrows at a high intensity, utterly oblivious to the number he had expended. 1,000? 2,000? Perhaps even more? He could not say. All he knew was that he had unleashed every arrow within reach. An ominous premonition surged within him. His own supply of arrows had been depleted. But what of the entirety of Yumen Pass? The relentless rain of arrows upon the city wall had persisted for 3 days and nights. How much stock remained at the Yumen Pass? How much longer could they endure? This thought surged forth, impossible to suppress. He turned his head towards the quartermaster responsible for the armaments, his voice strained with anxiety. How many arrows do we have left? Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, the quartermaster's expression morphed into one more grotesque than grief. He hurried over, lowering his voice, and spoke in a tone nearly bereft of hope. General, we are out. All our stock of arrows has been exhausted. The brothers manning the wall are now using arrows salvaged from the battlefield, but they too will not last long. The news struck Yang Fan like a thunderbolt, darkening his vision and nearly causing him to falter. It was over. The greatest crisis had finally arrived. Chapter 89. Exhausted supplies. No arrows left. This meant that Yumen Pass had utterly lost its capability for range suppression. Once the rain of arrows ceased, the Hu people outside would be able to ascend the city walls with reckless abandon, like rabid dogs. What awaited the fewer than 2,000, all-wounded defenders would be a brutal melee against tens of thousands of elite Hu warriors. What difference was there to lining up for death? In that instant, Yang Fan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as he was consumed by anxiety over the arrows, 2 logistical aides stumbled onto the battlements, their expressions more wretched than one mourning a deceased parent. With a thud, they knelt before Yang Fan. "General, it's bad," one of them cried, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "We have run out of everything." The phrase exhausted supplies pierced Yang Fan's heart, chilling him to the core. "Explain." His voice quivered uncontrollably. The other aide raised his head, his face smeared with soot and blood, tears streaming down his cheeks. "General, the food, it will only last until tomorrow morning. We just used the last arrow." Heaven had fallen. Yang Fan felt as though the world were spinning around him. He forced himself to steady his mind, grasping desperately for any semblance of hope. What about the logs and stones? There must still be some left. This query was less an inquiry and more a plea. Yet the aide's response plunged him deeper into despair, the man managing a smile more sorrowful than tears. "General, they are gone as well." "How is this possible?" Yang Fan shouted in fury. "Didn't I order you to dismantle the houses of the common people? Surely there was enough wood and stone from all those houses?" The aide's voice was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. "Unbeknownst to you, our Yumen Pass is a desolate land, impoverished and harsh. The people are destitute. Most houses are constructed from adobe bricks, and apart from a few beams and rafters, there is scarcely any surplus timber. We have already dismantled everything salvageable, and there is truly not a single piece left." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan fell into profound silence. He stood like a statue on the city wall, all plans and hopes evaporating in that moment, turning to dust. With arrows exhausted and provisions depleted, it felt as though they were left with nothing but emptiness. It was a genuine dead end, a hopeless situation. A deathly despair enveloped the entire battlement. Yet, it was merely a fleeting silence. In Yang Fan's lexicon, the notion of surrender did not exist. Even in death, he would wrest a few lives back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Under immense pressure, his mind raced with fervor. Suddenly, a spark of fierce determination ignited in his once dull eyes as he fixed his gaze on a loyal soldier. His voice low and steely. If there are no stones or timber, what of the adobe bricks? Surely there must be some? The soldier paused, instinctively nodding. Yes, there are plenty. Then that suffices. Yang Fan's voice was resolute. Relay my command. Have all the adobe bricks brought to the city wall. Though they may not be as hard as stone, when hurled from such a height, they can still take the lives of our foes. Yes. The soldier, albeit perplexed, promptly accepted the order. After arranging this, Yang Fan's gaze abruptly shifted towards the most grandiose structure within the city, the general's mansion. A glimmer of wild resolve flashed in his eyes. Deng Yu, you take a squad and dismantle the general's mansion for me. What? Deng Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, doubting their ears. General, what did you say? Dismantle the general's mansion? Yes, dismantle it. Yang Fan's tone brooked no dissent. One soldier, anxious, interjected, General, that is absolutely unthinkable. It is your residence, a symbol of your status. Status? Yang Fan scoffed, his laughter tinged with self-mockery and arrogance. He pointed toward the dark, looming army of the Hu people outside the city and raised his voice. If the city falls, we shall all perish here. If we are dead, what use is that empty house to me? Am I to leave it as a stable for the Hu? His gaze bore into Deng Yu, resolute as steel. Now, it is no longer a mere general's mansion. It is a warehouse stocked with timber and stone. The city is on the brink of collapse. Let us not concern ourselves with trifles. Rather than allow the enemy to benefit, let it serve its final purpose in defending the city. This is an order, execute it. Yang Fan's words thundered in the ears of all the soldiers. Silence fell like a shroud. Their gazes towards Yang Fan shifted from shock to admiration, ultimately transforming into fervent reverence. They recalled the corrupt officials of Ur, who only knew how to wield power and embezzle military funds. Dismantling their own mansions would be akin to scaling the heavens for a grain of rice. But what of the general before them? In the fervent defense of the city, and for the survival of his soldiers, he unhesitatingly relinquished not only his home but also the very symbols of his identity. Following such a general, what fear could accompany death? Indeed, General. In an instant, Deng Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he executed a profound military salute, his voice resonating like thunder. He then turned, leading a throng of equally red-eyed soldiers, rushing madly towards the general's residence. They understood that what they were about to dismantle was not merely a structure, but a general's resolute determination to burn his boats for their sake. Soon, sun-dried mud bricks, stones unearthed from the foundation of the general's estate, and sturdy beams were ceaselessly transported to the city walls. This was the final ammunition of Yumengwen. Strike! Yang Fan stood atop the walls, calmly directing the defense. The soldiers grew extraordinarily frugal, each mud brick and piece of wood transforming into a precious weapon. They no longer hurled them indiscriminately. Instead, they waited until the fierce faces of the Hu people were within arm's reach, then roared as they brought down their weapons with ferocity. Amidst the cries of anguish, the hard mud bricks descended from above, striking the Hu people's heads with the force of bursting watermelons. The heavy beams dismantled from the general's residence became the stuff of nightmares for the Hu. A single beam could sweep an entire ladder of enemies away as if clearing refuse. However, the Hu's assault was relentless, undeterred by death, as they consumed Yumengwen's dwindling resources with sheer numbers. In just half a day, silence fell once more upon the walls. After a soldier hurled the last stone, killing a Hu, he turned, his bloodied face contorted in despair. The general was gone. Again, they had lost him. All eyes returned to Yang Fan, gazing at this man who had repeatedly performed miracles, hoping he would devise yet another means to turn the tide. But this time, Yang Fan remained silent. He surveyed the city, his eyes filled only with endless bitterness. He found himself at a loss. Everything that could be dismantled had been, leaving only the homes upon which the citizens depended for survival. Surely, he could not tear down those houses still inhabited. What distinction would that grant him from the beasts beyond the walls? There truly was no place left to dismantle. Was heaven intent on the demise of Yumengwen? Chapter 90. The shattered jade strategy, the captain of 10,000 revealed a cruel smile. He knew that the defenders of Yimengwen had reached the end of their resources. Their means of defense were utterly exhausted. Men. He raised his colossal axe, unleashing a roar for the final assault. The defenders atop the walls had run out of stones. Charge. The first to scale the walls would be rewarded with 100 head of cattle and sheep, and 10 women. Kill. Under the promise of generous rewards. The spirits of the beleaguered, whose soldiers, long stifled, were instantaneously reignited. They roared with fervor, hoisting their ladders, surging towards the city walls from all directions once more. This time, their assault faced no obstacles. The defenders atop the ramparts could only watch helplessly as ladder after ladder was placed against the battlements. Witnessing the grim visages of the Hu warriors scaling them, despair, utter and unadulterated, descended upon every heart. Their doom seemed imminent. At the darkest hour, when hope appeared utterly extinguished, a voice, aged yet resoundingly powerful, resonated across the walls. Brothers. Instinctively, all turned towards the source. There stood an elderly veteran, hair ashen and body swathed in bloodied bandages. Having somehow ascended the parapet, he was drenched in black pitch, exuding a pungent odor, and held aloft a flaming torch. Despite the pallor of his comrades' faces, he bore a serene, fearless smile. I am old and can no longer fight. His voice cut through the clamor of battle, reaching every ear with clarity. I have endured 3 wounds from the Hu and 2 arrows. I likely have little time left. Rather than languish in bed, groaning and awaiting death, I would prefer to take a few of these who scum with me before I go. His gaze swept over the similarly injured veterans, those who could no longer continue the fight. His voice rose, thunderous and commanding. Is there anyone unafraid of death? Who among you wishes to join this old fool on one last journey? Let us use our last decrepit bones to carve a bloody path for our general and our surviving brothers. His words struck deeply within the hearts of all present. Without hesitation, he glanced down at the throng of Hu soldiers below, their numbers overwhelming. A radiant, exhilarating smile spread across his face. He pressed the torch fiercely against his chest. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed him, transforming him into a blazing, dancing figure of fire. With arms outstretched, like an eagle embracing the sky, he leaped from the towering wall. Fortitude. His final roar echoed through the air. As he descended, he morphed into a colossal, blazing fireball, embodying unyielding rage and indomitable fighting spirit. Crashing into the dense throng of Hu soldiers below. Boom. The immense fireball struck precisely at the heart of the Hu's charging ranks, igniting a fierce conflagration. The old soldier, in the final moments of his life, tightly embraced several Hu soldiers with his iron-like arms, enveloped in flames. A piercing scream erupted instantaneously. The Hu soldiers he held were ignited, their leather armor and hair ablaze, transforming them into frenzied, howling figures of fire rolling on the ground. They scurried about like headless flies, colliding with their comrades and spreading the deadly flames further. Some even plunged headlong into the nearby stacks of hay and ladders prepared for the siege. Boom. The fire, fueled by the wind, surged with ferocity. In mere moments, the front line of the Hu army was engulfed in a sea of flames. Countless supplies and siege equipment were reduced to ashes within the fierce blaze. Extinguish the flames, quickly. Kill them, those foolish burning wretches, bellowed a Hu centurion, witnessing the chaos before him in a fit of rage. He furiously commanded the archers to shoot down their own flaming comrades, who were still running amok. The Hu ranks fell into utter disarray. On the city walls, all stood in stunned silence, witnessing the old soldier who, in his most tragic and heroic manner, temporarily halted the onslaught of the Hu forces. An indescribable surge of valor and collective indignation rose within the hearts of every defender. Death. Who is not afraid of death? Yet if one must perish, to do so with such grandeur, to take down so many enemies in the process, to secure a sliver of hope for the brothers and families behind them, what is there to fear in such a death? Even in death, one must ensure these brutes suffer. A young soldier, who had received some education, murmured as he gazed at the inferno below. Better to be shattered jade than intact pottery. His words echoed the sentiments of all. Indeed, better to be shattered jade than intact pottery, to willingly burn oneself to ashes. Ensuring the enemy pays a bloody price, what nobility in that sacrifice. Well spoken, another battle-worn veteran, unable to fight any longer, laughed heartily. Count me in. Mimicking the earlier old soldier, he poured a bucket of oil over himself and ignited it. Brothers, I shall take my leave first. With a smile, he leapt, transforming into the second blazing meteor. Soon followed the third, fourth, and fifth. An increasing number of wounded veterans, acutely aware of their grim fate, made the same choice. With their final breaths, they They erected an insurmountable great wall of flesh and flame beneath the city walls, a desperate and tragically fierce tactic of self-sacrifice. Upon the towering city walls, it was evident that they had exhausted all their supplies. Yet the barbarian invaders had persistently failed to breach the battlements. They were thoroughly intimidated by the fierce determination and the self-sacrificial spirit of the soldiers of Deqi. Yang Fan stood atop the rampart, silently observing the figures that transformed into blazing meteors, plummeting into the enemy ranks. His hands clenched tightly around the crenellations, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Even his blood seeped through the crevices of his fingers. Yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had become moist. A single, scalding tear traced a path down his soot-streaked and blood-stained cheek. In that moment, even the ironclad man could not restrain his tears. Chapter 91. The reinforcements have finally arrived. These seasoned soldiers, faced with the imminent peril of their nation and the dire straits of their comrades, chose without hesitation to sacrifice their own lives. They defended the city they cherished, striving to procure even the slightest sliver of time. They were oblivious to grand philosophies. They only understood that behind them lay their homes, their irreplaceable land. For such individuals, Yang Fan felt nothing but profound respect. As Yang Fan's heart surged with emotion, struggling to contain itself, a delicate figure silently approached his side. It was Su Qingxue. He was unaware of when she had emerged from her quarters. Draped over her petite frame was the vibrant red fox fur coat he had previously given her. The vivid hue starkly contrasted with her pallid face, devoid of any color, creating a heart-wrenching juxtaposition. She too gazed quietly at the horrific inferno below, her cold eyes shimmering with a complex light. "Why have you come out?" Yang Fan turned to Su Qingxue, his brow instinctively furrowing. "It's dangerous here. You are unwell. Please return to rest." His voice carried a hint of authority, mingled with an undeniable concern. However, this time, Su Qingxue did not heed his words. She merely shook her head gently. No, her voice, though soft, bore an extraordinary resolve. "I will not go back. I wish to witness this. I want to forever etch this scene and these valiant soldiers into my heart." She turned to face Yang Fan, her clear eyes devoid of any fear, radiating a tranquil acceptance of life and death. "General Yang, I have a request. Speak. If the barbarians truly manage to breach our defenses, if human paths cannot be held," her voice faltered for a moment yet remained calm, "I hope you will grant me a jar of oil. I too wish to embrace death with the same generosity as these brave soldiers." Yang Fan's heart quivered violently. He gazed at this fragile woman who had articulated such resolute words, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He understood that her words were indeed true. Given the brutal nature of the Hu people, a woman as enchanting and exquisite as Su Qingxue, if she were to fall into their hands, would face a fate far more terrifying than death, an existence of torment worse than anything imaginable. Rather than endure such humiliation, degradation, and ultimately a cruel death, it would be better to retain her final shred of dignity and choose to meet her end with composure. Yang Fan remained silent for a long while. At last, he solemnly nodded to Su Qingxue. "Very well, I promise you." This was a man's most profound and helpless vow to a woman. Having spoken, he ceased further words. He turned once more to face the bloody battlefield. In his eyes, all hesitation and uncertainty had vanished, leaving only an endless, icy resolve for slaughter. He concentrated the few remaining arrows of the entire Yimingwen upon himself, once again drawing back his longbow. One arrow, one life. He precisely harvested the lives of the Hu people who dared approach the city walls. Each shot was executed with utmost calmness. His heart had also settled into tranquility. He had braced himself for the worst. Should the city fall and the defense crumble, he would ignite the last remnants of oil within the city, taking the horde of Hu people down with him in a final act of defiance. Yet, just as Yang Fan drew the bow, preparing to release what might be the last arrow of his life, and as every surviving soldier on the city walls readied themselves for a noble demise alongside the fort, suddenly, from behind them, from the eastern direction from whence they had come, a faint yet unmistakably clear battle cry rang out. The shout, filled with power and momentum, swiftly overwhelmed the clamorous din of the Hu people outside the walls. Yang Fan's movements halted abruptly. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound. All on the walls turned their eyes in the same direction. There, on the distant horizon to the east, a dark line emerged. This line quickly thickened and elongated, transforming into an ocean of people, dense and unfathomable. Countless cavalry and infantry stirred up clouds of dust as they surged toward Yimingwen. Above the sea of darkness, familiar crimson banners emblazoned with the character for Qi waved in the wind, snapping sharply. It was the flag of the Qi. It was their own army. Reinforcements. After enduring countless bloody battles and experiencing profound despair, just when they had relinquished all hope and prepared to face death with valor, the reinforcements had truly arrived. Upon the walls, an eerie and deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere. Every soul stood transfixed, gazing at the rapidly approaching black tide. Their minds were blank. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness, hoarse yet filled with overwhelming joy. Reinforcements have arrived. This utterance ignited a long-dormant spark of hope within the hearts of the weary, desolate souls. Once submerged in despair, reinforcements had come. Salvation was at hand. The human pass would be saved. Tears streamed down faces as exuberant cheers reverberated throughout the human pass. Many soldiers discarded their weapons, embracing their comrades, overcome with emotion and weeping profusely. They had triumphed. Yet, swiftly, a wave of profound sorrow surged within them. Many laughed through their tears. If only the reinforcements had arrived a day sooner. Might the brothers who had ignited the inferno with their lives have been spared? Would those who perished in the brutal melee with the Hu warriors still be here, standing side by side, sharing in the joy of victory? Outside the walls, the Hu warriors, fervently assaulting the stronghold, were utterly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. They had not anticipated the arrival of the great Qi's reinforcements, nor their swiftness and ferocity. After days of relentless siege, their forces were exhausted, while the great Qi's troops were fresh and ready, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The moment the two armies clashed, the superiority of the great Qi forces became instantly apparent. The Hu's formation was swiftly breached, a gaping hole torn through their ranks. The great Qi army advanced like a searing blade, effortlessly slicing through the once formidable defenses of the Hu, akin to a hot knife through butter. They surged forward, breaking through the encirclement and swiftly reaching the base of the human pass. Leading the charge was a young general clad in shimmering silver armor, wielding a long spear, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Chapter 92, Poisoned. As the great Qi reinforcements launched their assault, the previously boisterous Hu forces were immediately scattered. Their ranks disintegrated, and they began to flee in disarray, shedding their armor in their panic, pursued relentlessly by the great Qi army. On the walls, Yang Fan observed the retreating figures of the Hu warriors, and the tension that had gripped him finally dissipated. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, as if all his strength had been drawn out. Unable to sustain himself any longer, he collapsed onto the battlements, the darkness closing in around him. After 3 days and nights, he felt utterly drained, as though he had been hollowed out from within. "General, are you all right?" Dang Yu and several loyal soldiers rushed to his side, supporting him as he faltered. "It's nothing." Yang Fan waved his hand, his voice as faint as a whisper. All he longed for was a peaceful slumber. At that moment, a soldier approached, bearing a cracked, coarse porcelain bowl. "General, you haven't eaten for 3 days. Please drink this porridge to ease your hunger." Yang Fan lifted his gaze to inspect the bowl. The porridge was thin and watery, barely reflecting the image of his fatigued face. This was the last of the food in the city. He did not refuse, extending his hand to accept the bowl. Overwhelmed by hunger, he raised it to his lips, disregarding the heat, and gulped it down greedily. However, as soon as the porridge entered his stomach, a dizzying sensation surged through his mind, followed by a searing pain igniting within his gut. With a sudden heave, he expelled a torrent of black, foul-smelling blood, splattering the soldier before him. Something was amiss. A chilling thought flickered through Yang Fan's mind. He seized the collar of the soldier who had served him the porridge, his bloodshot eyes brimming with a terrifying intent. Where did this porridge come from? The soldier, alarmed by Yang Fan's demeanor, fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "General, please spare me. It's not my fault. The supply officer just sent it up, claiming it was to reward you and your men." The mention of the supply officer cleared Yang Fan's mind instantly. He realized that someone wished for his demise. Someone had poisoned the porridge, and it was a potent toxin. He felt his consciousness rapidly fading. Summoning the last of his strength, he shouted to Dang Yu beside him, "Quickly, go find Su Qingxue." With those words, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Dang Yu dared not delay. He scrambled towards the room where Su Qingxue was located. However, moments later, he returned, utterly despondent, his face etched with despair even greater than Yang Fan's predicament. "General," his voice trembled, "Su Doctor, she has also fainted. Her cold poison has flared up, and she is unresponsive." What? This news struck Yang Fan like a heavy blow, extinguishing his flickering hope for survival. Su Qingxue had also succumbed. His heart plunged into an unfathomable abyss of despair. He knew he had ingested a lethal poison. The unbearable Searing pain that felt as if it would dissolve his very organs served as a grim reminder of the toxin's ferocity. If not treated promptly, he would truly perish. Yet now, Su Qingxue had also lost consciousness. In the entirety of Yumen Pass, who, apart from her, could possibly save him? The heavens conspired against me. Echoed in Yang Fan's mind, a mere 4 words. Help me back to the general's residence, he weakly uttered to his loyal soldiers, summoning every ounce of strength. Along the way, Yang Fan continuously coughed up blood, the dark, toxic fluid staining his garments in the hands of those who supported him. His loyal soldiers, terrified, found their eyes reddened, tears brimming within their sockets. To them, Yang Fan was no longer merely a general, he was a deity. A divine warrior who had repeatedly led them from the brink of despair to miraculous victories. They understood that without Yang Fan, Yumen Pass would have long succumbed to the invaders, and they would have become mere heaps of cold corpses beneath the walls. Their admiration and reverence for Yang Fan were profound and sincere. As they gazed upon his increasingly pale visage and feeble breaths, their hearts ached as if torn asunder. They longed to bear his suffering, to take his place in death, yet they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their general, their pillar of strength, their god, slowly approached the grasp of death in their arms. The agony of their impotence drove them to the brink of madness. Soon, they staggered back to the general's residence. But the sight that greeted them tightened their hearts once more. The once majestic residence was now reduced to ruins, stripped of its former grandeur. Most of the structures had been dismantled in the defense of the city, leaving behind broken walls and desolation. It resembled a site that had just endured a catastrophic calamity. Silently recounting the horrors of the recent battle, the soldiers felt a tumult of emotions as they surveyed the wreckage, then turned to the nearly unconscious Yang Fan, who had sacrificed his own home to protect this city, now poisoned and clinging to life. Their eyes glistened with renewed tears. They carefully assisted the nearly unconscious Yang Fan into a relatively intact side room, allowing him to lie down and rest. Then they gathered around his bedside, like headless flies, pacing back and forth in desperation. What to do? What indeed could they do? The townsfolk had either fled or dispersed, and in this moment, where could they find a physician? Moreover, with physician Su incapacitated, who could possibly save the general? I swear, if I find out who poisoned him, they shall face 1,000 tortures. One soldier fumed, each of them frantic like ants on a hot stove, yet utterly powerless. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Fan's complexion darkened further, his breath becoming increasingly faint, as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. The room was enveloped in a thick atmosphere of despair. At that moment, Yang Fan felt as if he had plunged into the very mouth of a volcano, with every inch of his skin and every pore ablaze. Yet, moments later, he sensed himself plummeting into an ancient ice cellar, the bone-chilling cold seeping gradually from his marrow, as if it sought to freeze his very blood into ice. A paradox of ice and fire. Chapter 93. The indestructible golden body can resist poison. In this extreme torment of contrasting extremes, Yang Fan could clearly feel his vitality slipping away at an alarming rate. His consciousness began to spiral into chaos. Hurry. Think of a way. Are you not doctors? Save our general. Beside the bed, Dang Yu and several loyal soldiers were frantic, their eyes bloodshot. They had summoned the last few remaining physicians from the city. However, these elderly men, upon witnessing Yang Fan's ominous aura and his bizarre fluctuations in temperature, were paralyzed with fear. Not only could they not save him, but they could not even identify the nature of the poison. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Dang Yu roared, drawing his saber with a fierce glint, his killing intent palpable. If you cannot save the general, what use are you? Stop. Just as the blade was about to descend, Yang Fan mustered his last ounce of strength to utter 2 words with great difficulty. He looked at the physicians, who were now frozen in terror, and weakly waved his hand. Do not blame them, let them go. He understood that even Su Qingshue's arrival might not provide an immediate solution, so how could he place his hopes on these common healers? Though his loyal soldiers were filled with reluctance, they dared not defy military orders and could only forcefully expel the physicians. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the struggle. So be it. He was ready to embrace death. However, just as his consciousness was on the verge of complete dissolution, boom, a domineering and unparalleled warmth erupted explosively from deep within his dantian, followed by a surge of bizarre and fiery crimson light radiating from his entire being. Detected that the host is encountering a lethal toxin. The indestructible golden body passive ability has been activated, with a copper skin level, immune to all poisons, commencing toxin elimination. The chilling sound of the system's notifications resonated like celestial music in his mind. The warm energy swiftly coursed through his limbs and bones, rapidly warming his frigid body, while the excruciating pain receded like a tide. Subsequently, a multitude of foul-smelling black liquid was forcibly expelled from his pores. The bizarre yet sacred scene before them left Yang Fan's loyal soldiers utterly dumbfounded. Each one gaped as if they could fit an egg in their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? Could it be that the general has descended from the heavens? Even Yang Fan himself was astonished. He felt as though he were immersed in a warm spring, utterly relaxed. The excruciating sensation of ice and fire had vanished without a trace. Moments later, the crimson glow dissipated. Beneath Yang Fan, there lay a large pool of foul, viscous black venom, the stench of which was enough to induce dizziness with a mere whiff. One audacious guard, brimming with curiosity, could not resist extending a finger to touch the venomous pool. "Don't move," Yang Fan exclaimed to halt him, but it was too late. The moment the guard's finger made contact with the venom, he did not even have time to scream. His face turned ashen, his body convulsed violently, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Hiss! The surrounding guards collectively inhaled sharply, retreating several steps. Their eyes filled with sheer terror as they gazed at the toxic liquid. The potency of this poison was astonishing. A mere touch had incapacitated one of their own. Yet their general had just consumed an entire bowl. In that instant, their admiration for Yang Fan transformed into reverence, gazing at him as though he were a living deity walking amongst them. At that moment, Yang Fan slowly sat up from his bed. He moved his limbs. Aside from a lingering weakness akin to recovering from a severe illness, the lethal toxin had completely vanished. He had survived. Ding. Host has activated the immunity to all toxins attribute. Toxins have been fully expelled, and bodily functions are rapidly recovering. Upon hearing the system's confirmation, a wave of euphoric relief washed over Yang Fan, a sense of exhilaration akin to winning a lottery worth $1 billion. This indestructible body was indeed his greatest trump card, impervious not only to blades and bullets but also to toxins. The thrill was incomparable. While he reveled in his triumph, his peripheral vision caught sight of the guard on the ground, frothing at the mouth. A bold idea surged from the depths of his mind, one he could no longer suppress. If I am immune to all toxins, could my blood serve as an antidote? With that thought in mind, Yang Fan hesitated not a moment as he seized a dagger from the table and swiftly slashed it across his wrist. Crimson blood flowed forth, and upon closer inspection, a faint golden glow shimmered within the liquid. He procured a clean bowl, filled it to the brim with his blood, and approached the poison guard, commanding in a deep voice, "Help him up and administer it." Though Deng Yu and the others were perplexed, they had unyielding faith in Yang Fan's orders. A miracle unfolded once more. As the warm blood was poured into the guard, his ashen complexion visibly transformed, regaining its rosy hue, and his convulsions ceased. Moments later, he, too, expelled a layer of foul black venom from his body and gradually regained consciousness. The surrounding guards were left in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping as they gazed at Yang Fan with fervent adoration. Not only was their general immune to toxins, but even his blood could serve as a remedy. What could he possibly be if not a god? Yang Fan observed his loyal guards escape peril, and a sense of profound relief washed over him. Indeed, his blood could counteract the poison. His gaze swept over the group of devoted soldiers who had begun to revere him as a deity, and in an instant, his expression sharpened with intensity as he issued a solemn command. "Let it be known, should anyone dare to divulge even a whisper of today's events, they shall face the military's justice. Mark my words, from this moment forth, I, Yang Fan, remain afflicted by a lethal poison, with but a short time left." The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, quickly grasping Yang Fan's intent. This was a deliberate ploy. A cold smirk formed at the corners of Yang Fan's mouth. The scoundrel lurking in the shadows, administering the poison, had yet to be apprehended. To draw him out, a grand performance was necessary. Upon hearing his words, the guards' expressions transformed into fervent resolve, nodding in unison. "Rest assured, General, we comprehend your intent. Under the formidable regenerative powers of the indestructible golden body." Yang Fan's condition improved significantly within moments. He sensed his once emptied vessel brimming with vitality anew. Aside from a lingering weakness, he had nearly returned to his prime state. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the foul, black venom pooling on the ground, still feeling a tremor of unease. He knew he had truly danced on the precipice of death. Had it not been for the timely activation of the indestructible golden body's immunity to all poisons, he would have met his end. He would have perished, silently, and in utter humiliation. Having lived 2 lives, Yang Fan understood the preciousness of existence better than anyone. He cherished this hard-won opportunity to relive his life more than anyone else. Thus, any attempt to strip him of this chance, any who sought his demise, would not be spared. He would ensure they paid a price 1,000 times more agonizing than death itself. Chapter 94. The killer must be captured. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Yang Fan. He turned to face the guards still reveling in the joy of survival. And with a voice devoid of emotion, cold as ice, he delivered his order. This is no time for celebration. The sinister hand that poisoned us remains at large. Relay my command to investigate. We must unearth that wretched supply officer. Whoever dares to stab us in the back shall regret ever being born into this world. His words swiftly roused the soldiers from their celebratory stupor, awakening them to the harsh reality. Indeed, the perpetrator remained unapprehended. The despicable fiend who sought to bring death to their general was still at large. How could they celebrate victory now? A raging fire of fury ignited within each soldier's heart. They gazed at Yang Fan with eyes filled with remorse, yet brimming with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. They would undoubtedly not let go of the scoundrel who nearly cost them their general's life. The general's aide, who had previously served Yang Fan porridge, suddenly slammed his thigh. A look of profound regret and fury crossing his face. I remember now, he said through gritted teeth. The bowl of porridge you drank was delivered by a quartermaster named Liu. At the time, he even claimed it was specially prepared to nourish you and your brothers. We were quite grateful to him then, thinking he was thoughtful. In retrospect, this was not a gesture of goodwill. It was clearly a death sentence. Indeed, it must be that scoundrel, another aide concurred. Who else could so easily poison food? In an instant, all suspicion was directed towards the quartermaster Liu. I am going to bring him back this very moment. Dang you, known for his explosive temper, exclaimed, his eyes reddening with rage as he brandished his blade and prepared to storm out. How dare he harm our general? I shall see him skinned alive. Right. Bring him back for interrogation to uncover who is truly behind this. The aides were all aflame with righteous indignation, clamoring to capture the quartermaster and tear him to pieces. Yang Fan, observing their fervent unity, felt a surge of murderous intent within himself. He agreed with his brothers, regardless of whether the quartermaster was the mastermind. He was certainly complicit. He had to be brought back for thorough questioning. Go, Yang Fan nodded, issuing the command. Fetch the quartermaster Liu. Remember, alive. Understood. Dang you, and the others replied, charging out of the general's residence with fierce determination. They headed straight for the quartermaster's office. However, upon kicking open the door, they found it completely deserted. The quartermaster Liu was nowhere to be found. They then initiated a comprehensive search throughout the city, inquiring of anyone who might know his whereabouts. Yet, the quartermaster seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. They were unable to locate him. The coward has fled rather swiftly, Dang Yu remarked, glaring at the empty quartermaster's office, kicking over a nearby table in frustration. The aides were equally incensed, unwilling to believe that a living man could simply vanish without a trace. They refused to allow the perpetrator who nearly took their general's life to roam free. They spontaneously rallied all loyal soldiers in the city to assist in locating the wretched quartermaster. Soon, the entire human pass was once again engulfed in a citywide manhunt. This time, they searched with even more meticulousness and fervor than during the capture of Zhao Chang. They were determined to unearth the scoundrel, no matter how deep they had to dig. At last, heaven rewarded the diligent. Near the southern gate, a commoner, attempting to blend into the chaos of the incoming reinforcements and slip away, caught the soldier's attention. Although he donned rough linen garments and smeared his face with soot, his shifty gaze betrayed his guilt, avoiding direct eye contact. Furthermore, his gait was unusually sprightly, unlike that of a laborer accustomed to toiling in the fields. A sharp-eyed soldier recognized him. It was the quartermaster, Liu. A loud shout erupted, igniting the soldiers into a frenzy. They surged forward like sharks sensing blood, roaring with fury. Kill the bastard! How dare he harm our general? Their furious fist rained down upon the quartermaster, leaving him battered and bruised, pleading for mercy in desperation. After venting their wrath, the guards bound him tightly with ropes and dragged him back to the general's residence at Yimingwan. Inside the room, Yang Fan rested against the bed, eyes closed in contemplation. Upon hearing the commotion outside and the familiar sounds of desperation, a cold, cruel smile crept across his lips. He realized that the fish had been caught. Moments later, the door was violently kicked open, revealing Dang Yu and others escorting the battered quartermaster, who was barely recognizable. They kicked him at the back of his knees, forcing him to kneel before Yang Fan. As the quartermaster lifted his gaze, His heart sank at the sight of Yang Fan, who should have succumbed to poison, sitting unscathed by the bedside, regarding him with the cold eyes of a predator. His pupils contracted to pinpoints, and a look of terror far greater than that of encountering a ghost overtook his features. "Why you?" His lips trembled, teeth chattering. "How can you still be alive?" He had believed Yang Fan was dead, convinced of his success. Yet, this man, who should have been lifeless, stood before him in the flesh. The overwhelming fear and incomprehensible shock shattered his mental defenses. "Speak," Deng Yu shouted as he kicked the quartermaster to the ground, brandishing a knife at his throat. "Who sent you? How did you harm our general? Confess everything." Trembling uncontrollably, the quartermaster remained defiant, retreating into denial. "I swear, I know nothing. I simply felt pity for the general's hardships and had someone deliver him some porridge. How could I have harmed him?" But the guards, incensed, prepared to strike again. "Stop." Yang Fan slowly rose from the bed. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. He approached the supply officer, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. It appeared that only through coercive measures would the officer be compelled to speak. Chapter 95. The supply officer, Zohong Yang Fan, cast a knowing glance at Deng Yu. "Bind him to the pillar," he commanded. Deng Yu and his companions immediately understood, and with swift efficiency, they secured the protesting supply officer firmly to the pillar in the room. Once again, Yang Fan drew forth the glimmering dagger. He stepped before the supply officer, a sinister smile gracing his face, one that instilled a profound sense of dread. "I am not fond of idle chatter." No sooner had he spoken than the dagger sliced through the air. With a soft yet decisive sound, the tendons in the officer's hands and feet were severed. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room. Yet Yang Fan remained unfazed. The dagger continued its relentless dance across the officer's body, each cut shallow but expertly avoiding all vital points. This ensured that the officer felt every agonizing inch of skin being sliced. Yet he would not succumb to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. "I shall ask you one final time. Will you speak, or will you remain silent?" "I will speak." "I will." The supply officer was on the brink of collapse. Too late, Yang Fan sneered. He called out to the doorway, "Bring me a bucket of the strongest saline solution." Before long, a bucket of concentrated salt water was brought in. Yang Fan took it without a glance and poured it over the officer's wounds with merciless abandon. The officer let out a scream, one more harrowing than the last. The salt water seared into the multitude of wounds, a sensation more excruciating than descending into the depths of the darkest hell. Overwhelmed by pain, he teetered on the verge of fainting. At last, unable to endure any longer, he broke down completely. I confess. Please, grant me a swift end," he cried, pleading desperately. This man was Zhou Hong, indeed an informant placed by General Li Wan under the jurisdiction of the Northwest at the Yumen Pass. Just days prior, he had received a secret missive from Li Wan instructing him to eliminate Yang Fan by any means necessary. However, having witnessed Yang Fan's extraordinary archery skills firsthand, Zhou Hong knew that any attempt to confront him directly would lead to certain death. Thus, after much contemplation, he resorted to the most insidious and foolproof method, poison. In a bid to avoid raising Yang Fan's suspicions, he had even dispatched Yang Fan's most trusted soldier to deliver the poison kanji. He had believed his plan to be flawless, convinced that Yang Fan's demise was inevitable. Little did he know, Yang Fan, surprisingly, was still alive. Yet he found himself ensnared in the clutches of this devil. As he listened to Zhou Hong's confession, his expression remained utterly unchanged. How could I possibly be dead? Yang Fan, a prodigy endowed with extraordinary fortune, and to be felled by the trivial machinations of a mere rat? He slowly approached Zhou Hong, towering over him with disdain. "I have long proclaimed that anyone who seeks my life must first weigh the strength of their own existence." With that, he cast one final glance at the worthless wretch before turning away. He issued a command to the surrounding soldiers, who harbored their own deep-seated hatred towards him. "This man is now in your hands. Each of you shall take a knife and slowly carve away at him. I wish for him to experience the most excruciating pain this world has to offer, until he bleeds his last and breathes his final breath." In simpler terms, he was to be subjected to a death by 1,000 cuts. "Yes, General," the soldiers echoed in unison, their eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and cruelty. They had long yearned for this moment. "Please, grant me a swift end," Zhou Hong cried out in desperation, his voice trembling against the pillar. Yet, no one paid him heed. The first soldier approached with a sinister grin, his dagger slicing through a thin layer of flesh from Zhou Hong's thigh. A heart-wrenching scream echoed within the room, followed by the second and third soldiers, each taking their turn. The chamber transformed into a veritable hell on earth. With each thrust of the blade, time slipped away amidst Zhou Hong's agonizing wails. The soldiers continued their grim task, inflicting over 1,000 cuts upon him. At this moment, Zhou Hong had been rendered unrecognizable. His body was a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh, scarcely a patch of skin remained unscathed. He could only hang weakly from the pillar, emitting faint groans. Strangely, he was still alive, his consciousness intact. He could still feel the piercing agony of each cut. A few soldiers, observing his labored breaths, began to express concern. "Brother, it seems this fellow is nearing his end, even if he is close to death. He cannot be allowed to perish so easily," Deng Yu replied with a glint of cruelty in his eyes. The general commanded that he experience suffering, and dying now would be too lenient. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He whispered instructions to one of the soldiers, who promptly understood and dashed out of the general's estate. He was on his way to find Su Qingxue. Before long, the soldier returned with Su Qingxue, who had just regained consciousness, her complexion still pale, and brought her to this room. When Su Qingxue beheld the grotesque, bloodied figure upon the pillar, even her seasoned disposition, accustomed to various horrific injuries, could not suppress the furrowing of her brows and the tumult in her stomach. "What is the meaning of this?" Her voice bore a hint of compassion intertwined with reproach. Deng Yu hastily stepped forward, recounting the sequence of events. "Dr. Su, it is this wretch who nearly brought ruin upon our general. We demand retribution for his blood debts." Initially, Su Qingxue was reluctant to partake in such barbarity. As a healer, her heart was inclined towards compassion. Her duty was to save lives, not to assist in inflicting torment upon others. However, upon learning that this bloodied creature was the very instigator of Yang Fan's poisoning, an icy, profound chill flickered in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded slowly. "Very well, I shall save him." She opened her medical kit, extracting silver needles to pierce several vital points on Zhou Hong's body, suspending his last breath. In the ensuing hours, a ghastly scene unfolded, as the guards methodically carved into him. Time and again, Su Qingxue utilized her silver needles to yank him back from the brink of death, ensuring that even in his despair, he could not find release. It was only after he had endured over 3,000 cuts, leaving behind a mere bloodied skeleton, that she finally withdrew the needles from his body. Zhou Hong took his last breath, departing this world with eyes wide open. Chapter 96. I have rendered great service, yet they seek to usurp my command? Just as Zhou Hong's disfigured corpse finally ceased to draw breath, a guard hurriedly entered. Bowing before Yang Fan, who was wiping the blood from his hands, he reported, "General, a message has just arrived from General Li Qian of the reinforcements, who has entered the city. He requests your immediate presence at the Lord's mansion." The name General Li Qian momentarily halted Yang Fan's motions. Instantly, information about this individual surged into his mind. Li Qian, a standout in the Great Qi army, hailing from a prestigious lineage, had ascended to the rank of Eagle General at a young age, commanding significant military power and promising a bright future. And what of Yang Fan? Nearly a minor general, holding the 5th rank, though the ranks differed by a single level. Within the military hierarchy of the Great Qi, the chasm between a 5th-rank minor general and a 4th-rank commanding general was as vast as an abyss, a divide that many would never cross in their lifetimes. To put it plainly, Li Qian represented the regular army, the esteemed nobility of the emperor, while Yang Fan was but the leader of a local militia, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Now, the official is summoning him, out of both emotion and reason. He must comply. There is no alternative. The hierarchy dictates that higher-ranking officials hold significant power. This principle is universally acknowledged. Understanding this, Yang Fan nodded slightly and cast aside the cloth he had been holding. He adjusted his attire, still imbued with the sin of blood. Then, he instructed Deng Yu with a few words to manage the aftermath of the situation. With that, he took a step forward, making his way toward the city lord's residence. He was intrigued to discover what this newly appointed and promising General Li was truly concealing. Scene change, Yumen Pass, Tongfuin. This establishment had been temporarily requisitioned by Li Qian, serving as his command post. In the main hall of the inn, Li Qian sat confidently at the head of an 8 immortals table, surrounded by a lavish array of fine wines and delectable dishes: roasted chicken, grilled lamb legs, braised pork knuckles, and several jars of aged wine exuding rich aromas were laid before him. These delicacies had been brought in specially from the rear camp. It is worth noting that, at this moment, Yumen Pass was almost out of provisions. Not only was there a scarcity of meat and wine, but even the coarse grains necessary to satiate hunger were nearly depleted. Yet here he was, indulging in a feast, starkly contrasting with the dire plight of the city within. Li Qian lifted his wine cup and took a delicate sip, comfortably squinting his eyes. His face bore an expression that was surprisingly sinister, incongruous with his valiant appearance. He was not merely a gallant general, he was also the military governor of the Northwest, a younger cousin of Li Wan. He was the most valued and capable rising star of the Li family in the army. This time, he had led his forces to support Yumen Pass. Ostensibly, it was to defend the homeland and prevent the pass from falling into the hands of the Hu people. However, he harbored a far more significant secret mission to eliminate Yang Fan. This arrogant, presumptuous young man, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, posed a substantial threat to the interests of the Li family. He had not only slain Liao Li, severing a crucial financial artery, but had also repeatedly thwarted their advantageous dealings with the Hu. Such a person must be eradicated without delay. As Li Qian sipped his wine, he pondered how to frame a suitable charge against Yang Fan that would lead to his demise. A direct assassination? No, that would attract too much attention. Yang Fan currently held considerable influence among the troops at Yumen Pass. Any rash action against him could incite a mutiny. It was imperative to devise a charge that would leave him defenseless, one that would render his execution justifiable in the eyes of all. As he contemplated, a glint of malice and cunning flickered in Li Qian's eyes. He conceived an excellent idea, a notion so exquisite that it could render Yang Fan irreparably doomed. Just as Li Qian reveled in the cunning scheme he devised for himself, a shadow loomed at the entrance of the inn. Yang Fan stepped inside. Upon his entrance, he was met with an array of sumptuous delicacies in the sight of Li Qian, his mouth slick with grease. An inexplicable displeasure surged within him. The age-old adage, tight in the front, tight in the back, rang true. His brothers under his command were gnawing on hard, tooth-jarring black bread atop the city walls, sipping muddy water, and battling fiercely against the Hu people. Meanwhile, he, the so-called commander of reinforcements, indulged in lavish feasts, savoring the fruits of victory without a care. Nevertheless, Yang Fan kept his discontent concealed. He understood that rules must be adhered to. Approaching Li Qian, he respectfully clasped his hands in salute. This humble soldier, Yang Fan, pays his respects to General Li. Yet, Li Qian appeared oblivious. He downed the last sip of his wine in one gulp and slammed the table with a resounding thud, causing the dishes to tremble. He rose abruptly, jabbing a finger at Yang Fan's nose, unleashing a torrent of rage and accusations. Yang Fan, do you acknowledge your crimes? Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He was at a loss as to what offenses he had committed, but Li Qian offered no opportunity for explanation. Pointing to the ravaged city outside, he vehemently interrogated, "What have you done to the once mighty Yumen Pass? The walls lie in ruins, the citizens are displaced, and the soldiers have suffered grievously. Is this what you call a great achievement? It is evident that your failure to defend the city and your poor command nearly led to its downfall." With a sweeping gesture, he pronounced with an air of finality, "From this day forth, you shall no longer serve as a guerrilla general. I shall strip you of all military authority and imprison you to await the court's judgment." His words rushed forth, leaving Yang Fan no chance to refute. He was intent on solidifying the charges against him. Initially taken aback, Yang Fan soon felt a surge of wrath boiling within him. He had fought valiantly to defend the city, nearly sacrificing his life in the process, only to be branded a criminal in the end. Gazing at the self-righteous Li Qian, who concealed malice beneath his righteous facade, the last remnant of respect he held dissipated. He straightened his posture slowly, no longer masking his disdain. "General Li, what an imposing authority you wield," he scoffed coldly. "I, Yang Fan, have bled for the Hu people, safeguarding Yumen Pass, and thus have rendered great service to the state. You dare to strip me of my military authority?" He gazed at Li Qian, his eyes sharp as a blade. "Since you deem me guilty, and since this Yumen Pass cannot harbor me, Yang Fan." He flung his sleeve, his voice as frigid as ice. "Very well. I shall renounce this wretched position of general. I will head to the capital and file a complaint." Chapter 97. The fury of the soldiers at Yumen Pass. Yang Fan's roar, filled with indignation and resentment, ignited the powder keg of the entire inn. The soldiers from Yumen Pass who accompanied Yang Fan were equally incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury. By what right? An old soldier from the Divine Arrow camp stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Qian. "What crime has our General Yang committed? We, with only 3,000 defenders at Yumen Pass, have withstood the onslaught of 100,000 barbarian troops for 3 days and nights. Is this deemed an adequate defense? What utter nonsense!" Another soldier echoed the sentiment, shouting, "We fought for 3 days and nights without a warm meal, and yet you feast here as if it were a celebration. Now you dare to malign our general? Let me tell you, had it not been for General Yang, any other would have seen Yumen Pass reduced to ruins by the barbarians. Would you still be enjoying your wine and meat? In an instant, passions flared. The soldiers of Yumen Pass erupted in an uproar, condemning Li Qian's unjust actions and the twisting of truth. They demanded justice for their general. Li Qian surveyed the barely contained chaos before him, listening to the piercing words that struck at his heart, his complexion turning ashen. He had not anticipated that Yang Fan standing at Yumen Pass was so formidable. Even more shocking was the audacity of these rugged soldiers to confront him, a government official, openly. A wave of offended, immense anger surged within him. He seized a wine cup from the table and smashed it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered into pieces. And he finally cast aside his hypocritical facade. Pointing at the raucous soldiers, he bellowed with a voice filled with authority, "Enough. Do you seek to rebel?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Come here," he commanded his equally fierce guards. "Seize the instigator Yang Fan and all those who incite unrest. Show no mercy to any who resist." Just as Li Qian's ferocious guards prepared to act, a cold, emotionless voice cut through the tumult. "Let anyone dare to move." It was Yang Fan. Slowly, he drew forth a black bow from behind him. With no superfluous motions or idle words, he simply knocked an arrow. Buzz. The bowstring was instantaneously drawn into a perfect, full moon, emitting a haunting, somber dragon's roar. The sleek, black arrowhead was firmly aimed at Li Qian's brow. In that moment, the entire inn was enveloped in a deathly silence. Every action came to a standstill. Li Qian's loyal soldiers, filled with trepidation, dared not advance another step. They harbored no doubts. Should Yang Fan merely loosen his grip, their general, Li Qian, would instantly become a lifeless corpse, an arrow lodged in his forehead. Li Qian, too, was unnerved. He could distinctly sense the chilling, bone-piercing killing intent emanating from the arrowhead. There was no doubt in his mind that Yang Fan was indeed capable of taking his life. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his back was instantaneously soaked through. However, being a seasoned warrior from a prestigious lineage, he forced himself to maintain an air of composure, concealing any hint of fear. Yet, his words remained sharp and unyielding. "Very well, Yang Fan," he gritted his teeth, his tone fierce yet trembling. "Are you contemplating rebellion? You dare to point an arrow at me, your general? This is an open act of treason. I assure you, I shall report every detail of your actions to General Li Wan. When that time comes, we shall see how you and your band of ruffians meet your end." He sought to invoke Li Wan's authority to intimidate Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan merely responded with a cold chuckle, imbued with disdain and scorn. Rebellion? He regarded Li Qian as one might a foolish jester. "Generally, have you misunderstood? I, Yang Fan, have been entrusted with the defense of Yumen Pass. With a mere 3,000 remnants, I have withstood the assault of 100,000 barbarian troops, fighting valiantly without retreat. Not a single barbarian has set foot on our central plains." His voice crescendoed, reverberating in the ears of all present. "What crime have I committed? What fault do I bear?" Yang Fan's words rang with conviction and righteousness, leaving Li Qian momentarily speechless. He found himself unable to articulate any specific wrongdoing on Yang Fan's part. Failing to defend the city? Absurd. 3,000 men holding off 100,000 troops. If that were considered inadequate, then there would be no general in the entire Great Qi capable of defending a city. After a prolonged silence, his face flushed with frustration, he could only cling to Yang Fan's current actions. Pointing at Yang Fan's taut bow with a voice laced with impotent fury, he shrieked, "You are committing a grave offense by aiming that bow at me. You are inciting rebellion, plotting treason." Grasping at straws, he began to frantically label Yang Fan with accusations. "Let me make myself clear. Yang Fan, should you dare to loosen your grip today, you will be branded a traitor. Not only will you face execution, but your family will also be eradicated." His malevolent gaze swept over the soldiers of Yumen Pass behind Yang Fan, who were equally glaring at him with disdain. "Not one of these raucous soldiers accompanying you will escape unscathed. All shall be implicated and executed as conspirators." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, donning a facade of magnanimity, albeit insincerely. "However," he said, casting a glance at Yang Fan, a flicker of triumph glimmering in his eyes, "I am not devoid of compassion. If you relinquish your bow and take a step back now, I can assure you that today's events will be overlooked. Not only will I refrain from punishing you for your previous negligence in defending the city, but I shall also spare your soldiers from hardship. What say you? This is quite a lucrative proposition, is it not?" He believed he had grasped Yang Fan's vulnerability, Recognizing the deep concern Yang Fan harbored for his men, he was confident that Yang Fan would make a prudent decision. Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Yang Fan's hand, which gripped the bowstring, trembled slightly. His heart was ensnared in a tumultuous struggle. For his own life, he was indifferent. A life wasted was bearable, and wandering the world, seeking vengeance and friendship, was preferable to enduring the indignation of corrupt officials. Yet, he cast a glance back at the steadfast brothers who had unwaveringly stood by his side. What would become of them? They were individuals with families and responsibilities. Should he allow them to bear the weight of his impulsiveness, facing the charge of treason and living like rats scurrying in the streets? Or worse, facing execution? He could not be so selfish. His heart was in disarray. The once unyielding resolve to kill wavered for the first time. Chapter 98. The Grain Officer in the Inn. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon Yang Fan, awaiting his final decision. After a prolonged moment, Yang Fan slowly exhaled a breath of resignation. The top bowstring gradually relaxed, and ultimately, he lowered his weapon. For the sake of his brothers at Yumen Pass, he chose to compromise. He gazed into Li Qian's eyes, which had once brimmed with murderous intent, now reduced to an icy calmness, devoid of depth. "Speak," he uttered, his voice hoarse and weary. "What do you intend to do?" As Yang Fan finally yielded, a surge of elation filled Li Qian's heart. He knew his gamble had paid off. Straightening his attire and clearing his throat, he resumed his authoritative demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Yang Fan. "What now? Yang Fan, you must grasp one fundamental truth. I am destined to be the court-appointed general of the 4th rank, the eagle-soaring general, while you merely hold the rank of a 5th-rank guerrilla general. In terms of official titles, I am superior to you by 1 rank. Therefore, at this moment, I am the foremost commander at the Yumen Pass." He paused, seemingly relishing the sensation of having Yang Fan beneath his heel. "Although we have temporarily repelled the Hu invaders, none can predict when they might return. Thus, it is imperative that we stockpile a substantial amount of provisions at Yumen Pass for unforeseen circumstances." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, fixing his gaze once more upon Yang Fan. His eyes brimmed with insincere admiration and malice. "And you, General Yang, are remarkably skilled with the bow and horse, possessing formidable combat prowess and extraordinary courage. You are indeed the unparalleled choice for the position of Grain Officer." He regarded Yang Fan with an exceedingly disingenuous, feigned smile. "Let me take the liberty of making a decision on behalf of General Li Wan. I hereby appoint you as the Grain Officer of Yumen Pass. As for your previous shortcomings in defending the city and your alleged treasonous intentions," he elongated his words, seemingly savoring the suspense, "let us allow you to redeem yourself through merit." Grain Officer? Redeem through merit? Upon hearing these words from Li Qian, the personal guards behind him could not suppress their mocking smiles. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Yumen Pass erupted in outrage. "What? Grain Officer?" Deng Yu was the first to leap forward, pointing angrily at Li Qian. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our General Yang is a court-appointed 5th-rank guerrilla general. You would have him serve as a mere Grain Officer, devoid of rank? This is plainly an attempt to strip our general of his title. Indeed, this is utterly absurd. To win a battle without reward and to demote instead? Where in the world is such logic to be found?" The soldiers of Yumen Pass, aflame with righteous indignation, clamored to charge once more at Li Qian's men. They perceived this as not merely a demotion, but the gravest insult to their general, and to all the valiant soldiers of Yumen Pass who fought so fiercely. Yet, amidst this tense standoff, Yang Fan raised his hand once more. Halting the impassioned brothers behind him, he surveyed his own side, noting the scant few dozen men remaining, all wounded and weary, before glancing at the opposition. Li Qian stood behind a formidable force of hundreds, well-equipped and brimming with spirit. He understood that should a conflict erupt, it would be his side that would suffer. Not only would they gain nothing, but they would also cement the charges of insurrection against themselves. At that moment, he would truly find himself at a loss for words. He cared not for himself, yet he could not let down those brothers who placed their trust in him. To speak frankly, he had not come here seeking power, nor the allure of wealth. He merely wished to undertake actions he deemed necessary. Since they wished to engage in play, he would join them in their revelry. He regarded Li Qian and slowly nodded. "Very well, I shall assume the role of Grain Officer." "No, General, you cannot agree to this." As soon as Yang Fan's words fell, those behind him, including Deng Yu, immediately voiced their opposition. Their emotions ran even higher than before. "General, do you know what the Grain Officer's duties entail?" An old soldier, nearly in tears from anxiety, exclaimed. "Not only is it a lowly position without rank, but it also involves placing one's life at great risk. A perilous task indeed. In battle, the first thing to be severed is the supply line. Did we not previously cut off the Hu people's supply route? Surely, they would retaliate in kind. What shall we do if we encounter an ambush from the Hu on the grain transport route? The soldiers fervently urged Yang Fan, each adding their voice to the chorus of concern. They understood that Li Qian was not demoting him. Rather, he intended to use the Hu's blade to openly eliminate Yang Fan. Such malicious intent was evident. However, Li Qian offered them no opportunity for debate. He coldly presented the final choice. Either he would obediently serve as the grain officer, redeeming himself through merit, or all of them would bear the charge of treason. And he would execute them on the spot. You choose, he stated, his words piercing the hearts of every soldier at Yumen Pass. They found themselves with no options left. Silence enveloped them as they gazed at Yang Fan with eyes filled with reluctance. Yang Fan met their gaze, slowly shaking his head to signal them to cease their protests. He then turned back to Li Qian. Very well, I shall comply. I will serve as the grain officer, for the sake of those brothers who trusted him. He accepted this humiliation. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. I have one condition. Oh? Li Qian raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback that Yang Fan would dare to present a condition at this juncture. Speak, then. I wish to take my Divine Arrow Battalion with me. Yang Fan articulated deliberately. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qian acquiesced. In his estimation, a nameless, ragtag battalion posed little threat. He casually inquired, how many men are in your Divine Arrow Battalion? Not many, Yang Fan replied, a knowing smile gracing his face. Only about 300. 300? Upon hearing this figure, Li Qian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a derisive snort. He regarded Yang Fan with an expression of disdain, as if looking at a fool. A mere 300 men, and they dared to transport supplies under the very noses of the Hu people? Was there any distinction between that and courting death? He secretly wished that Yang Fan would take even more men to their doom. Thus, with a grandiose wave of his hand, his face masked with feigned generosity, he decreed. Very well, you shall take your 300 men and march forth to atone for your sins and achieve merit. Chapter 99. On the supply route, a mysterious maiden. Early the next morning, before the dawn had broken, Li Qian impatiently dispatched men to urge Yang Fan to set forth and escort the supplies. His eagerness was palpable. As if merely gazing at Yang Fan would induce revulsion, he informed Yang Fan that the supplies to be transported were stored at Luoco Warehouse, over 100 miles east of Yumen Pass. Luoco Warehouse, renowned alongside the Southern Hanjia Warehouse, was one of the two largest state granaries of the Great Qi dynasty, stocked with enough provisions to sustain the entire Northwest Border Army for several years. Its strategic significance was self-evident. Yang Fan said little, simply nodding in silence. Accompanied by his 300 well-prepared brothers from the Divine Arrow Camp, he slowly exited Yumen Pass under the watchful gaze of Li Qian, who reveled in their misfortune. The atmosphere within the ranks was oppressive and grim. Every soldier seethed with indignation, harboring a tempest of resentment. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become, muttered a young soldier under his breath. Our general has valiantly defended Yumen Pass, halting the advance of the Hu people. That is nothing short of a monumental achievement. And what is the result? Those lords from the capital have not only failed to grant any rewards, but have outright stripped our general of his command. Is there no justice left in this world? Indeed, another veteran echoed bitterly. This world is truly despicable. Brothers, I believe we should abandon this foolish quest for supplies. A hot-headed soldier suddenly proposed. Let us turn back immediately and confront that scoundrel Li Qian. We shall reclaim everything that belongs to our general. This suggestion swiftly garnered the support of many, who clamored to return and fight Li Qian. They would rather die in battle than endure this humiliation. Listening to the fervent cries of his comrades from behind, Yang Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Nevertheless, he reined in his horse and turned to reason with them. Brothers, I understand the fire that burns within you. However, now is not the time for impulsiveness. To return and clash with Li Qian? And then what? To bear the accusation of treason, facing the wrath of the imperial army, and ultimately meet a gruesome fate? Is that truly worth it? He gazed at the crowd, speaking slowly. The hollow title of a general holds no significance for me, Yang Fan. In essence, an official is merely a position dedicated to serving the nation and its people, as long as one can safeguard the Yumen Pass and protect the citizens behind it. It matters not who occupies the role of general. He paused, a flicker of unprecedented brilliance illuminating his gaze. Moreover, I have now discovered a goal far superior to that of being a general. The crowd looked at him with puzzled expressions. A confident smile graced Yang Fan's lips. That goal is the pursuit of martial excellence. He understood better than anyone that in this world, titles and power are mere illusions. True security and purpose stem from one's own strength. In this realm, the strong reign supreme, as long as one possesses sufficient power to disregard all rules. There is nothing to fear. As for the trivial position of General of the Human Pass, to be frank, he hardly regarded it with any seriousness. His prior ambition to claim that title was merely to consolidate the defeated soldiers, unite their spirits, and secure the Human Pass. Now that the pass is secured and reinforcements have arrived, his initial objective has been accomplished. Henceforth, he shall pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Only then can he truly seize control of his destiny and unveil the greater conspiracies lurking behind the scenes. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the soldiers of the Divine Archery Camp, though still somewhat reluctant, gradually regained their composure. They recognized the wisdom in the general's statement and chose to place their trust in him. The group exchanged no further words and silently made their way to the Loco warehouse. After verifying their identities and documentation, they received ample provisions to sustain the Human Pass for several months. Subsequently, they escorted the lengthy convoy and embarked on their journey back to the Human Pass. The convoy moved steadily along the official road when, suddenly, a scout responsible for reconnaissance galloped back, his expression tinged with confusion and gravity. General. He approached Yang Fan and reported, 5 li ahead, we have encountered a peculiar group. They seem to be pursued by a small band of Hu people. Curious? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the anomaly. Their attire is quite distinct, the scout described. They resemble neither our Dachi people nor the Hu. And they fight fiercely. Though outnumbered, each one is fearless in battle. He looked at Yang Fan and inquired, General, what shall we do? Should we intervene? Yang Fan's mind was equally filled with questions. Are there other factions in this vicinity, apart from the Dachi and the Hu? He swiftly sifted through the memories of the original owner of his body, and soon, a fragment of forgotten information emerged from the recesses of his mind. He recalled it vividly. In the northern expanse beyond the Great Chi, amidst the vastness of the grasslands, lies an endless stretch of prairie, home to ancient nomadic tribes. These tribes are fragmented into numerous clans, both large and small, subsisting on the resources of their environment, weaker than both the Great Chi and the Hu people. Their presence has often gone unnoticed. Yet, it is said that these prairie dwellers are born warriors, raised upon horseback, nourished by mare's milk, and feasting on raw meat. Each one a formidable fighter capable of standing against 10 foes. Could it be them? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Yang Fan. Come, take me to see. He instructed the scout. He ordered the main contingent to halt and remain vigilant while he, accompanied by Dang Yu and a few trusted guards, stealthily proceeded towards the direction indicated by the scout. Soon, they arrived at a small hill where, from their elevated position, they beheld the scene below. A young girl, adorned in vibrant and exotic attire, was being relentlessly pursued by a throng of Hu cavalrymen. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. Yet her agility was astonishing. Mounted on a magnificent white steed, she wielded a unique curved blade, each strike resulting in a Hu warrior falling to the ground with a cry of agony. Her companions, equally valiant, fiercely surrounded her, forming a protective barrier. Yang Fan sensed that this girl was extraordinary. Chapter 100, The Rescue. Yang Fan's attention was swiftly captivated by the combat techniques of the prairie warriors. Although they numbered only 7 or 8, each displayed remarkable prowess. They rode their horses as though they were one with the beasts, their movements fluid and agile. Their primary weapon was the bow, yet it differed significantly from those used by the Great Chi. It was a colossal longbow, much longer than the standard issue of the Great Chi. As a connoisseur of archery, Yang Fan instantly recognized the intricacies of this bow. The longer the bow, the greater the deformation of its limbs, necessitating a correspondingly greater draw weight. In contrast, the arrows it launched far surpassed ordinary projectiles both in distance and power. This formidable weapon demanded exceptional strength from its user. Remarkably, the leading girl wielded such a long bow as well. She effortlessly guided her white steed to evade the pursuing Hu warriors while calmly turning back to shoot arrows. Her movements exuded a wild, breathtaking grace. Each draw of the bow resembled the fullness of a moon, and every release sent 3 arrows soaring in a formation reminiscent of a character, whistling through the air with precision, rarely missing their mark. The few nomads at the forefront fell, each struck down by her arrows. Her remarkable archery showcasing an unwavering precision amidst rapid movement. Even Yang Fan could not suppress an internal cheer for her skill. Such marksmanship was unparalleled. Even among the elite of the Divine Archery Camp that he had meticulously trained, indeed. one would be hard-pressed to find anyone in the entirety of the Great Qi who could rival her prowess. In truth, only he, bolstered by the enhancements of his system, could consistently surpass this young maiden. Yang Fan's conviction grew stronger. The nomadic tribes, traditionally sparse in population, had gathered around this girl a fiercely brave and well-equipped guard. Moreover, she herself was a remarkable archer, one who even commanded Yang Fan's admiration. Her identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. She was likely a princess or a significant figure from a powerful tribe of the steppes. As Yang Fan pondered these revelations, his companion Deng Yu grew restless. Observing the intensifying battle below, he quietly inquired, "General, shall we intervene? Those nomads are numerous, and that young girl seems to be struggling." Yang Fan's gaze shifted from the girl, and without a hint of hesitation, he replied resolutely, "Yes." A single word, yet imbued with unwavering determination. The enemy of our enemy is a friend, he reasoned, aware that conflicts frequently arose between the nomads and the northern tribes over grazing lands and water sources. Since fate had aligned their paths, assisting her might yield unexpected allies in the future. However, another of his trusted soldiers, hearing this, could not contain his discontent. He felt a sense of injustice on Yang Fan's behalf. "General," he interjected, "how can you still concern yourself with the affairs of the Great Qi at a time like this? Look at how they treated you. You accomplished so much at the Yimingwen, yet what was the result? No rewards, no accolades, and instead, that scoundrel namely stripped you of your command and demoted you to a grain officer. Where is the justice in that? I believe we should abandon these trivial matters. Safeguard our supplies, and find a place to establish our own dominion rather than endure this humiliation." The soldier's words resonated with many, voicing the sentiments of the crowd who felt Yang Fan's plight was unjust. Yet, Yang Fan merely shook his head upon hearing this. He regarded the soldier who spoke out for him, as well as the complex expressions of his comrades surrounding him. With a slight smile that carried a depth they could not comprehend, he calmly declared, "You are all mistaken. I saved them not for the sake of the Qi." The personal guard was thoroughly perplexed by Yang Fan's words. He scratched his head, his face a portrait of confusion. "General, if it is not for the Qi, then for what purpose?" To him, they were soldiers, subsisting on the Qi's provisions, defending their homeland, which seemed like a matter of course. Yang Fan did not respond immediately. He turned away, his gaze once again cast into the distance. It was as if his sight transcended the battlefield before him, piercing through the undulating mountains, reaching far beyond. He envisioned the countless people displaced by the ravages of war. He beheld the women and children, struggling painfully against hunger and cold. He witnessed this world, riddled with scars, torn apart by conflict. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with an unprecedented depth and compassion. "I act for the common people of this realm, to ensure they may live in peace and prosperity, free from the scourge of war, to provide their children with a secure home in which to grow." He regarded the personal guards beside him, who seemed to comprehend only partially, and a serene smile graced his face. "For this goal, I would not only endure slight grievances or the loss of military authority, even if it meant sacrificing my life. It would matter not." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, all present fell into silence. They may not have fully grasped the concept of the common people as articulated by Yang Fan, yet they could distinctly sense the grandeur of spirit and lofty ideals emanating from their general. They had heard officials utter eloquent, grandiloquent phrases before, but those individuals spoke without action. In contrast, their general was embodying his promises through his deeds, through his very existence. Compared to Yang Fan, those officials were unworthy even to carry his shoes. In that moment, their gazes towards Yang Fan transformed, filled with deeper reverence and fervor. Meanwhile, below, the pursued girl from the grasslands and her 7 or 8 attendants were being driven ever closer by the Hu people. They were fleeing directly towards the hillside where Yang Fan and his men were concealed. The girl evidently noticed the contingent in Qi military attire on the slope. A flicker of wariness and hesitation crossed her eyes. It was true that she harbored animosity towards the Hu, yet she had no alliance with the Qi troops before her. At times, they had also been adversaries. "Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions." This adage held true in any circumstance. She was uncertain whether this sudden appearance of the Qi army represented foe or friend. Once they turned their aggression towards themselves, she would truly meet her demise here today.